To eliminate the yandere antagonists is the only way to accomplish the mission and return home for some skewers and delicious meat. Yaoyao traverses into a beastly realm, forcefully bound to a troublesome system. The waves of the Yangtze River push forth the next generation, and each villain is more audacious than the last. In this beastly world, Yaoyao initially yearns to engage in infrastructure development and culinary exploration, while also tending to a bit of agriculture. However, she ultimately finds herself entangled in a web of complex relationships. Dear sister, a boy stands before her, his eyes sparkling with clarity, his voice soft and sweet. Blood drips from his fingertips as he tilts his head, smiling innocently. If you don't behave, I might just get upset. Chapter 1. Arrival in a Parallel World. The sky was as blue as if washed by water, and the birds chirped incessantly. The pristine azure seamlessly blended with the heavens, with wisps of clouds barely visible, stretching out to the breathtakingly beautiful Lake Nadalera, connecting the northern and southern parts of the Yaoyao forest. Whoosh. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Almost there, the little female must persevere. In the beast source continent, towering ancient trees, reaching heights of several dozen meters, and wildly entwined vines concealed a fleeting yellow shadow, darting swiftly through the vast greenery and thorns, moving with the speed of lightning. The tiger tribe is formidable, known as the kings of the forest. At this very moment, a powerful tiger sprinted through the woods, its impressive physique measuring 5 to 6 meters in length with robust limbs. Its orange fur adorned with black stripes emanated a palpable sense of strength and dominance. As it appeared, the surrounding birds and animals scattered in fear. Flap, flap. A mixture of feathers and fallen leaves rained down, carrying a hint of blood. The tiger, slightly agitated, paused as if recalling something. It cautiously glanced behind itself, its irritation swiftly transforming into concern and affection. It began to be mindful, merely flicking its long, sturdy tail a few times to shake off some leaves before continuing on its path. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the tiger's back bore the weight of a fainted young girl. Bloodstains marred her form, and several wounds appeared as if inflicted by sharp stones. Half of her body was nestled within the softness of the tiger's fur. The girl was exceptionally petite and slender, making her nearly invisible against the backdrop of the massive tiger. Unexpectedly, rather than encountering wild beasts, the tiger discovered a solitary, injured female by a cliff where wild beasts often roamed. A female, with no other males to protect her? Had she been abandoned by her tribe? In the beastly world, where males vastly outnumber females, females are considered precious and rare. Every tribe cherishes and protects them diligently. What tribe would abandon a valuable female? Moreover, the girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, the prime age for being fervently sought after by male beastmen. She wore an adorable pink sundress, donned small furry boots, and had 2 playful ponytails tied at the back of her head, her long, clean hair cascading over the tiger's broad back. Her exquisite appearance was starkly incongruous with the rugged wilderness. Sluo, who believed himself strong and had been pursued by many females in his nearly 20 years of life, was struck by the beauty of this petite female, instantly humbled to the point of wishing to become her devoted admirer. Her skin was fair and smooth, resembling exquisite jade, and her tightly shut eyes fluttered softly, while her delicate brows furrowed slightly, hinting at lingering fear. With her rosy lips and charming demeanor, she exuded an air of fragility and sweetness, leaving a profound impression of innocence and purity. At that moment, Sluo felt as though his very soul had been ensnared. Suddenly, he felt a movement on his back. Hiss! Where am I? A soft, pure voice emerged, filled with bewilderment, unlike anything Sluo had ever heard. In an ongoing, light-hearted narrative accompanied by a troublesome system, this tale unfolds in a beastly world where the focus is on development and nurturing, occasionally dabbling in agriculture while also raising young ones. Jiao Shi, a cold, stunningly beautiful romantic partner with a deep affection, possessing all-around capabilities. Tung Shi, obsessive, domineering, yet innocent, with a flair for the dramatic. Black Cat, a cute, protective little fluffball, a shy cat-like boy. Nine-tailed white fox, a virtuous wife figure, pure and enchanting. Golden Phoenix, a top-tier idol who enjoys cross-dressing, flamboyant and charming in the beastly realm. Guchong Wang, aloof and proud, a wealthy and powerful figure. Black Jiao antagonist, a beautiful yandere schemer with a penchant for carnivorous delights. Ice Beast antagonist, a cold-hearted youth, filled with disdain for the world, seeking destruction. Shenggu Hua antagonist, a reclusive youth struggling with depression, perpetually contemplating self-harm. Chapter 2. The Troubling System. Hiss. Where am I? Yaoyao's mind buzzed, lost in a state of chaos. It felt as though just moments ago, she had been engaging in a friendly exchange with that troublesome system. In a void of space, a blank expanse served as the nexus connecting two worlds. Within this void, a girl and a small golden creature were the only inhabitants. Master, you must save the world. You must bring love and justice to all. Go away. Wah, the main deity has just issued an SS-level bounty. Completing it could lead to a promotion and a raise. Please help me. Go away. It was not her promotion at stake. Such temptations and feigned pity held no sway over her. The small golden creature pouted, clinging to Yaoyao's leg, persistently trying to wear her down. Suddenly, an idea struck it. It seemed that only this method would suffice. Wah, you're forcing me, master. Taking a deep breath, it resolved to act, sliding down Yaoyao's leg like a playful slide, landing on the ground and transforming into a striking little boy with golden hair and eyes. The little boy was exceptionally beautiful, his delicate face captivating, with red lips and white teeth. He raised his innocent gaze, taking small steps toward her. Master Wah. Indeed, the familiar, annoying pleas for pity began anew. Yaoyao had anticipated this move from the troublesome system. Its incompetence was only surpassed by its knack for playing the victim. Yet, she found herself unable to resist, lowering her gaze to meet his. He feigned tears, gazing up at her with a pitiful expression that tugged at her heartstrings. Master, please help me. A tear fell unbidden. If you don't help me, I. Another tear fell. The little boy pretended to be strong, stifling a third tear. His large, clear golden eyes shimmered with unshed tears, enchanting as if filled with starlight, his long lashes glistening with moisture. Master, I swear just this once, this is the last time. Please help me, and we can split the reward 37 for you. And, oh no, 70 for you and 30 for me. How do I terminate the system contract? You want to abandon me? The conversation devolved into a verbal battle, and seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, the little boy finally dropped his pitiful facade, revealing his true mischievous nature. Foolish host, regardless of your consent, I have already accepted the mission. The transmission is about to commence. His golden eyes, resembling crescent moons, sparkled with an adorable yet infuriating charm. He then produced a lollipop shaped like a cigarette from seemingly nowhere, placing it between his lips, its end bobbing up and down as he reveled in his own delight. Crossing dimensions. The Orc World mission. A disaster has befallen the Orc World, with the energy levels of monstrous beasts surging uncontrollably. The future world is on the brink of collapse. Please eliminate the beasts and safeguard world peace. Beastmaster System. Your guide. Yaoyao felt her head throb with frustration, raising her fist in a moment of impulse to confront the insufferable being before her. Yet, she was immediately impeded by the overlapping task options before her. Would the host like to proceed with the transmission now? A. Confirm. B. Very confirm. C. Absolutely confirm. Before Yaoyao could make a move, the system automatically selected option C. The notification chime echoed ominously, resembling a ghostly roar. Orc World, transmission commencing. Chapter 3. A plea for forgiveness. The little female has awakened. Silo was momentarily taken aback, a surge of elation coursing through him. He instinctively halted, nearly causing the still-dazed Yaoyao to tumble off his back. Oh no! Oh no! In his moment of joy, he had forgotten the little female was still on his back. Fortunately, an orc's acute senses and remarkable speed were not to be underestimated, for he had survived nearly 2 decades of perilous adventures in the orc world. Be careful, I got you, thud. Before Yaoyao could utter a sound, she found herself crashing onto a solid chest. Before she could register the warmth emanating from the male's embrace, A resounding impact followed as they collided with a steep rocky incline. Uncontrolled, they rolled several times, finally stopping against an ancient locust tree. Yaoyao dared not open her eyes, yet the strong arms encircling her waist offered a comforting sense of security. The man behind her acted as a cushion, minimizing her injuries, his grip around her waist remaining steadfast. As her breathing steadied, she summoned the courage to open her eyes. To her astonishment, the moment she did, a handsome face radiating joy and remorse leaned in closely, instantly filling her entire field of vision. She was taken aback to see a stranger, a man, half kneeling beside her. Moreover, his powerful right arm still held her waist, the very same person who had saved her. The unfamiliar man's upper body was completely bare, clad only in a crude hide skirt barely sufficient to cover his lower half, appearing rather indecent. He leaned forward, anxiously sniffing and examining her, his expressions alternating between worry and an unexpected, almost enamored gaze. What the hell, a pervert? Startled by the adult male's invasive behavior, Yaoyao nearly leapt up, instinctively kicking out at him. Get away! Her savior seemed inconsequential at that moment. All she felt was dizziness, and her kick was born of sheer panic. By some twist of fate, she landed a kick squarely on his handsome face. Yet the female's strength was no match for the male orc, who remained utterly unfazed, not budging an inch. Realizing her kick had landed awkwardly, she swallowed hard, her face contorting in embarrassment. In the vast wilderness, it was just the two of them, with crows cawing unpleasantly in the distance. Unsure of what to say, the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Cursed system, it had provided her with no memories, acting on its own whims, sending its precious host to another world for the most trivial of gains. It was time for a new system. Yaoyao took a moment to compose her discontent, her gaze falling once more upon the man before her. The initial panic of arriving in a foreign world had mostly subsided. Gaining a modicum of energy, she began to assess the stranger before her. This unfamiliar male appeared to be around 20 years old, his strikingly tall and muscular physique emanating a wild, primal allure that was undeniably captivating. He embodied the ideal form, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and defined muscles that resembled a model, making it impossible for her to divert her gaze. Bathed in the dappled sunlight, his sun-kissed skin radiated a healthful, enticing glow. Little female, I apologize, I didn't mean to. Let me find some herbs and take you to our tribe shaman, all right? The man, towering and handsome, exuded an air of confidence. Yet at that moment, he resembled a remorseful puppy, gazing at her with amber eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. Despite the redness on his face from her kick, he showed no anger, speaking in a tone as humble as a plea for forgiveness. Chapter 4. Inadvertent remarks. Yaoyao felt a lump in her throat, unsure of how to express her feelings, and could only furrow her brow in silent contemplation, unable to utter even an apology. Concurrently, her mind was rapidly sifting through the information relayed by the system, digesting the details of this realm in mere moments. Orc world. In this world, the ratio of males to females is skewed, with males undertaking the role of hunters, while females are responsible for reproduction. After millennia of natural selection, the males here possess robust physiques and the power of beast origins, capable of transforming between beast and human forms, a capability not afforded to females. Males can cultivate and advance in rank, starting from level 0. Upon breaking through to first rank, they become true blood pattern warriors, with a maximum rank of 9. Beyond rank 9 lies the king beast, who can single-handedly establish a royal city. However, the disparity in strength between king beasts and those below is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. After centuries of evolution, the beast origin continent is now divided into 4 major royal cities, with the protagonist's birthplace, the northern forest of Beluduo, falling under the jurisdiction of the Tung Shi royal city. I'm Sluo. I am a male of the nearby tiger tribe, a mutated stone tiger. I'm already a 5th rank blood pattern warrior. I will certainly break through to become a high-level orc. Faced with such an enchanting female, Sluo instinctively began to promote himself. It is a well-known, unwritten rule in the beast world that any male who rescues a female without a clan or kin in the forest has just cause to claim her as his partner. Moreover, during her rescue, Sluo was certain that there were no traces of other orcs nearby, and she bore no marks of partnership. She was a female abandoned by her kind, without a clan. Nevertheless, Sluo still hoped that the young female would willingly accept him. He racked his brain to showcase all his merits, his face filled with anticipation as he gazed at Yaoyao. I possess sufficient strength, and I can take care of you. This was a commonly understood, albeit somewhat indirect, proposal for companionship. Sluo's fluffy, rounded tiger ears shyly drooped as he spoke, and though he lowered his head, his eyes could not help but steal glances at the young female's face, finding her increasingly adorable and likable. Convinced that she was destined to be his partner. I do not wish to trouble you, she replied coolly and emotionlessly. She was not foolish and could discern the underlying meaning of his words. In the beast world, where males outnumber females, it was entirely natural for males to seek mates, lest they remain bachelors for life. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Yaoyao. I will truly take good care of you, he insisted earnestly. Her expression bore skepticism. Sluo perhaps deemed himself overly ambitious. Having interacted with few females throughout his life, his experience in caring for them was virtually non-existent. He quickly amended his statement, lowering his voice significantly. Though I lack experience, I will strive to learn. That will not be necessary. Yaoyao's refusal was unmistakable, causing Sluo to lower his head in disappointment. His first attempt at courting the female he admired had ended in cold dismissal. Feeling a twinge of regret, he scratched his head, realizing he should have chosen a more subtle approach. His beautiful, warm orange hair became somewhat disheveled from his anxious gestures, and the vitality in Sluo's expression dimmed slightly as he let out a deep sigh. Sluo stood beside her, awkwardly fidgeting with his fingers, the long, bushy tail behind him sweeping the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. After uttering an apology, he vanished in an instant. Was that giving up? Yaoyao felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her. As he departed, she hurriedly shed her aloof facade, glancing around. He had truly left. She looked up at the sky. The sun had nearly sunk behind the mountains, its brilliance fading rapidly as gray mist enveloped the surroundings. Nightfall had arrived, marking the domain of wild beasts. Yaoyao struggled to rise, intending to find a suitable hiding place for the night, but as she moved, a piercing pain shot through her leg, causing her to gasp sharply. Oh no, had she forgotten that she was injured? Now that he was gone, what was she to do? Hee, foolish host, your loose tongue drove him away. Let us see how you manage now. The system's voice echoed in her mind, gleeful at her misfortune. Wait until the beasts come out at night. You will be devoured, it taunted. Did it think that if the host perished mid-task, it would escape the wrath of the supreme deity? The system fell silent, retreating into its space, envisioning its own demise in various scenarios, trembling in fear. In a rare display of generosity for its own survival, the system finally provided a map of the surrounding area. After careful consideration, Yaoyao chose a cave not far from her location, obscured by dense trees, long abandoned, and seemingly safe from both beasts and orcs. She cleaned her wound and bandaged it as best she could, just about able to walk. Incredulous, Sluo initially intended to leave, but after a few moments of deep contemplation, he realized he could not abandon her. The young female might simply be shy and timid, not truly disinterested in him. Yes, that must be the case. Regardless of the reality, he believed it wholeheartedly. In the pursuit of a mate, sometimes one must have a thicker skin. Moreover, the young female was alone and injured. If he left, what would become of her? Sluo met Yaoyao's astonished gaze, and for some reason, the fleeting gloom in his heart dissipated, as if the mist had suddenly lifted. Unconsciously, he smiled, radiating the same sunny warmth as when they first met. He hurried a few steps closer, crouching down to examine her injury. Are you going to gather herbs? Yaoyao inquired, noticing the vibrant array of plants he cradled in his arms. Were those medicinal herbs? Did this orc possess knowledge of pharmacology? How remarkably capable. When I hunted, I often faced perilous situations sustaining injuries, he replied, suddenly aware that frequently being hurt did not reflect well on him, making it seem as though he was often bested in combat. Sluo's ears flushed crimson as he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. I have witnessed our tribe's shaman treat many such injuries, so I often gather these herbs for emergencies while hunting. Although my methods may not be as effective as a shaman's, they do yield results. This time, Yaoyao did not refuse his goodwill. This orc was genuinely kind to her. To reject him again would indeed be overly sentimental. She felt no emotional burden. She would repay his kindness in due time. She obediently sat before him, extending her injured leg, although she had already cleaned the wound and fashioned a makeshift bandage. When Sluo unwrapped it, he felt a sharp pang in his heart at the sight of her injury. It was as if something had pierced his heart. Her skin was delicate and fair, yet the gaping, oozing wounds were unsightly and distressing. For reasons unknown, the pain inflicted upon her resonated deeply within him. Sluo's hands moved deftly, quickly grinding the herbs into a paste, applying the green salve to her wounds, cleansing them once more before rewrapping. Throughout the process, he remained silent, his handsome face shadowed with concern. A sudden, untimely gurgle shattered the silence. S' expression brightened as he glanced at Yaoyau's abdomen. Following his gaze, Yaoyao looked down and belatedly realized that it was her stomach growling. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she responded to him with modesty, "Thank you. But it is quite late." "Not at all. What would you like to eat? Just tell me," he insisted, eager to please. "You need not feel constrained. Caring for a precious and lovely female is the duty of us males, even if you do not wish to be my partner." Yaoyao hesitated and suggested, "How about a roasted chicken?" With a cheerful smile, Lu replied, "All right, just wait for me a moment." Chapter 6. The corruption-eating worms. I will find a cave first. "You just wait for me inside," he instructed. Following Yaoyao's suggestion, Lu carried her to a nearby cave. Upon entering, a pungent stench assaulted their senses, making it quite nauseating. Lu pinched his nose in disgust as he ventured further inside. With the last rays of the fading sun, Yaoyao leaned against his shoulder, peering into the cave and gasping in astonishment. The sight before her was horrific. Piles of beast carcasses lay heaped within, surrounded by countless scattered bones of various creatures, both beastmen and wild animals alike, their numbers unfathomable. The corpses appeared to have been decaying for quite some time. Beneath the loose, rotting hides, numerous writhing black worms were busily consuming the remains with a disturbing rustling sound. It seemed as if these vile creatures had sensed the presence of the living, becoming increasingly agitated. 1, 2, 3, an innumerable swarm of black bugs emerged, breaking through the decaying flesh, either leaping or crawling towards them. On the foul, muddy ground, they quickly converged, dragging their bloated bodies at a remarkable speed towards the two. Yaoyao could only see a mass of blackness surging towards them. "Damn it, how do we encounter these things?" Lu's face turned grim. "What is this?" Before Yaoyao could respond, she felt herself lifted off the ground again, as Lu swiftly leaped out of the perilous cave. These are the corruption-eating worms, a terrifying species. They not only feast on the corpses of wild beasts or beastmen, but also devour the living. Their sharp teeth can penetrate the tough skin of a beastman, starting from their innards, reproducing and growing within, eventually bursting out from the corpse, leaving nothing but skin and bones behind. As he spoke, Lu grimaced, feeling a chill run down his spine. These worms were exceedingly rare, and to stumble upon such a large number in this cave was alarming. Fortunately, he had discovered them in time, and it seemed they were too full to pursue them. The consequences of a different outcome were chilling to contemplate. "Yaoyao, let's find another cave. Please wait a moment, and once we find a suitable one, I will fetch you something to eat. Is that all right?" Lu, still shaken, furrowed his orange brows deeply. He was a 5th-tier blood pattern warrior and a rare mutated beast stone tiger. Such worms posed no threat to his resilient skin. However, Yaoyao was merely a delicate female, and he could not bear to expose her to any risk, no matter how slight. Alright, yoyonadith. Feeling a twinge of guilt for having suggested this cave in the first place, the system warned her. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed in coldly. Ding! Ordinary task issued. Drive away the corruption-eating worms to gain 1 night's dominion over this cave. Reward: 1 lucky draw. Failure penalty: 10 reputation points, current reputation points. 0. Negative points will lead to mission failure and forced exit from the realm. Yoyo? The system's voice piped up weakly. That was automatically issued. It has nothing to do with me. Whine. You want to abandon me? I hate you. Yaoyao ignored the system, regaining her composure. Lu, I have a good idea to drive away these worms. Chapter 7. Burning the worm's fire is a wonderful thing, and when necessary, it must be utilized. Although the corruption-eating worms were fierce and fearsome, they lacked a hard shell, their bodies merely consisting of fatty, waterlogged flesh, making them vulnerable to flames. Regrettably, Yaoyao had just entered this new realm, her resources depleted, and she could not purchase anything from the system's store. Otherwise, a bottle of heaven-destroying insecticide would have sufficed. Now, the most effective method appeared to be fire. But in this primitive society, where would they find a means to ignite it? Lu pounded his chest confidently, reassuring her, "Do not worry, leave it to me." Yaoyao blinked in confusion. Before squatting down, he carefully set her in a safe spot and then picked up a fist-sized redstone, concentrating intently as he struck it to create sparks. With a series of resounding clashes, a single spark ignited with a hissing sound, rapidly catching flame as the dry kindling burst into a roaring fire. This was the continent's unique fire crystal, infused with mystical fire energy that could be unleashed through the force of beast origin. Lu's right arm glimmered with 5 beast patterns as he summoned the beast origin power. The tiny spark seemed fleeting, but upon touching the dry wood, it exploded into a powerful blaze, consuming the surrounding kindling in an instant. As the flames danced, Lu hurriedly retrieved some spare dry wood to keep the fire alive and handed one of the torches to Yaoyao. As night fell, the stars and moon dimmed. Thick clouds loomed overhead, obscuring much of the light, and it seemed rain was imminent. The flickering flames radiated a reassuring warmth, illuminating Yaoyao's delicate features. Suddenly, Lu felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to find that she had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Her serene sleeping face revealed a gentle tranquility. The petite features rested against him, one hand on his chest and the other draped over his neck, her soft touch akin to a tender caress. The proximity of her delicate warmth caused Lu's heart to race involuntarily. He felt a rush of heat, and his movements became stiff as he slowed his pace, cautious not to disturb her peaceful dreams. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from her, more enticing than the aroma of roasted meat during his hunger. Lu swallowed hard, feeling a sense of embarrassment as his throat tightened. "Damn it, what am I thinking?" He chastised himself, shaking off the thought. He had an important task entrusted by the delicate female, and he could not afford to indulge in such fantasies at this moment. Yaoyao, even in her slumber, proved to be restless, rolling over until she truly nestled into his chest. Slow hastily took the torch from her grasp. The once exuberant, upon encountering the flames, swiftly succumbed and fled. However, Slow did not afford these repulsive creatures a moment's respite, scattering firewood and dropping the torch. He quickly roasted these until they were crisp on the outside and tender within. The charred aroma permeated the cave, the scent not much more pleasant than the stench of decay. Slow swiftly tidied up the space, incinerating what needed to be burned, sweeping away the remnants, and discarding what was unnecessary. Once the area was fit for habitation, he carefully placed Yaoyao inside. She slept peacefully, yet Slow was acutely aware that the young female had not consumed anything for an entire day. Should she continue to fast, it would be detrimental to her health. After leaving a scent mark at the cave entrance, he transformed into his tiger form and dashed away. Chapter 8. The emergence of beasts. A tiger's night vision is approximately 6 times that of a human, and its sense of smell is hundreds of times more acute. Thus, even in the dim light of the night, it could rely on its keen olfactory senses and extraordinary vision to pursue its hunting endeavors. Ah, the delightful scent! Fresh prey, still dripping with blood. Yaoyao instinctively felt uneasy. The pungent odor of blood was a festive banquet for beastmen, yet it made her stomach churn. Fortunately, Slow quickly detected her discomfort and promptly removed the other carcasses from the cave. He plucked several large banana leaves from an ancient tree and meticulously covered the prey he had worked so hard to catch. Most of the inhabitants of this beastly world struggled to meet their basic needs, with many beastmen perishing for starvation each year. Thus, all beastmen cherished food, and Slow was no exception. The scent he had scattered around the cave ensured that ordinary ferocious beasts would not dare approach Yaoyao. "These fruits are all for you. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Do you like them?" The females of the tribe generally favored juicy fruits, and Slow believed Yaoyao would too. Ever since he had developed a consciousness of partnership, he had subconsciously observed the daily lives of the females, what they enjoyed eating, their preferred living environments, and the types of males they favored. Understanding the preferences of females was an essential lesson for every male. Slow ingeniously crafted a wicker basket from wood vines, filling it with freshly washed fruits and presenting it to Yaoyao. The fruits were impeccably clean, and upon taking a bite, she found them plump, juicy, and refreshing. Yaoyao's eyes narrowed in satisfaction, her round pupils clear and beautiful. Having a couple of refreshing fruits before the meat was indeed a commendable choice. The meat was nearly done, wafting an enticing aroma that stirred the appetite. Slow sliced off the most tender piece of roasted meat, offering it in a freshly polished stone bowl before stepping aside, squatting down with his hands cradling his face. Eagerly watching Yaoyao savor the roasted meat he had prepared. Perhaps due to her hunger, even without any salt or seasoning, the meat tasted surprisingly delightful. "Thank you. It's very delicious," Yaoyao exclaimed earnestly. In an instant, Slow's eyes sparkled with delight, his smile widening unconsciously, the brilliant amber glimmering with the radiance of countless stars, overflowing with joy and excitement. He suppressed the overwhelming urge to transform into his beast form in his ecstasy and promptly set to work roasting the wildfowl that Yaoyao had longed for. After ensuring Yaoyao was well fed, Slow then turned to his own meal. He transformed into his beast form, finishing off the remaining roasted meat she had left behind, and devoured all the raw meat outside the cave, satisfying his hunger to a considerable extent. Lacking tanned hides to cover the young female, Slow instinctively shifted closer to Yaoyao in his beast form. "Yaoyao, let's sleep together. I am quite soft and clean, my fur is washed daily, and not a single dwells upon it." Slow earnestly marketed himself. The damp, cold ground was indeed unsuitable for rest, littered with sharp stones that could easily pierce the skin. Yaoyao pondered for a moment before not refusing. In her presence, Slow's beast form, a magnificent tiger measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, lowered itself to the ground, resembling a luxurious, fur-covered bed. Yaoyao grasped 2 tufts of tiger fur and easily climbed atop. The novel experience of sleeping on a tiger fur bed was remarkably delightful. The great tiger flicked its tail, hesitating to speak. It crouched on the ground, unable to see the young female, fearing she might fall asleep before him, and could not resist voicing the question that had long been hidden. "Yaoyao, which tribe do you belong to? When I found you, you were all alone. Do you still have kin? If you lack support, come live with us in our tribe." In this situation, Yaoyao wisely chose to feign amnesia. What excuse could be more effective than forgetting? Living in a tribe was indeed a splendid option. In truth, the sudden surge of was somewhat suspicious. Typically concealed beneath the earth, these rare magical insects subsisted on carrion and rarely gathered to actively attack beastmen. Yet today, they seemed driven mad, attacking with reckless abandon. Moreover, the system had indicated that this world was on the brink of collapse, with powerful poised to descend, threatening to devastate the order of the Beastman realm. Based on years of experience with missions, the system's initial teleportation point was always nearest to the target. This implied that it might have already arrived in her vicinity. Chapter 9. A most unfavorable gaze after a night of sweet dreams. The morning sun shone hazily as Yaoyao rubbed her eyes, climbing off the tiger's back. After refreshing herself, she decided to awaken the great tiger. Ding! Task completed. Reward: lucky draw 1 time. Ding! Lucky draw concluded. Prize: Dark Series Foundation Liquid 1 bottle. Dark Series Foundation Liquid? Yaoyao's hand trembled slightly. Could be what she feared? A flash of silver light revealed a small stone vial in her hand. Each time, she traversed to a new realm. The System-S rewards were delivered in forms befitting the realm's aesthetic. Upon opening the vial, she gasped in disbelief. Indeed, it was precisely what she had feared. What kind of useless trinket was this? Slow, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to attend to, Yaoyao said, feeling despondent. The great tiger raised its head and let out a howl, tilting its head in confusion. What was Yaoyao up to? Was she not allowing him to sneak a peek? The tiger's face displayed a look of bewilderment, but he wisely refrained from asking further questions. As soon as Yaoyao finished speaking, he promptly stood up and exited. Slow transformed back into human form and adjusted the vine curtain at the entrance. Still feeling uneasy, he gathered a bundle of vines and secured the entrance meticulously. Yes, his precious young female must not be seen by anyone. After a quarter of an hour, Yaoyao re-emerged, hesitating momentarily before lifting the vine curtain. The round tiger ears perked up. The great tiger, previously resting with its forepaws at the entrance, abruptly lifted its head. It had heard the light and gentle footsteps unique to the young female, and its amber eyes instantly brightened, sparkling with the brilliance of stars. Ah, Yaoyao! The great tiger sprang into action, transforming back into human form. In the moment of Slow's ecstatic turn, he caught sight of a small black figure in front of him. He froze for a few seconds upon seeing the small black figure, then forcefully ignored it, stretching his neck to peer into the cave, searching for the beautiful silhouette of his Yaoyao. However, the cave was empty. Thus, he had no choice but to fix his gaze once more on the small black child, whose amber eyes shimmered with astonishment. At that moment, the small black child also lifted her face to look at him. So, with her soft, dulcet voice that was refreshingly sweet and those familiar, beautifully shallow eyes, a thunderclap echoed in Suo's mind, as if a bomb had detonated at his feet. He finally became aware, albeit belatedly, that this unsightly little black child before him was none other than his beautiful and beloved Yaoyao. He nearly lost his wits, his voice rising in pitch and hue. "Yaoyao, what has become of you? Have you encountered some form of despair?" Yaoyao pouted. "Don't you think this color is quite safe? It allows one to blend seamlessly with the forest, making it difficult for wild beasts to detect me." Temporarily devoid of any means to defend herself, Yaoyao sought to enhance her camouflage abilities, thus alleviating some burden from Suo. "Is it really necessary to do this?" Suo furrowed his brow, his golden brown eyebrows knitting together in a conflicted expression as he gazed at his small female, who was smeared with a ghastly brown-green paint. Her originally lovely and delicate features were obscured beneath this heavy layer of pigment. Although her features remained beautiful, the horrifying skin tone appeared exceedingly grotesque. Her once charming Lolita-style pink dress was now caked with mud and dust, and her little furry boots had lost their color. At a glance, she seemed to be gradually conforming to the aesthetics of this era. However, Yaoyao's reasoning held some merit, and Suo did not forcibly intervene. Regardless of how his Yao Tian transformed, she would always be his cherished little female. The Sanglin tribe, where Suo resided, lay at the junction of mountains and plains, in a semi-basin topography, with a great river coursing through it, stretching for thousands of miles and providing ample water and vitality for the entire tribe. Overall, this place boasted mountains and rivers, abundant resources, making it an exceptionally favorable habitat. From above, hundreds of houses were scattered unevenly, extending from the mountainside to the plains. The male beastmen, in both humanoid and beast forms, frequently passed by, most of them carrying prey that was disproportionate to their size, showcasing their immense strength as they moved swiftly, creating an image reminiscent of ants hefting large beetles. The bustling crowd occasionally included a few robust, stout females. Suddenly, Yaoyao felt a distinctly unfriendly gaze directed at her. Chapter 10. A truly unfortunate child. Yaoyao instinctively glanced over, only to see 3 or 4 females staring intently at her. Among them, the most hostile gaze belonged to the one in the center. This female appeared far more agreeable than the surrounding stout, round-faced females with crooked noses, with wheat-colored skin, well-defined features, and a curvaceous figure. She was of a more voluptuous build. Numerous sycophantic male admirers surrounded her, yet she spared them not a single glance. Her attention solely fixated on Yaoyao and Suo until they disappeared from sight. When nudged by a companion, the speaking female hastily ceased her words, realizing her gaffe, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. "We always thought Suo had an interest in you. Just a couple of days ago, when you mentioned wanting to eat milk beast meat." Suo went hunting the very next day. Shaman was universally acknowledged in the tribe as the most beautiful female aside from Iduo, and with her ample figure and early mating season, she represented formidable reproductive capability, her popularity rivaling that of Miduo. Suo had never expressed affection for any female, including Miduo, while with Shaman who had maintained some interactions with him, even rumors circulating that Shaman was pursuing Suo. Yet now, it seemed they had overthought the situation. When Suo had approached earlier, he hadn't even spared Shaman a glance. Many females, while secretly lamenting, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Shaman, with her arrogance, often attempted to seduce powerful males in the tribe who were already spoken for, leveraging her youth, beauty, and reproductive prowess, which made her utterly detestable. Unaware that those females who feigned kindness towards her were, at that moment, harshly disparaging her. She had grown accustomed to being adored and developed her own temperament and pride. With a cold smile, she sneered, "That female? So I would fancy her? That girl is dark, thin, and small, clearly malnourished and poorly developed. Does she dare to compare herself to me? She probably wouldn't even be able to bear a child. A discarded female from the tribe, thinking she can compete with me? Ridiculous." The other females nodded in agreement, considering her reasoning sound. The new arrival, a dark and thin female, was scorned by the other females, who regarded her with disdain and even a hint of hostility. In contrast, the males displayed a markedly friendlier demeanor. The presence of an additional female in the tribe represented an increased chance of them shedding their bachelor status. Newcomers always captivated the attention of the opposite sex. News of Yaoyao's existence spread quickly throughout the tribe, though it was unclear who had disseminated it. Sa Luo, healer, I need some ointment. The best kind. The very best. Suo, having transformed into his tiger form, carried Yaoyao through the forest, heading directly to the largest earthen structure at the foot of the mountain. The healer's abode, which had been tranquil, was abruptly disrupted by the commotion. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. A mature, composed, brown-haired male emerged, rubbing his temples, appearing thoroughly exasperated. What is the matter? Suo had become increasingly reckless. The little female is injured. Although the wound has scabbed over, there's a possibility of scarring, so I'm here to get some ointment for her. Oh, is that so? The mention of an injured female immediately shifted Sa Luo's demeanor, his irritation dissipating. Upon seeing that Suo was cradling a small, unfamiliar female from another tribe, Sa Luo could intuit the situation. This small, dark, and frail female was clearly from a poor, weak tribe, having suffered from malnutrition since childhood. Truly a wretched little creature. Fortunately, I have some ointment provided by the great shaman, originally intended for the hunting party. I can spare some for you. Chapter 11. Joining the tribe upon hearing the words great shaman. Suo's expression transformed into one of utter reverence. It was a deep-seated admiration and trust that emanated from his very core. Without hesitation, Suo exchanged several beast crystals for a portion of the ointment, applying it generously to Yaoyao. Yaoyao, I will take you to meet our chieftain. There are many matters to attend to if you wish to join the tribe, so hurry up. I shall lead you. Suo was brimming with enthusiasm. Yaoyao was taken aback. Observing that the little female was slow to respond, he transformed directly into his tiger form, his tail wrapping around her waist with precision, effortlessly lifting her as he eagerly dashed towards the largest and most impressive stone house at the center of the tribe. Within the stone house resided the chieftain. The space was vast, yet at a glance, it contained merely a bed, a large wooden table, and several large animal hides pinned to the walls with bones. The chieftain appeared remarkably amiable and gracious, welcoming her to the Sanglin tribe. Currently, the tribe has no vacant rooms, but if you are willing, you may share accommodations with other females in the tribe's communal dwelling. Before he could finish his sentence, the chieftain sensed an intensely scrutinizing gaze. Lifting his head, he beheld Suo standing behind the small female, his expression contorted with exaggerated gestures, as if on the verge of twitch. The two males shared a silent understanding. The clan leader smiled knowingly, cleared his throat, and calmly stated that there were no vacant rooms available in the tribe at the moment. However, he mentioned that Sluo's house was quite spacious, and if she wished, she could temporarily reside with him. Sluo's eyes brightened at the prospect, and he eagerly agreed. The clan leader then briefly outlined some details about the tribe to Yaoyao, emphasizing one crucial matter. In 2 days on the tribe's dual moon day, she and several other newly arrived beastmen must remember to go to Master Siwu for their bloodline registration. Do not forget. Yaoyao nodded in understanding, although she was perplexed about who Master Siwu was and what the bloodline registration entailed. It seemed there were many novel concepts to clarify with Sluo. After washing off the dust of her journey, she donned a bee-skin skirt unique to this era, letting her twin braids cascade down. She continued to use her foundation, striving to maintain a semblance of modern femininity. Sluo, I will wander around the tribe. You need not accompany me. Sluo hesitated slightly, but complied, cautioning her not to stray too far. Just explore the area for a bit. I'll come find you shortly. Alright, Yaoyao nodded. Since she had resolved to integrate into this tribe, acquiring first-hand knowledge of its customs and information was imperative. With the presence of exotic beasts likely nearby, she needed to ascertain the situation swiftly to proceed with her next task. As she aimlessly roamed for half the day, she attracted considerable attention. Without needing to introduce herself, many enthusiastic male beastmen approached her to greet her. In truth, the moment she arrived, all the beastmen had sensed an unfamiliar yet pleasant feminine aura. The entire tribe was aware that a new female had joined them, seemingly from a remote tribe, small and dark in appearance. However, she bore no partner mark. A female without a partner mark was a tantalizing temptation for any male beastman, implying the possibility of becoming her first partner, an esteemed position, replete with affection. Thus, despite Yaoyao's appearance not aligning with the prevailing aesthetic standards of the beastmen, the allure of her status drew many unfamiliar males to her. Tigers, lions, leopards, wolves, and hawks, various creatures with tails, ears, and wings, moved about her, captivating her attention. Initially, Yaoyao considered it mere coincidence. Yet, when several handsome strangers passed her in a mere 10 minutes, their intense gazes lingering on her, it became clear that it was no mere happenstance. Hello, little female. I'm Yaoyao. Are you interested in me? Chapter 12. An overwhelming enthusiasm. The courtship of the beastman was always direct and fervent, often catching one off guard. A striking male approached Yaoyao, blocking her path entirely. She had to lift her head to meet his gaze. This unfamiliar, handsome male had silver hair, high cheekbones, and deep-set eyes, presenting an undeniably attractive visage. The round tiger ears atop his head and the long, striped tiger tail signified his identity as a white tiger beastman. He held freshly picked fruits and a bouquet of flowers, their mingling fragrances delightful to the senses, evidently prepared in advance. These are all for you. He extended his hands, offering the welcome gifts, his amber eyes fixed intently on Yaoyao, unwavering in their gaze. His physique was impressive, rivaling Sluo's, with a fair complexion more appealing by contemporary standards. Yaoyao hesitated, not immediately reaching for the gifts. Yaoyao? I don't seem to recall that name, she said, her voice clear yet softly probing. Upon hearing his name, Yaoyao's heart raced, an indescribable thrill coursing through him, causing his hand to tremble slightly, almost dropping the offerings. Your voice is lovely, so cool and sweet. Although his tone remained composed, he felt a hint of nervousness, his ears flushing with color. I'm Yaoyao, a descendant of the clan leader. Would you like to explore the surroundings? I have lived here for 20 years and know the area well. I can guide you. No, thank you. I'm just taking a stroll. Yaoyao politely declined. Yaoyao remained undeterred. Is there anything you desire? I am an excellent hunter. I can assist you in finding it. I don't need anything. Then, are you hungry? I'll just pick this fruit. Would you like to try it and see if it tastes good? Yaoyao persisted, offering the fruit with a glimmer of hope. Yaoyao took a subtle step back, creating distance. I'm not hungry. The little female's indifference finally struck Yaoyao, leaving him embarrassed as he awkwardly touched his nose, grasping at straws. Do you need assistance? I am strong and capable. I can help with many tasks. I do not require assistance. The ironclad straightforwardness of Yaoyao effectively concluded the conversation. Disappointment flickered in Yaoyao's amber eyes, and the flowers in his hands seemed to wilt. It appeared this little female had little interest in him. The male beastmen surrounding her were all tall and robust, boasting physiques akin to models, clad in mere bee-skin skirts that left much to the imagination. Their muscular bodies and long legs exuded an aura of raw masculinity and vitality, all radiating an irresistible enthusiasm. Yaoyao was the first to approach her, but certainly not the last. Before long, Yaoyao had been approached by no fewer than 5 male beastmen. The sun climbed higher, its rays becoming increasingly intense. Yaoyao wiped the sweat from her brow, noting the telltale signs of her foundation beginning to melt away, shielding her eyes from the midday sun. She pondered for a moment before deciding to halt her wandering. Sluo, what role does your Siwu play? Who is it? After their meal, Yaoyao suddenly inquired. Chapter 13. Master Siwu. Sluo's chewing slowed, his voice somewhat muffled as he responded. Why do you inquire about Master Siwu? Under normal circumstances, Sluo would have readily answered. But today he hesitated, his gaze dropping as he feigned interest in his food, which remained untouched in his bowl. His tiger ears drooped, eyes darting away, clearly wishing to change the subject. There seemed to be a hint of apprehension, or perhaps even dejection. Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This Master Siwu appeared to hold a significant position. Just moments ago, the system had issued a new task directive. Affection task. Please increase Master Siyuan's affection level to 40, friendly status. Task deadline, 1 month. Task reward, favorability lottery, twice. Tian Jishu 10. The issuance of random tasks by the system is directly contingent upon the completion of the main storyline tasks. Logically, the system would not arbitrarily assign favorability tasks towards random individuals unless there exists a significant connection between that individual and the main storyline entity, YSHU. This Si Wu shall serve as the pivotal stone for her main task. Yaoyao, do you harbor any interest in Lord Si Wu? Cautiously, Yaoyao, without a moment's hesitation, expressed her profound interest. With a crisp sound, Si Luo felt a piece of his fervent heart shatter. Although he maintained a stoic exterior while immersed in his meal, his heart was steeped in despondency. Does Yaoyao also have interest in Lord Si Wu? Just like the other females. Yet, she has not even met him. In Yaoyao's mind, could he truly be overshadowed by a strange male whom she had never encountered? A sudden wave of crisis descended upon him. Well, although he indeed could not compete with Lord Si Wu, Si Luo, biting his wooden spoon and oblivious to the pain, had already plunged into the depths of sorrow. Observing Si Luo, resembling an abandoned bride, filled with melancholy and despair, yet too timid to voice any dissent, he could only suppress his resentment and heartache as he silently continued his meal. Yaoyao could not help but explain, "Did not the clan leader say that I should go to Lord Si Wu for bloodline registration 2 days hence? I am not well versed in the matter, so I wish to inquire about Lord Si Wu and the bloodline ceremony." "Oh, is that so?" Si Luo's eyes brightened, instantly rejuvenated, casting aside his previous melancholy and resentment, reverting to the image of a sunny, cheerful young man. "Haha, is that all? Yaoyao, what else do you wish to know? Just ask me. I am well versed in everything." The contrast was rather stark. Through Si Luo's explanation, Yaoyao gained further insights into the character. Lord Si Wu was shrouded in mystery. No one knew his origins. It seemed the clan leader was privy to this knowledge, but refused to divulge any details to the clan members, likely out of fear of violating some taboo. Si Wu arrived in the Singlin tribe 2 years prior, during which he imparted numerous medicinal principles to the tribe, earning the reverence of the beastmen as a messenger of the beast god. He was proficient in divination, predicting calamities, and had aided the Singlin tribe in weathering the rare flood disaster and glacial fire devouring. It could be said that all the beastmen of the tribe held him in the utmost esteem and affection. As for the bloodline ceremony, it was a relatively straightforward affair, a necessary rite for beastmen joining the tribe, aimed at cataloging the newcomer species, numbers, and vital statistics. 2 days hence, on the Double Moon Festival, Yaoyao and several newly arrived male beastmen stood in the grand plaza of the tribe, while Si Luo, the clan leader, and several elders stood outside, reverently observing from the steps. The clan leader was murmuring something, too distant to be heard clearly. The scene felt akin to a sacred ceremony not to be profaned, with all the beastmen, save for Yaoyao, displaying a sense of anticipation and tension. In front of Yaoyao and the newly arrived beastmen lay a silver crystal, shimmering with the cool light of the moon. Suddenly, Yaoyao's body trembled violently. "Beer art so cold. Why has it suddenly turned so chilly?" On a muggy summer evening, Yaoyao had been fanning herself with a banana leaf to alleviate her own discomfort when a cold breeze swept through, instantly dispelling the previous heat and heaviness. The extreme chill caused her to shudder in the midst of summer. It felt as though the most aloof and desolate snow-capped mountains had descended upon the world, carrying with them the crisp breeze and the luminous moonlight, evoking the sensation of the first snow of winter. "Lord Si Wu, these are the newly arrived beastmen." The clan leader's voice resonated with unprecedented reverence and sincerity. Yaoyao turned to follow the source of the sound. She beheld a tall and imposing silhouette emerging under the radiant moonlight, ethereal and aloof, approaching gracefully amidst the silvery glow. His stature was strikingly elegant, his robe billowing freely in the wind, reminiscent of the resplendent moon, exuding an unapproachable, transcendent purity. In that instant, Yaoyao thought of 2 phrases: clear skies after the rain, and a beauty of unparalleled coldness. These descriptors seemed incongruous in the realm of beastmen. Chapter 14, Bloodline Registration Master. Do you see that aloof and handsome fellow? He is your first target for conquest. Yaoyao sigit, het, gazenaruink sidaitli. For he appeared rather difficult to pursue. Fear not, fear not. I shall provide you with foundational teachings. I guarantee you will master him in 3 moves, conquer him in 10, and emerge victorious after 100. Guai Guai patted her little chest, brimming with confidence, diving into the vast sea of system knowledge. Alas, her master was a naive and straightforward girl, requiring meticulous guidance for favorability. What a burden it was for her diligent system. It was rare to find such a devoted and conscientious system. A few minutes later, a series of documents flooded into Yaoyao's mind. She flipped through the pages. But after only two, her previously pleased expression fell instantly. Delete all those documents. Why? But I painstakingly searched through big data to curate these top-notch strategies for you. I even included my favorites. Yaoyao wished she could throw the stack of books at its face, as she argued vehemently, with Guai in her mind. Neither noticed the presence of another nearby. Yuan paused beside Yaoyao, his cold gaze sweeping over her, momentarily taken aback. The deep, cool eyes beneath his light blue cloak blinked slightly, a hint of confusion and amusement shimmering within them. This female's expression was quite rich. Was it sorrow or joy, anger or indignation? A rush of icy sensation surged atop Yaoyao's head, enveloping her entire being with a coldness reminiscent of the first snow of winter. Overwhelming her senses, Yaoyao suddenly snapped back to reality, looking up to find someone before her. This person was pressing a finger against her forehead, the touch cool and smooth as jade. What is this? The instant the thought crossed her mind, her pupils constricted sharply. An overwhelming sense of danger erupted instantaneously, akin to a high-voltage current surging through her. An unprecedented feeling of crisis invaded her mind, accompanied by a powerful external force that fiercely sought to claim its intended target. Before her brain's emergency mechanisms could activate, Yaoyao felt as though she were on the brink of death. It came swiftly and departed just as abruptly. In an instant, that life-threatening sensation vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. She saw that the other party had withdrawn their hand. His fingertip was as white as jade, but at that moment, Yaoyao had no time to admire his beauty, for she noticed a faint azure glow lingering upon his fingertip, contrasting with the bright moon, subtle yet profoundly ethereal. That blue light seemed to emanate from her own forehead. Subsequently, the pale blue orb was infused into the previously prepared silver crystal, merging seamlessly into one. The once dim crystal radiated a soft blue light, which would persist until its master met their demise. Was this the bloodline registration? It forcibly extracted a portion of her soul's energy and then conducted a binding registration. Yaoyao's soul crystal, along with those of the other three newly arrived beastmen, was collected by Si Wu and securely stored in the most tranquil stone abode atop the mountains. This was Lord Si Wu's designated residence in the Sanglin tribe. He cherished tranquility, despised disturbances, and particularly abhorred uninvited intrusions, thus making that place the safest in the tribe. The revered SWDRN, known as UN, is a type of jiaosha. One might wonder if a jiaosha can indeed be classified as a snake. In my understanding, it belongs to the serpent kin with an ancient lineage of dragon blood. Chapter 15. The odor is quite unpleasant upon completing the lineage registration. SWDRN vanished, as if he had never been present. A wave of dizziness washed over Yaoyao, and the scene before her suddenly became indistinct. Yaoyao? It seemed that S. Lu was calling her, yet his voice became ethereal and distant, barely audible. In a panic, S. Lu rushed through the crowd, hastily supporting her. Had he been a moment later, she would have collapsed to the ground. The little female's complexion was pallid, as if she had endured a significant trauma. What could cause this? S. Lu dared not linger, swiftly transporting her to the shaman. Yet S. Lu, the shaman, merely shook his head. As a mere practitioner from a small tribe, his knowledge and skills were insufficient to yield a satisfactory diagnosis. Master, the system has detected that your soul power has been injured. Oh dear, you look dreadful. I'm so worried about you. At least there was some semblance of concern. Yaoyao's eyes fluttered open slightly, and she attempted to clench her fist, but could muster no strength, her body betraying an unsettling weakness. Following the forced extraction of a portion of her soul power during the lineage registration, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of lethargy. However, others who underwent registration did not exhibit such adverse reactions. Why was her body behaving so oddly? Could it be due to her being an outsider? Had she suffered some form of backlash? Ultimately, S. Lu carried her up to the mountain where SW resided. Though SWDRN preferred not to be disturbed by outsiders, S. Lu was too fraught with worry to care. Was the lineage registration the source of the backlash? In her dazed state, a voice, tinged with surprise, reached her ears, a clear, melodious tone akin to the gentle thawing of ice under the warmth of the morning sun. It was low and soothing, a whisper that brought comfort. When Yaoyao finally awoke, it was already the following morning, and S. Lu had departed. As a key member of the hunting team, He bore the responsibility of providing sustenance for the tribe and could not devote all his time to her. Do you feel better? Yaoyao was forcibly roused by an unfamiliar voice. The early sun was bright, causing her delicate eyes to squint instinctively as they shimmered with iridescent light. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment, a spacious stone chamber that resembled a grand fortress. In this austere world of beasts, it felt more like a lavish villa. The floor was adorned with the pelts of rare and exotic creatures, meticulously clean and soft, inviting comfort beneath her feet. Various stones and crystals, vibrant and countless, were embedded within the stone room, casting a gentle glow despite the bright sun. Was she in SW's quarters? At that moment, he had shed the heavy, luxurious moon-white cloak and donned a flowing robe of an unknown fabric in a serene shade of purple. His unbound ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall, exquisitely beautiful, with playful strands occasionally brushing against his long, fair neck, curling delicately over his elegant collarbone and shoulders. His strikingly handsome face was fixed upon her, his gaze filled with curiosity and interest, his long lashes casting soft shadows over his straight nose, and those violet eyes, cold yet subtly alluring, bore into her. As she regained consciousness, Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of a friendly smile gracing his lips. You need to bathe and change your clothes. You are somewhat dirty, and the odor is quite unpleasant. Though his voice was melodious, his words lacked a certain charm. Chapter 16. The patient has yet to return dirty? Yaoyao was unceremoniously cast out to cleanse herself. Nearby SW's stone abode lay a hot spring, its waters shimmering and steaming. Rarely found in the mountains, this spring appeared to have been meticulously crafted, with smooth, dark brown stones arranged comfortably at its edge. It must be said that this SWD knows how to indulge in life. Initially feeling out of place, Yaoyao observed that SW showed no sign of displeasure at her presence. On the contrary, he had thoughtfully placed several loose robes upon the soft stones. Though the fabric was unfamiliar, it felt soft to the touch, a blend between animal hide and cotton, supple and comfortable against the skin. SW had already retreated before her. Sitting by the spring, Yaoyao propped herself up, leaning forward to gaze absently at the water surface. After dawdling for a while, she hesitated to undress, her little feet playfully splashing in the spring, creating ripples that never settled. It felt rather uncomfortable to disrobe in someone else's domain. After a moment of indecision, once she was certain SW had gone far enough, she made a quiet splash. With repeated confirmations of solitude, she finally shed her garments and submerged into the warm spring. The water, around 20 degrees Celsius, displayed a lovely bluish hue, enveloped in a misty vapor that danced and twirled. Unbeknownst to her, a wave of drowsiness began to envelop her. Tears welling in her light eyes. So sleepy. The sleepiness was irresistible. She rubbed her eyes and drifted to the shore, resting on the soft stones, succumbing to slumber. This spring seemed to possess a magical quality, lulling one into a quick sleep. Had she delved deeper into observation, she would have uncovered the mysteries within the waters. Scattered within were shards of glimmering light, and further downstream lay numerous greenish crystals embedded in the soil, emitting a faint glow. As time passed, the radiance of these stones would diminish until they became mere remnants, reduced to ashes, merging with the earth. The extraordinary energy escaping into the spring could nourish the soul and rejuvenate the body, inducing a temporary state of dormancy for optimal healing. These seemingly common green crystals, haphazardly tossed into the water by SWDRN, were in fact the coveted SHNJ, essential resources for prolonging life and ascending to higher realms, pursued feverishly by countless high-ranking beastmen. Inside the stone chamber, wisps of smoke curled. Yun had started a fire, preparing a medicinal broth with a wooden spoon in a stone pot, his demeanor poised and dignified. Outside, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, harmonizing with the picturesque scenery, a true paradise. He had resided in this remote tribe for 2 years, patiently awaiting. Yun had little fondness for disturbances from outsiders. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this way of life. After a short while, the fragrant aroma of the medicinal soup wafted through the air, pleasantly bitter, as it simmered into a thick, dark broth. Yun glanced out the window. Chapter 17. So bitter. SWD, found himself momentarily lost in thought. a flicker of unease rising within him. His gaze was pale, untouched by the slightest imperfection, exuding a pure and frosty calm that silently resisted the proximity of outsiders. His violet eyes, elongated and beautiful, with long lashes casting a gentle shadow, obscured the anxiety brewing beneath. He was adept at concealing his emotions, making it difficult for anyone to discern his unease through those strikingly cold eyes. Yet, even so, a thread of concern subtly seeped through. SWDRN's fingers involuntarily curled, brushing against the scorching stone bowl. In an instant, the intense heat compelled him to retract his hand, returning him to lucidity. How hot? He is an ice element Jiao snake. Even after ascending to become a king beast with absolute, formidable beast source power, he still harbors a deep aversion to high-temperature entities, much like his distaste for that particular individual. He took a piece of bee skin, pressing his fingertip against it to shield himself from the heat, retrieving a scalding stone bowl, which he then placed on the edge of a stone table, standing silently beside it for a moment. Master Siwu rarely exhibited any signs of impatience, but today was an exception. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan first proceeded to the compartment. Though the space was modest, it was meticulously organized and remarkably clean, with not a speck of dust visible in the corners of the stone walls. This place housed all the bloodline crystals of the Sanglin tribe's beastmen, and the 4 crystals at the forefront radiated the most brilliance, having been newly crafted just the night prior. Among all the crystals emitting a faint glow, the foremost one stood out conspicuously, exuding a delicate azure hue, unique and exquisite, reminiscent of the deep sea intertwined with the luminous moon, a subtle beauty that was ethereal in its essence. This was the bloodline crystal of the female. The light still shone brightly, indicating that the individual was unharmed. Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his gaze once more, the unease in his eyes having dissipated entirely, yet a slight chill of intrigue and suspicion quickly emerged, making it difficult to decipher. He fixated on the bloodline crystal for a while, his long brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. As the Siwu and the high priest of the Tengshe Wang city, with unparalleled divination and insight abilities that surpassed all but the royal beast of the Feng clan, he could sense an unusual soul power attached to this bloodline crystal, strange, alien, and utterly out of place, as if it did not belong to this world. A mysterious allure settled in his gaze, deepening with each passing moment. Yet alongside it, a spark of curiosity and a desire for exploration quietly arose, compelling him to unearth further truths. Upon his arrival, Yaoyao was still sprawled in slumber, utterly oblivious. Master, silly host, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up soon, you'll be completely exposed. Do you intend to complete your tasks in such a state? I absolutely cannot allow that. Guai lamented in her consciousness, desperately trying to rouse her, but Yaoyao remained as unresponsive as a deceased pig, utterly unaware of the chilling presence encroaching upon her. The foundation on her face had been miraculously washed away by the magical spring water, leaving her cheeks flushed and radiant, enveloped in a mist. Her snow-white skin soft and smooth, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch. Yuan was taken aback. It had only been a couple of hours. Had she truly transformed from black to white? Was she that dirty? How long had it been since her last bath? He cast a hesitant glance at his originally pristine, exclusive hot spring, where a hint of unsightly black dust now floated on the surface. Being someone who prided himself on cleanliness, he suddenly regretted bringing this female here. Yuan sighed internally, attempting to awaken Yaoyao, but found her utterly unresponsive. Instinctively, he pinched her cheek. It was soft and smooth, an unexpectedly delightful sensation. Unable to resist, he pinched her a couple more times, but it proved futile, as she remained in a deep slumber. Wake up, take your medicine. Upon waking, her mind was still short-circuited, not functioning well. She took a sip, only to spit it out immediately, her face contorting in distaste. It was terribly bitter. Chapter 18. Master Siwu raises 2 rabbits. Yaoyao was not particularly averse to bitter tastes, but the flavor of this medicine was truly shocking. Good medicine is often bitter, beneficial for the body. Master Siwu's expression revealed little sympathy. His tone was cold and indifferent as he held a wooden spoon suspended in midair, stubbornly intent on feeding her. A clump of paste-like dark brown medicine emitted a nauseatingly bitter odor that invaded her nostrils. Yaoyao sniffed, casting a glance before deciding to throw the covers over her head. instantly creating a large bump where she had disappeared. Yuan, come out and take your medicine. No, it's bitter. The two parties remained in a stalemate for several seconds, the passing moments stretching out interminably. Yuan narrowed his eyes, ultimately exhaling a sigh. As if resigned to his fate, he left for a brief moment, returning with several pieces of sugar cubes. The cubes appeared sizable, yet the concentration was remarkably high. Crushing one and sprinkling it into the medicinal concoction made it sweet enough to melt the heart. Surprised that sugar cubes existed in the beast realm, Yaoyao speculated that the knowledge level of this world was evidently more advanced than what she had learned in the system. Master Siwu raises two rabbits, perhaps? During the process of being fed medicine, Yaoyao's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of two pure, snow-white figures bouncing into view, exceptionally eye-catching. Curiously, she turned her head to discover two small white rabbits, pure as snow, with their long ears perked up. As the two fluffy creatures hopped about, they attentively perked their soft, furry ears to catch the slightest sound, eventually bouncing underneath her bed. It seemed they were attracted by the scent of the medicine. Their damp, black noses twitched incessantly. One particularly lively rabbit demonstrated its eagerness, clawing at the fur rug that hung over the edge of the bed, seemingly attempting to climb up. However, it was quite plump, round and chubby, resembling a fluffy white ball, and its movements were clumsy, so it remained at ground level. Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing it was being laughed at, the round little white head abruptly lifted, and it shyly retreated its non-existent neck, resembling an even fluffier ball. Yaoyao locked eyes with it, noticing its moist, misty eyes gleaming like brilliant rubies, fixated intently on the medicine before her. A genuine rabbit was clearly intrigued. The other one followed suit. Thus, the two fluffy creatures moved in synchrony, their long ears drooping slightly, angled downwards at a 45-degree angle. Their ruby-like eyes unwaveringly focused on Yaoyao and the medicinal soup, filled with evident longing. If it weren't for the shortness of their tails, Yaoyao could almost imagine them wagging their tails eagerly beneath the bed, observing the two rabbits and the curiosity radiating from Yaoyao. Master Siwu felt a subtle shift within. The medicinal soup was concocted from precious herbs. They would undoubtedly relish it, and she could feed them a bit. Master Siwu's voice was cool as he cast a fleeting glance at the two restless rabbits, revealing little emotion. He directly picked up the more active one by its ears. Despite the rabbit's vigorous resistance, he unceremoniously handed it to Yaoyao. The fluffy creature's fur was pure and delicate, untainted by dust, reflecting Master Siwu's meticulous nature. The rabbit's soft and velvety fur felt delightful to the touch, evoking memories of her own little black cat. The moment the plump rabbit landed in Yaoyao's arms, it froze, ceasing all movement, as if a switch had been flipped, becoming a motionless puppet, allowing itself to be tortured repeatedly. Oh no! It was in the embrace of a strange female, and being petted by her, its purity was compromised. Internally weeping, these two were Highland snow rabbits, known for their keen sense of smell and remarkable cold resistance. Chapter 19. Braised rabbit heads are quite delicious. What on earth was Master Siwu doing raising rabbits? Each one was so plump. Suddenly, Yaoyao found herself yearning for the taste of braised rabbit heads. They were quite fragrant. It has been quite a while since I last indulged, and if I can procure some seasonings and ingredients in a couple of days, I might be able to concoct a sumptuous feast to tantalize my palate. I wonder if it will hurt. The little rabbit, upon standing, shook its plump body, its long ears flopping chaotically. The left ear awkwardly drooped to the ground, while the right ear hung askew on its chubby form. In the blink of an eye, the two rabbits vanished, fleeing as if from a plague. Was she truly that terrifying? Master Siwu had prepared some medicine for her, and learning from past experiences, he had sweetened the concoctions with sugar cubes. Perhaps due to Siwu's lavish use of crystals and potions, Yaoyao's spiritual energy had nearly returned to its former strength. Spiritual energy, in a sense, also represents mental power. She felt her mental faculties, reset upon her arrival in this new realm, gradually reviving. As a beast tamer, possessing formidable mental prowess is her sole weapon. Guai guai, is my mental energy sufficient now? Can I summon my little hay? Today, however, the system remained unusually silent, and Yaoyao sensed an unsettling change. Typically, this entity would chatter incessantly within her consciousness, capable of conversing for days without pause. If not for her habitual tendency to mute its incessant prattle, her mind would have surely succumbed to chaos. Yet today, after having awakened for quite some time, it had uttered not a single word. She even checked her communication settings to find it had not been silenced. Master, have you not yet grasped the gravity of the situation? After an eerie silence, the storm finally broke, and Guai Guai's voice surged forth, tinged with a whiny, tearful tone. Oh no, you foolish thing. That male has seen you undraped. You went to the hot springs, and no matter how I called, I could not rouse you from your slumber. You slept as if you were a lifeless beast, completely oblivious to others entering. It was that male orc who dressed you and carried you to bed. Guai Guai's mind was flooded with the nauseating, scandalous news it had recently stumbled upon. Good heavens! Its master, who appeared aloof, was indeed quite naive, lacking in guile. Not to mention her delicate appearance, innocent and harmless, resembling a mere child, made her a quintessential victim in those sordid tales. Yaoyao was taken aback. She had sensed something amiss, and now it became clear that her memories had strayed. What transpired afterward? Regardless, she had nothing to worry about, and her voice remained calm. Guai Guai pouted, its emotions gradually stabilizing. Well, it seems that nothing significant occurred. That male hardly glanced at you before whisking you away to prepare your medicine. Hee master. Your figure and allure seem lacking. Look how indifferent he was towards you. Guai Guai resumed its mocking demeanor. Silence. Was this the same Guai Guai that had been so distressed moments ago? Without hesitation, Yaoyao muted it. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, the hunting team, led by Si Luo, descended into chaos. Dozens of orcs transformed into their beast forms, encircling two fierce tigers, one yellow and one white, who bore numerous wounds. Chapter 20. Open conflict and subtle rivalry. In stark contrast to the hesitant white tiger, the orange-striped tiger exhibited greater strength and a more formidable presence. The roar of the tigers echoed ominously, showcasing their sharp fangs and unrestrained ferocity. Both tigers assumed aggressive stances, and while the hunting team attempted to intervene, Si Luo and Mi Lai, the only two fifth-tier orcs in their squad, were far too powerful for anyone else to approach, let alone intervene. Si Luo and Mi Lai had never seen eye to eye. Their equivalent strengths and pride made them fierce competitors for the position of clan leader, often engaging in both overt and covert skirmishes. Si Luo was the only mutated beast in the tribe, unmatched in talent and strength, while Mi Lai was the current leader's most promising offspring, equally exceptional. The orange-striped tiger, agitated, ground its teeth while emitting low growls, its amber eyes glinting with a ruthless coldness, fixed on the timid white tiger that showed signs of wanting to flee. Mi Lai, I discovered the milk beasts first. They are my prey. If you do not relinquish them, I shall sink my teeth into you. The phrase tear apart was not merely for show. In the orc world, food scarcity made the act of stealing another's catch a grave offense, even justifying the act of killing. Though Si Luo feigned compliance before Yaoyao, this was merely a facade. The innate ferocity coursing through orc blood would not diminish. The orange-striped tiger's roar resounded like thunder, its muscles taut with rage, poised to pounce and rend its opponent to shreds. The white tiger, Mi Lai, remained resolute, refusing to yield, a cold smirk curling at the corners of its mouth. I captured this prey. I personally bit down to claim its bloodline, and everyone witnessed it. What gives you the right to claim it was yours first? Mi Lai was well aware that Si Luo had spotted the milk beast first. However, it was Si Luo's relentless vigilance over nearly a day that allowed Mi Lai to seize the opportunity at the last moment. Yet so what? In the minds of the orcs, there was no concept of first come, first served. They revered strength above all else, adhering to the law of the jungle. Both Si Luo and Mi Lai were acutely aware that females favored the meat of milk beasts. Si Luo intended to present it to Yaoyao to bolster her health, while Mi Lai sought to offer it to the aloof yet captivating newcomer to win her favor. Back in the tribe, Yaoyao, dutifully consuming her medicine, suddenly sneezed. Who was speaking of her? The negotiations faltered, and Si Luo, no longer restraining himself, fixed his crimson eyes on the opportunity, pouncing with the force of a rock, his powerful limbs striking like lightning, taking the white tiger down. His teeth, sharp as blades, aimed for the white tiger's neck, but at the last moment Mi Lai evaded, and the two tigers once again distanced themselves. Si Luo's dominance overshadowed the orc pack, his strength clearly prevailing. Although Mi Lai was not a mutated beast, His fifth-tier prowess made it challenging for Si Luo to dispatch him effortlessly. After a prolonged struggle, with the outcome uncertain, the two tigers finally relented as dusk approached, and the hunting time was nearing its limit. Having exchanged threats, Si Luo hurried to a nearby stream to cleanse his wounds, washing away the muddy blood. He did not want Yaoyao to see him in such a disheveled and bloody state. He wanted to appear clean and handsome, fearing she might find him repulsive. Milai joined him at the riverbank to tend to his own injuries, which were slightly more numerous, yet his demeanor remained undaunted. Father often boasts of your prowess as the tribe's foremost warrior. I am eager to see just how strong you truly are. He had harbored doubts for many years. Chapter 21. Yaoyao must have endured much ultimately. After discussions among the hunting team, the rare milk beasts were divided between Si Luo and Milai, each receiving 55%, barely averting further conflict. Sua felt quite disheartened, dragging along the food he had caught, his long, coarse black-striped tail swishing with frustration as he trudged along, deeply melancholic. After venting his anger, the mere thought of Yaoyao washed over him with an overwhelming sense of desolation. This hunting expedition had not yielded anything worthy to present to her. What could he possibly do? A heavy shadow seemed to envelop the large yellow tiger as a torrential downpour drummed ominously, chilling his heart. In contrast, Milai appeared remarkably at ease. Females typically favored mammalian meat, and he intended to offer his share of mammalian flesh to the little female. Surely she would come to appreciate him. His mind wandered into delightful fantasies, intoxicatingly vivid. Milai could not help but cover half of his face with a paw, trailing at the back of the group, joyfully wagging his tail and chuckling lightly. What a lunatic! One could only wonder how a great white tiger could follow behind him, lost in thought and grinning foolishly, with a mouth that seemed to split wider than it should, startling any creature with a delicate heart. A lunatic! Fortunately, Su was oblivious to Milai's infatuation with his beloved Yaoyao, consumed solely by his own anger and indignation. While he mentally cursed Milai's ancestors 100 times over, hastily darting away, the large yellow tiger disdainfully flung the fairly shared portion of mammalian meat onto his back, lifted his chin, and emitted a derisive snort towards the white tiger behind him, before swiftly breaking away from the group and wandering several hundred meters ahead into the jungle. He initially intended to depart early to avoid encountering certain displeasing individuals. However, before he could stray far, something caught his eye. Above the lush, green, tropical foliage, some vibrant red fruits were perfectly ripened, heavy and ready to fall. What treasure! Yaoyao would undoubtedly relish them. The amber gaze of the yellow tiger sparkled with renewed hope. He paced a few steps beneath the tree, then unloaded the food from his back, stepping back 2 paces, and with a mighty leap of his hind legs, he ascended the trunk a couple of meters. These trees must have been decades old, their trunks robust like oversized water barrels, with a slight arc in the middle capable of supporting the weight of the climbing tiger. The rough bark bore numerous jagged scars. The tiger's sharp claws skillfully utilized the friction to ascend, and at the limit of his climb, he reached out and grasped a cluster of fruits, leaping back down with remarkable agility. The entire process was swift and fluid, a true spectacle. He descended as gracefully as a lithe leopard rather than a tiger. Upon landing, Sua triumphantly snorted, and as he lowered his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of several small saplings sprouting from the base of the grand tree, delicate and tender. The large tiger hesitated for a moment, then set aside the fruits in his mouth and approached the saplings. With a serious demeanor, he began to dig a hole. Yes, indeed he was digging. Sua carefully uprooted the saplings, meticulously trimming away the withered leaves in order to enhance their survival chances, ensuring that the roots retained a bit of moist soil. A smile spread across Sua's face as his earlier frustration evaporated. How had he not thought of this before? He could cultivate more saplings to plant in front of his dwelling, enabling Yaoyao to enjoy fresh, juicy fruits every day. Without further ado, Sua transformed into his human form, binding his mammalian meat, saplings, and fruits together, dividing them into 3 portions. He hummed a cheerful tune passed down through his tribe while carrying his load, eager to return home. He wondered how Yaoyao was faring with the master shaman. Was she comfortable? Happy? The master shaman was notoriously cold and unyielding, disliking outsiders. Surely, Yaoyao had suffered many grievances there. Meanwhile, Yaoyao, the one Sua had been longing for, was indulging in hearty meals and consuming medicine at an astonishing rate. The endless cycle of being fed continued unabated, as after each round, another would promptly follow, tireless and unrelenting. "I'm already full," Yaoyao reiterated for the 7th time, only to be met with the master shaman's devoid of emotion response. "You are eating too little. This is insufficient." Had she really consumed 3 large bowls? Yaoyao stared at him in disbelief for a considerable time. From a master shaman's striking violet eyes, lengthy curled lashes, to his exquisitely sculpted nose and lips, she scrutinized every inch of him, striving to comprehend his feeding standards, yet she remained baffled. Regardless, she felt full. Any further consumption would surely stretch her belly to its limits. Especially that thick, sticky, and pungent soup medicine, she had no desire to drink another drop. Under the master shaman's relentless insistence, Yaoyao reluctantly pulled the covers over herself, nestled into the plush blanket, revealing only her large, clear eyes that pleaded for mercy. Their gazes intertwined. The master shaman's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly oblivious to her urgent entreaty, his enchanting purple eyes darkening with displeasure as he stated, "I do not favor wasteful use of medicinal herbs." Since awakening, she had not seen that garment again, since the master shaman had assisted her in changing into new clothes. Her old animal skin skirt must have been discarded. Discarded? She gasped, her eyes widening in shock. It was not clean, nor was it particularly comfortable to wear. The master shaman appeared unable to comprehend the despair that surged forth from Yaoyao. Why would one wish to retain such inferior, ordinary animal skin? The attire he later provided was crafted from the exquisite silk of the Nanhai Jiaoren clan, precious and soft. Even the final garment was meticulously sewn by him. As a member of the Jiaosha clan, tailoring was a specific skill awakened after reaching adulthood, yielding exquisitely beautiful garments. Clothes made by male beastmen of the Serpent clan were exceptionally favored by land females. It made no sense that females would prefer ordinary animal skins. Yao sighed, resting her chin in her hands, feeling utterly dejected. Yet it contained my foundation, the very first outfit gifted to her by Suo in this unfamiliar world, holding immense sentimental value. Huh? He raised his eyes, sensing her despondency, and attentively listened. It was merely a small bottle, containing something of great importance to her. Something very significant? Had he lost it? The master shaman fell silent for a moment, suddenly seeming to recall something, before turning and exiting the room with remarkable swiftness, seemingly on a quest for something. Yaoyao could not help but lift her gaze, following his retreating figure with hopeful eyes for quite some time, until she saw the master shaman re-entering through the door. The instant he appeared, she was startled. Why did the word enter come to mind in that moment? He seemed to have just emerged from water. Tiny, glistening droplets slid down his slightly damp, elongated lashes. His skin appeared smoother and more translucent than that of ordinary male beastmen, with an exceptionally rare texture that lacked fine hairs, rendering it remarkably soft and tender. The trajectory of the water droplets descended effortlessly, gliding past his prominent nose and the subtly tinted lips, softly colored and slightly pale, as they fell, tracing the exquisite contours of his delicate, cool white collarbone, plummeting downward. His gaze was instantly drawn to her at the center of his vision, his elongated purple irises narrowing slightly, seemingly infused with a hint of moisture, glimmering with a captivating clarity. "Is this what you desire?" he inquired, a small vial appearing in his hand, with a serpentine grace. He approached her, extending his hands to present it before her. Chapter 23. The species of skewers is remarkably unique. Yaoyao obidinkit. Catching a glimpse of tiny droplets cascading down the alluring curves of his muscular form, falling with a soft splash. His satin black hair cascaded straight down to his slender waist, concealing much of his cool, white skin. The inky tips of his hair curled slightly, emanating a misty, refreshing fragrance. He regarded her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His voice cool and intoxicating. "Is this what you desire?" Skewers glided closer, placing the vial in her hands before retreating to the partition in search of clean robes. Faced with this unprecedented and intriguing species, Yaoyao could not suppress her curiosity. The moment Skewers turned away, she quietly lifted her head from the bedding, her eyes sparkling with interest as she peered to observe the novel species from behind. "Silly host, why are you staring so lewdly at another male? I never expected you to be this kind of person." "How utterly despicable," Guai scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Do you not find Siwu Daren's beast form particularly special? Thus, both of them turned their gazes towards him, their eyes gleaming with fascination. The upper half of Siwu Daren's body was that of a bear human, while his lower half transformed into a snake's tail, shimmering with a captivating purple light. However, it was not a standard serpent's tail. His tail extended to an impressive 10 meters, yet it did not drag behind. It moved with remarkable speed. The delicate blue and purple scales layered upon his elongated tail were tightly packed, yet remarkably resilient, showcasing astonishing defensive and cutting capabilities. Interspersed among the scales were glimmering grayish hues that reflected enchanting, multicolored ripples of light. Unlike ordinary snakes, a faint, transparent dorsal fin adorned his back and tail, hinting at fish-like characteristics. More accurately, this was a trait of the Jiaolong, a creature of ancient lineage. While Siwu Daren was occupied in the compartment, changing his attire, Yaoyao took the opportunity to check her current favorability rating with him. The result was an 8. She paused for a moment, considering that 2 days of interaction had yielded a single-digit value, which should not be deemed insignificant, right? Yet, it felt painfully meager. Bubbles of melancholy surfaced within her as Guai Guai's incessant mockery echoed in her ears, plunging her spirits even lower. At this juncture, the system issued a new task directive. Random task. Please collect a scale from Siwu Daren. Deadline. 3 days. Task reward. Unknown. Yaoyao exclaimed. Why is there yet another hellish difficulty task? This has nothing to do with me. It's not my fault. I am entirely blameless. Guai Guai's tone was assertive, her enunciation precise, and her attempts at justification remarkably skilled. I believe your nonsense. Sighing, she recognized that the task must be accomplished regardless. A favorability score of 40, based on the current pace, would likely become a long-term endeavor. Given the favorability of 8, how could she cunningly procure even a small scale from Siwu Daren? This posed a dilemma that required careful contemplation. At the stone square, the bonfire blazed until twilight descended. As the Siwu, the cleansing ritual was led by him. The path downhill twisted and turned, making orientation difficult. Yaoyao decided to follow closely behind him for convenience. Watch your step on the rocks, tread carefully, and do not fall. In the distance, she spotted a familiar figure energetically hopping and waving, her eyes widening in recognition. As she drew closer, the calls grew louder, resonating like thunder. Yaoyao, look at me. I'm here. Si Luo exclaimed, his bright orange head bobbing amidst the crowd, attempting to capture the attention of a favored female. His orange and black striped tail wagged excitedly behind him. Perched atop his head were a pair of tiger ears, flattened beneath a wooden basket, revealing only 2 small, orange-tipped points, while the basket brimmed with an assortment of fresh fruits, releasing a sweet aroma. Chapter 24. Who did you fight with? Yaoyao ventured out still adorned with foundation, yet this time it felt somewhat different. The foundation appeared less effective, as if it had absorbed water. Upon inspecting the bottle, she gasped. Indeed, water had infiltrated it. Fresh air uplifted her spirits, and her steps became notably lighter, bouncing with the energy of a restless rabbit. From a distance, Yaoyao noticed Si Luo pushing through the throng, his head adorned with a basket swaying precariously. He let 2 fruits tumble to the ground, but made no move to retrieve them, his excited, bright eyes darting towards her. The other hunters, weary and covered in dirt, appeared utterly exhausted as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, relishing their brief respite. Occasionally, a few with more vigor endeavored to replenish their energy with food. Yet their faces remained pale and haggard, their backs hunched and dirty, clearly having endured considerable hardship. Each hunting expedition consumed vast amounts of energy, which is why every tribe established 3 or more hunting teams to manage the hunter schedules. In stark contrast, Si Luo radiated vitality. As if he had just returned from a leisurely trip, his eyes sparkling as he beamed at Yaoyao, his smile reminiscent of a carefree fool. Yaoyao, I've missed you so much in the past 2 days. Can we embrace? I've washed myself thoroughly in the river. I'm all clean now. As Si Luo eagerly approached, Yaoyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her nose twitching. Though he appeared clean, a faint scent of blood lingered around him. What had he been up to? Had he encountered danger while hunting? Sure enough, she quickly spotted a fresh wound on his handsome face. Although it had begun to scab, the still red mark indicated that it would not heal swiftly. His face appeared relatively unscathed, save for that one wound, suggesting he had taken care to protect it. However, a closer look revealed numerous scratches and bite marks on his neck, alongside bruises indicating he had been in a scuffle. "Ow, yow, yow, that hurts," Luo exclaimed, startled as she playfully poked at his tender wound, causing him to jump back. "It hurts, yet you still win a fight." Luo's gaze faltered, his amber eyes narrowing in surprise, as if he hadn't anticipated being seen through so swiftly. "Who did you fight with? That wound clearly indicates you were in a brawl." "I did not engage in a fight, but upon noticing the peculiar gaze of Yaoyao, Lu swallowed hard and quickly changed his words, claiming, "I was the one who struck him. I suffered no loss. He was injured more severely than I." He punctuated his statement with a proud tone, recalling the satisfying sound of the punch. Chapter 25. May I join you in your studies? Ultimately, observing his playful demeanor, she decided it was not worth her effort to intervene. A wave of maternal exhaustion washed over Yaoyao as she rubbed her forehead in resignation. She contemplated admonishing him, but faced with an adult male who was even taller than herself, she deemed it unnecessary. "All right then." Lu feigned a dramatic walk, chuckling mischievously. He slyly winked, akin to a child hiding a precious treasure, deliberately presenting an enigmatic riddle. His comical appearance evoked smiles from those around. "By the way, Yaoyao, these are for you. Enjoy them slowly. If they are insufficient, I can gather more. I am strong and capable. Quickly, do not dawdle." After a mock threat from Yaoyao, Lu let out a whimper of feigned grievance before leaping into the throng of beastmen with the grace of a majestic tiger. The washing ceremony is, in fact, quite simple. The high shaman was followed by 2 devoted beastman attendants, each holding a bowl of clear spring water, renowned for its miraculous ability to wash away fatigue. The high shaman, with a deft touch, applied the water to the foreheads of the beastmen while reciting a few cryptic prayers to the beast god. His voice was elegant and detached, yet it stirred the hearts of all present, causing the beastmen to stand erect, their expressions solemn, as if on a pilgrimage. Curiosity piqued. Yaoyao could not help but observe while munching on the fruits Lu had gathered. She had already devoured 2 cores. The taste is quite delightful. In the stone pile square, the hunters lined up orderly, one by one approaching the high shaman, bowing respectfully. Subtly, one could perceive faint strands of bluish-purple light swirling around the high shaman's fingertips, resembling translucent serpents in flight, ethereal and beautiful. Under the shaman's conscious guidance, the light was transferred into the center of the foreheads of the beastmen. The glimmers vanished entirely into their brows. In the next moment, the beastmen opened their eyes anew, their previous weariness completely dispelled, replaced by an invigorating vitality. One particularly boisterous beastman thumped his chest and bellowed that he could hunt hundreds more beasts. The effect was astonishing. After the high shaman completed the washing rituals for all the hunting team members, he distributed precious energy crystals during the concluding ceremony. Thus, the washing ceremony was successfully concluded. Lu was the first to burst from the crowd, his urgency palpable. With an exhilarating cry of Yaoyao, he bounded toward her, enveloping her in a fierce embrace, his fluffy head nuzzling against her as he finally satisfied the yearning that had consumed him for days. Just as anticipated, the embrace was soft and comfortable. Izt's eyes narrowed slightly, her cool gaze settling on Yaoyao, who was nearly suffocated in the embrace of a tiger tribe male. Her cheeks flushed. A hint of displeasure, unnoticed by her, mingled in her otherwise calm expression. Particularly, the tiger's strength had wrinkled the garment she wore, a sight that was decidedly unappealing. As the high shaman moved to intervene, a bashful voice called out from behind him, laced with a pleading tone. "High shaman, Du has completed her studies at the healer's place. May I join you in your studies tomorrow?" After inquiring on a forum, it seemed that new books must be signed and consist of at least 50,000 words to ascend the new book rankings, aside from a few established authors. The high shaman had tossed a small vial aside. He resided on the mountainside of Shn, where a river flowed to the deep sea, a plot point I shall not divulge just yet. The high shaman had a penchant for collecting rare, sparkling items, which he cast into that river. Du's small vial, made of unique material that reflected light beautifully, had fallen to the ground. Without a second thought, the shaman had tossed it into the river, storing it there. "That won't do." Without a moment's hesitation, he rejected her request, turning to face the blushing female before him with a mixture of aloofness and regret. I have matters to attend to and cannot spare much time for you. He offered a gentle smile, refined and rare, which captivated the heart. Mdu felt her heartbeat quicken, her palms growing clammy with tension. She was the only precious female offspring of the chief of the S'Ng tribe, the fairest maiden in the land, newly matured, and yet without a mate or prospective partner. Furthermore, she was the sole inheritor of the healer's legacy. With a pleasant disposition, high status, and striking beauty, she attracted numerous ardent suitors from both the S'Ng tribe and the mightier WNSHU city. Before the arrival of the high shaman, her ideal partner might have been a powerful warrior like Lu or a robust young male from one of the tribe leaders. However, upon the high shaman's entrance into her life, all her standards were upended. Never before had she encountered such a formidable and charismatic male. From the moment she laid eyes on Yuan, she was resolute that only a king beast capable of commanding respect from even the most formidable fathers was worthy of becoming her first mate. The ambition swirling in her gaze was perfectly masked, and she suppressed her displeasure, maintaining an unperturbed facade, smiling sweetly, and responding, "Then how about the day after tomorrow?" He would be occupied crafting potions for tomorrow, the uniqueness of her body and soul capturing all his attention and time. "The high shaman is quite busy, I understand," Mdu insisted, striving to display her understanding. "It is just that I am eager to learn healing arts to contribute to the tribe and everyone else. Witnessing so many tribesmen suffer daily makes me anxious." Perhaps I have rambled on. Even though Yuan's demeanor toward the beastmen was considered friendly, Mdu understood that this king beast's cold and detached nature was unmistakable, a trait that no amount of charm could disguise. The passion and affection of a serpent male beastman were reserved solely for their one true mate, which was the prize she had yearned for over the past 2 years. Faintly, one could hear the high shaman's cool, deep voice, "Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and even the day after that, come to me each morning at the same time. Do not be late. Do I still have to keep taking medicine?" Their conversation faded into the distance, becoming increasingly indistinct. In an instant, Mdu's previously gentle and charming eyes widened, her lips biting down hard enough to draw blood. A chilling sensation coursed through her veins, and darkness flickered in her gaze. The high shaman had no time for her, yet allowed another unfamiliar female to visit his abode? For 2 years, she had never once been to Yuan's dwelling. The female was a stranger, presumably new to the tribe, dark and slender. Even lacking the stature of her 110, she appeared not yet mature, devoid of any scent of heat. Lacking beauty, capability, and even the fundamental ability to bear offspring, she was thoroughly unremarkable. Her extraordinary charm allowed Si Wu to run to gather around her, bestowing upon her such favoritism. However, Mi Duo, constantly encircled by a throng of orcs, suddenly found the world lacking in allure. These mundane males could not even compare to the mere fingertip of Wang Shoudaran, leaving her devoid of any sense of accomplishment. The vanity of the females remained unfulfilled, creating a void that was utterly terrifying. Once jealousy took root, its devastation could be cataclysmic. To her astonishment, even Su Luo, whom she had once favored, was now fawning over that female, eager to please. Even more alarming was the fact that her brother, Mi Lai, had also gravitated towards that female. Mi Duo felt as though the world had taken a surreal turn, her sharp fingertips unconsciously slicing into her palm. Chapter 27. The chilling gaze Yaoyao retreated a couple of steps, her tone calm, as she inquired, "Are you Mi Lai?" Mi Lai's eyes lit up, surprised that the little female remembered his name. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. He intended to step closer to strengthen their bond, but suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze pierce his back, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily, a primal reaction of the orcs to impending danger. He raised his gaze to meet the composed and indifferent eyes of Si Wu Darun. Mi Lai felt a sudden pang of confusion, as if he had just been targeted by a fearsome beast, leaving him paralyzed with fright. In that moment of bewilderment, Su Luo's brilliant and obedient eyes darkened with a fierce intensity, brimming with burgeoning rage. His tail lashed violently as he let out a series of growls, darting in front of Yaoyao to confront Mi Lai directly, adopting the most aggressive stance. How dare he approach? Does he still have the audacity to curry favor with Yaoyao using the milk beast that rightfully belongs to me? Look at how he gazes at Yaoyao, lustful and insatiable. Su Luo could no longer contain himself and lunged at him, intent on tearing him apart. Humph. Yaoyao, this is the scoundrel I warned you about. You must not look at him. He is utterly useless. Anyone who cannot defeat him is equally worthless. Mi Lai scoffed, his confidence unshaken. Who says I cannot defeat you? Furthermore, pursuing a female is my affair. What business is it of yours? Are you her mate? What right do you have to stand in her way? A sudden remark seemed to strike a chord with Su Luo, causing his growl to diminish slightly. Yet he remained like a protective child, fierce and baring his teeth. In truth, Mi Lai was quite capable, and his appearance was passable from Su Luo's perspective, as he had garnered the affection of several females. Su Luo feared that Yaoyao might unwittingly be lured away by this somewhat attractive rogue, an occurrence he resolutely refused to allow. Filled with fighting spirit, Su Luo longed to teach this scoundrel a lesson. However, with numerous clan members present and Si Wu De run nearby, he dared not act recklessly, for the consequences could result in punishment and a lengthy separation from Yaoyao. Yaoyao observed the two with some exasperation, casting a glance at their wounds, which bore an eerie resemblance, though Mi Lai's injuries appeared more severe. She was astute enough to discern Mi Lai's intentions towards the female, hence she maintained a deliberate distance. She stated coolly, I do not like you, nor will I accept you as a mate. She did not wish to incur any emotional debts in this realm. In a world where males outnumbered females, once a male bonded with a female, he would be marked with a mate's insignia, which could only be removed upon the death of the mate or through dissolution, remaining forever otherwise. A male could only bond once in his lifetime. As a task-bearer of this realm, Yaoyao was unaware of when her mission would conclude or when she would depart. Thus she refrained from entangling herself in emotional debts in this peculiar situation, implying that he would only grow more resolute in his pursuit. Mi Lai presented Yaoyao with all the prey he had captured, including the milk beast he had seized from Su Luo, and left with an air of nonchalance, entirely ignoring her rejection. Su Luo was enraged, and Yaoyao quickly patted its head, soothing the big cat's disgruntled fury. Under the gentle caress of her soft hands, Su Luo purred contentedly, letting go of its irritation. Su Luo lifted its head, its round, fluffy ears perked up, joyfully circling around Yaoyao, and slyly nudged against her waist, intending to show some affection. Suddenly, a cold and piercing gaze struck him, causing him to jump back in fright. Chapter 28. The Culinary Tiger Accepted. Si Wu De run, who had been observing coldly from behind, finally made a move. It's merely some hunted game. If you don't wish to eat it, discard it. As the campfire dimmed, night descended. Su Luo, what have you hung outside the house? The embellishments appeared quite vibrant. After pondering for a moment, Yaoyao managed to conjure an apt description. So splendid. Su Luo, proud as a peacock, assumed she was complimenting him. Those were exquisite and rare fragrant herbs and blooming fruits, which would not wilt for a long time. Their scent could ward off pests and was incredibly pleasant. The females of the tribe adored them. Su Luo, carrying his beloved female, ran with abandon, garnering envious glances from many males. His little vanity swelled with pride. In fact, I also hunted some furs, which many females desire but cannot find. They are specially for you, Yaoyao. As Su Luo dashed, humming an unknown tune, Yaoyao's long hair danced in the wind. He still needed time to tan the furs, but once completed, they would be hung outside along with the fragrant herbs and food. When the cold winter arrived, he would make her warm clothes that she would surely adore. Thank you, Su Luo. Yaoyao felt touched, yet harbored an inexplicable guilt. If her memory served correctly, Su Luo had wished to become her mate, yet she decided to compensate him in other ways in the future. Su Luo had planted several young trees in front of the house. The holes dug neither too deep nor too shallow, soil piled neatly, and watered adequately. The tender leaves suggested a high survival rate for the saplings. What kind of tree is this? This is a berry tree. Its red fruits can be eaten raw or used in cooking. They are delicious. This variety grows quickly, and by next year, you should be able to enjoy the first batch of berries. Yaoyao. Su Luo peeked through the small window, still busy inside preparing a meal. Originally, Yaoyao was supposed to cook for him that evening, but he appeared so invigorated that he showed no signs of fatigue. Su Luo would not grant her the opportunity to cook. Yaoyao wanted to assist him, but ultimately, she was overwhelmed by Su Luo's diligence, leaving no room for her to interject. In truth, Yaoyao lacked confidence in her culinary skills. While Su Luo's cooking clearly showed he had been honing his craft from a young age, it was exceedingly delicious. Seeing him so engrossed, she refrained from competing for the kitchen. By the time Yaoyao had nibbled on 2 fruits, Su Luo had already prepared feast. A large plate of chicken, golden and enticing, adorned with fresh green scallions, filled the air with a mouth-watering aroma that awakened the most primal appetites. Accompanying it was a small bowl of steamed soup, filled with various greens she could not name, floating delicately in the refreshing broth, enticingly light and thirst-quenching. He had prepared 5 or 6 dishes in total, each a culinary masterpiece. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yaoyao and Su Luo retired to rest, sleeping side by side in the spacious room, one on the left and one on the right. She fell asleep quickly, initially alone, but suddenly felt something soft and fluffy enveloping her. The thick fur and the warm, stuffy air brought a sense of suffocation. Chapter 29. Strange Dreams. Yaoyao was awoken from her slumber, her little face flushed and drenched in sweat. In the sweltering summer heat, she was tightly embraced by a thick-furred tiger, leaving no room for air and leaving her feeling uncomfortable and sticky. Suo. She attempted to rouse him, but he was deeply asleep. Unable to bear the heat any longer, she pushed against the heavy weight on her. Yet, the creature was a large tiger, measuring 5 or 6 meters in length and weighing several hundred pounds. After finally managing to shift it slightly, the tiger instinctively pressed back against her chest, purring softly, a sound that was oddly comforting. Instantly, she found herself held even tighter. In the sparse starlight of the night, only 2 dimly glowing crystal stones provided illumination. Yaoyao could vaguely see the exhausted face of the large orange-yellow tiger, even in its transformed state. The weariness that emanated from its relaxed body could not be concealed, a testament to the fatigue of days spent hunting. The outward sheen and brilliance could be meticulously disguised, but the toll of relentless exertion was unmistakable. She recalled how this silly tiger had feigned energy in front of her, trying to be clever, eager to cook, and reluctant to let her do any work. Yaoyao's heart softened. Fine, let's rest well. She instinctively reached out to pat its head before closing her eyes again, unable to bring herself to disturb his slumber. Perhaps due to the oppressive heat, Yaoyao had a restless night. It seemed she dreamt of something unpleasant. Awakening in the middle of the night, the people and events of the dream had faded from her mind, but the startled expression in her eyes was evident, her lashes trembling as if she had been greatly frightened. She felt damp again, though this time it was merely a cold sweat from a false alarm, with goosebumps rising on her skin. A fin pression linge. It seemed there was a soft, weeping voice calling her, a haunting melody reminiscent of a mermaid's song from a fairy tale, spiraling her consciousness down into a dreamscape. For a fleeting moment, Yaoyao felt as though she would be ensnared in that strange dream forever. After awakening, a voice continued to echo in her mind, inescapable and seemingly glued to her consciousness. The voice was exquisitely beautiful, ethereal, and divine. The faint, unfamiliar tone stifled a gentle cry, a distant wail that seemed to be a plea for help from the farthest reaches of the sky, a soft sobbing that tugged at her heartstrings. Save me. I do not wish to die. Whose voice was that? Yaoyao had a restless night, too afraid to return to sleep after awakening from the dream. As the sun rose and light streamed in, the large tiger was awakened by the sunlight, instinctively nuzzling the bundle in its arms. Good morning, Yaoyao, it said, rising cheerfully and stretching lazily, its drowsy amber eyes blinking awake, expertly shaking off the remnants of sleep. Yaoyao, are you hungry? What is wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Suo shook his head, noticing her unfocused gaze and the dark circles beneath her eyes. Yaoyao, what is wrong? Are you ill? Suo was startled. Chapter 30. Morning grumpiness. Yaoyao shook her head. I'm fine, just had a nightmare. Also, it's too hot. Can you not cuddle with me every night? She sighed. This fluffiness is only suitable for winter. In summer, it causes rashes. She slapped her face, still feeling drowsy. The lack of sleep left her head buzzing, and she rubbed her temples, struggling to muster the energy to eat, burying herself under the fur blanket to catch up on rest. Yaoyao, get up and eat. I made a lot of delicious food for you. Come see. Suo said, his tone a mix of impatience and coaxing. He seemed unable to bear the thought of her going hungry. After placing the food on the stone table, he approached and boldly pulled back Yaoyao's blanket. The sudden exposure to light jolted her awake, igniting a sense of morning grumpiness within her. She instinctively pulled back in the darkness. Yaoyao, if you don't want to eat, should we wash up first? Suo had to relent, trying to persuade her. As the sun climbed higher, he finally noticed the tightly wrapped bundle of blankets had stirred slightly. After a long silence, Yaoyao finally uttered her first words of the day. Food? Where is it? It's ready, it's getting cold, he replied gently, a hint of frustration in his voice. Yaoyao peeked out from the blanket, her eyes still hazy, instinctively stretching her neck to catch a whiff of the food's aroma. The pangs of hunger finally overpowered her drowsiness. After yawning, she showed signs of emerging from her cocoon, rubbing her eyes, looking somewhat revitalized after catching up on sleep. Though her gaze toward Suo still held a trace of lingering resentment. Suo scratched his head in confusion. After stretching lazily, she put on her shoes and stepped onto the ground, accepting the soaked fruits Suo had prepared for her, and went outside to fetch some water to brush her teeth and wash her face. This soap fruit was a unique product of the beast world, small enough to be held in one hand, covered in soft, long fuzz. When squeezed, it released a cleansing liquid ideal for cleaning teeth. Suo had prepared too much for breakfast, and noticing she couldn't finish it, Yaoyao suggested, "So, I wonder if Sir Wu has eaten. We Haven Tea touched much of this food. Let us take some to him." For the next few days, they would need to report to Yuan for medication every morning. Although the medicine was unpleasant, it was a gesture of goodwill, and even if Yuan refused to eat, Yaoyao could snack on it during their visit. Just as her words fell, unexpectedly, Su suddenly raised his head, his amber eyes flashing with alertness. "Why do you want to take it to him?" "This is food I made specifically for you." His voice, somewhat cold and unfamiliar, indicated his displeasure. Yaoyao, sensing his anger, explained, "There's too much food, and it feels like a waste." Who says I can't finish it? I could eat 2 more bowls." Saying this, Suo, who had already put down his stone bowl and burped, picked up his utensils again and began devouring the remaining food as if it were a whirlwind. In no time, he had consumed all the leftovers, ensuring not a single morsel remained for any other unfamiliar male. Yaoyao opened her mouth in shock, unable to utter a single word. Was it really necessary? Calm down. Don't overindulge and make yourself sick. Chapter 31. Departing in 7 days after safeguarding his food, Suo's round belly meant Yaoyao could not take any food outside. She tidied up and headed up the mountain to see Sir Wu. Meanwhile, Suo, having nothing to do at home, took the opportunity to stroll out after being informed that the clan leader wanted to see him. Wandering over to the clan leader's stone hut. Within the stone dwelling, the clan leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his imposing figure exuding the gravitas befitting a chieftain. Yet at this moment, there lingered a heavier sigh than usual. "Slow, it falls upon you to lead the tribe's exchange this time. This marks your inaugural participation in the grand exchange prior to the rain season. And there are matters I must elucidate for you." "What matters?" Sluo's previously relaxed demeanor gradually solidified into a stern expression. A glimmer of coldness seeped into his amber gaze. As if he sensed an impending gravity, his palms instinctively tightening. "You should be aware of the worsening conditions over the past 2 years. The environment in the Buluduo forest has deteriorated significantly. The onset of the rainy season occurs earlier each year, and its duration grows increasingly protracted. During this time, floods have become rampant, resulting in countless disasters. Last year, many orcs from various tribes perished in the midst of the exchange. The death toll was staggering, and numerous tribes suffered considerable losses in combat strength. This year, the situation is predicted to be even worse. You are our tribe's most distinguished warrior, and I implore you to safeguard your own well-being." Sluo nodded solemnly. "When is it scheduled?" 7 days hence." Sluo's pupils constricted sharply, as a petite figure flashed through his mind. His voice lowered, tinged with urgency. "You mean to advance the timeline by a month? I cannot agree to this. Yaoyao has only just joined the tribe, and I must look after her. This decision was reached after discussions with the elders of the tribe, and leaves no room for your dissent." The clan leader inhaled deeply, his tones softening as he stepped closer to comfortingly pat Sluo's shoulder. "This is also for your safety, Sluo. You are a rational individual. You should comprehend this." Meanwhile, Yaoyao remained blissfully unaware of the sudden turn of events. After being administered her medication, a bitter taste lingered in her mouth. As Siwu fetched her sugar cube, he seemingly casually remarked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet his gaze fixated on her, unwavering. "I have always been curious. From which tribe did you originally hail?" I do not recall. I have forgotten many things." Perhaps the intensity of his gaze was too penetrating, for Yaoyao felt a sudden chill in her heart, a potent sense of being hunted igniting a rapid rhythm in her pulse. His mesmerizing violet eyes, deep and frigid like a clear winter sky, bore an undeniable intensity of inquiry that sent shivers down her spine. After several days of interaction, Yaoyao sensed no malice from him. Even though his curiosity was relentless, tirelessly seeking any hint of a flaw, she found a recurring theme of her amnesia wearisome. "Oh, is that so?" Yuan patiently awaited her response, his composure refined, never interrupting her, though the perplexity in his gaze only deepened. Yaoyao involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Under the scrutiny of his subtly smiling eyes, she felt as though her secret had been uncovered. Chapter 32. Deceiving for Scales? Feeling exposed, Yaoyao resolved to drink her medicine with determination. Bowing her head, she clutched the bowl, indifferent to the bitterness, and began to drink. Gulp. Silently and obediently consuming her medicine, she appeared exceedingly docile, embodying the essence of a do not inquire. "I know nothing. I am merely a diligent child taking my medicine." Huh. Siwu supported his chin with one hand, his half-squinted cold gaze lingering on her for a moment. His voice, imbued with amusement, seemed to smile as his alluring lips curved into a gentle arc. "Is it bitter?" Yaoyao hastily shook her head, her small face earnest. In truth, she had grown accustomed to the taste. It was not unpleasant. "I added some bitterning insects and mochi teeth insects to this concoction. Though I have removed the crushed insect remnants, the flavor may not be ideal. I did not expect you to enjoy it so much." He spoke with a hint of surprise and admiration. Yaoyao was taken aback. "What? You actually added insects to it?" While she suspected that such medicinal concoctions contained various medicinal insects, mentioning it while others were enjoying their meal seemed decidedly inconsiderate. In an instant, she envisioned the bowl before her, teeming with squirming insects, of which she had just consumed half. Where could she find a bucket to expel this? The young female's face contorted in distress, torn between anger and restraint. She stood there with a blank expression, her fingertips trembling, unable to decide whether to drink or to pour it out. She appeared utterly tormented. Siwu lowered his gaze, his long, curled lashes veiling the flicker of delight that had inadvertently surfaced, a hint of mischief dancing within. It was a strange sensation. Watching her flustered brought him a peculiar joy he had never experienced before. Yaoyao cast a pleading glance at him, fixating on his cold, exquisite visage. Her lips pressed together in a small, conflicted gesture. "Must I drink this? The insects, can I not forego it? They are precious medicinal insects, beneficial to your health. You must not waste them once consumed." His tone, oddly reminiscent of coaxing a child, left Yaoyao feeling somewhat embarrassed as she hesitated for 2 seconds. Under his cool scrutiny, she ultimately complied and opened her mouth obediently. She swallowed. The sugar cube, sweet and delightful, was truly delectable. As it melted in her mouth, a gentle fruity aroma wafted through, utterly delightful, sweet yet not cloying, remarkably enjoyable. System prompt. Only 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remain until the random task deadline. Please complete it promptly. Late submissions will incur penalties. The task of acquiring yuan scales had less than a day remaining. Yaoyao had yet to formulate a plan, her hands anxiously fidgeting. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Being too direct might be impractical, yet she struggled to articulate a more subtle approach. After finishing her medicine, Yaoyao lingered, stalling for time. Her gaze shifted, and she darted to the adjacent study to peruse some medical tomes. Under the pretense of wanting to learn medical knowledge, she was actually seeking ways to delay and concoct a plan to obtain the scales. The shelves housed various texts, each tier containing different types of literature. Beginners would typically start with the lowest shelf. Yuan observed her interest in the tomes and refrained from interrupting. It was a positive development. Most females in the beast realm lived in a state of languor, accustomed to a life of luxury, rarely dedicating themselves to serious study. Thus, support and encouragement were warranted. Chapter 33. Appreciation. Yaoyao's intention in exploring the text was merely to find an excuse. However, as she delved deeper, she found herself captivated. Learning was indeed a joyous endeavor. As she had surmised, the current civilization of the beast realm was indeed more advanced than what the system had described, yet the disparity between rich and poor was even more pronounced than anticipated. In the backward fringe tribes, the primitive era of hunting persisted, living in accordance with nature. Contrarily, in the prosperous royal city regions, The conditions had already reached an agricultural era, or perhaps even beyond, having learned advanced techniques such as papermaking, construction, planting, and weaving. It seemed they had even begun to establish a class differentiation, including monarchy. The four great royal cities of the Beast Realm held the majority of the world's wealth, knowledge, and civilization. If Yaoyao's intuition served her right, Yuan likely hailed from the Tangxi royal city, possessing a noble lineage and esteemed status. The medical tomes he provided contained an unprecedented breadth of knowledge, offering an expansive realm for exploration, far beyond what the small shamans of the Sanglin tribe could ever aspire to. With her chin resting on one hand, Yaoyao lowered her gaze, her attention unwaveringly fixed on the texts as her fair, slightly rosy fingertips deftly turned the pages. The pages turned swiftly, yet the knowledge was firmly retained. To speak of Yaoyao's remarkable attributes, one must undoubtedly highlight her extraordinary memory, which, with the assistance of Guai Guai and the system's storage library, allows her to swiftly identify all biological species in this world. Her advantage is rather significant, yet its efficacy is undeniably satisfying. Yaoyao has perused 2 books already. The lower-tier volumes no longer captivate her interest. Thus, the little female promptly directed her gaze to the second tier. However, upon raising her small hand, she found it out of reach, her face falling in disappointment. You have already studied enough for today. There is no need for more. On the porcelain plate lay several pieces of golden, oil-glazed, tender roasted meat, adorned with a sprinkling of chopped green onions and emanating a delightful aroma, providing a feast for both the eyes and palate. Whether these delicacies were crafted by Lord Si Wu himself remains uncertain, yet the allure of the roasted meat is undeniable. This world seems particularly lenient towards females, and Yuan is no exception. It is rare to encounter a female eager to learn the art of medicine, and to her surprise, Yaoyao, on her very first day of study, set her sights on the second tier of texts, her thirst for knowledge rendering Yuan visibly astonished. Yaoyao glanced at him, then at the bookshelf, her small finger pointing towards it, her eyes fixed on him, radiating a fervent desire to learn. Her urgent gaze was irresistibly adorable, akin to a hungry cub pleading for food. Yuan found himself momentarily taken aback by the imagery that flashed in his mind. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in the comparison. Innocent and soft, it sparked an impulse to tease her. He promptly placed the porcelain plate on the table and went to fetch her a book. Lord Si Wu, tall and strikingly handsome, effortlessly retrieved a volume from the second tier. Yet instead of presenting it to her immediately, he collected both the book in his hand and the one on her table, replacing them with an array of aromatic dishes. First, they would savor the food before continuing. One must not study on an empty stomach. Thank you, Lord Si Wu, Yaoyao said, licking her lips, unreservedly taking her seat, and, despite her lack of skill, began to eat the meat, her stomach indeed growling with hunger. One might wonder, did Yuan actually use chopsticks? Yaoyao couldn't help but speculate whether a past task executor from Huagua had traversed here before her, imparting such skills to the beastmen. In addition to the richly fragrant slices of meat, Yuan had prepared a glass of freshly squeezed juice. The origins of the berries were unknown, but the juice was crystal clear, with fruit particles floating within, tasting exquisitely sweet and delightful. She inadvertently gulped it all down. Yuan poured her another glass. While Yaoyao relished her meal, Yuan sat nearby, resting his chin on one hand, his coldly beautiful purple eyes quietly observing her. Utterly engrossed, as though admiring a captivating piece of art, feeling his gaze was somewhat unsettling. Yaoyao swallowed her last sip of juice, savoring the lingering flavor, and suddenly proposed, Lord Si Wu, let us play a game. If I win, will you grant me a request? What is the wager? Hee. I only require a small scale from you. Lord Si Wu's interest briefly sparked, yet it extinguished just as swiftly, a chilling transformation in his demeanor causing a shiver. My scale. His hand tightened within his sleeve, his exquisite features cooling, his pupils narrowing, revealing a hint of the terrifying coldness of a serpent's gaze, seemingly in disbelief. His expression shifted to one of stark refusal, decisive and unyielding. No. Huh? Is that not permissible? The little female blinked, seemingly caught off guard by his abrupt rejection, a touch of melancholy crossing her face. After knowing him for so long, it was rare to see such a significant emotional shift in Lord Si Wu. This was the first instance. Had she angered him? I apologize. I should not have rashly asked for a scale. Can we perhaps change the terms? Lord Si Wu turned away, ignoring her. He remained fixated on his palm, motionless, his drooping, shimmering purple eyes narrowing into slits. A clear sign of agitation that hinted at his beastly transformation. Yaoyao pinched her thigh, realizing the predicament she had unwittingly created, hastily backtracking. Forget it. We need not play this game. Please do not be upset. I was wrong. Though unaware of the particular significance of the scales to Yuan, Yaoyao's eagerness to apologize was commendable. After all, it is always wise to apologize first. You are not at fault. It is my issue. He seemed to exhale a sigh, finally deigning to offer a response. The enveloping shadows turned once more, his coldly beautiful visage scrutinizing her for several moments. His gaze complex and laden with unforeseen emotions. Moments later, he averted his gaze, appearing somewhat flustered, his ink-black hair cascading to conceal his slightly reddened ears. A rosy hue creeping in, revealing a hint of embarrassment and tension. In our Jiaoshi clan, scales may only be gifted to one's future singular partner. They cannot be given lightly. However, do you truly desire one? After a lengthy pause, the silence was broken once more. I wish to confirm one thing. The imposing shadow, infused with a chilling fragrance, drew near, his long, delicate fingers halting before her forehead, glistening like dew, exquisitely beautiful. You must cherish the scale and never discard it. Can you promise me that? Lord Si Wu appeared to regain his usual icy composure, yet his deep, melodious voice carried an undeniable authority that sent shivers down the spine. I can. Very well. Yuan seemed to smile faintly, the corners of his enticing lips curving upward. For some reason, I find great trust in you. After hesitating for a few moments, the nearly 10-meter-long, enchanting purple serpent tail shifted forward, inching closer, finally resting upon the soft thigh of the little female. Although it merely brushed the tip of its tail against her, it marked Lord Si Wu's utmost willingness. Then, please select your most favored scale. It must never be discarded. Mission completion reward. Water-repelling pearl, 1. Master, you are amazing. This task was deemed extraordinarily difficult by the system, yet you accomplished it within the stipulated time. Truly commendable. Guai Guai waved a small red flag labeled victory, with exuberance, cheering for her master with vigorous enthusiasm. Perhaps this time, it was merely luck. To be honest, Yaoyao struggled to comprehend her own success, still somewhat incredulous. The gentle warmth of the sun filtered through, illuminating the translucent, enchanting purple scale as she rested her chin on her hand, her mind swirling in confusion. Could it be that this exceedingly difficult task had been completed far too effortlessly? Initially, she had braced herself for the impending consequences of failure. Yet unexpectedly, she had merely uttered a few casual words, and the scale had indeed come to her. This must truly be what they refer to as extraordinary fortune. Despite its incredibility, the outcome was delightfully unforeseen, and Yaoyao decided not to ponder it further. After studying 2 more books, she contentedly closed her volume. Yuan, as per usual, reiterated his instructions, reminding her not to wander carelessly while descending the mountain, to be wary of loose stones and weeds, to exercise caution against landslides. And yes, I know. Could she claim that her ears were now calloused from hearing these admonitions? In the final moments, Yaoyao unreservedly indulged in 2 cups of delectable fruit juice. After finishing, she bid farewell and gracefully departed. Ah, you must be the new female in the tribe, a stranger remarked. This is our first meeting. I am Duo, the sole female shaman of the Sanglin tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you. As Yaoyao rounded a bend in the mountain path, she unexpectedly collided with a stranger, a female whose path led towards the abyss. Yaoyao cast a puzzled glance at her. Duo carried a wicker basket filled with various herbs. Particularly striking was her rare pale skin, enhanced by a soft, endearing voice and demeanor that even made Yaoyao's eyes brighten. Oh, Master Si will merely help me concoct some medicine, Yaoyao replied politely with a smile. For reasons unknown, she did not feel an overwhelming affinity for this smiling female upon their initial encounter. Concocting medicine? The other seemed intent on engaging her in conversation. Stepping forward with interest, oh, it seems your health is not the best. You are rather dark and thin. No wonder everyone says you come from a remote little tribe. You must have been quite impoverished as a child, often going hungry. It's nothing to worry about. As the only female shaman of the tribe, you can come to me for help in the future. Duo affectionately took her hand. You must know what a shaman is, right? Your previous tribe must have had one too. Although the male elders have said that those distant little tribes are very poor, far from the power and prosperity of our Sanglin tribe. Surely an ordinary shaman exists there? Was it just her imagination? Or did she detect a hint of sarcasm in those amiable inquiries? Noting Yaoyao's dazed expression, Miduo seemed to recall something amusing, stifling a laugh behind her hand. It appears you really are from a poor tribe if you don't even know what a shaman is. Never mind, it's getting late, and I must be on my way to learn from Master Si Wu. Miduo gently clasped her hands, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and respect. Master Si Wu has praised me as the most talented female shaman in the world. He only wishes to teach me. This clever female, I cannot disappoint him. Speaking as if to herself, she raised her chin like a proud peacock and hurried up the mountain with her basket. Yaoyao had already stepped aside, but in the fleeting moment they passed each other, Miduo forcefully bumped her shoulder. Yaoyao's brows furrowed slightly, despite their brief exchange of only a few sentences. Mostly Miduo's self-talk, she was certain that Miduo did not welcome her as her demeanor suggested. As Yaoyao distanced herself from the dwelling, she could hear a cacophony. Master, the little tiger you are hosting seems to be in a quarrel, a voice remarked. Quarrel? Slow typically resorted to physical confrontation. The pressing question was, who was arguing with him? A sense of foreboding surged within her as she hurried towards the commotion. A throng of male beastmen had gathered before Sluo's wooden cabin, each anxiously peering through the windows, yet none dared to intrude. Inside, a female's piercing voice seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Yaoyao navigated through the crowd, pushing to the forefront. The gazes of the surrounding beastmen were peculiar and unnerving. Just as her hand touched the wooden door, the female's shrill threats startled her, causing her hand to tremble. Sluo, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. I am in heat today. This is a rare chance occurring only once a year. I am willing to offer you this precious opportunity for mating. So agree to become my third partner now, or you will regret it once you return to the tribe. Her tone was one of smug superiority, as if she were bestowing a favor, awaiting his eager submission. In the ensuing silence, there was no immediate rejection, as if he were contemplating. Shaman crossed her arms, her eyes glinting with triumph. Regardless of how indifferent and callous a male might be, he would find it impossible to decline such an enticing offer. Sluo would undoubtedly submit to her. Females were immensely valuable in this world, and the opportunity to mate only once a year held the potential for precious offspring. The vast majority of males lack partners, making those who bore their bloodline exceedingly rare. Thus, it was evident how alluring Shaman's proposition was, capable of inciting frenzied infatuation in any rational male. Just as Shaman believed her scheme had succeeded, Sluo finally spoke, his amber eyes narrowing slightly, seemingly filled with amusement. Have you finished speaking? Huh? Sluo licked his paw, his demeanor leisurely yet tinged with a chilling demeanor. Though his nature was sunny and warm, akin to the radiant sun, the next moment he seized her by the neck and dragged her outside, his icy aura sending shivers down spines. What are you doing? I am a female of the tribe. What do you think you are doing? She shrieked, filled with disbelief. Hey, have you finished your ruckus? Once you're done, get out of my and Yaoyao's home. This place does not welcome intruding females. Sluo rubbed his soft tiger ears, visibly irritated and disdainful, his narrowed eyes emanating an icy chill. This so-called shaman was a nuisance, relentlessly pestering him and turning his home into a chaotic mess, which he had meticulously arranged as a cozy love nest for Yaoyao. Were it not for his desire to maintain a good image in Yaoyao's eyes and fear of her hearing anything that could tarnish his reputation, he would have taught this foolish female a lesson long ago. Sluo had never been a particularly temperamental male. The sunshine, big cat persona was solely for his beloved Yaoyao. As he opened the door, ready to dispose of the foolish female, he was taken aback to find Yaoyao standing there, her expression one of sorrow, resembling a spurned maiden. The earlier cold and irritable atmosphere dissipated, leaving only her yellow and black striped tail swaying eagerly, exuding a charming demeanor, devoid of any trace of the tribe's might. The onlookers outside were left to ponder whether this was truly the same fierce tiger they had just witnessed. What transpired? Yaoyao yearned to raise a paw to inquire. Yet sensing the tense atmosphere, she wisely chose silence. You there, take your female away quickly, or I shall bite her. Sluo transformed into his tiger form, displaying his claws and baring his sharp, porcelain-white teeth, growling to assert his dominance. "Sluo, you will regret this," she hissed through gritted teeth. As two male beastmen of the fourth rank had already hoisted Shaman onto their backs, her two partners. Witnessing their beloved female injured and unconscious filled them not only with concern, but also with resentment towards Sluo for his lack of appreciation. Shaman had never shown such devotion to any male. Yet, the very affection they envied was dismissed by Sluo. How ironic that what they longed for was often deemed insignificant by others. Had it not been for the tribe's prohibition against fighting, they would have already confronted Sluo. As the commotion subsided, the crowd that had gathered outside began to disperse, likely with some already reporting the incident to the chieftain, signaling that Sluo would undoubtedly face punishment for his actions against a female. There is little to worry about. At most, I might face some punishment, perhaps a few days of confinement or a meager reduction in rations. Yet, it is that female who truly vexes me, incessantly bothering me day in and day out. I made my disinterest in her abundantly clear long ago, yet she continues to cling to me relentlessly. Is it possible that Yaoyao is actually concerned for my well-being? Si Luo's eyes sparkled with mischief as he approached with a grin, effortlessly wrapping his tail around Yaoyao's waist and gently nuzzling her. "Let me go," she protested, teetering on the edge of exasperation. Si Luo, undeterred, playfully pinched her cheek, only to be met with an irate glare that made him chuckle even more. However, as his laughter subsided, the corners of his lips turned downward slightly, and his amber-hued eyes dimmed with a hint of unnoticeable sorrow. "Yaoyao, I will soon depart. In 7 days, I must journey far to gather provisions and salt crystal for our tribe for the coming year. Recently, the Beiluduo forest has been tumultuous. The rainy season has arrived earlier than usual, and the floods have been severe. I fear." Yaoyao's heart tightened, her eyes widening as she gazed at him. "What if the tribe's salt crystals are washed away by the rain? What shall we do then? All our efforts would be in vain." After a moment of panic, she sighed in relief, realizing he was not in immediate danger, and resumed gnawing on a fruit she had picked up. "While the salt crystals are vital, what matters most is that you remain safe. Please take care of yourself." "Stop. Hold on," he exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. "On a more serious note, I have something to give you. You must ensure its safety during the tribe's exchange." To be honest, Yaoyao still felt a twinge of unease. Since that very moment, a hollow sensation lingered within her, as if something were tugging at her heart, foreboding something dreadful was about to transpire. These past few nights, Yaoyao had not slept well. Each night, she found herself ensnared in a bizarre yet beautiful dream, only to awaken without a single recollection of its content. A sense of loss enveloped her, gnawing at her heart. Yet, a captivating voice echoed in her mind, faint and distant, yet imbued with profound sadness, as if someone were softly weeping. "Do not kill me. I do not wish to die." Another voice, filled with joy, murmured, "Yaoyao, stay with Danon. Please do not leave." The deep sea felt cold and lonely, devoid of warmth, save for the presence of Yaoyao. Danon cherished Yaoyao so very dearly. That night, the dream returned. The girl within lay serenely amidst coral, her long lashes casting shadows over her dilated pupils, appearing doll-like and vacant. Her gaze dissipating as though she were not of this world. She possessed a delicate beauty, her skin ethereal and pale, radiating warmth and a unique fragrance that attracted the fish around her. Like a marionette, she remained motionless atop the coral, seemingly awaiting someone's return. "How wonderful it is! Yaoyao, you have come to keep Danon company once more," a voice softly whispered in hesitant beastman tongue, laced with lingering tenderness and caution. The silver-haired merman gently caressed the girl's exquisite cheek, his silken hair cascading like a waterfall, untouched by the ocean's chill, flowing effortlessly down to the tip of his ebony tail. The merman's fingers, pale and frail, traced the contours of her delicate face, gliding from her furrowed brow to her beautiful yet hollow eyes, and finally to her soft, rosy lips, his movements halting with reverence. His pupils constricted, and he unconsciously licked his lips, his gaze intensifying with a burning desire. Unable to contain the fire within, his tongue brushed against her blood-red lips, leaving behind a mesmerizing sheen. In the shrouded darkness, illuminated by bioluminescent specks, he fixated on the unaware girl, his silver eyes swirling with a dangerous obsession and madness, unapologetically revealing a predatory hunger intertwined with a chilling terror. "Yaoyao, you appear truly delectable," igniting an irresistible urge to consume you whole. His long, pristine fingers wove through her soft hair, pulling her closer as he cradled her in his embrace, tenderly ruffling her locks as if caressing the most precious treasure of the deep sea. The merman sighed contentedly, overwhelmed with satisfaction and joy. Yaoyao is truly delightful. Every single aspect of her is enchanting, stirring an irresistible desire within me. He had waited so long. Only she could hear his longing echoing through the depths of the ocean. With fingers entwined, he grasped her hand, even in this ephemeral and surreal dream. He felt a warmth that he craved desperately. Their silver and ebony hair mingled, intertwining. Blood erupted around them, resembling a breathtaking cluster of manjusaka blooming in a realm of the dead. The scent of iron wafted through the water, staining it crimson, while the accumulated bones were rendered even more horrifying by the vivid hue. From her lips to her neck and then downward, he left no inch of her edible flesh untouched. The cold-blooded merman slowly devoured the girl, who seemed oblivious to pain, until, in mere moments, all that remained of her was a half-empty shell of bones, connected by a glistening layer of flesh still seeping crimson droplets. He savored every morsel, unwilling to waste a single drop of the exquisite essence. Clutching the remnants of her bones, his silver eyes gleamed with satisfaction and delight. The bliss of a hearty meal echoed through his laughter, yet the gentleness of his smile belied an unfathomable darkness and insatiable desire, an extreme obsession that interwove fear and dread. As the mist began to lift, the bones he clung to began to dissolve. Yaoyao. He reached out, but it was futile. The bones scattered like brilliant light, escaping his grasp without a trace of nostalgia. Daylight broke, and he awoke from the dream, only to find Yaoyao had departed from his side. His beautiful silver eyes brimmed with childlike sorrow, and he helplessly bit his fingertip, pondering how to keep Yaoyao by his side forever, rather than just retaining her warmth and flavor in the absurdity of dreams. The little merman truly is quite peculiar. Consuming humans. It has been several nights now. Each morning, I awaken feeling utterly drained. Yaoyao stifled a huge yawn, dark circles shadowing her eyes, appearing as though her vitality had been thoroughly sapped. Master, you do not seem well. Did you have a nightmare? Indeed, it seemed she had dreamt, likely a nightmare. Yet she could not recall a single detail. Yaoyao rubbed her arms, which were covered in goosebumps, a chilling sensation racing down her spine. How strange. What would have frightened her so deeply? How could her complexion have deteriorated to such a state? Yaoyao, are you unwell? Warm, dry hands gently brushed her forehead, filled with concern and urgency. Si Luo knelt beside her, worry etched upon his typically bright and sunny face, which had never looked so grim. Even Si Luo noted Yaoyao's recent pallor. Although she insisted she was merely experiencing nightmares, the recurrence over several days was indeed suspicious. Though he lacked medical knowledge, he felt compelled to take Yaoyao to visit the shaman. Without further ado, Si Luo scooped her up and sprinted toward the wooden hut of the shaman, Sa Luo. The young female appears to be in good health, albeit lacking vitality, likely due to inadequate nutrition. The shaman, Sa Luo, inspected her eyelids, revealing a rudimentary form of the ancient diagnostic methods of observation, inquiry, and palpation. Nevertheless, nothing conclusive could be discerned. Sa Luo, as customary, prescribed some herbs beneficial for the nourishment of females and handed them to Sluo, reproaching him sternly. The frail, diminutive physique of the young female, still in her growth phase, necessitates proper nourishment. If Sluo cannot adequately care for her, he might as well relinquish her to the tribe for distribution. The poor health of the female is typically viewed among beastmen as a failure on the part of the male caretaker. This reflects the male beastman's incompetence and shame, deserving a scorn from all beastmen. Furthermore, females are precious in the beast world, tasked with the propagation of the race, requiring robust health and reproductive capability. No tribe would stand idly by while a valuable female suffers due to a male's negligence. When necessary, a frail female would be entrusted to the tribe, where the chief personally selects a strong and suitable male to care for her. I will take good care of Yaoyao. I do not require assistance. Sluo remained silent after being scolded, but when Sa Luo mentioned relinquishing her to the tribe, he abruptly raised his head, his amber eyes radiating evident rejection and coldness. His fist clenched tightly. Regardless of Sluo's situation, it is likely a reflection of my own inadequacies. Sluo's daily care has indeed been diligent and impeccable, devoid of any flaws. Yaoyao felt compelled to speak a word of fairness. Little female, there is no need to feel moved. Caring for females is innate to males. If Sluo has not cared for you properly, it is his dereliction of duty. Sa Luo's attitude underwent a complete transformation, now filled with affection and warmth. Smiling gently at Yaoyao, were it not for Sluo's intense gaze, Yaoyao felt that the shaman might have reached out to ruffle her hair. However, the little female need not worry. The tribe's herbs and food will be provided to you free of charge, ensuring you grow strong and healthy. Of course, if your health continues to decline. The tone shifted sharply, warning that all beast men, including the chief, would revoke Sluo's guardianship over you. There are updates. Let me subtly hint that Guai Guai is not an ordinary entity, but possesses an indescribable, mysterious identity. Chapter 40. An encounter with unfamiliar mental energy guardianship. This term feels so awkward, as if I am being treated as a child, entrusted to a stranger's care. I will strive to care for Yaoyao. Sluo's expression shifted subtly, a blend of anger, resentment, and predominantly guilt. His fists tightened and then relaxed helplessly, his voice reduced to a mere whisper. Deep down, Sluo understands that it is indeed his fault. He has not cared for Yaoyao as he should, a reflection of his insufficient effort and lack of experience in nurturing a female. Yet, he is determined to learn. I truly am fine. For reasons unknown, Yaoyao felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle the big cat's soft, drooping orange ears, which, despite the smile, seemed to carry a hint of sadness. Sluo must be feeling quite dejected. She wished to convey, Sluo, it is not your fault. However, even if she voiced her thoughts, it would likely be futile. Certain rules and perceptions ingrained in the beastman's very essence are immutable. Furthermore, she wondered if it was possible for her to avoid taking the medicine. A long sigh escaped her, one that felt as if it could lead to her immediate demise. Yaoyao covered her eyes, peering through her fingers at the dreadful medicine packets, confessing that she had developed a persistent phobia of medicinal broths. Restoring Yaoyao's health is of paramount importance in the life of a beast. Inside the wooden cabin, Yaoyao clenched her fists, though lacking in strength. She is acutely aware of her own physical abnormalities and senses something strange and unusual. However, fragmented memories prevent her from grasping the source of this peculiar sensation. Guai Guai, have you noticed any anomalies while residing within my consciousness? I am connected to my master's spirit energy, and occasionally I perceive a distant, unfamiliar mental force colliding with your spirit. However, that sensation is faint and elusive, and I cannot be certain. Nevertheless, Master, you could seek assistance from others. You have been in contact with the shaman, who is adept in spiritual matters and divination. Guai Guai playfully winked, leaving unspoken implications. Yaoyao narrowed her eyes, resting her chin thoughtfully, realizing that something peculiar might be on the verge of emergence. The following morning, she dutifully honored her appointment with the shaman. The previous night had been expectedly dreadful, as the impact of the unfamiliar mental energies collision had deepened, reaching a peak. During her sleep, she distinctly felt the visceral sensation of tearing and pain, as if a nightmare was consuming her consciousness, nearly trapping her in an endless spiral of terror. It was truly frightening. Now, her mind felt somewhat muddled. As she walked, her steps abruptly halted. The view before her revealed a river, not the shaman's abode. How strange, where was this place? How'd she find herself here in such a daze? Chapter 41. Is it finally time to eliminate him? The lake's waters were crystal clear. Reflecting her eyes, Yaoyao's spirit wavered. Faintly, a beautiful, enchanting voice echoed in her mind, lingering in her heart, impossible to shake off. It seduced and enticed her fragile consciousness, reminiscent of a siren whispering alluringly beneath the waves, utterly captivating. Suddenly, her awareness plunged, her vision darkening. Yaoyao, are you finally coming to keep Yan in company? In the realm of the dead, the vibrant red corals resonated with melodious laughter, enchanting to the ears. Interspersed with a few clumsy phrases in the beast language, the speaker's voice was somewhat unfamiliar and awkward, yet it radiated an exhilarating joy. The black-blue tail of the merman draped over the rocks, shimmering silver scales reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, brilliant and dazzling. He joyfully flicked his tail, expressing his delight at the young girl's arrival. Yaoyao, hurry up, Yan can barely wait. He tilted his head, showcasing his elegantly arched chin. Long, Curled silver lashes resembled fluttering butterfly shadows, subtly concealing the fleeting hints of crimson in his silvery eyes. A dangerous allure. A sheer, luxurious black veil cascaded over his exquisite white neck, his pale shoulders nearly translucent, embodying a dreamlike beauty. The stark contrast of black and white painted an ink-wash masterpiece. Rich in nuance, his beautiful, silky silver hair flowed like a waterfall, cascading down to his delicate collarbone and the perfectly curved expanse of his chest. Intertwining like seaweed against his bare, jade-like torso, undulating gently with his movements. Unbeknownst to him, the merman had begun to hum an off-key melody, a timeless tune that transcended the barriers of time and space. Chief, when will that calamity be eliminated? Must we truly wait until he comes of age? The merman will not slay our kin, for he is merely an unripe whelp. But Chief, he is different. He is a black merman, the black-tailed Jiren. A harbinger of calamity, was born on a day marked by tragedy, the demise of his mother, the most cherished and exquisite female of our tribe. Not a single one of the other eggs that were laid alongside him survived. They all perished. Since his birth, the seas have been plagued by relentless tsunamis and incessant downpours, the cacophony of nature proving to be utterly grating. The figure referred to as Master flicked his tail, stirring up whirlpools of water that sent fine pebbles and silt swirling, while the aquatic vegetation swayed, scattering a school of small fish in fright. From a distance, the Sea of the Dead appeared to be a purgatory, ensconced by impenetrable sea rocks, a fortress so formidable that escape seemed impossible for its captives. Originally intended as a prison for the death row inmates of the Jiren clan, this place now confined a juvenile Jiren, held captive for over a decade without reprieve. Within this purgatory, the breathtakingly beautiful Jiren sat obediently upon a rock, his demeanor gentle and harmless, the black tail swaying lightly. His mesmerizing silver eyes cast a wary glance towards the approaching figures, the once entranced gaze darkening abruptly, narrowed like ice. The curve of his crimson lips betraying a smile that was both enchanting and sinister. Ah, had this loathsome group finally resolved to end his life? They had plotted for so long, and such a resolution was not easily reached. As the figures drew nearer, the black-tailed Jiren slipped silently into the coral, obscured by the lush, towering formations that concealed him, revealing only his captivating silver eyes, blinking in confusion. "Father, are you here to kill Danon?" His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of panic. The distinctive azure fins drooped slightly, a manifestation of his fear. This was the first time Dan had spoken so affectionately to them, his call resonating with warmth, endearing him like any ordinary Jiren child. Yet, it was unfortunate that he was a black Jiren, a being of misfortune. Even with the royal blood of the blue Jiren coursing through his veins, he could not escape the stigma of his abhorred identity. "Father, are you here to kill Danon?" His gaze was so pure and innocent, untouched by darkness, his smile deceptively sweet. In that moment, the males exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Perhaps a flicker of shame stirred within them, a reluctance to proceed. They were all fathers to Dan, Anne's deceased mother, and even if two had never truly bonded with her, they would not seek another mate in their lifetimes. The term father was a title they bore with responsibility. Yet, how ironic that these fathers were destined to slay their own child, the bond of kinship feeling as thin and cold as ice. By some inexplicable twist of fate, the leader among them relaxed his tightly clenched hands, releasing the tension. "Why will we harm you? We are your fathers, merely here to see if you are faring well and if you require anything. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will provide for you." The others gestured subtly, yet the leader, undeterred, wore a compassionate smile, gazing tenderly at Danon, his tone gentle. He seemed inclined to reach out and touch the timid child. Yet as his hand approached, Danon swiftly evaded him, a reflex born of excessive fear of unwanted contact. The rejection was palpable. After all, he was the sole offspring of a yin, and with identical silver eyes and beautiful features. The leader found it impossible to harbor any intent to kill. The group departed, and when the sound of water flowing ceased to reach Dan's fins, he emerged languidly from the coral, his eyes cold and indifferent. His long, pale fingers brushed through his silver hair, the trepidation in his gaze replaced by a sardonic smile. They would never know that at the moment of their departure, the dark energy swirling within his palm was quietly reined in. Should they have attempted to strike, he would have been one step ahead, severing their heads and scattering their remains. Lazily reclining against the rocks, Dan rested his chin upon his hand. The contours of his face exquisite. Bored and languorous, he surveyed the tightly sealed confines of a sea of the dead, encased by the sea rock purgatory. Purgatory, indeed. It was said to be unyielding, with no Jiren ever escaping alive. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this sea rock purgatory was as fragile as glass. With a soft crack, his delicate fingers grazed the dark green patterns of the rock, centuries of legacy etched upon its surface, overgrown with dense moss. Dark energy surged forth, and with a faint crackle, a thunderous roar erupted as the colossal rocks crumbled around him. The sea rock purgatory shall cease to exist from this day forth. Where's Yaoyao? I must go fetch her, he mused, a delighted smile gracing his crimson lips. After dismantling the prison, Dan swam a few leisurely strokes, just as he intended to leave this sea to meet his delectable Yaoyao, when suddenly his graceful form halted, his silver eyes darkening ominously. Lifting his gaze, he stared incredulously at the horizon, his tail stiffening, rendering him immobile. Had the connection with Yaoyao been severed? Who could have done this? His mental charm had never faltered before. Not even those old fools could withstand it. How infuriating! Meanwhile, beneath the river's surface, bubbles were popping. Ding! Successfully activated the host's automatic mental defense function. External mental intrusion has been thwarted. As the system's prompt faded, a gentle sigh escaped a tender voice. Alas, foolish host, I once had faith in you, but I never anticipated you would leap into danger. At the riverbed, a radiant golden figure struggled to pull a young girl upward. One hand covering her nose while the other gripped her arm, straining to lift her from the depths. However, his stature was too diminutive and his strength too limited. Merely avoiding a plunge alongside her had been fortuitous. Rescuing her was an insurmountable challenge. All your fault. You have such peculiar tastes, favoring adorable children and charming little boys, and coaxing them into becoming useless, helpless versions of themselves to please you. Seemingly unable to endure further, a burst of golden light flashed, transforming the small boy into a strikingly handsome youth. His golden hair and eyes remained dazzling, yet his features had matured. Long lashes, high cheekbones, and deep-set eyes shone with brilliance. A faint smile gracing his lips. At first glance, the youth exuded an exotic charm, his golden locks cascading in the water like a blooming flower, captivating all who beheld him. A distinctive golden mark adorned his forehead, radiating divine light, as though a prophecy had been bestowed upon him. He grasped the unconscious girl and with all his might swam upward, finally managing to drag her to the shore. This is still your fault. Even if you cannot hear me, I must scold you properly. Despite his harsh tone, he tenderly brushed the damp strands of hair from the girl's face. I have warned you countless times. You must not give items to beings from other realms. If you hadn't given that water avoidance pearl to that tiger cub a few days ago, we would already be diving into the depths of the Black Jiren quest. Instead, you chose to give away the water avoidance pearl, and before we even embarked on the quest, you nearly drowned. The golden-haired youth opened the taskbar, irritably raking his soft golden locks with his fingers. After scrolling through the main storyline with a sigh, he mused, it seems the plot is about to unravel once more. I wonder where the next critical juncture lies. Alas, the little fool's mental fortitude remains woefully inadequate. Otherwise, she would not have so easily succumbed to the alluring mental prowess of that seductive mermaid. The little fool is innately gifted with beast-taming abilities. The swiftest way to enhance her mental strength is to find a few beasts for her to contract. If she could manage to forge contracts with several powerful royal beastmen in this beast realm, then the probability of successfully completing the task would significantly increase. However, it appears quite challenging at present. Never mind, I shall first retrieve that insufferable little cat. Though I am not particularly fond of that sharp-tongued feline, it is, after all, the little fool's only companion. After performing artificial respiration, the youth conjured a clean handkerchief to wipe the girl's face while chattering away, twisting her hair dry. Just as he was halfway through, the delicately pointed ears, reminiscent of an elf, suddenly perked up. Ah, someone is coming. Inside the wooden cabin, Yuan was originally concocting medicinal soup for Yao's daily dose. In an instant, a sudden pang of unease gripped his heart. An ominous premonition washed over him. Why was there an unfamiliar surge of mental energy here? A distasteful presence. Although this strange mental wave was faint and distant, it was not difficult to perceive. Upon arriving at the location, Yuan's violet eyes widened in astonishment. The anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, he was met with the sight of a drenched and dazed Yaoyao, alongside a small black kitten that was cautiously poking her with its paw. Where did this young black kitten come from? The little female appeared as if she had just emerged from the water. After the snake and the cat exchanged glances for approximately 1 second, a soft and adorable meow broke the silence, tinged with a hint of confusion. Meow? Where's this place? It seems rather primitive. Why is my master sprawled out on the ground? Why can't I wake her? In broad daylight. How could she be sleeping so soundly? The delicate pink pads of the kitten's paws cautiously tapped on the dead-to-the-world master's belly, bouncing around. Just as she was about to deliver another round of cat punches, her soft neck was abruptly lifted. Suddenly, her small body felt weightless, and she was flung through the air. Meow? The voice behind her was cold and detached, emanating an atmosphere of impending doom. In the next moment, the kitten was mercilessly tossed into a nearby thicket. Rolling in the dirt, her once pristine fur became speckled with dull gray dust. Meow. The kitten shook her head, her ears drooping listlessly as she trudged back to her feet, timidly hiding away, afraid to approach the cold and dangerous man. Her golden eyes widened, taking on a lovely round shape, deep and clear, yet still reflecting a hint of shyness and bewilderment. Had she not just been enjoying a refreshing drink and nibbling on delightful fish snacks? She had only watched 2 episodes of trending soap opera and was about to delve into the third, the theme song still echoing in her ears. A blinding white light flashed, and suddenly she found herself inexplicably transported to this world. What kind of bizarre circumstances surrounded her? Moreover, was it just her imagination? Or did she detect a hint of serpentine malevolence emanating from the man before her? What realm was this? Could someone enlighten her, Meow? The kitten's soft mews seemed to be a soliloquy. Deceived by the world, she whimpered softly, hiding in the grass, extending her limbs, her silver-tipped claws angrily scratching at the ground. Meow, meow, meow. Wait, where was the man taking her dear Yaoyao? Spotting that cold-hearted and indifferent serpent? Man scooping up her frail and unconscious sister, the kitten could no longer wallow in self-pity. With a determined push, she leapt forward to follow him. Casting a fleeting glance at the inconsolable little kitten that had emerged from nowhere, Yuan hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Who are you? Which tribe do you belong to?" Meow, meow, meow. Unable to transform or communicate, the kitten was at a loss. Meow? Oh, why couldn't she speak human language? Frustrated, she attempted to transform again, but found herself unable to do so. The dazed little kitten curled her tail around herself, embracing her own form. She truly cannot transform or speak. As Yaoyao's sole companion, her mental energy was intertwined with Yaoyao's. Given the current circumstances, the only plausible explanation was that Yaoyao's mental strength was too weak in this new realm, causing her own energy to be indiscriminately siphoned to Yaoyao, rendering her unable to manifest or speak. Yet, Yaoyao had never taken her on dimensional tasks before. This was rather peculiar. A grand mystery loomed, and all she could do was wait for Yaoyao to awaken to inquire further. Meow, can I follow? The kitten's golden eyes lifted slightly, clear and pure, her gaze trailing Yuan's tall and elegant figure, quietly and obediently keeping pace beside him. Her soft meow conveyed a polite inquiry. This was not an ordinary wild beast. It was evident that the kitten possessed a remarkable intelligence. You are not a beastman of the Sanglin tribe. You are not permitted to enter our territory. Once again, the kitten's nape was lifted, but this time she learned her lesson. As the man attempted to toss her aside, she swiftly darted forward, leveraging her momentum to land atop Yaoyao. Her small frame belied a surprising burst of energy. She clung tightly to the girl's skirt, biting the fabric, refusing to let go. Meow, she mumbled indistinctly. I am not an intruder. I am Yaoyao's little cherished cat. I want to stay with Yaoyao. Yuan frowned, his cold gaze fixed on the stubborn kitten clinging to the girl's clothing, which he had painstakingly crafted, now marred with several holes. He attempted to pry her off, but her grip was far too tenacious to break. Forcing her away would only result in further damage to the garment. Fine, let her stay for now. I will deal with this later. Casting one last glance at the flowing river, its azure waves rippling serenely, everything appeared as usual, devoid of any abnormalities. A contemplative glint flickered in his violet eyes, the chilling aura unmasked. His slender, pale fingers twitched, yet he did not act immediately. After all, some matters would only be truly validated later that evening. The necklace, crafted from grayish-white bones, was exquisitely polished, with 13 identical bone stones strung together with a red thread. At its center hung a beautiful, clear amethyst, its facets delicately reflecting light. This was a rare magical artifact capable of stabilizing the mind. The beautifully crafted bone necklace was fastened around Yaoyao's slender neck, the amethyst resting perfectly on her exquisite collarbone, glimmering softly and casting a gentle shadow. It suited her remarkably well, far exceeding expectations. After examining Yaoyao's condition, Yuan concluded that there was no grave issue. She had simply entered a state of unconscious adjustment following her near drowning. She would awaken automatically shortly. Yuan retrieved the medicinal soup he had previously prepared. Amidst the swirling steam, the enigmatic Master Siwu sat quietly by the bedside, one hand elegantly propping up his perfectly arched jaw. With a slight tilt of his head, his mesmerizing violet eyes cast a serene gaze upon the young girl's face. Unconsciously, his slender fingers brushed against her cheek, gently pinching it a couple of times. It seemed to be softer and more elastic than before, indicating a slight increase in the plumpness of her feminine visage. The nourishing broth he had prepared for her had taken effect. Chapter 46. Yaoyao. Dan has found you. The little kitten's body stiffened, its clear feline eyes widening in surprise as it fixed its intense gaze upon the cool man who was playfully pinching its sister Yaoyao's face. Was he smiling? What was there to smile about? Was Yaoyao's beautiful face so delightful to pinch? It made the kitten want to try as well, but more importantly, who was this man to her sister? How dare he take liberties while she was in a state of unconsciousness? Its soft little paws extended into the air, as if attempting to intervene, but hesitating in the presence of the imposing, cold man. For now, it was no match for him. There would be another day for confrontation. What tribe do you belong to, little cub? Though the kitten had curled itself into a small black ball, striving to diminish its presence, an unfortunate event transpired. The man's death stare eventually fell upon the pitiful, helpless creature. Meow, 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 pretending to be innocent. An outsider, still daring to feign ignorance, should just be discarded. Just as the man reached out to toss the unidentified black kitten away, a soft whimper suddenly captured the attention of both the snake and the cat. The girl's delicate brow furrowed, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead as her fingers clutched the bedding, creating noticeable creases. Meow, meow, meow. Sister, what is wrong? The kitten scrambled up onto the bed, worryingly patting her face with its tiny paws. Master Siwu frowned, pondering what had just occurred. Danon was too indifferent to the kitten. It merely obstructed his view, and he unceremoniously tossed it off the bed. Lowering his gaze, his expression was cold and resolute. Do not fear. I am here. Nothing will happen, he murmured softly, not quite sure whom he was comforting, as he brushed his cool fingers against her damp forehead and wiped away the sheen of sweat with a dry cloth. Then, he gently touched her brow with his chill fingers, and the coldness in his eyes deepened abruptly. As expected, the strange mental disturbance had returned. Danon was unaware that Yaoyao had been plagued by nightmares lately, but he had already noted her poor complexion and had begun to suspect something amiss. Having observed her slight discomfort, he examined her, confirming his suspicion that the thing had begun to stir again. Time had come, and that thing was nearing its maturity. After reaching maturity, it would transform into a true royal level, quite a troublesome matter. The bone and stone necklace adorning the girl glimmered faintly, while the purple gold gem that hung around her neck radiated an alluring, ominous light, vaguely coalescing into a dark mist. Yaoyao, why haven't you come? I have waited for so long. If you find it troublesome, Danon would gladly come to fetch you himself. The silver-haired merman swam tirelessly in the depths of the sea, seemingly searching for a precious, beloved treasure, yet always unable to find it. Why could he not find it? Yaoyao, Danon cherishes you deeply. Why? Oh, why do you not come see him? His enchanting and exquisite eyes dimmed with sorrow, a misty sheen forming that evoked deep sympathy. His soft blue fins drooped slightly, as if he were profoundly heartbroken. Suddenly, a delicate and captivating figure appeared in his line of sight. The once despondent silver eyes sparkled with renewed life, and he swam swiftly, calling out, Yaoyao, at last. Danon has found you. Chapter 47. You like me, so you chew me up like this? The silver-haired merman brimmed with joy, his beautiful, clear eyes filled with elation. Like a child, his emotions were pure and untainted. He swam fervently, gently embracing the girl's slender waist, handling her as if she were a rare treasure, cautious not to cause her any harm. His eyes half closed in satisfaction, intoxicated by the moment. His rosy lips curling into a bewitching smile. So warm. It was a feeling of longing that bordered on greed. The merman leaned down, his flowing silver hair cascading around him as he softly nuzzled against the girl's fair neck, resting his head against her delicate collarbone, his gaze entranced, greedily savoring the precious softness he had longed for. Yet his grip tightened, sharp and cold fingers beginning to emerge unnoticed. The girl lay still like a puppet, allowing him to hold her and act as he pleased, seemingly oblivious to his actions. However, this was still insufficient. What he desired could never fill the void within the silver-haired merman, who would never be satisfied with just this. No matter how tightly he embraced her, there were always unnoticed gaps that could allow the little female to escape. He yearned to keep her by his side forever. Forever. A kind of forever from which she could never flee. Perhaps he should consume her. Then Yaoyao would never escape. His desires were on the brink of realization, not in the ephemeral and absurd dreamscape, and when that time came, he would ensure she remained by his side eternally, never to escape. Crimson blood spread, tainting the waters in layers. Just as the pleasure of satiation was about to reach its peak, an unexpected force suddenly thrust him away. Caught off guard, he stumbled back, releasing the girl he had confined. The delightful moment of feeding was interrupted, leaving him quite displeased. His silver eyes narrowed, shadows of deep turmoil lurking within, swirling with a hint of bloodthirsty crimson light, staining his silvery gaze. Gritting his teeth, he coldly turned towards the source of the interruption, only to be momentarily stunned. His beautiful silver eyes widening in surprise. Yaoyao. No, this Yaoyao was different from the usual one, unlike the Yaoyao from moments ago. The once lovely yet vacant gaze now sparkled with life, as if a soul had suddenly awakened within. Every movement of hers shimmered enchantingly, captivating him utterly. It seemed Yaoyao had broken free from his mental enchantment. The current Yaoyao was the true Yaoyao. The merman smiled joyfully, genuinely delighted. Yet in stark contrast, Yaoyao was not as pleased. Yaoyao, you finally come. I am Danan. Do you remember me? Yaoyao regarded him with confusion, her eyes meeting the blood that adorned him, her brow furrowing slightly. She had no recollection of the dreamlike scene, nor did she recognize the half-human, half-fish creature before her. Yet this merman seemed intimately familiar with her, calling her name with such affectionate ease, as if he had done so countless times before. The merman's cheeks flushed slightly, the dreamlike silver-haired beauty appearing somewhat shy, nervously twirling his fingers. His silvery lashes fluttered. Yaoyao, why are you silent? Are you angry? But Dan has been good every day, obediently waiting here, always accompanying you in your dreams. In dreams, Dan truly cherished Yaoyao, more than words could express. You like me? After a prolonged silence, the little female finally spoke, breaking the stillness with her first words. The merman eagerly nodded, his silver eyes sparkling with eagerness. You like me, so you chew me up like this? Chapter 48. Stealing Honey Master Siwu. When will Yaoyao awaken? Sluo lay beside the bed, his countenance frosty, his voice scarcely above a whisper, yet his grip on the small female's hand tightened, betraying his inner trepidation. He had only stepped away for a moment when, unexpectedly, Yaoyao lapsed back into unconsciousness once more. This marked her first instance of succumbing to slumber during daylight hours. He had presumed the day would be uneventful. Alas, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Indeed, as the healer saw Luo had predicted, he lacked the experience and capability to care for Yaoyao properly. Meow? The small black cat, equally perplexed, let its soft, furry ears droop slightly, its little paws nervously pawing at the bedding. Both feline creatures gazed sorrowfully at Yuan, seeking answers. I cannot be certain. Yet Master Si Wu maintained a serene demeanor. His gaze lowered, resting upon the small female's face, now tinged with a healthy pink hue. With meticulous care, his pale fingers brushed away the damp strands of hair from her forehead, assuring that the wait would not be prolonged. Fetch me some items. She will require them upon awakening. The directive from Master Si Wu brooked no dissent, particularly as it pertained to Yaoyao's very life. Without hesitation, Sluo shouldered the entire task, transforming into his tiger form and vanishing through the door. Huayu Qiongjiang, Duo Qing Jing, Meng Xiao, Pu Xiao Bai Bu, Dang Gui, Stem. Fortunately, Yuan was aware of his own limitations, For some of the rarer items, he had sketched diagrams and provided instructions regarding their suitable growing conditions. Sluo's search proceeded with relative ease. However, the Huayu Qiongjiang appeared to reside within a particularly ferocious hive of insects. As a child, Sluo had been stung by such creatures while playing, leaving him with a considerable psychological scar. The insects of this beastly realm were far from the diminutive bugs Yaoyao knew. Rather, each one was robust and fearsome, armed with venomous tails and a propensity to bite. A swarm of them buzzed ominously, casting a shadow over the land, instilling dread in the hearts of those who beheld them. The pain inflicted by these creatures could be excruciating, yet the thought of the unconscious Yaoyao awaiting his return ignited an unprecedented courage within him. For her sake, he would face any fear. Buzzing, a vast mass of shadows surged forth, a terrifying sight. Ahead, a frantically pursued orange tiger plunged into the river. Splash! Following a thunderous sound, silence ensued. After a considerable time, the elusive honey thief insects gradually dispersed. The sound of water cascading broke the stillness. From the surface emerged an orange head, its ears and fur thoroughly soaked, drooping dejectedly, revealing only a pair of dripping tiger ears and a pair of amber eyes that were wide with lingering shock. Had the swarm departed? The large orange tiger, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, clambered out of the river, its body drenched, entangled with water plants that clung to its wet and matted fur, dripping with water. The tiger vigorously shook its body, flinging droplets off its coat. Beneath its fur, remnants of several stings still oozed with pus. Fortunately, being a fifth-tier mutated stone tiger, its defensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary beasts. Otherwise, it might have lost its life. Chapter 49. She belongs to neither you nor me. Apply the ointment to your wounds. Do not let Yaoyao awaken to see you in such a state, for it would frighten her. Yet, adhering to professional ethics, Yuan tossed Sluo a white porcelain vial filled with medicine. He then settled himself elegantly at the edge of the bed, resuming his task of peeling a cluster of purple fruits he had prepared earlier. After spending time together, Yuan had observed that Yaoyao had a penchant for fruits, especially those with plump, juicy flesh, which she would consume entirely, often sneaking away to the forest atop the mountains to gather fruits for herself. On several occasions, he had chosen not to intervene, feigning ignorance. However, the daily provisions he prepared for her had noticeably increased in fruit quantity. His porcelain white fingers deftly peeled the zigua. Focused and attentive, with a straightened posture, he emanated an air of elegance and grace, his long fingers treating the fruit as though it were a supreme work of art, demanding utmost precision. The translucent zigua was rare and possessed significant medicinal value. Its flesh, abundant with juice, yielded easily, releasing a clear, enticing nectar. A few drops adorned his beautiful porcelain fingers, faintly shimmering with a hint of purple. Yuan paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as a trace of displeasure flickered in his enchanting violet eyes. He found a pristine white cloth and gently wiped away the residue, ensuring his fingers were dry before he ceased. Any fruit that bore a blemish was discarded. He would not settle for anything less than the finest and most perfect for her. The unblemished, peeled crystal fruit was arranged on a beautiful porcelain plate, its elegant patterns complementing the varied sizes of the fruits, which were neatly lined up, enhanced by the immaculate white plate that showcased their translucence and appeal. Now, he awaited Yaoyao's awakening to enjoy them. Resting his forehead upon his hand, he gazed down at the young girl, his cool fingertips brushing against the purple crystal necklace adorning her fair neck. Unable to resist caressing it gently, his expression growing contemplative. Her silky black hair cascaded down, each strand distinct and flowing, evoking admiration. After applying the medicine, Sluo entered to find this captivating scene, momentarily taken aback. The distinguished and dazzling Master Si Wu sat gracefully at the bed's edge, one hand propping up his exquisite chin. Exuding a relaxed elegance that hinted at a touch of languor, his gaze steady upon the unconscious, small female on the bed. His violet eyes softened by a hint of smile, a sight he had never witnessed before. The amber eyes suddenly narrowed, and his palm instinctively clenched. Had he been overly imaginative? Why did Master Si Wu treat Yaoyao with such tenderness? Was it merely due to his duties as a healer? For reasons unknown, witnessing such a harmonious tableau weighed heavily upon Sluo's heart, suffocating him as if he could not breathe. the slight ache in his heart serving as a reminder that his earlier suspicions had likely solidified into reality. He clenched his fists and stepped forward abruptly. Master Siwu, I saved Yaoyao. Her guardianship lies with me. It seemed he was emphasizing something, his words laden with intensity, suppressing a chill within. I will promptly reimburse you for the crystal stones and medicines Yaoyao has consumed during her stay with you. Huh, do you believe Yaoyao is yours? Yuan stood. A formidable aura erupted, akin to an arctic chill that sent shivers down the spine, cold sweat beating upon his skin. This was the basic royal suppression of a beast king over ordinary beastmen. Sluo's voice trembled involuntarily, a sudden wave of weakness compelling him to submit. Yet he gritted his teeth, forcing his spirit to rally as he shouted, What do you mean? She is neither yours nor mine. More accurately, Yaoyao belongs to no one, not even in this beastly realm. Chapter 50. So remain here, accompanying Yen in the deep of night. The dew was thick, marking the moment when that thing reached the peak of its power. Yuan arrived at the riverside where the incident had occurred earlier that day, scrutinizing the area for a while, uncertain of what he was observing, before raising his hand and forming a gesture. Once a beastman ascends to the royal tier, they awaken the power of the beast source. This formidable force is sufficient to command the allegiance of all beasts. His cool gaze suddenly bore a hint of mockery. Not yet an adult, and not even having reached the royal tier, yet daring to unleash their spiritual power to such an extent? Do you love me? Yet you have reduced me to this state? Yaoyao's eyes twitched violently, genuinely astonished by her own calmness. Her left arm, connected to her waist and abdomen, had been gnawed upon, leaving a jagged, bloody mess. A glance downward revealed the gruesome sight of her insides, her intestines. Enough. She chose not to look further, for it was too revolting. Fortunately, this is merely a dream. In her state of mental fortitude, she does not experience any pain, and her psychological resilience is commendable. Otherwise, had it been another person witnessing this scene, they would have either fainted or been terrified. Danan, is it? Yaoyao dragged her fragmented form backward a few steps, cautiously mindful of certain things that might fall. She lifted her gaze, staring vacantly at the silver-haired merman before her, who wore an innocent smile that quickly turned cold. The merman appeared to be yet undeveloped, lacking sexual differentiation, while his melodious voice was enchanting, gender-neutral, and appealing to both sexes. His appearance embodied an ethereal beauty that transcended gender, mesmerizing and alluring. In summary, this merman was undeniably exquisite, a perfect embodiment of the superior genes inherited from his lineage, with his silver hair appearing almost otherworldly. Yet, his beauty bore a cruel, bloodthirsty edge bordering on the pathological. Yaoyao inhaled deeply, her voice calm. Danan, I wish to inquire why I've been brought here. Upon hearing his name, Danan blinked innocently, his silver lashes fluttering as if overwhelmed with a bashful delight. He subtly licked the blood from the corner of his lips, biting his fingertips. Danan himself was uncertain. The mental waves he had sent into the sea had lingered for many years, yet no one had ever responded. But Yaoyao was different. His tone shifted abruptly, suffused with uncontainable joy as he swam closer, gazing at Yaoyao with an expression that seemed to encompass his entire being. Just a few days ago, you unexpectedly entered Danan's dream, a first in many years. Only you, Yaoyao, have been able to breach my mental sanctuary, and Danan is truly elated. Danan did not wish to lose Yaoyao. If she left, there would be no one else. It seemed as if he had been silent for over a decade, and for the first time in his life, he spoke so much. The merman's tone was fervent, yet he stumbled slightly over his words. So, Yaoyao, please stay here and accompany Danan, will you? Please? Chapter 51. Yaoyao smells wonderful accompany you? And then devour me? This is a jest. Anyone with a modicum of sense would flee from this seemingly delicate, yet inherently bloodthirsty little pervert. The small female's furrowed brow exuded a palpable resistance, her dislike evident. Her instinctive retreat was particularly glaring. The merman smiled sweetly, yet the warmth in his silver eyes abruptly chilled. His lower lip was unconsciously bitten, and he suddenly exclaimed, blood oozing from his already crimson lips as he licked it away. It appeared that Yaoyao was not particularly fond of Danan. The merman's soft, white arms seemed weak, yet they concealed a formidable strength. In a critical moment, one hand surged with force, and before Yaoyao could react, he firmly grasped her delicate waist, domineeringly pulling her into his embrace. But Yaoyao, you cannot escape. He held the small female tightly, relishing her feeble resistance. And an overwhelming desire to conquer surged within him, intensifying by the moment. Dan squinted his eyes in satisfaction, emitting a series of soft, pleasurable sounds, exuding a low, seductive resonance unique to mermen. This sound could serve as both a mental assault and an expression of emotion. The merman's exquisitely sculpted jaw rested naturally against her head, savoring the warmth that drove him to madness, and he could not resist the urge to nuzzle her, gently displacing several strands of her hair. "Let me go, will you? If you do, Yaoyao will just run away silently again, and Dan would have to wait a long, long time." He spoke in a tone reminiscent of a child playfully whining. His eyes were misty with sorrow, his beautifully red lips forming a delicate pout, as if he had suffered a great injustice, as if she were a heartless betrayer. Yet the truth was, he had consumed her completely. His stunning visage tilted downward, shifting positions, as the uniquely cool, soft skin of the merman brushed against Yaoyao's cheek. Glancing sideways, his eyes fell upon the small female, his gaze fixated, captivated. Although Dan had yet to differentiate into a gendered form, and lacked the physiological urges typical of males, the innate desire and admiration for beauty was etched into the very essence of every merman. Dan was drawn to beautiful things. After being observed for some time, although he was uncertain of her current gender, Yaoyao felt a flush of embarrassment. "Have you seen enough? Yaoyao smells so wonderful." He attempted to change the subject. The two were in close proximity, their skin touching, breaths intertwining. Gradually, Danon's lips, glistening with a moist sheen, unknowingly found their way to her fair cheek, bestowing a light kiss, fleeting like a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. "Yaoyao truly smells delightful." Dan's eyes narrowed in delight, reminiscent of a child's pure innocence, embracing her as if he were a large dog whimsically seeking affection. His face was soft, and kissing her felt so pleasant. She smelled so fragrant, even more delightful to consume. Chapter 52. The appearance of the royal beastman. Regrettably, he had unwittingly gnawed on Yaoyao, leaving her partially devoured. A glance revealed that the left half of her arm, along with her waist and abdomen, had been significantly chewed, his hand smeared with her congealed blood, dripping steadily. One half of her body remained unblemished and beautiful. The other lay in ruin, merely a shell of its former self. His lips bore a cut, having deliberately pressed harder while kissing her cheek, leaving a little red heart mark. From a distance, both were stained with blood, rendering the scene far from picturesque. Had he known Yaoyao would wake up, Dan would have certainly avoided such a disastrous first encounter. Did Yaoyao despise Danon? The azure fins at his side drooped softly, gently swaying with the currents of the sea. His stunning silver eyes still shimmered with mist, glistening with tears and a hint of grievance, evoking a deep sense of pity. Yaoyao followed his gaze, observing her own wounded body, which was certainly not a source of fondness, but it was not done intentionally. Her silver eyes blinked cautiously, lowering her head and poking her finger, seemingly adopting a submissive demeanor, acknowledging her fault like a small, obedient cub. Her eyes sparkled enchantingly, her voice soft yet laced with trepidation. Yet Dan harbored genuine affection for Yaoyao. "Do you love me, so you gnaw on me?" It was purely out of love that he could not resist the urge to merge Yaoyao with himself, ensuring they would never be apart. Dan held her tightly in his embrace, his expression one of undeniable certainty, oblivious to the flaws in his reasoning. In this state of being, most of his senses were sealed. However, he could still feel an insistent hand wandering around her waist. Dan's left arm encircled her bloodied waist, and despite her deliberate resistance, the merman's right hand skillfully restrained her wrists, hoisting them above her head, rendering her entirely at his mercy. The silver-haired merman leaned closer, his cool breath cascading over her neck, eliciting a slight tingling sensation. Yet, she was not particularly fond of this position of complete subjugation. Suddenly, the knife pierced flesh, withdrawing once again. This time, however, it was Yaoyao wielding the blade. The sharp tip dripped with blood as she toyed with it, declaring, "Danon, it seems you have forgotten that this is not merely your dream. It is our shared dream." The young girl cast a fleeting glance at the silver-haired merman, who bore an expression of disbelief, her eyes lightly resting on his blood-stained heart. A faint smile graced her lips, revealing a touch of languor, as she declared that this dreamscape was not his domain, and she was no mere puppet prey to be manipulated by him. Yaoyao was indeed quite disobedient. That sudden, powerful strike had caught him off guard, completely dismantling his defenses. How careless of him! Tannen maintained his smile, observing the little female who had already slipped beyond his control, yet he found himself unable to feel anger. Instead, a strange sense of comfort seemed to wash over him. Her innocent, childlike smile was blinding. Suddenly, Yaoyao's brow furrowed, her delicate fingers idly playing with the tip of her dagger. "I am not a pet. I do not appreciate the notion of obedience." The moment her words fell, blood unexpectedly seeped from the corner of Tannen's lips, cascading down his finely sculpted jawline. A stark contrast to his exquisite features, which were strained with pain. Yaoyao froze, glancing at the small knife in her hand before turning her gaze to the pained expression of the merman, whose body curled slightly. What just transpired? This was merely a spiritual state. Logically, she should not have been able to inflict any tangible harm upon him. How could it be? Damn it. How could a royal tier beastman appear here? In the realm of beasts, there's even noodles? Why must others come to disrupt his good fortune? The necromantic sea had unexpectedly been graced by snow. The sudden arrival of ice crystals swiftly froze this expanse of ocean, resembling a venomous serpent striking with ferocity. The snow spreading at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the sea was nearly entirely encased in ice. Even the merman's tail was frozen. Frost crept over Tannen's skin, tendrils of cold permeating the air, crystallizing into delicate forms. His originally flawless complexion took on an even more ghastly pallor, as if the chill had seeped into his very bones. Yaoyao. He seemed to wish to call out, but his voice faltered. The silver-haired merman's body was gradually succumbing to the freeze, ice crystals creeping from his hair to his lips, then down to his chin and neck, until his entire form was encased, his outstretched hand appearing to grasp at something, his silver eyes wide with astonishment, fixated upon her, yet his movements were frozen in place. Meanwhile, Yaoyao's form began to dissipate, transforming into shimmering white light, vanishing with the waves of the sea. Did the merman call her just then? His voice was faint, but she could not discern his words. Throughout it all, she did not glance back even once. Master Siwu? Upon opening her eyes, Yaoyao was astonished to find the first person she saw was Yuan. She blinked in surprise and quickly surveyed her surroundings. She was resting in Yuan's abode, her mind still hazy. Had she awakened? A glance out the window revealed the night had fallen, the crescent moon hanging high. So it was already evening? Yaoyao grasped the quilt beneath her, overwhelmed with a desire to share her thoughts and feelings. The best confidant would surely be Si Luo, yet he was not present, leaving her with a torrent of words stuck in her throat, unsure whether to swallow or to release. Perhaps noticing her predicament, Master Siwu smiled understandingly, gently tucking her stray locks behind her ear. "Tonight is special. Why don't you stay here? But what about you?" Yaoyao did not ponder too deeply. She glanced around, her brows knitting together as she recalled that this room contained only one bed. "No worries. I have a place to stay. You need not concern yourself." The topic was deftly brushed aside. Master Siwu rose, retrieving some pre-prepared food. "You have not been well these past few days, lacking rest and nourishment. You have been unconscious all day. Eat this to replenish your energy." As his cool voice resonated, an enticing aroma wafted toward her. Raising her gaze, she was met with a feast for the eyes, an array of delectable dishes laid out in a pristine porcelain plate. The translucent fruit was arranged alluringly, while fruit juices had been prepared in advance, chilled with ice, offering a refreshing respite on a sweltering summer night. There was also grilled meat, crispy on the outside yet tender within, garnished with green onions, the aroma tantalizing her senses. A pair of knives and forks, glimmering faintly silver, rested atop the plate. They were not particularly sharp, yet they effortlessly sliced through the meat, leaving no morsel behind. This was already a banquet for both sight and taste. However, the true surprise awaited her. "Master Siwu, this bowl of white noodles, is it really noodles?" Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over her. Noodles in the realm of beasts. Following Master Siwu, one could find everything. Yaoyao need only recline and indulge. Noodles? Was this a product that belonged to this era? Where did the flour come from? Where was the wheat sourced? Though these were but humble strands of noodles, The journey from cultivation to creation was exceptionally intricate, encapsulating millennia of human civilization's dedication and innovation. From wheat cultivation to selection and cleaning, followed by washing, drying, milling, and the painstaking process of grinding, it would require generations to perfect. Could this truly be the beast realm? Yaoyao marveled as she picked up 2 strands of noodles, inspecting them closely, yet hesitating to take a bite, overwhelmed by disbelief. The noodles were fine and springy, floating in a rich broth, sprinkled with a hint of spice, accompanied by succulent pieces of lean meat, the aroma utterly irresistible. Goodness! Was this not the beast realm's version of braised beef noodles? Foolish host, just as you suspected, others have traversed this world before you. Thus the civilization of the beast realm has advanced significantly. Now, close that astonished mouth of yours. Do not always appear so simple-minded. After all, we have journeyed through hundreds of worlds and witnessed great wonders. Maintain your composure. Why did you not inform me sooner? Seeing the little female's astonished expression, a hint of endearing innocence illuminated her features. Master Si Wu could not help but chuckle softly, his violet eyes gazing steadily at her, seemingly innocently inquiring. Is it also called noodles where you come from? Oh, yes. Yaoyao bit into the noodle, swallowing it along with a piece of savory meat in one go. She instinctively responded, feeling that the dialogue between them was slightly off, yet before she could process it, he had already shifted the topic, propping his delicate chin in thought, his cool gaze drifting toward the window. Outside, the night was shrouded in mist, the crescent moon gleaming brightly. 2 slender crescents formed a vast expanse, one deep crimson like blood, the other silver-white like jade, the second month and myriad stars harmonizing to create a breathtaking portrait suspended in the heavens. Here, we too call it noodles. I have forgotten from which predecessor this tradition was inherited. Master Si Wu sighed softly, as if mourning the passage of history. Is it delicious? Yaoyao quickly shook her head, appearing quite adorable. No, I am full. I have already troubled you enough. Is there anything else you wish to eat? Shaking her head again. Then rest well. Although you have been unconscious for an entire day, the toll on your spirit has been quite severe. You must still ensure you get adequate rest and sleep soundly. He tenderly tucked her in, his cool, deep voice laced with a soothing undertone. As drowsiness began to envelop Yaoyao, her mind growing heavy with sleep. Meow. A small head suddenly poked through the tightly shut window, pushing against it with all its might, yet it could not gain entry. The little black cat, cloaked in darkness, melds seamlessly with the night, resembling a shadowy sprite lurking in the depths of obscurity. Only its wide, golden eyes shimmer with an extraordinary brilliance, seemingly veiled in a mist of sorrowful tears, while its delicate, velvety ears droop in despondence. Those radiant golden orbs seem to emit 2 beams of light amidst the night, strikingly bright. The tiny, pink paw pads, laden with despair, pathetically scratch at the window, leaving behind faint claw marks and numerous ragged scratches. Meow, let me in. It cries out loudly, yet alas. The window's soundproofing is too effective, and no one pays a heed. The little cat, once again, finds itself abandoned by the world. Chapter 55. The True Purpose of Sir Wu. Initially, it had hidden beneath the window, curled up in the corner, fearing to disturb the slumber of Yaoyao Jie after being cast out by that man. However, it never anticipated that it would ultimately be unable to enter the very room itself. Scratching at the windowsill, peering in with a mix of envy and dejection, it gazes longingly at the interior. Meow. It persistently scratches at the window, still hoping to catch the attention of the man inside. Just as its soft mewl escapes its throat, a cold, piercing gaze suddenly falls upon it, chilling it to the bone. Startled, it nearly tumbles from the curtain rod. Steadying itself, it raises its eyes to see the aloof man raising a slender finger, poised gracefully at his lips, his voice deliberately low. Soft yet undeniably laced with a warning, "Shoo, be quiet, do not disturb her slumber." Meow. The little cat suddenly comprehends, casting a glance at him, then at the peacefully sleeping Yaoyao Jie. It obediently nods under the weight of that icy gaze and discreetly retreats. With a graceful leap, it lands softly on the ground. Perhaps it is best not to disturb Yaoyao Jie asleep, although the prospect of their reunion is exhilarating. Waiting until tomorrow for her to awaken seems prudent. Coincidentally, its stomach rumbles with hunger, prompting it to seek something to nibble on. As it ambles a few steps, it spots 2 snowy white figures nestled beside a tree, rustling as if nibbling on something. Carrots? Upon closer inspection, it discovers two plump, snow-white rabbits. Three pairs of eyes meet in an instant, the atmosphere thick with tension. The rabbits, sensing something amiss, cease their nibbling and freeze in place. Meow. In that moment, the golden cat's eyes gleam with an almost frightening intensity. Licking its lips, sharp claws emerge silently. Yuan has set up a defensive barrier outside the house to ward off intrusions. That thing cannot breach it. More accurately, that thing shall never return. He has severed its spiritual connection entirely. Unless that thing crosses on a land, it shall never again be able to approach Yaoyao. Just as he indulges in contemplation, a soft whimper arises from the bed. He perches on the edge of the bed, glancing sideways to see the young female. Her forehead glistening with a thin sheen of perspiration, her cheeks flushed with heat. It appears she is truly suffering from the warmth, her delicate, pale feet instinctively kicking at the thin blanket. Currently, in the midst of a dry and sweltering season, the nights are stifling and hot, and given the challenging circumstances, there are no suitable cooling items available. This has rendered the typically composed Sir Wu unusually anxious. The female seems to be quite uncomfortable. Yuan furrows his brow, extending a long finger to gently pull the blanket down. Startled, he gazes at the sleeping female, who seems to instinctively reach for his finger, craving the coolness he provides. Her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing, their fingers entwined tightly. The warmth of her touch spreads to his fingertips, which are slightly rigid. According to the usual narrative, he should have immediately withdrawn his finger, yet inexplicably, he remains still. As a member of the Ice Serpent clan, his body temperature is notably low, cool as jade. It seems perfectly suited for alleviating her heat. In this moment, Yuan clearly recognizes his true purpose. Chapter 56, The Water Flood Beast. After a brief, internal struggle, Sir Wu reluctantly embraces the honorable role of refrigerator. As he gently withdraws his long finger, the momentary absence of her warm touch leaves him feeling somewhat disoriented. However, this peculiar sensation dissipates quickly, his icy demeanor swiftly restored. Then, Yuan transforms his tail into a beautiful, purple, serpentine form, gently coiling it around the girl. The tail, nearly 10 meters long, easily wraps around her several times. After a moment's consideration, the tail tip pulls down the blanket just enough to expose the girl's tender legs and a small section of her abdomen, allowing for better airflow amidst the oppressive heat. As cold-blooded creatures, serpents naturally have lower body temperatures, and their cool, smooth scales possess remarkable cooling properties. Once the serpent tail has tenderly enveloped the girl, it forms a bed beneath her, providing relief from the heat. The young female appears to find comfort, sleeping soundly. Yet Yuan does not share her tranquility. As he coils around her, his movements become restricted. For the first time in his beastly life, he finds himself in such an astonishing situation, wrapped around a female while she sleeps, and it feels strangely novel. Being acutely aware of her fragility, he is cautious. The female's body is exceptionally soft and delicate, unlike the strength of a male. He finds the experience quite pleasant and is reluctant to release her. After securely wrapping her, Yuan remains utterly still, fearful of disturbing her peaceful slumber. Sir Wu supports himself against the smooth, stone table, propping his exquisite chin, his purple eyes partially closed, casting a gentle shadow that mingles with the silvery moonlight, appearing touched by starlight, pure and pristine. His gaze is cool and detached, as if he is enjoying a brief respite, while behind him, his serpent tail remains rigid and still. This peculiar arrangement persists for quite some time, until the sudden clap of thunder pierces the stillness of the night. The rumbling thunder, accompanied by a brilliant flash of lightning, arrives unexpectedly, as if a colossal giant is trembling violently, illuminating the sky in a blinding flash that tears through the darkness. The heavens brighten abruptly, casting down numerous bolts of lightning, the sound deafening, akin to a terrifying demon wreaking havoc upon the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. Soon after, a fierce wind and torrential rain descend. The rain falls in large, heavy drops, starting gently but quickly intensifying, as if possessing the power to shatter mountains and valleys, crashing down from the heights with a force rivaling that of seasonal hail. Meow, bang, bang. The door outside is pounded upon, and Yuan opens it to find a drenched, disheveled black cat and two rabbits. As he opens the door, a flurry of raindrops spills inside. Clean yourselves up before stepping in, he commands sternly, tossing them 3 clean towels, then turning to gaze out at the stormy weather. Thankfully, the defensive barrier he prepared in advance ensures the interior remains untouched, serene, and tranquil. The temperature drops sharply. He approaches the window, peering intently, his expression darkening. The usual cool detachment vanishes, replaced by an ominous chill in his purple eyes, simmering with intensity. It seems he has underestimated the destructive power of that thing. Defies the natural order of the universe, bearing an immeasurable destructive power that this world cannot fathom. At its peak, the Yaoyao can upheave rivers and obliterate the heavens. Initially, he arrived at this tribe to hunt a newly born Yaoyao of the ice element, not focusing on the unexpected appearance of the Yaoyao. Yet he was caught off guard. This creature had purposefully launched an attack. What was its intention? In Chapter 57, the rainy season has arrived prematurely. The little black cat and 2 small white rabbits huddled at the door, shivering from the cold rain. The trio was unable to transform into their humanoid forms, their clumsiness painfully evident. They clung to a pristine cloth with their paws, exchanging glances filled with embarrassment and distress. They simply could not reach it. How could they wipe? Yet, the adult was notoriously fastidious, and the 3 little ones stood frozen at the door, paralyzed by fear. The 2 timid white rabbits were particularly exhausted, having narrowly escaped being devoured by the fierce black cat, only to be met with a sudden thunderstorm and torrential downpour. Their little hearts could hardly bear the shock. After a brief moment of stiffness, one of the 3 suddenly had a whimsical idea, releasing its paws and bounding 2 steps forward to roll upon the cloth, wriggling and rubbing against it. The other 2 quickly followed suit, joining in the frolic. The cloth, white and clean, was large and highly absorbent. After several minutes of playful rolling, they had soaked up most of the water. Only then did they muster the courage to tread upon the animal skin carpet and scamper toward the center of the room. Meow! The little black cat's eyes gleamed as it leapt onto the bed, its target clear. After shaking its small body, it stealthily burrowed into Yaoyao's blanket, curling up and becoming still, content to blend into the warmth. Ah, the blanket was indeed warm. It was the coziest place, and soon its fur would be dried. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The beastmen of the Yaoyao forest tribe were thoroughly awakened by this sudden, celestial anomaly. The resounding thunder wept many females and young, their cries intermingling with the thunder and rain, a haunting melody. The females and young cried out in distress, and the males could find no peace in sleep amidst the chaos. The torrential rain and fierce thunder wreaked havoc, causing many wooden houses to collapse. Even the sturdier stone dwellings began to leak. Unable to sleep, the males braved the downpour to gather materials and repair the damaged homes, cursing the sudden tempestuous weather. This was supposed to be the dry season. It was utterly abnormal for such a heavy rain to descend so abruptly, startling the beasts. While the ordinary beastmen lamented their plight, the higher echelons of each tribe hastily convened in secret within the stone dwelling of their chieftain. The Sanglin tribe was no exception. Inside the stone house, the expressions of the beastmen were grave. How could such a torrential downpour occur in the midst of the dry season? Such deluges were only witnessed during the most intense rainy periods. Had we truly entered the rainy season? In recent years, the weather in Yaoyao forest had become increasingly erratic, with each year's rainy season arriving earlier than anticipated. We had planned to conduct tribal trade a month in advance before the rainy season's arrival, yet it came sooner than we had foreseen. We were utterly unprepared. What shall we do about this year's tribal trade? We can only seek the counsel of the esteemed shaman, followed by a heavy sigh. The beastmen clasped their hands together, their expressions respectful and solemn, as if the shaman were their deity, their last hope for survival. In Chapter 58, Death's Sea, Yen was encircled by dozens of furious mermen, their eyes ablaze with wrath. One hot-tempered individual leaped forward, shouting at the silent Yen, and, "How dare you desecrate purgatory? Such audacity to commit heinous acts! Unforgivable!" The esteemed priest's divination was indeed correct. You are the harbinger of calamity, a black merman. Scum! You should have been dealt with decisively years ago, at the moment of your birth. Shan, be silent. The leader, Yu Hong, interrupted coldly, releasing an oppressive aura that silenced the surrounding mermen, causing them to tremble. The merman named Shan was particularly affected, blood surging from his throat under the immense pressure. Chieftain, at this juncture, you cannot possibly still wish to protect him. Shan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as the sharp tips of his fingers pierced his palms. blood trickling down. Years of accumulated resentment turned his eyes crimson, distorting his handsome features into a grotesque mask, licking away the blood at the corner of his lips. He sneered, "Chieftain, have you forgotten? If it weren't for him, Yin would not have perished. She would never have left us." The merman behind him began to stir restlessly. "Shan, I remind you once more, some words are better left unsaid. You know this well." The danger in Yuhong's eyes intensified. "Ah, indeed. After all these years, you still wish to defend him." Under the unyielding pressure of the king beast, Shan laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing eerily across the desolate sea, mingling with his bitter tears. For over a decade, he had remembered the moment he lost his beloved partner. Her body stained with dark blood, her limbs cold as ice, her beautiful eyes forever closed, unable to smile at him again. In that instant, his heart shattered. He wept for 3 days and nights, nearly succumbing to despair. Yet he could not perish. The black merman responsible for Yan's death must die first. The pain of losing his beloved had festered for years, and today it erupted. Reason, kinship, he cast them all aside. At this moment, he only wished to drag that accursed black merman to join Yan. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as Yuhong's sharp fingertip pierced Shan's heart. The sound of flesh tearing resonating in the air. Yuhong extracted Shan's heart, discarding the lifeless body aside without a second glance. Shan's demise rendered the mermen silent, a chilling stillness enveloping them. Indifferent and apathetic, all the mermen widened their eyes in disbelief, trembling in the blood-stained sea. Had the chieftain just slain Shan? In that fleeting moment, had Shan attempted to ambush Yin, it would have been the black merman who lay dead. Such is the fate of those who defy orders. They deserve death. Yuhong's handsome visage was as cold as frost. Though nearing 50, he appeared no older than 30, thanks to the lineage of the king beast. His azure hair flowed like a waterfall, graceful in the sea, while beneath his exquisite countenance lay the authority and power befitting a leader. The mermen soon returned to a state of calm, no one voicing any dissent over Shan's death. The mermen are known to be cold-blooded and heartless, regarded as the most chilling and fearsome assassins of the ocean. The demise of a kinsman, who bore no significance to them, stirs not the slightest ripple in their frigid hearts. To clarify for any bewildered readers, YNN's mother is a YN, who has many husbands, among whom UH-ing and SH-in are included. In chapter 59, as the waters engulfed all, UH-ing wiped the blood from his hands and swam directly to YNN, navigating through the merman. His deep blue brows furrowed sharply as he looked down upon YNN, his tone unexpectedly gentle, devoid of the earlier murderous intent. "Are you all right?" The silver-haired merman remained silent, his neck bowed, and his delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, his silver eyes reflecting a serene obedience, quiet and still like a finely crafted porcelain doll. YNN seemed impervious to the coarse insults hurled by the other mermen and exhibited no sorrow for SHN's death, remaining indifferent throughout. Such chilling detachment was strikingly reminiscent of UH-ing himself. At times, UH-ing pondered whether this child might actually be the offspring of AYN and himself. "Please, everyone, step back. I wish to speak with him privately." The merman exhaled in relief, as if granted a pardon, and swiftly retreated from sight. Neither spoke, for there was little to say. After a prolonged silence, YNN broke the stillness. Just as in his childhood, he unconsciously nibbled on his slender fingertips, not lifting his gaze. His azure fins hung limply, conveying a sense of dejection and hurt. "UH-ing, am I truly a bad merman? Should I have never been born?" His voice was frail, tinged with a long-suppressed quiver, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Absolutely not." A smile graced UH-ing's handsome visage, intended to offer comfort, albeit somewhat strained. He regarded YNN, whose innocence mirrored that of a young cub, yet his own gaze appeared somewhat hollow, as if peering through the silver-haired merman to another familiar face that had haunted him for many years. UH-ing was AYN's second partner and, aside from YNN's biological father, the one most cherished by her. On the day of YNN's birth, he was the only merman to oppose the slaughter of the still young child. YNN was her sole descendant, and UH-ing wished for him to grow up normally, believing it would bring her joy. YNN belonged to the royal lineage of the Blue Mermen, possessing the most precious bloodline and displaying extraordinary talent. His future accomplishments were bound to be limitless. However, UH-ing's brow suddenly furrowed, his tone cold. "Why have you resorted to that power again? The terrifying force of water manipulation made him uneasy. Ynn spoke candidly, revealing no secrets. His beautiful silver eyes sparkled like scattered stars. Because I want to find someone on land. Suddenly recalling a delightful thought, his expression brightened, his lips curving into a gentle smile, filled with genuine joy. I want to find Yaoyao. Who is this unfamiliar person? Yueching suppressed his curiosity, but felt compelled to remind him of a harsh reality. You are still underage. You cannot transform into a full human form and are not yet able to walk on land. Who says I must walk on land? Ynn mischievously blinked, his lively spirit shining through, his features enchanting yet beguiling. Like a captivating trickster, he had become intoxicatingly alluring. What? Ynn intends to summon a torrential flood, submerging that fragile land, turning it into his ocean, a most innocuous smile masking the cruelest of curses. It would be best if all those beastmen were drowned. Not a single one left. That way, Yaoyao would belong solely to him. In Chapter 60, the storm raged, thunder booming. Even though Yuan had set up defensive barriers outside, Yaoyao awoke in the dead of night. Upon opening her eyes, she found the room empty, with Yuan nowhere in sight. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she rubbed her temples, her mind still hazy, as her hand instinctively searched beneath the covers. It encountered a damp, furry creature curled up beside her, unmoving despite the thunderous storm. Furry? Wait, where did this furry come from? She abruptly lifted the blanket, and a musty, damp odor instantly permeated the air, pungent and overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a small black ball nestled beside her hand, its body damp and the sheets beneath it soaked. Yaoyao paused, recognizing the familiar form of the black creature. As its tail flicked in her line of sight, she daringly speculated, is this little black ball? The creature seemed to sense a sudden chill in the air and uncomfortably rolled over, revealing its dazzling feline eyes, with its tiny pink tongue peeking out. Meow. It mewed softly, a mix of grievance and request. I'm cold. I need a blanket. The little black ball, still a bit drowsy, squinted its round, adorable eyes, vaguely recalling being lifted into the air by someone. Its ears drooped adorably as it instinctively curled its tail around itself, shielding its modesty. Struggling to free its paws, it clutched its long tail tightly, as if grasping onto a delectable morsel it could not let go of, its tiny white teeth unconsciously nibbling on its tail, leaving a mouthful of fur. Suddenly, a sugary chestnut struck its forehead. Is the tail delicious? Meow. Startled awake, the little black cat widened its eyes, only to realize that the person holding it was none other than its longed-for sister, Yaoyao. The mewing crescendoed several decibels higher. The exuberant little feline began to nuzzle its head against Yaoyao's embrace as it had in the past. Yaoyao held it at bay with her right hand, careful not to get wet. She rummaged through a wooden box, retrieving a clean linen cloth, wrapping it up before cradling it in her arms, her fair, delicate hands gently rubbing its ears. Little black ball, how did you come here? She was filled with confusion, as she had never brought it to this realm. Meow, sister, I'm not quite sure. The little black ball purred contentedly, its soft ears shifting with her caresses, aligning perfectly with her gentle touch, its eyes sparkling with innocence. You silly thing, your spiritual power is too weak. I brought it here. By the way, Yuan's affection level has reached 40, and rewards are now unlocked. Task rewards, affection lottery, 2 attempts, Tianji points 10. Special reward, space customizable parameters, for 1 acre. Task rewards have been set. May your endeavors and strategy be delightful. Yuan's affection level rose to 40 so quickly, she recalled having done little to earn it. Yaoyao's pace of petting the cat slowed, utterly perplexed. Perhaps Lord CW was indeed the legendary type of automatic pursuer? Yet, what was this space farming all about? This was her first task completion, and she had received a puzzling space farming as a reward. In Chapter 61, the clammy mist brought an oppressive chill as the door swung open, sweeping the cold air into the room. Yaoyao shivered, rubbing her arms. So cold. As dawn approached, a tempest raged outside, with torrential rain and howling winds, accompanied by relentless thunder and lightning. She had merely taken a brief slumber. Yet the weather had transformed into this chaotic state. In an instant, she almost felt as though she had been transported to a realm of apocalyptic despair. Awake? A cool and deep voice interrupted her wandering thoughts. She nodded in response. The gaze of Si Wu, the esteemed figure, was firmly fixed upon her, and it briefly flitted to the small black cat curled in her embrace, their intimate bond suggesting years of companionship. Yuan had begun to piece together their connection. It seemed that this cat truly knew her. Was it possible they hailed from the same place? Si Wu was drenched in a chilling mist, his luxurious purple-embroidered robe thoroughly soaked by the downpour, yet his long satin-black hair remained untouched by the rain, as sleek and orderly as ever. It was said that the hair of the snake clan was composed of both fur and scales, requiring little maintenance, while retaining an exquisite allure, and even possessing waterproof qualities that evoked envy. His skin was devoid of fine fuzz, remarkably smooth and impervious to moisture. Only his robe was thoroughly saturated, water dripping continuously from it, cascading down his delicate collarbone and disappearing into the folds of his garment. Siwu unconsciously furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased. His long fingers brushed against the collar of his robe as if to shed it. In a flurry, Yaoyao hastily offered him a cloak, then, cradling the small black cat, she scampered off to the adjoining room to allow him to change. Having lived here for numerous days, Yaoyao had come to a profound realization influenced by the vibrant local customs. The beastmen possessed no sense of decorum or shame. Despite Yuan's seemingly aloof and noble demeanor, it was all a fade. At his core, he was indeed a quintessential beastman. He could readily change clothes in her presence, as she had witnessed him in his half-serpent form, unclothed. Watching her flustered figure retreat, Yuan's typically regal violet eyes subtly glimmered with amusement. Oh, is she truly this shy? Once he donned a fresh robe, he called out to the little female. Si Wu, when will this torrential rain cease? Yaoyao asked, cradling the small black cat while swaying on her stool. The sudden downpour had inexplicably dampened her spirits, a feeling that could not endure for long. Yuan chuckled softly, his cool fingertips brushing against the fabric of his robe, casting a casual glance out the window, exuding calmness and composure. Earlier, the elders and the chieftain of the Singlin tribe had summoned him, anxiously inquiring about the unexpected deluge, fretting whether it would persist until the rainy season concluded. Yuan refrained from divulging information regarding the flood beast, deeming it unnecessary. Besides, this storm likely would not last much longer. The flood beast, while naturally capable of manipulating celestial phenomena and controlling floods, perhaps did not even realize that each exertion of control, each additional second of manipulation, severely drained his mental fortitude, leading to significant repercussions for his true form. A young cub, not yet having reached the level of a royal beast, dared to wield the uncontrollable flood power so recklessly. Such eagerness was ill-advised, a case of too much ambition leading to inevitable loss. Chapter 62. Flood power cannot be reversed once the flood power was unleashed. It could only be redirected or dispersed, never eradicated. Under the persistent questioning from the chieftain and elders of the Singlin tribe, Yuan conducted a sacrificial ceremony. With the power of a priest, he sought to alter the flood power, temporarily shifting and dispersing the calamity. While the total precipitation remained unchanged, he artificially expanded the area of rainfall, reducing the intensity in specific regions, transforming the catastrophic deluge into a gentle rain that nourished the earth. In an instant, the Beirudo forest and surrounding areas were graced with a prolonged, gentle drizzle, the rain akin to a source of rebirth, cleansing the oppressive heat and rejuvenating the foliage to a vibrant green, as if newly born. The beastmen rejoiced in the rain, their fears from the previous night forgotten. Yet, Yuan could not shake his unease. Glancing at the stone table, he noticed he had not even finished his meal. Now, alone in the room, the atmosphere reverted to its usual chill and solitude, the temperature seeming to drop further. His left hand, draped in the luxurious purple robe, rested on the windowsill, the delicate bones of his wrist evident, his pale fingertips lightly pressing against the ledge as he tightened his grip slightly. His right hand propped his exquisite chin, his violet eyes languidly surveying the outside, tilting his head slightly as if lost in contemplation. His gaze, however, remained unfocused, seemingly devoid of purpose. Staring into the void without seeing anything in particular. Tap, tap, he was acutely aware of the limitations of his priestly power, without the cooperation of another royal beast. The forced reversal of the flood power would not endure for long. The jubilant cheers of the beastmen were merely superficial and blind. The flood power could not truly be halted, and the underlying danger of the storm would never be entirely eradicated. His mental perception suggested that the flood power showed no signs of abating as he had anticipated. Instead, it intensified, as if someone were aiding it from behind. And that accomplice among the beastmen was likely a royal beast, potentially of equal standing to him. This posed quite a dilemma. Tap, tap. Yaoyao cautiously navigated the slick mountain path, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She moved deliberately slowly, striving to maintain her balance. Following the downpour, the mountain's mudslides were perilous. A single misstep could lead to a fatal tumble. Meow. Be careful, sister. The small black cat, prideful of its fur now soaked and caked with damp earth, did its utmost to shield her feet, maintaining a safe distance. When Yaoyao slipped, it even served as a makeshift cushion. One hand held a large leaf as an umbrella, while the other shaded her brow as she squinted into the distance. Suo, are you not coming? Why can't I see him? Chapter 63. Habit, indeed, is a most unfortunate trait. Having not seen Suo all day, Yaoyao sensed something amiss. At this hour, he should have already arrived. She had grown accustomed to his early presence, to the joy in his smile upon seeing her, and to his punctual arrivals to escort her. Habit, indeed, is a most unfortunate trait. With no sign of him, Yaoyao felt inexplicably disheartened. Her grip tightened on a large leaf, and she instinctively felt like a forsaken cub, alone and waiting for someone to come for her. Yet, no one was coming. She looked around, finding only the empty ground, accompanied by her own presence and the small, dirty, soaked cat. The pair wandered aimlessly, the rain continuing to fall softly. A touch of melancholy enveloped her, perhaps a tad overly dramatic. Yaoyao took a deep breath, attempting to calm her spirits, realizing there was little to fret about. After all, Suo was a member of the hunting team, often preoccupied, following an entire day of relentless rain. The tribe's resource stockpile would likely be strained, making it quite reasonable for him to be unable to come and fetch her. The young girl continued her careful descent down the mountain, cradling the small black ball. The path remained treacherous. In her descent, she slipped once more, but quickly regained her footing, only to find her clothing mired in mud, causing her mood to sink further at the thought of yet another laundry day. Amidst multiple frustrations, the sky seemed to darken even more. Wait, what was that approaching? In pain, the cat leapt from her embrace, its eyes glistening with moisture. Meow. The little black cat lingered at her feet, looking up at her in confusion, only to be suddenly grasped by the scruff of its neck by the girl. Before it could react to the abruptness of the situation, it felt a sharp pain at the back of its neck as the young lady swiftly lifted it and concealed it within the foliage behind her. Hush! Don't make a sound. Someone is coming. Her pale finger gently pressed against her soft pink lips. Since the arrival of the little black ball, her mental prowess had doubled. Moreover, she possessed an innate ability to tame beasts. Upon successfully forming a contract with a creature, be it animal or plant, she could acquire a portion of the contractor's innate abilities. The little black ball's talent was scouting. After enhancing her mental strength, Yaoyao could similarly and swiftly scout all surrounding flora and fauna, having just expanded her mental reconnaissance to approximately a 20-meter radius. This indicated that, in that fleeting moment, another individual had intruded within a 20-meter radius around her. The mental scent of the intruder seemed somewhat familiar. A golden silhouette flashed through her vision, and in the next instant, a gentle hand ruffled her small head, followed by a sudden lift as she found herself cradled in midair. Yaoyao, from afar, I saw you hiding. What are you hiding from? Had he become frightful or ugly in just one day? His clear and melodious voice was sunny and captivating, tinged with a hint of melancholic grievance. A familiar sound that reached her ears. It took Yaoyao a moment to register. It was Si Luo. Using her mental abilities for the first time in this new realm, it was natural for her reactions to be somewhat excessive. The tension in her nerves relaxed abruptly as she was held in Si Luo's arms, her small hands instinctively wrapping around his long, elegant neck. Her arms resting on his slightly longer, warm orange locks, pressed against his strong, warm chest. Why did the tiger come so late? I'm almost unhappy. Si Luo's hair was slightly damp, raindrops tracing down his handsome face, gliding over his bare skin and winding along his delicate collarbone, disappearing into his beast skin attire. His breath was somewhat unsteady. Perhaps he had rushed here without taking anything to shield himself from the rain. Yaoyao sat upon his strong arm, one hand embracing his graceful neck while the other instinctively shifted the umbrella made of large leaves to shield his head from the rain, inadvertently drawing herself closer to him. They were just out of reach of the rain. Si Luo's heart skipped a beat as his fingertips, hanging by his side, trembled slightly. Was Yaoyao unconsciously shielding him from the rain? The rounded, furry ears of the tiger seemed to quiver, perhaps slightly chilled by the wind, while the tips of his ears subtly flushed pink, his tail flicking back and forth. More than anything, he felt an indescribable sense of joy and exhilaration. Sometimes, one can find satisfaction in the simplest gestures. A small action from the other could bring secret delight for a long time. He subtly turned his gaze, his amber eyes casting downward, capturing a glimpse of her fair and exquisite face, reminiscent of a celestial being who had unwittingly descended into this mundane world, radiating a halo that rendered one unable to look away. Just a single glance pierced deep into his eyes, making it difficult to let go. Her translucent, beautiful eyes blinked softly, appearing as if they had imbibed moonlight, pure and untainted, evoking a sense of reverence. Perhaps due to the impending rain, a hint of melancholy tinged her gaze. Her long, curled eyelashes were lightly dampened by the rain, resembling clusters of mist, enhancing their allure with a hint of irresistible temptation. Their faces drew closer, breaths intertwining in a disordered dance. Si Luo's breathing became increasingly erratic. The heightened sensitivity of his beastly senses detected the intoxicating fragrance of femininity, infused with a hint of milky sweetness, irresistibly alluring. Thoughts began to wander, conjuring certain images. Si Luo's body gradually stiffened, remaining motionless. After a moment of stillness, he snapped back to reality, hurriedly sorting through his scattered thoughts, responding in a flurry of confusion. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yaoyao, puzzled, blinked her eyes and easily noticed the flush creeping up his ear tips, spreading to his cheeks and neck, seemingly radiating warmth as if he were being roasted. "Why is your face so red?" Yaoyao teased, playfully pinching his ear. Her mischievousness was a product of having raised a little black cat. "I'm not angry that you came to get me so late. All right, I just remembered. Why did you come so late today?" The expression on her face shifted abruptly from warmth to coldness. Si Luo's heart trembled, becoming even more flustered. In the chilly, dreary rain, the warmth emanating from him intensified. "Yaoyao, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what to do. So I stayed in the house, thinking for a day and a night, almost forgetting to come for you." He lowered his head slightly. Biting his lip, he remained silent. His lips were somewhat pale, beautifully curved, yet at this moment, they appeared clumsy and awkward, as if he were at a loss for words. He simply thought of what the great shaman had said. "Do you truly understand her? She does not belong to you. You cannot possess her." The cold, indifferent voice echoed in his mind, causing his pupils to tremble and his palms to tighten involuntarily. Each word carried a penetrating weight, pulling Si Luo's emotions into an abyss. In truth, he did not care who said what. What mattered most to him was only Yaoyao. Once she became the center of his world, he found it impossible to remain detached. What further disheartened him was the painful yet piercing truth in the great shaman's words. He truly did not understand Yaoyao. Not at all. He only knew that she loved sour and spicy fish, steamed fish, chicken soup with yellow stems, and chicken that must be stewed until it fell apart. He also knew that the peculiar crustaceans from the water must have their heads and tails removed along with the black strands, and that she enjoyed sweet fruit juices with bits of fruit mixed in. Beyond that, he knew nothing else about her. He did not even know which tribe she hailed from. For an entire day, Si Luo remained at home, dejectedly lying on the animal's skin, sorrowfully contemplating. Did Yaoyao like him? Was her dependence on him merely because he was the first male creature she encountered upon arriving in Beiluduo Forest? If he had not fortuitously found her in her unconscious state, would he even have the right to stand beside her? All the pride he had accumulated over 20 years shattered in an instant upon meeting Yaoyao. This anxiousness rendered him unfamiliar with himself, making him feel weak and vulnerable. Sorry, Yaoyao. I was just delayed by some matters." He lifted his head, meeting her gaze directly. "Next time, I will be more attentive." Si Luo's attitude in admitting his fault was quite earnest, yet Yaoyao did not genuinely wish to blame him. After receiving such a heartfelt apology, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Yaoyao averted her gaze from his overly intense eyes. "All right, I understand. You are usually very busy and need not worry about me. In fact, I adapt quite well. I'm not angry with you, so don't wear such a gloomy expression." A smile returned to her face. Upon reflection, what was the use of overthinking? Such distress, an endless cycle of thoughts, is better cast aside in favor of savoring the joys of the present moment. Two figures, accompanied by a little black cat, gradually retreat into the distance. Beneath their feet lies mud, yet behind them unfolds a myriad of splendid scenery. The rain begins to diminish, replaced by the rhythmic chorus of croaking frogs. The lush and verdant blue duo forest, cleansed by the rain, radiates with renewed vitality, dripping with freshness, teeming with life. Raindrops, heavy on the branches, playfully fall, and a fleeting shadow of purple disappears unnoticed amidst the green mist. In the grass, an abandoned umbrella lies, suggesting its owner no longer requires it. Yao, I shall depart tomorrow. Do not think of me. Yaoyao's movements slow as she chews on her fruit, her eyes wide with innocent surprise. So soon? I recall just a few days ago, we spoke of 7 days. It seems, however, that the esteemed Si Wu has communicated this change at the last moment, though the specifics elude me. It appears the sudden torrential rain has prompted Si Wu and the clan leader to hasten our departure from the tribe. Sulo's soft, furry ears droop as he sighs, lamenting that he is not ready to leave just yet, as there is still much to gather. Yaoyao sets down her fruit and rises. I shall assist you. Chapter 66. I wish to hear Yaoyao's tale. The following day, upon awakening naturally, Sulo had already left the dwelling, having tread lightly to avoid disturbing her rest. Yaoyao, feeling a pang of regret, massaged her temples before hurriedly preparing and rushing to the stone square. She fortuitously arrives just in time for the final farewells. The Sanglan tribe consists of over 2,000 beastmen, excluding females, the elderly who have lost their capacity for labor, and male cubs. Fewer than 1,000 able-bodied males remain. This gathering of the tribe constitutes a formidable 500 individuals, underscoring the significance of this event. 500 warrior beastmen, each clad in readiness, exude an air of solemnity. They stand tall, resembling sturdy pines, broad shoulders bearing 2 razor-sharp stone blades, meticulously polished to glint menacingly, as if shrouded in polar ice, radiating an intimidating aura of battle. Their faces adorned with colorful mud, they embody the tribal insignia used to distinguish kin among the diverse beastmen. The palpable battle spirit surging through their muscular forms makes them appear as unstoppable forces of nature. Among the throng, one figure stands out with resplendent hair, immediately capturing attention. Yaoyao, cradling the little black cat, attempts to weave through the crowd, yet finds herself unable to advance. Straining to see over the throng, she can barely glimpse Sulo's figure, standing proudly at the forefront of the beastmen, his presence commanding the gaze of the majority. His upper body is mostly bare, emphasizing his enticingly broad shoulders and narrow waist, with muscle definition that exudes youthful vigor and strength. Backlit, his form is a striking silhouette, delineating his lithe yet powerful physique, as if he were a natural embodiment of the sun, each motion radiating brilliance. After a fleeting glance, Yaoyao quickly averted her gaze, apologizing for being dazzled. How had she never noticed his brilliance before? Suddenly, he stands amongst the crowd, his radiance blinding. Indeed, it is unwise to compare oneself to others. As the warrior beastmen prepare to depart, Sulo, as their leader, remains still amidst the urging of the others, his brow furrowed with heavy thoughts. At the clan leader's commanding shout to commence the journey, he abruptly turns against the current of the crowd, as if a tidal wave had surged back toward them, causing astonished looks to ripple through the throng. On the altar, Yuan Yi, observing the shift in the crowd's focus, casts a sidelong glance at the sight of Sulo, and Yao locked in an embrace. His usually cold gaze sharpens, betraying a rare flicker of emotion within his icy, serpent-like eyes. Yet, the chill remains unsettling. His hand, hidden within his sleeve, tightens momentarily, fingertips growing cold as ice. Indeed, it was wise to send that tiger beast away sooner. What? Listen to a story? Yaoyao's expression turns puzzled. Sulo wishes to hear a tale? What kind of story? Is it not only the young cubs who delight in fairy tales? His smile is bright as he insists. I wish to hear a story about Yaoyao. No backing out, you must promise. His voice carries a hint of playful coaxing. Yet his amber eyes convey a seriousness that demands respect. If your past remains unknown to me, Yaoyao, grant me the privilege of knowing a little more about you. Just a little, this greedy little bit will suffice. I wish to learn more about you, to hear your stories, and to journey further with you into the future. How fortunate that would be. Chapter 67. The gentle Meadow. Once the grand procession of over 100 individuals has departed, the Sanglin tribe returns to its former tranquility. The gentle rain continues to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating as the waters of the Natala River slowly rise. Amidst the busy and fulfilling lives, the only disturbance is the emergence of fevers among many cubs and females. The rain persists, chillingly damp, while the males possess robust resistance. The females and cubs are recognized as the vulnerable demographic in every tribe. Moreover, the medical practices of the beast world are woefully inadequate, and the fragile females and cubs often succumb to minor ailments. Thus, they are held in high regard due to their rarity. Besides the alarmingly low birth rates, this is perhaps another significant reason. Although Yaoyao perceives their condition as merely a common cold, the beastmen are in a state of panic, as if the sky were falling. The shaman quickly arranges for the dozen or so afflicted to be housed together, ensuring they receive food and medicine while preventing outside contact, demonstrating a basic awareness of quarantine measures. The Sanglin tribe possesses unique remedies that may alleviate these fevers, yet the medicinal resources are scarce. Coincidentally, during this special period of tribal convergence, most of the labor force has departed, leaving a significant shortage of manpower to gather herbs. Furthermore, the strong beastmen who had participated in last year's gathering are now members of the hunting team, tasked with the critical duty of providing food for the tribe, making it impossible to allocate additional labor for herb gathering. Consequently, the clan leader summons the remaining females to the stone house, consciously guiding them to seek herbs in the mountains. The once cheerful females suddenly appear pale, exchanging apprehensive glances. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they rely on the males for hunting, cooking, and cleaning, having become lazy and unruly, utterly unwilling to engage in physical labor, let alone venture into the deep mountains for days in search of herbs. Clan leader, I cannot bear such heavy work. To wander outside in this frigid weather is akin to inviting illness. I shall not go, no matter who else does. Shaman, irritable as ever, storms out, leaving a heavy silence in the room. The clan leader feels the weight of embarrassment. Yet it is only natural for the precious and high-status females of the beast world to act with such defiance. He cannot afford to express anger or displeasure. Mdu is the only female cub of the chieftain, possessing a graceful appearance and a gentle disposition. She is also the sole female shaman of the tribe, garnering much admiration from the numerous single male compatriots. Father, I am willing to venture into the forest to gather medicinal herbs. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mdu stepped forward with a smile, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. She truly embodies the goddess of the male orcs in the tribe, displaying remarkable gentleness and understanding. As the shaman of the tribe, it is my duty to assist, especially since many are suffering from fevers and illness. She then turned to the other females, taking a few steps closer, her gaze earnest and tender. We are all members of this tribe. We should extend our efforts to contribute to our community, should we not? Chapter 68. You should still remember me. Mdu appealed to their emotions and reason. Her exceptionally gentle tone resonated deeply, swaying many of the females. Aside from a few who were genuinely unwell, the majority feigned reluctance before ultimately agreeing to participate. However, whether they would actually engage in the tasks remained to be seen. Yaoyao, will you join us as well? Mdu always seemed particularly warm towards Yaoyao, despite having only met twice, each time radiating exceptional kindness. Offering a nonchalant signifying her agreement. Since everyone was going, she decided to join in for the sake of camaraderie. Beep. Successfully gather 5 types of rare medicinal herbs. Reward. Lucky draw 1 time. Yaoyao's spirits lifted. Her task had begun. To ensure the safety of these females, the chieftain dispatched several robust male orcs to provide protection and assist with the gathering. Among them was Mli. Yaoyao found it odd that he was not accompanying Lu and the others for tribal trade, but instead remained behind. Even more perplexing was that he was a key member of the hunting team. Why had the chieftain assigned him to protect them? Her gaze momentarily fell upon him, then shifted to Mdu, diligently searching for herbs. Suddenly enlightened, she realized that his sister was with them. Surely, he was following the chieftain's orders to protect his beloved sister. With this understanding, her confusion dissipated. While most females outwardly agreed, their inherent laziness remained unchanged. Along the way, one complained of foot pain, another of a sore back. Upon reaching their destination, many began lounging on the large rocks, showing no intention of searching for herbs. Out of the dozens of females present, most were merely idling, and only a handful, including Mdu, Yaoyao, and two others, earnestly undertook the task. Mdu and the two other females appeared to share a close bond, laughing and holding hands as they headed into the forest to gather herbs, seemingly neglecting Yaoyao. However, Yaoyao had no desire to join them. She preferred the joy of solitude over collective camaraderie. Strolling alone along the winding forest path, she savored the tranquil ambience, carrying a small woven basket on her back and cradling a small black cat. Yaoyao set off in the opposite direction of Mdu and her companions. Once assured that no one was around, she unleashed her mental prowess. The sound of her footsteps on the dry leaves was soft, each step deliberate, activating her powerful scouting domain. She could perceive all life forms within a 20-meter radius centered around herself. This allowed her to deftly avoid dangers in the forest and seek out the locations where herbs thrived. Yaoyao's efficiency was remarkable. Just as she was fully engrossed in her work, an unexpected visitor approached her. "Fei, Yaoyao, you should remember me, right?" Chapter 69. I have already declined once. The voice emanated from above, close by. It seemed to brush against her ear, the young man's tone slightly hurried and stammering, tinged with the shyness of youth. After much hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to speak, his words tentative and cautious. It turned out that I had been following her all along. He had not been providing close protection to his sister Mdu, but rather stealthily tailing Yaoyao for quite some time. Swinging from a vine, he emerged from the underbrush, kneeling briefly before rising to take a few steps towards her, effectively blocking her path. His tall, handsome figure cast a shadow, partially obscuring her view. In his hands, he held a leather pouch filled with fresh fruits and various herbs he had just gathered. He bent slightly, lowering his head, his white tiger ears drooping back against his head. With stiff arms, he awkwardly presented the assortment to her, as if offering a tribute. Yaoyao swallowed hard, discreetly stepping back a couple of paces, her gaze fixed on him in astonishment, surprised by his sudden appearance. Deep down, she did not wish to remember him. This white tiger orc had once shown interest in her, pursuing her persistently. Even after she had coldly rejected him, he remained undeterred, his resolve seemingly only strengthened. While perseverance can be admirable in certain contexts, Yaoyao found his persistence rather bothersome. Every morning, upon opening her door, she was greeted by a mountain of gifts piled at her doorstep, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. She wondered where I found the energy to gather so many items. For several consecutive days, this mountain appeared promptly at her door, nearly dissuading her from stepping outside. During that time, Lu could no longer tolerate it, constantly on the verge of a meltdown, attempting to dispose of all the items I had sent. Lu was furious, yet I continued to deliver them. On the fourth day, the gifts were once again deposited at her doorstep, unchanged and unyielding. Eventually, I ceased his deliveries altogether, seemingly vanishing from her sight. At that moment, Yaoyao exhaled, believing he had finally given up. Yet now, the situation seemed amiss. "Why have you followed me? Do you require something?" Yaoyao refrained from accepting the gifts, well aware of the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. "I simply wish to assist you," I replied, standing tall, his gaze earnest. His deep, melodious voice trembled slightly with uncertainty. "Gathering herbs is arduous work. As a female, you need not engage in such labor. Allow me to handle these tasks." Chapter 70. Dragon Pearl Herb. This world indeed exhibits an unbounded leniency towards females. Is it genuine consideration for their well-being, or do they truly believe that they are incapable of any substantial contribution, treating them as mere dependents? Yaoyao did not deny that her thoughts were somewhat dark, yet her lack of fondness for this white tiger orc was genuine. She perceived no admirable qualities in him. "Thank you, but I do not require your help." The steel-willed woman reasserted her stance, her expression neutral, neither cold nor overtly warm. Over time, I had come to understand her character to some extent. While she appeared soft and adorable, her demeanor was, in fact, resolutely firm. She was unwavering in her decisions. She would never accept what she dislikes. "I understand. So may I stay by your side to protect you?" "No need. I won't go too far. You can protect other females." The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, a hint of awkwardness permeating the air. After a while, Mi Lai suddenly vanished, and the absence of his spiritual aura confirmed he had truly left. However, the freshly picked and thoroughly washed fruits were left behind, safely wrapped in a leather pouch to shield them from the rain, which was firmly placed on the smooth rock surface. The unsealed pouch exuded a refreshing and pleasant fragrance of the fruits. Yaoyao hesitated for a couple of seconds before picking up the pouch of fruits. With no one to disturb her, Yaoyao's speed in searching for herbs significantly increased. Once the reconnaissance domain was activated, no creature within 400 units could escape detection. Ding! Collect 5 types of rare herbs. Mission accomplished. Reward: lucky draw once. The system began to calculate the unused rewards. Mission rewards: favorability draw 3 times. TNG numbers 10. Special reward: space customizable parameters, farmland of 1 acre. Please initiate the use of Mimida as soon as possible. Yaoyao turned off the noisy system notification sound, just as she intended to enter the space. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something glimmering with golden light amidst the withered green, capturing her full attention. Oh my, an endangered herb, a seedling of long Zhu Chao. Yaoyao rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't hallucinating. She clutched her rapidly beating heart with her delicate, pale hands and took small, careful steps towards it. She had seen in the medical books of the abyss that due to the harsh environmental changes, many precious herbs had become nearly extinct. Unfortunately, Long Zhu Chao was among them, possessing miraculous effects such as promoting blood circulation and detoxification, healing wounds, and more. However, it had become increasingly rare on the continent. Even if one were fortunate enough to find it, it would likely be a dying seedling, just like the one before her. Meanwhile, Mi Lai wandered the path in a daze, seemingly hearing someone calling him. Hey Mi Lai, our feet are so sore. Can you help us find some herbs? 2 females, their faces slightly flushed, commanded him without reservation. Chapter 71. Cultivating Long Zhu Chao. You need to take care of your own matters. I have no time. Today, Mi Lai seemed to be in a foul mood, his voice trembling with coldness, rendering the 2 females, who had previously been starry-eyed, momentarily dumbfounded. This plot development fell off. By the time they regained their senses, Mi Lai had already disappeared from sight. Sigh, Mi Lai is acting strangely today. His indifferent demeanor is truly annoying. One might think he already has a partner, sighed another female, raising her chin, her vanity bruised by the male's aloofness. She sighed again, frowning as she continued to pull weeds at her feet, finding it utterly tedious. If my partners weren't out hunting, I wouldn't even bother asking him. The other female quickly shushed her, covering her mouth, her elongated face appearing particularly astute. Don't mention that new female. Haven't you noticed how Mi Duo is intentionally isolating her? Huh. If you look closely, you'll see that while Mi Duo appears amiable on the surface, she's very hypocritical. She's the most popular female in our tribe. We should avoid getting too close to that Yaoyao to prevent trouble for ourselves. Oh, the other female nodded in agreement, lacking her own opinions. Meanwhile, Yaoyao, completely oblivious to the gossip surrounding her, squatted beside the Long Zhu Chao. She had just folded the umbrella leaves a few times and tied them to her head, shielding herself from the rain while freeing up both hands to dig. She proceeded with utmost caution, using her fingertips to carefully excavate. The small black cat leapt from her arms, diligently assisting her in the excavation process. Before long, the girl's delicate hands were smeared with mud, and the black cat's paws were also caked with dirt. Fortunately, hard work bore fruit. The endangered Long Zhu Chao seedling was unearthed, its roots still intact and undamaged. The primary reason for the near extinction of Long Zhu Chao was environmental change. Without suitable growing conditions, it struggled to survive. However, the customizable soil within the space could perfectly resolve this dilemma. Yaoyao cradled the seedling, carefully pinching off some withered or nearly dead yellow leaves until only a few yellowing, wilted leaves remained. It certainly didn't look like it would thrive, but hope must be kept alive. Yaoyao then embraced the Long Zhu Chao and entered the space. Within the space, a world of its own unfolded, with the area gradually expanding in accordance with her spiritual power. At that moment, the space contained only a small room, an acre of untapped wasteland, and a gently flowing stream. A golden-haired little boy squatted at the door, fully engrossed in his game, his fierce demeanor suggesting he wished to shatter his phone in frustration. Damn it, this useless team. Can't they stop feeding me trash? Suddenly, A loud noise startled the surroundings. Chapter 72. The Little Master is indeed a gaming pro. I knew it. This little master is truly a gaming genius. The game required meticulous attention, and just as he was about to boast, the golden-haired boy was mercilessly grabbed by the long, pointed ears by the descending girl. The pain made him drop his phone, tears streaming from his eyes as he clung to the girl's arm, pleading for mercy. Yaoyao frowned, her expression one of disappointment. I thought you were diligently working on grand endeavors in this space, yet you've been playing games all day? Why do you bully me as soon as you come here? With a loud thud, a golden light flashed, and Yaoyao found her hands empty. The golden-haired boy, realizing he could barely escape, transformed back into a palm-sized, fluffy white ball, narrowly avoiding her grasp and protecting his delicate ears. The white fluff pouted, floating to the top of Yaoyao's head, squatting down and poking her with tiny hands. Why don't you ever come and check on me? I'm so bored. Isn't it all because of your cold indifference that this lost little boy has become so engrossed in games? Yaoyao, too lazy to engage in banter, reached up and swiftly pulled the white fluff down from her head. She then placed it on the only stone table at the doorway, followed by the long Zhu Chao seedling before it. Take a look. Can this seedling survive? Although Guai Guai often acted frivolously, he was reliable when it came to serious matters. However, he continued, with the application of a high-precision plant cell cultivation device, we should be able to regenerate a batch of healthy seedlings. Moreover, the acre of wasteland obtained from the mission had yet to be cultivated. Once it was, we could adjust the environmental parameters suitable for these plants. The flow rate of time within the space could also be altered. Thus, within a maximum of half a month, one could harvest a brand new batch of long Zhu Chao. Yaoyao nodded in agreement, adopting Guai Guai's plan. She spent 5 Tianji numbers in the system mall to purchase a plant cell seedling differentiation device. With that, the arrangements for the long Zhu Chao were temporarily complete, and she could await the harvest in half a month. She had earned a total of 10 Tianji numbers from the mission, leaving her with 5 remaining. The Tianji numbers, aside from being available for purchase in the system's marketplace, can also be utilized for attribute enhancements on one's own attribute panel. Upon opening her attribute panel, Yaoyao was greeted by the categories of speed, strength, stamina, and charisma. She decided to allocate all her remaining Tianji numbers into speed. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. To survive in the perilous and harsh beast realm, the ability to flee swiftly is of utmost importance. Once she completed her adjustments, Yaoyao exited the space. She approached a nearby stream to wash her hands and gently scrubbed the dirty little paws of the black cat. Noticing that the day was growing late, she quickly shouldered her wicker basket and made her way to the gathering spot. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she departed, a rustling sound emerged from the dense thicket behind her, and a shadow of purple stealthily followed. Oh dear, this story is straying further from its intended path. It is becoming increasingly unlike a beast realm narrative. I am now writing spontaneously, following my thoughts as they come. Please bear with me. In Chapter 73, why didn't you come over obediently today? Why must I come to fetch you myself? All the herbs collected throughout the morning were to be submitted, thus completing the day's tasks. Many females were rubbing their sore hands and feet, grimacing in discomfort. After resting for a moment, they began to follow the safety markers left by the male beastmen, forming groups as they headed back to the tribe. Yaoyao did not have many acquaintances here. Her cold demeanor made her indifferent to being alone or in a crowd. However, the females of the beast realm were generally simple and warm-hearted. One female, named Asong, extended a friendly olive branch to her. Unfortunately, before their friendship could blossom, it was abruptly cut short by Midwa, who turned around and enthusiastically grasped Asong's hand, pulling her closer. Asong, we are all going to barbecue gathering this afternoon. Aren't you coming? If you arrive late, there might not be any food left for you. Midwa smiled sweetly. Her invitation was extended to all females, regardless of their relationship with her, whether good, bad, or non-existent. Yet, she made no effort to include Yaoyao, not even casting a glance in her direction. This action thickened the air with isolation. Even Yaoyao, though not Navi, could perceive the enjoyment of several females standing by, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, showing no intention of intervening. Midwa was the only female offspring of the tribe leader, the most favored female in the tribe, and the sole female shaman, known for her kindness and popularity. In contrast, Yaoyao appeared rather ordinary. Though none knew why Midwa chose to isolate her, The majority of females opted to align with Midwa. Even Asong, who initially seemed kind-hearted, after a moment of hesitation, ultimately chose to join Midwa's side. Yaoyao, I'm sorry, but perhaps I will come find you to play tomorrow. Her tone was gentle and cautious. Yet the promise tomorrow was uncertain. Yaoyao smiled, intending to offer a polite suggestion that if Asong enjoyed barbecues, she could treat her as well. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils, reminiscent of snow-capped peaks and winter frost descending upon the mundane world, evoking the chill of the first snow. She lost her train of thought. Who sent you here? Why didn't you come over obediently today? Must I come to fetch you myself? The cool, noble voice carried a hint of restrained anger, resonating like the thin frost of a winter dawn clinging to the treetops, each word striking the heart like a gentle spring. As she raised her gaze, it fortuitously met the stunningly beautiful countenance of the esteemed shaman. He leaned slightly closer, his cool, pale fingers brushing against her cheek, pausing between her brows. As his words fell, the surrounding females gasped collectively, their jaws dropping in astonishment, as if the very world had collapsed. The esteemed shaman. Why is he here? Midwa stood frozen, her fingers digging into her palm, as she stared in shock at the majestic purple figure. Her astonished gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yaoyao and the shaman, as if time had stopped. Why was the esteemed shaman so attentive to this female? His tone was so gentle. It was clear that before this female's arrival, he had shown the most interest and affection towards her. Midwa, perhaps at this very moment, or perhaps in their previous encounters, the seeds of jealousy had already been sown, merely waiting for a spark to ignite. In Chapter 74, she is the one I personally taught. Hearing his voice, she looked up, meeting the cold, piercing purple gaze of the esteemed shaman, which made Yaoyao feel somewhat intimidated. The surrounding females were left speechless, and Midwa remained in a state of shock. The atmosphere became quite peculiar. I don't need to take the medicine anymore. Yaoyao hesitated for 2 seconds, her voice faint and tinged with despair. Yet, seeing the esteemed shaman's unwavering gaze upon her, filled with a gentle mirth, she felt a flicker of hope. Then do you wish to take it again in the future? His tone, previously laced with annoyance, now carried a hint of playful teasing. Yaoyao hurriedly shook her head. No. I can go, can't I? She took small, reluctant steps to follow him. The taste of that medicinal concoction still lingered in her memory, a sour and bitter reminder that sent her to the gates of the underworld. She sensed that the esteemed shaman's words held deeper meaning, but with so many people around, it was not the time to discuss such matters. She also had a feeling this situation was somehow related to that peculiar merman. As the shaman prepared to leave, her eyes brimmed with anticipation, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The shaman glanced at her. Aren't you supposed to be with the others? Midwa was momentarily stunned, her gaze vacant, taking a couple of seconds to comprehend the implications of his words. I heard your earlier conversation. This afternoon, the only one free is Yaoyao. Am I not correct? His cool voice left no room for doubt, as his gaze swept over the other females, as they caught the strikingly handsome shaman's unexpected glance. The females displayed a mix of panic and shock, their previous enjoyment dissipating like smoke. Was it just her imagination, or did the shaman's stare feel frighteningly cold? It seemed he had seen through their collective intention to isolate the newcomer. Midwa trembled slightly, biting her lip. Why, yes. In that moment, she understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Regret washed over her. What she had initially devised as a mere barbecue gathering was simply an attempt to undermine Yaoyao. How dare this newcomer, under the pretense of illness, act so intimately with the esteemed shaman? It was utterly shameless. Although the newcomer appeared black and thin, far from her own appearance, her eyes sparkled like stars, a beauty that even invoked jealousy, as if the esteemed shaman might be captivated. However, she couldn't afford to tarnish her own image. Instead, she resorted to subtle schemes to see Yaoyao humiliated, venting her frustration. Yet, if the esteemed shaman truly needed assistance, all other matters could be set aside. Midwa took a few eager steps forward, unwilling to give up, fervently expressing her enthusiasm. Her intense gaze was quite off-putting. With a flushed face, she lowered her head. Trying to be understanding, the esteemed shaman knows that I am the only female shaman in the tribe. Perhaps I could assist better? While Yaoyao is new to the tribe and knows nothing. If Yaoyao were to go, she might lightly cover her lips, hesitating to continue her words. However, the subtle mockery in her tone was unmistakably evident. The only female shaman? Upon being summoned, Midwa eagerly raised her head. Yaoyao is also a shaman. Midwa's eyes widened in disbelief, still struggling to grasp the meaning of those 7 words when she noticed the esteemed shaman lord had slightly curved his beautiful lips. A warmth in his smile she had never encountered before. Words that astonish are never uttered in vain. I personally taught her. Chapter 75. No going out alone. Midwa was momentarily stunned, unable to utter a single word. Yaoyao was equally bewildered. When had he ever taught her medical skills? Fabricating lies with a straight face. Shaman lord, doesn't tea your conscience ache? Alongside them, a group of onlooking females were equally dumbfounded. This plot twist came rather swiftly, and their minds needed a moment to process. Given the circumstances, Midwa, who was always full of coincidences, found herself at a loss for words, silently grinding her teeth. That female had only been in the tribe for less than a month, yet she had somehow learned medical skills? How could that be possible? Midwa had studied for nearly 10 years without even receiving a glance from the shaman lord. He had never even taught her. How could he humble himself to instruct a lesser, unattractive female? The shaman lord was clearly just showing favoritism towards that female. Midwa's eyes darkened in an instant. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, sharp fingertips nearly digging into her skin. Yet, her smile remained deceptively gentle. Once Yaoyao departed with Yuan, she smiled and waved to the others. Her previous displeasure completely vanished. Everyone, let's south gather at my place this afternoon. I have beef jerky and wild boar meat to treat you all. The surrounding females flocked to her, clapping and cheering. Midwa tilted her head slightly, feeling exceedingly pleased. Her gloom momentarily lifted. She relished the adoration of the crowd, especially from the male beast men. If only Yuan would flatter her like the others, that aloof and noble figure. Just the thought of it sent shivers of excitement down her spine. As for that newcomer, she was becoming increasingly irksome. After all, she was the tribe's most adored female. What qualifications did Yaoyao have to compete with her? Just wait a couple of days, and I'll expose that female's true incompetence. Shaman lord, why did you come personally, arriving right on time? Had she not known Yuan's cold and indifferent nature, she might have foolishly thought he was secretly following her. You didn't come today. The shaman lord's tone grew slightly somber, stating, I could not wait for you, so I came to find you, just arriving now. Oh. Yaoyao followed closely behind him, thinking how perfectly their timelines aligned. She could sense that the shaman lord had other matters to discuss with her, and indeed, it was about the merman. His mental energy was drawing closer. It wouldn't be long before he emerged on land. The rain seemed to intensify, drenching the Beluduo forest, relentlessly washing this realm. Yuan gazed into the distance, extending his hand. Rainwater flowed down his slender, pale fingertips, trickling through the gaps and splashing onto the ground. Drip, drip. The power of the priest was already faintly dwindling, yet the rain showed no signs of abating. You have been deeply ensnared in his spiritual dreamscape. I have an ominous premonition that his objective upon reaching the shore may very well be you. After all, she is so enigmatic, concealing numerous secret identities, origins, and vanished spaces. She undoubtedly piques interest, even drawing him in unwittingly. Yaoyao stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes, her pupils beautifully round, unwavering in her gaze. I will be away for 2 days to handle this matter, and I have already set up a specialized defensive barrier outside my dwelling. During my absence, you are best advised to remain indoors and not venture out alone. To ensure she was not overlooked, Yuan reiterated, do not wander about, understand? Chapter 76. Dragging her down? It must be said, the shaman lord seems to possess a remarkable foresight, his sixth sense astoundingly accurate, with every concern later manifesting in stages. Yaoyao soon realized that the shaman lord was safeguarding her life, immediately nodding vigorously in agreement. However, in her heart, she was not entirely compliant. If she did not encounter that merman, how would she fulfill her narrative mission? The shaman lord departed silently, and it was not until the next day that Yaoyao discovered he was gone. For the first 2 days, Yaoyao indeed obediently followed his instructions, remaining inside his dwelling without straying. Yet, as fate would have it, there are always a few troublemakers in this world. A widespread fever began to sweep through the tribe. While there was an adequate supply of herbs, Shaluo the shaman was overwhelmed and began seeking assistance. Midwa was the only female shaman in the tribe, also the only one besides Shaluo who had any knowledge of medicine. It was quite normal for her to offer help, but after agreeing, She inexplicably dragged Yaoyao down with her. The shaman lord said that Yaoyao could perform medical skills, and being praised by such a lofty and powerful figure meant that Yaoyao must be incredibly capable. Surely, dealing with these fevers and ailments would be a piece of cake for her. Why not let her assist, helping the tribe and everyone through this crisis? Midwa smiled warmly, her words sincere. Each utterance of Yaoyao's name was filled with familiarity, deftly offering a backhanded compliment. Undoubtedly, Shaluo shaman immediately took Yaoyao into his wooden hut. Although he did not believe this outsider, this seemingly weak female, possessed any medical skills, the beastmen of Sanglin tribe held an inexplicable reverence for Yuan's words. Shaluo was no exception. If the shaman lord declared that this female could perform medicine, then she must indeed be capable. Was this a trap? It seemed so. Yaoyao had no intention of refusing. Contributing to the tribe was not a bad thing, yet being inexplicably dragged into this situation was quite frustrating. The patients were divided into two groups, one personally cared for by Shaluo, while the other was entrusted to Midwa and Yaoyao. Inside the wooden hut, apart from Yaoyao and Midwa, there were 5 or 6 recently transformed cubs lying on animal skins, their faces pallid and emaciated, with unhealthy flushes accentuating their cheeks. A chorus of coughs echoed, rising and falling incessantly. Yaoyao and Midwa busily scurried about, preparing medicine and serving bowls, quickly breaking into a sweat. Finally, during a brief respite, Midwa seemed to have forgotten the awkward events of the previous days, smiling warmly and reaching out to bond with Yaoyao, only to be met with a sidestep from the latter. Yaoyao responded with a faint Midwa, seemingly intent on continuing her chatter, spoke in a monotonous and mechanical manner, lacking any emotion, which was exceedingly irritating to Yaoyao. With that time spent chatting, it would be far better to care for those adorable little ones, or rather, the poor cubs. She directly picked up a bowl of medicine and took a step away from her, intending to head towards the ailing cubs. At the moment Yaoyao turned, Midwa's expression darkened abruptly. Her fingers tightened. Slowly, a sinister smile blossomed on her face. Chapter 77. I was truly scared to death. Accompanied by a soft, delicate gasp, Midwa suddenly stumbled as if tripping, hurtling straight towards Yaoyao. At that moment, Yaoyao was holding a steaming bowl of medicine. Should it splash on her skin, it would undoubtedly leave a painful and swollen mark. Based on the speed and trajectory at which Du inadvertently stumbled, it was fortuitous that she would collide directly with Yaoyao, sending the scalding medicinal soup cascading over Yaoyao's face and hands. While Du remained shielded from harm, the fall was swift, occurring in the blink of an eye, leaving Yaoyao no chance to evade. A startled gasp followed, more piercing and shrill than the previous exclamation. With a resounding crash, the soup bowl shattered, and the boiling concoction erupted violently. Du fell hard onto the ground, the pain of the impact eliciting continuous cries from her. In the next instant, the splattering hot soup assaulted her delicate skin with a sizzling sound. Struck by dual sensations of agony, her body trembled uncontrollably, and Du curled up, her face a mask of disbelief. What had just transpired in that brief moment? She recalled her meticulously crafted plan, now reduced to a mere fragment. Just a heartbeat away from ensuring that the female would face dire consequences. Yet, in a hair's breadth, Yaoyao had vanished like a specter, her speed astonishingly swift. Du had no time to react, landing painfully on the ground without the anticipated cushioning. She had genuinely fallen, tears streaming from her eyes due to the pain. Huddled on the ground, trembling in agony, she found herself unable to rise. Yaoyao stood nearby, making no effort to assist Du. She was no fool. Du had been exceedingly unfriendly upon their first encounter, and it was evident that Du harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, consistently attempting to sabotage her. In that harrowing moment, had Du not possessed such remarkable speed, it was likely that she would be the one now wailing on the ground. Yaoyao glanced at the writhing Du and then at her own hands. Thankfully, she had allocated speed attributes to her own physique in advance, enabling her to evade the attack of an ordinary female, emerging unscathed. She exhaled a sigh of relief, and an intriguing thought seemed to cross her mind, causing a mischievous smile to curve her lips, transforming her previously indifferent expression. "Oh dear, are you all right? You scared me half to death when you suddenly fell to the ground. Allow me to help you." Yaoyao's body trembled as well, her wide eyes resembling those of a frightened young creature, filled with confusion. She bent down, her hands trembling as she attempted to assist Mdu, but unexpectedly, her strength faltered midway, causing her to inadvertently push Mdu back down onto the ground. Mdu's pained cry grew louder as she was dropped once more, her head buzzing, her eyes reddening with fury as she glared at the trembling Yaoyao. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you intentionally trying to humiliate me? It hurts. I feel like I'm falling apart. Yaoyao, nearly on the verge of tears, stammered. I didn't mean to. I'm just not very strong. You scared me. I'll go get someone. With that, Yaoyao hurriedly left the herbalist's wooden hut, her departure swift and urgent, as if reluctant to linger for even a moment longer. The next chapter unfolds with Yaoyao seeking the assistance of the shaman Lu to treat Mdu's burns and bruises. The usually delicate female could hardly withstand such indignities, and tears sparkled in her eyes as she sobbed, drawing sympathy from the many male beastmen who had admired her. Some of the males even displayed hostility towards Yaoyao. On the following day, Yaoyao was intercepted on the road. Hey, you're the new female who bullied my Mdu, aren't you? A strange male beastman, with his brown hair and hazel eyes, appeared quite decent-looking, young, strong, and boastfully muscular. At that moment, he stood with his arms crossed, his brazen gaze roaming over Yaoyao without restraint, openly scrutinizing the slender new female. Suddenly, his attention shifted to her still flat chest, and his interest waned. So small, not even close to the sultry shmn, let alone the pure Mdu. And her skin is too dark, not even a fraction as cute as Mdu. Lu'ing possessed no mercy for unattractive females. He only favored those deemed beautiful. He had long admired the tribe's most beautiful female, Mdu, following her around in hopes of winning her affection. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself, he intended to teach this newcomer a harsh lesson, as Mdu disdained her. He struck out rudely at her frail shoulder with lightning speed, his assault astonishingly swift. However, Yaoyao, unexpectedly agile, dodged his attack, leaving him grasping at air, nearly tripping over his own feet. You dodged quite well. This is interesting, he remarked, his irritation rising. Underestimating her, he realized he had misjudged her capabilities, recognizing that he would need to employ genuine skills to subdue her. Yaoyao, bewildered by this unexpected aggression, thought to herself, is this person unhinged? He seems rather deranged. She had never encountered him before, and now he was brazenly attempting to capture her. His strikes were fierce and relentless, akin to a torrential downpour, and despite his casual approach, the disparity in strength and speed between males and females was insurmountable. With Yaoyao only having enhanced her speed slightly, she had no opportunity to resist when he seized her by the neck, rendering her breathless. How dare you lay a hand on a female? Have you no shame? With her neck firmly grasped and her face turning crimson from asphyxiation, Yaoyao managed to voice her indignation, her words struggling to escape her throat. As humiliation washed over her, the sight of her vulnerable state unexpectedly disarmed Lu'ing, who found himself momentarily captivated by her. No, this cannot be right. The most beautiful female in the tribe is Mdu. Lu'ing, now a formidable fifth-tier beastman, was determined to pair with the tribe's most beautiful female. His gaze turned cold as he regarded Yaoyao, reaffirming his belief that she was just a dark, diminutive female, utterly incomparable to Mdu. Lu'ing was elated at the prospect of making Mdu happy, hoping she would agree to become his mate, thereby increasing his chances of producing exceptional offspring. Moreover, Mdu had never taken a mate before. If he could become her first, the thought alone thrilled him. However, as is often the case, dreams are beautiful while reality can be brutally harsh. Just as Lu'ing intended to lead Yaoyao away, another figure abruptly dropped from a tree, blocking his path. A sudden aura of danger permeated the air, and sensing the peril, Lu'ing's muscles tensed in readiness as he stepped forward with ferocity. To his astonishment, the newcomer was Mli. Lu'ing's eyes widened in confusion. Oh, how did you get here? You seem a bit unwell. He realized he had overlooked the fact that Mli had recently suffered from impaired vision, leading him to believe he could capture this petite female without repercussions. Knowing that Mli would be displeased by his actions, he greeted him with a smile, albeit secretly gathering strength in his hand. Li, what a coincidence to encounter you here. I'm on my way to see him do. Why don't we go together? Ing offered cheerfully, though Mli's frown and cold tone revealed his disapproval as he commanded, Ing, let her go. Suawasang felt that Mile might have misunderstood something, and hurriedly smiled to explain, why are you speaking so harshly? I'm not here to compete with you for anyone. It is your sister who has been bullied, and it was this female who did it. I am here to help you, dear sister. Suawasang had just recently ascended to the 5th tier, and in terms of strength, he was no match for Mile, who had been at the 5th tier for nearly 2 years. He wanted to speak gently, but Mile did not give him the opportunity, her tone growing colder. Let her go. Can't you understand B-speech? Her chilling demeanor suggested she might strike at any moment. Suawasang looked as though he had seen a ghost. Mile, are you sick? Why are you being so fierce? You are completely different from before. Was it that her pursuit of a female had failed, leaving her deeply affected and her temperament drastically changed? A heartbroken male was truly terrifying. Suawasang also noticed that Mile's mood was rather grim, her expression dark and foreboding, and the desire to strike was unusually intense. While he was not in a hurry to appease the female, he certainly did not want to receive a beating for no reason. Suawasang thought quickly, reflecting on the situation with an open mind. After a moment of hesitation, under Mile's increasingly impatient gaze, he reluctantly released Yaoyao with a seemingly agreeable gesture. I did not do anything to her, all right? Just stop looking at me with that terrifying gaze. I returned her to you, didn't I? Suawasang gritted his teeth, feeling conflicted as though he were sacrificing a piece of himself. The moment he let go of Yaoyao, he couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Those eyes were truly beautiful, glistening with a hint of moisture, captivating in their allure. What a pity she was too dark and too thin, and too young for his taste. He preferred females with voluptuous figures and pure appearances, such as Duo and Shaman. If only this little female could become fairer over the years, he might even consider giving up his pursuit of the most beautiful Duo for her. However, this was all mere fanciful musing. Ultimately, Suawasang left with a displeased expression, silently plotting how to unexpectedly win over this little female. Beyond wanting to please Duo, he harbored some private desires. The little female's features seemed quite decent, and if he nurtured her for a couple of years, she might blossom. If he couldn't win Duo, he could certainly give this little female a try. Yaoyao, what? Are you saying I am ugly? Just wait until you see what a fairy looks like. Chapter 80. This is a remedy for the skin. Mile hurriedly helped Yaoyao, a bit flustered. Yaoyao shook her head, slowly realizing that she had just been saved by Mile. She looked at him, biting her lips slightly, and politely expressed her gratitude. Are you all right? Did Suawasang do anything to you? Yaoyao shook her head. Mile sighed in relief, his previously tense and cold brows relaxing, revealing an unexpected gentleness. He did not say much else. Instead, he carried her to a nearby rock to rest, and then took the initiative to help her gather the 2 fish and wooden basin that had fallen. Earlier, Yaoyao had worked hard to catch 2 fresh fish, but during the scuffle with Suawasang, both the fish and the basin had fallen to the ground. The basin was intact, but the fish had jumped out, flopping in the damp earth and splattering mud everywhere. He caught 4 or 5 more plump and delicious fish, filling the wooden basin to the brim. Yaoyao lay on the stone, her small hand propping up her chin, observing Mile's busy figure in the stream with a puzzled expression. In truth, compared to Mile's sudden arrival, Yaoyao was far more shocked than Suawasang. Her previous attitude towards him had not been favorable, yet she never expected him to come to her aid. Moreover, the timing of his arrival was quite coincidental. I happened to be patrolling this area. Seemingly perceiving the confusion in her heart, Mile approached with the laden wooden basin and, showing understanding, spoke. I saw you enter here earlier. The forest is fraught with dangers, and I couldn't help but follow to ensure your safety, and fortuitously caught sight of you. The heavy basin filled with fish was cumbersome, and he looked at the little female with uncertain eyes. All right, thank you. This time, Yaoyao did not refuse. She feared that the earlier lunatic might return, and having an extra person for protection was never a bad thing. She gathered her slightly disheveled hair, tucking her long dark locks behind her, the soft, wavy strands looking beautiful and fluffy. Mile found it hard to look away, his gaze instinctively drifting to her elegant neck. Although her skin was somewhat dark, it seemed uneven. His eyes suddenly narrowed, shocked. His gaze fell on a small patch of fair skin on her neck, which had been obscured by her voluminous hair. Now, with her hair tied back, the beautiful, creamy complexion was fully exposed. It appeared that the little female's neck had been roughly grasped by Suo Sang, showing a hint of redness, while also revealing some of the darker patches. "What have you applied to your skin?" Mile was astonished, and Yaoyao was equally bewildered by his sudden inquiry, following his gaze to her body. Unable to see her neck, she went to the stream to take a look. Only then did she notice a small patch of foundation that had been wiped away at some point, leaving her neck looking strikingly uneven. "Ah!" Yaoyao felt a surge of panic, as if her secret had been exposed. She stammered, I had an illness before, and my skin developed many issues, She met Miles' increasingly shocked gaze, witnessing a blend of complex emotions and suppressed joy in his eyes. Yaoyao swallowed hard, maintaining her composure. "This dark substance is a kind of medicine. It treats the ailments on my skin, that's all." Chapter 81, Dressed Beautifully. Ma was completely taken aback, his eyes blank as he fumbled with his fingers, seemingly questioning life and reshaping his worldview. Yaoyao did not give him time to ponder. Ma quickly nodded, but seeing his dazed expression, it was clear he still didn't fully grasp the situation. Yaoyao did not linger, choosing to part ways with him. Her neck, marked with dark and light patches, looked quite awkward. She thought about touching up her makeup, and, after separating from Mile, unconsciously walked to see Luo's wooden house, stopping abruptly before the closed door. She had intended to find a random place, but found herself here instead. Yaoyao paused for a moment, surveying her surroundings. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat aged wooden walls, the rounded stone table with smooth legs, the fallen wooden chair, the damp animal skins on the window that had not dried from the rain, the dry grass, and the young fruit trees that Luo had planted for her. Gazing at all this, she felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Lowering her gaze, she suppressed her emotions. In truth, it had only been 6 or 7 days. Yaoyao pushed the door open and took out her dark foundation. She had intended to refresh her makeup, but suddenly noticed that there was not much foundation left in the bottle. The bottom was nearly empty, hardly enough to use. Holding the small bottle, she felt a wave of melancholy and sighed. She was too lazy to go through the trouble of pouring another bottle. Besides, Mal had already noticed, and it would be impossible to keep a secret. Continuing to hide, it would only appear hypocritically contrived. Yaoyao decided to take a bath instead, washing away the foundation completely. After a bath, the atmosphere felt remarkably refreshing as Yaoyao stood before a large, flat stone set against the wall. This particular stone was made of a unique semi-translucent material, capable of serving as a mirror, which Luo had traversed rivers and mountains for several days to procure specifically for her. Gazing at the young lady reflected in the mirror, Yaoyao felt a sense of satisfaction. Her hair, dark and glossy like seaweed, cascaded gracefully over her slender neck and somewhat delicate shoulders, the strands soft and clean, lengthy and slightly wavy, with a few mischievous curls framing her charming face. Especially captivating were her lightly brown eyes, with their long eyelashes, slightly damp as if adorned with glistening droplets, radiating a pure and innocent allure reminiscent of moonlit waters. The exposed skin of the young girl, smooth and creamy like sheep fat jade, subtly glimmered with a beautiful luster. Yaoyao then moved to the partition of the wooden cabin, opening a chest meant for clothing. After taking a bath, it was only natural to don a fresh, clean bee-skin skirt to elevate her spirits. In truth, compared to these ordinary bee-skin skirts, Yaoyao favored the exquisite garments crafted by Master Wu, which, although made from an unknown yet exceptionally soft material, were somewhat ostentatious and limited in number, making her reluctant to wear them often. Once she finished her grooming, it struck her that, given Luo's culinary prowess, it was reasonable to assume that Mi Lai, being of the same gender, would not fall short in that regard. On her way back, she fortuitously encountered the carefree Luo Sang. Chapter 82. So beautiful it is. Ugh, how unfortunate to run into that troublesome beastman again. Yao held her breath, gritted her teeth, and in an instant, darted around the corner, fleeing with all her might. A flash of beautiful white appeared in the distance before vanishing just as quickly. Luo Sang was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes and staring wide-eyed, yet saw nothing, despite the fleeting glimpse. The beastman's keen perception informed him that it was a remarkably fair and beautiful female. However, such pale females were exceedingly rare in the tribe. Could be Duo? He cradled a bundle of precious purple-pelted hides intended for her, hoping to deliver them as swiftly as possible. Yet, at that moment, he felt as if bewitched, inexplicably following the direction in which the figure had disappeared, scanning left and right, but finding no one. Only the air was filled with a fading, pleasant scent, slowly dissipating, yet tantalizingly familiar. Who could it be? From his captivating fragrance, Suo Luo Sang was certain it was not Mi Duo, whose scent paled in comparison. Male beastmen were naturally drawn to the delightful aroma of females, which served as a form of mating allure. The pleasant scent of a female could attract male beastmen's favor, rivaling their pursuit of female beauty and reproductive capabilities, perhaps even surpassing it. Today, this unexpected spiritual assault left Suo Luo Sang somewhat dazed, his steps unsteady. As he pondered the identity of the fleeting female, his interest in Mi Duo waning. Mi Duo seemed to have withdrawn since her injury and tears, appearing notably subdued. The infirmary was seldom visited, as she claimed to be recuperating, though Yaoyao deemed her injuries trivial, knowing she had exercised restraint. Inside the infirmary, there were no others. Only Mi Lai, burdened with responsibilities, and a few sickly young cubs remained, alongside an odd, fishy odor wafting through the room. Yaoyao hurriedly pushed the door open. Upon seeing the scene before her, her expression shifted dramatically. She had assumed that Mi Lai, being male, would possess culinary skills comparable to her own, at least on par with Si Luo, but she was gravely mistaken. It turned out that truly skilled male cooks in the beast world were few and far between, a fortunate coincidence that she had encountered one of them. The promised fish soup had devolved into a pot of oil-fried fish, charred to a crisp, resembling lumps of coal. You're here. I haven't finished the fish soup yet. I accidentally burned it. I'm so sorry. Mi Lai's gaze remained fixed on the young lady, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard, his eyes unblinking. He had envisioned her as exceptionally beautiful, yet nothing could compare to the striking reality before him, leaving him utterly astonished. Even the young cubs behind him were taken aback, their noses twitching in surprise. The young cubs, whether transformed or not, crawled over to her, sniffing around her legs to confirm her identity through her familiar scent. Wow, what a beautiful lady. So it's Sister Yaoyao who has been taking care of us all along. Chapter 83. Have you played enough? Upon entering the room, Yaoyao immediately had Mi Lai dispose of the charred fish. The young cubs clung to her legs, vying for her attention. She reached down to pat one of their heads, while the others pouted in jealousy, rushing over as if to complain, Sister Yaoyao, I want to be patted too. You haven't patted me yet. Sister Yaoyao, I'm his softest, please pet me. Mother loves to pet me the most. The young cubs jostled each other, fearful of being overlooked, bumping into one another until they formed a heap, each trying to elevate themselves to claim a better position in Sister Yaoyao's sight. With their ears perked up and tails wagging joyfully, they looked up at her with wide, eager eyes, pleading for a gentle pat. Caught off guard by their cuteness, Yaoyao found impossible to resist. The freshly transformed little boys and the adorable untransformed cubs were simply irresistible. She made sure to pet each one, relishing the exceptionally soft texture of their fur. To be honest, her culinary skills were not quite on par with Yuan or Si Luo. But as a highly evolved primate who had traversed multiple dimensions, she could certainly manage the basics of preparing fish soup. She swiftly cleaned the fish, removing the gills and bones, and, after a few deft motions, had them ready for cooking, adding scallions, garlic, and a splash of cooking wine to eliminate the fishy smell. She simmered the concoction for about 40 minutes, achieving a delightful result with ease. The aromatic scent wafted through the air, enticing the little gluttons, who appeared vibrant and lively. Their earlier symptoms of fatigue seemingly alleviated. This enticing aroma also attracted some uninvited guests. The beastmen possessed keen olfactory senses, and Suo Luo Sang was irresistibly drawn in by the fragrance. He had been following the mysterious female's scent, and upon its disappearance, he suddenly caught a whiff of the delectable fish soup, instinctively drawn towards it. Hey, is Mi Duo here? Open the door. Suo Luo Sang banged on the door with abandon, the sound echoing as if he might break it down. He paid no heed to appearances, utterly captivated by the delectable aroma that he could no longer resist. Finally, it was Mi Lai who, in annoyance, opened the door, intending to push him back out. But Suo Luo Sang surged in like a fish, disregarding any sense of propriety, his nose twitching with delight. Wow, what a fragrant fish soup! Who made such a delightful dish? Su Luo Ing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated intently upon Yaoyao. The rich aroma of fish soup masked the original scent of the small female, yet the sight of her delicate, fair skin was dazzling and alluring, instantly reminding him of the enigmatic female he encountered that morning. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, at the NTL Great Ring River, dark clouds loomed ominously, and thunder rumbled. The overwhelming waves, akin to a cataclysmic force, surged relentlessly, as if a tempestuous sea storm was in unceasing motion. Towering waves, dozens of meters high, threatened to breach the land, shattering mountains and rending valleys with a terrifying velocity, voraciously devouring the exposed Earth's surface like a ravenous demon. The coastline rose swiftly, and numerous terrestrial creatures were utterly submerged in the depths of the oceanic whirlpool. Yuan stood at the water's edge, his tall and slender silhouette elongated by the backlight. Have you had your fill of the flood disaster's power? Today, I present you with a delightful little surprise, a character overview, serving as a modest spoiler. HZ, dashing and charming, with a playful spirit who fiercely protects his kin. G. Osh, an ethereal beauty with profound emotions, a versatile maternal figure. T. NGSH, obsessive, domineering yet innocent, a flamboyant character with a hint of youthful folly. HMO, a lovable and protective little fluff, a shy, cat-like youth. GWIBIH, a virtuous and charming wife, radiant like a fully blossomed white lotus. JNF Nguyen, a top-tier idol dabbling in women's attire, captivating all with his flamboyant charm. GCH NGWing, an aloof and proud figure, a wealthy and formidable overlord. HEGO antagonist, a stunning yet twisted beauty, a cunning green-eyed confidant with a taste for flesh. BNGCHU antagonist, a frigid youth harboring a disdain for the mundane, intent on annihilating the world. SHNGEG antagonist, a reclusive and melancholic boy, perpetually contemplating despair. The ultimate antagonist, the great black dragon, a secretive conclusion awaits. Chapter 84. Here lies his extreme zero domain. His voice was chilling to the core, and as his words fell, a series of thunderous roars erupted. The terrifying waves receded as quickly as they had come, akin to Moses parting the sea, creating a broad path through the ocean, fish and shrimp floundering in despair, gasping for their lives. In the center of the tumultuous NTL Great Ring River, a blade-like force cleaved through the waters, revealing a parched expanse, from which emerged a striking figure clad in azure. Yuhing stepped forth, draped in luxurious sea-blue shark silk. "Are you the priest of NGSH King City?" Yuhing inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his gaze shadowed like a gathering storm. Since when did the esteemed priest concern himself with the affairs of other clans? This is the territory of the royal city. Yuan's voice was calm, yet his violet eyes brewed a tempest of ice. Such trivial matters I shall discuss with the Snake King. Yuhing waved dismissively at those behind him. No need for the esteemed priest to fret over such matters. The waves surged once more, concealing the figure of the shark person within the towering torrents. It seemed negotiations had faltered. Yuan's gaze turned increasingly frigid, yet he refrained from immediate action. As the high priest of the omniscient source, he wielded the priestly power of inclusivity and usually refrained from violence. However, the devastation before him was overwhelming. The once chaotic waves now resembled a frenzied beast, merging with the oppressive dark clouds above. The tsunami roared, surging forth to consume countless lives, while torrential rains and fierce winds ravaged the fragile land. A deluge of rain fell with such force that ancient trees were uprooted and hurled away as if they were mere twigs, crashing violently against the ground, obliterating any unfortunate creatures caught in their path, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails staining the soil. Simultaneously, melodious oceanic ballads resonated from all directions, their gentle harmonies imbued with sanctity and tranquility, creating an eerie contrast against the backdrop of slaughter. The penetrating sound waves sought to mask their murderous intent, gently manipulating the frail nerves of the beastmen. Like a beguiling nightmare lurking in the deep sea, they dragged the beastmen into the abyss, choking them before tearing them apart, transforming them into a meal. The shark people, a rare breed among merfolk, were of the blue shark royal lineage, possessing a captivating power of mental influence through their sonic waves. Yuan was momentarily distracted, but quickly regained his composure, unleashing the primal ice powers of the royal beast. with blizzards cascading down from the heavens, freezing the once turbulent waves into stunning ice sculptures, rendering them immobile. The shoreline transformed into a vast expanse of icy desolation, freezing all in its wake. This was his ultimate zero domain. At that moment, within the grand and magnificent Yangtze King City, a nearly 10-meter-long black-red serpent tail slithered down from the throne, resting upon the soft animal skin carpet, swaying gently with satisfaction. Yuan's power? It has been absent for 2 years. It has indeed been a long time since I last saw it. The sultry, beguiling tone conveyed a hint of languid amusement and wildness, revealing a hint of his true, indulgent nature. The black-red wings fluttered lightly. The wide window refracted scattered rays of light through the morning mist, illuminating the intricately carved serpentine door frame, gradually revealing the striking features of the man with black-red hair. Suddenly, his eyes widened, shedding all pretense. The fierce battle intent surged forth, coursing through countless bones and corpses. The blood-red serpent eyes elongated like needles, igniting the combative instincts flowing through his veins. Chapter 85. You seem to feign great depth of feeling. Yuan dared to make him disappear 2 years ago. He left without a trace, audaciously taking with him the only lead in the pursuit of the ice beast. Did he think he could deceive him? Such delusions were utterly foolish. He, FJ, could also seize the bloodline crystal of the ice beast with his own strength. The serpent tail flicked dismissively. FJ reclined languidly upon the throne, propping his chin with one hand, feigning contemplation. His red eyes lowered, glimmering with a hint of intrigue, as the morning light cast warm hues across his features, softening the remnants of his wickedness, accentuating the elegance of his profile. His fair, slender fingers idly toyed with the red bloodstone by his left ear, spinning it thoughtfully, pressing gently against its surface as he pondered the feasibility of certain matters. His black-red hair cascaded like a waterfall, with strands obscuring his expression, leaving only the eerie, enchanting curve of his crimson lips visible. The faint sound of his serpent tail brushing against the animal skin carpet left a shallow mark, trailing out to the door. The black-red wings extended, reaching nearly 2 meters. A gust of wind swept through, and he vanished without a trace. The shark people were stalling for time. Yuan's eyes narrowed, swiftly retreating from battle, creating distance between himself and the shark person. Observing his surroundings, although he had the upper hand in combat, he found himself ensnared, unable to escape. Perhaps this was precisely what the shark person desired, for they did not aim to defeat him, merely to wear him down. Through their encounters, he sensed that this shark person bore no trace of the flood disaster's power. He was being delayed here. But where was the true flood disaster's power? Yuan's heart tightened suddenly, an unprecedented panic enveloping him, causing his mind to become unsettled. Yaoyao was in danger. He needed to rush there immediately. For the priest Yuan, losing focus during battle was far from ideal. The slender claws swiftly tore through the spine of Yuan, while the icy tendrils enveloped the arm of Yu H-ing, rendering her immobile. Who are you? Su Lu Essing stammered, utterly astonished by the enchanting beauty of the female before him. His fingertips trembled as they pointed towards Yaoyao, his speech faltering. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he instinctively felt a sense of familiarity with this divine-looking female, yet he could not ascertain who she resembled. He mentally eliminated all possibilities of females he could think of, yet he never considered Yaoyao. After all, in Su Lu Essing's eyes, she had always belonged to the category of unattractive, dark, and thin females, unworthy of even a fleeting thought. His gaze remained fixated on Yaoyao, reluctant to divert it even slightly. I coldly commanded, suppressing the urge to strike. Get lost. Roll as far away as you can, or I'll make you regret it. Oh, as if you were so deeply in love, Su Lu Essing retorted, taking 2 steps back, crossing his arms, and haughtily lifting his chin. He sneered, surveying MLI with disdain, recalling how just yesterday he had been so enamored with that ugly female. How could he have changed so quickly? Little female, why not stick with me? I can provide you with anything you desire. You shall be the one I cherish most in the future. Chapter 86. You are that ugly female. Ah, how sincere you sound. Fortunately, she was not foolish enough to believe him. Yaoyao contemplated taking a few steps forward, but MLI, anxiously watching her, firmly placed a hand in front of her, gently shaking his head. Resigned, She chose to remain where she was, smiling sweetly at Su Lu's Ing across the cold, imposing figure of MLI. With that smile, Su Lu's Ing suddenly found the sun's brightness overwhelming. How could this little female be so breathtakingly beautiful? Yaoyao leisurely crossed her arms and, with a composed demeanor, asked, "Listen to my voice. Who am I?" A thunderous realization struck Su Lu's Ing, his eyes widening in disbelief, fingers trembling even more, his heart in turmoil. "Why your voice? How could it be? You are that ugly female." He staggered back 2 steps, his voice rising several octaves, tinged with a hint of tremor. But this time it was not from the allure of her melodious tone, but from sheer astonishment. Su Lu's Ing could never have imagined that this goddess-like female was the very unattractive little female he had scorned just the day before. How could this be? The reversal of circumstances left him incredulous and unable to accept the truth. Have you had enough? If you have, then get lost. I delivered a merciless kick that sent the dazed Su Lu's Ing flying. The resounding crash startled the younglings. But soon their attention was captivated by the delicious fish soup, swarming around Yaoyao and licking at her calves, their faces filled with eagerness. I brought over several bowls, and Yaoyao filled each with half a bowl of fish soup and a piece of fresh fish, evenly distributing them among the 5 or 6 younglings. Each youngling held their own bowl of soup, with 3 still in their juvenile forms, clumsily grasping the edges of their bowls, nearly spilling the soup. Yaoyao then fetched a large wooden spoon, cradling one in her arms and spooning the soup into their eager mouths. The younglings drank with satisfaction, nuzzling against Yaoyao's embrace. They had fallen ill, and while other females avoided them, pinching their noses and keeping their distance, only Yaoyao did not shy away, treating them with kindness. Once they matured, they vowed to seek partners as beautiful and gentle as sister Yaoyao. They were determined to grow strong to find companions like her. Thus, their aspirations were formed. Unbeknownst to Yaoyao, the younglings' thoughts revolved around her. For her, the priority was to fill their hungry little bellies. After feeding them, the younglings licked their lips, still craving more, while 2 of them bared their teeth, glaring enviously at the others' bowls and occasionally growling, eager to snatch away someone else's soup. Fortunately, Yaoyao noticed in time and prevented a mini-battle from breaking out. Chapter 87. Sisters going out for a while. Yaoyao's true identity had been revealed for just a short while, and before she could venture out to flaunt it, the weather suddenly turned ominous. A torrential downpour struck, catching everyone off guard. The rain fell fiercely, dark clouds seeming to press down from above, and the thunder startled the little black cat, which curled up in her arms and refused to budge. "Meow. Don't be scared, little black sister is here," Yaoyao reassured, extending her hand to close the window more tightly, standing on her tiptoes. The windows of this beastly world appear to be made of solid wood and specially crafted. Large transparent insect wings, remarkably sturdy and waterproof, with a pleasantly smooth texture reminiscent of fine glass. The downpour was relentless. Yaoyao decided to remain tucked away in the house, which had been fortified with defensive barriers by Yuan, as she felt this was the safest place to be. Yuan preferred solitude, residing atop a mountain, making it impossible for MLI to visit her for a friendly chat in such weather. Within the confines of Yuan's wooden abode, there was a special storage of crushed ice, and since Yaoyao had a small appetite, even with the little black cat eating, they could comfortably last for half a month. Thus, for the past couple of days, Yaoyao had been living quite peacefully. However, tranquility often leads to monotony, and after 2 days of serenity, Yaoyao's life became anything but pleasant. Ding! Nearby, an energy disturbance from strange beast, Heiji-O detected. Please eliminate it promptly. Eliminate it promptly. Startled, she nearly dropped the bowl of food in her hands. What? Why has there suddenly been a disturbance from a strange beast's energy? And it's nearby? How close is it? Please clarify. Hiding in the house. She dared not make a sound, ensuring the door was tightly shut, even preventing a breeze from intruding. It was truly terrifying, the mere thought of encountering such a creature, especially after feeling nauseous from the dream, made her stomach churn. If she were to meet it in reality, she would be devoured entirely, unable to reset her fate. Her body instinctively trembled with fear, yet her mind reminded her that she could not flee. In this bizarre and captivating world, meow, A soft paw gently prodded her calf. The little black cat, gazing up with its brilliant golden eyes, sensed her unease. Its ears perked up, maintaining a delightful curve as it rubbed against her leg, attempting to comfort her in the way she usually comforted it. However, it was unexpectedly scooped up and placed on the table. "Shh, little black. Sister is going out for a while. Don't follow me." Chapter 88. Kill him? Open the door. Yaoyao took an umbrella and secured a blade at her waist before braving the torrential downpour as she ventured outside. The small black cat, Mio, was locked inside the house, pawing at the window ledge, watching her figure recede into the distance until it vanished from sight. The sky remained perpetually overcast, heavy clouds obscuring the sun, rendering it impossible to discern the time of day. It was only through the faintest glimmers of light that visibility was possible. The rain poured relentlessly, and the mountain path was slick with mud, compelling Yaoyao to tread cautiously through the dense jungle. 100 meters, 60 meters, 15 meters. The sound of water cascading was particularly jarring in the desolate gloom of the day, prompting Yaoyao to pivot instantly. Her fingers poised on the blade, ready for action. However, the anticipated attack did not materialize. The silence was unnervingly profound. How odd. Why was that little pervert so quiet? That was not in keeping with his character. The system could not be mistaken. He was nearby, with her hand resting against the blade at her side. Yaoyao meticulously searched for the source of the earlier sound and arrived at a nearby river, where, as expected, she found the unconscious little pervert submerged at the riverbed. Yet, the situation was dire. Her gaze fell upon him. The black-blue tail of the merman lay limply on the riverbed, entangled with various water plants, and the delicate silver scales on his belly were embedded with dark sand, rendering them dull and far from the enchanting beauty she had first encountered in a dream. Simultaneously, the merman's once breathtaking visage now bore a sickly pallor that conveyed a fragile, haunting beauty. His sleeping eyes fluttered restlessly, as if sensing some imminent danger, while his formerly rosy, soft lips appeared cracked and pale, parting slightly in a feeble manner, resembling a dying fish out of water. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. Yaoyao stood by the riverbank, merely observing the merman submerged in the riverbed, motionless. She had envisioned various scenarios for their meeting, but never anticipated such a calm and serene moment, where, paradoxically, it felt as if she held the upper hand. Her gaze fell once more. After a moment's hesitation, Yaoyao pulled him up, but only managed to lift his upper body. The merman could not fully leave the water without risking his life, and she simply lacked the strength to pull him any further. Was the task to eliminate the anomalous energy? Would killing him suffice to eradicate it? Yaoyao gently caressed the merman's fragile, exquisite face, tracing her fingertips over the remnants of his delicate scales, inch by inch, until her fingers finally rested on the artery at the back of his neck, pressing lightly against his exceptionally thin and translucent skin. Before they had transformed, even a simple sharp object could easily pierce their fragile skin. At that moment, Guigui paused and cleared his throat. "You foolish child, you're still a girl after all. We cannot resort to violence all the time. Bloodshed will not resolve this issue. Strictly speaking, this merman is merely a biological vessel for the flood force generated by the world's reverse luck. Even if you were to kill him now, the world would simply seek out another vessel, and you would have to hunt down and eliminate that one as well. Therefore, killing this merman will not address the fundamental issue." Chapter 89. How could such a heavy task fall upon Yaoyao? This little pervert devours people and remains fixated on her. If he were to die, perhaps the next beast wouldn't be so twisted. Upon reflection, she would not be at a loss. Her delicate fingers rested on his neck artery, unconsciously grazing her sharp nails lightly against his cold, fragile throat. With barely any effort, she effortlessly etched 2 or 3 faint crimson marks upon his near-transparent skin, the shallow lines seeping tiny droplets of blood that mingled and spread, resembling the blossoms of winter plum on unblemished white paper. Yaoyao supported her chin on her hand, contemplating that it would be more reassuring to eliminate him first. At least she would be rid of a pervert who constantly threatened her. Resolutely, she drew the blade from her waist, gliding it between her fingers, in a posture that seemed to pin down the merman. She braced herself against the ground with one hand while the other held the blade, leaning in closer without blinking, poised to strike at his neck. Just as she was about to act, the seemingly unconscious and frail merman stirred. "Yaoyao, is it you?" The sudden exclamation a gentle breath brushing against her ear, was tantalizingly close, carrying a hint of the freshness of sea salt. Yaoyao's hand trembled, and she instinctively recoiled, her eyes widening. In contrast, the merman's pale, cracked lips slowly curled into a smile, his stunning silver eyes filled with astonishment and the innocent joy of a child, reflecting her presence. It truly is you. Yaoyao. This time, I'm not dreaming, am I? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? I swam for 2 days and nights just to reach you without pausing for sustenance, eager to be by your side. His affection-laden tone, laced with a misty gaze, almost made Yaoyao believe him had it not been for the past. Yaoyao found herself torn, uncertain whether to proceed with her intentions. As she grappled with the dilemma of life and death, of whether to kill or spare, he leaned closer, their proximity nearly palpable, his breath intertwining with hers, prompting her to instinctively withdraw. Despite the words spoken, he showed no sign of hostility, which felt disingenuous. While Yaoyao wrestled with her choices, he quietly reached out, their distance nearly negligible, allowing him to easily grasp her hand. Startled, she instinctively pulled back, yet he held her tightly, rendering her immobile. She felt the merman's fingers, long and slender, cool and damp to the touch, soft and delicate like a freshly caught fish. Moreover, in his untransformed state, his physical characteristics leaned more towards that of shark. His fingers were adorned with thin, transparent membranes that encased her hand, his beautiful white fingertips gently caressing her small hand as if toying with a fascinating object, reluctant to let go. Yaoyao's hand felt soft and warm, a stark contrast to Ynn. He gazed deeply into her eyes while gently removing the blade from her grip and tossing it aside. "Oh, such things are dangerous. You mustn't touch them," he said with a tone reminiscent of a caregiver admonishing a child. The corners of her mouth twitched as she stared at him, seemingly trying to decipher the true intentions of this merman. Was he truly after? Was he merely pretending? Or was there an element of sincerity beneath his facade? The curved silver gaze, both enchanting and beguiling, radiated a hint of delight, captivating all living beings. Her voice was gentle, as if coaxing, and Yaoyao mused that if she enjoyed my company, perhaps it would be best to keep Dan and close by. This way, Yaoyao could gaze upon Dan and endlessly. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest," she replied. Yaoyao, ever the whimsical chatterbox, harbored a certain animosity towards those deemed more attractive than herself, or perhaps it was simply disdain. "Oh, is that so?" Dan paused momentarily, his silver-white eyes blinking in confusion, only to be met with a breathtaking smile that illuminated his face. "Then how about I disfigure myself? Would that make Yaoyao like me?" His tone was light, devoid of fear, yet carried an undertone of negotiation that struck terror in the hearts of others. Was it possible that he harbored self-destructive tendencies? Truly, he was a peculiar sort. Yaoyao, unwilling to remain in his presence, furrowed her brow and said coldly, "Let go." "No, not unless Yaoyao agrees to a condition of mine. Otherwise, wouldn't my efforts be in vain?" The merman, seemingly delicate, possessed immense strength, firmly grasping her slender shoulders and effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. He lowered his head, his gaze dropping. His hands encircled her soft waist, drawing closer to her fair, alluring neck. His nose grazed her cheek in an affectionate manner. Yaoyao smells so delightful. "May I take a bite?" Chapter 91. A strong desire to bite, just a bite? I fear one bite would lead to a feast, devoured in no time. Dan's eyes flickered softly as he gently inquired, "Yaoyao, does that mean you agree? I can smell seafood on you too, quite enticing. Would you allow me a bite?" Yaoyao forced a smile, her demeanor stiff. Dan chuckled softly, resting his head upon her tender shoulder, nuzzling gently, as if relishing her softness and warmth, yet also playfully chiding her. His soft laughter, with a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, was enchanting, reminiscent of a siren's lullaby or a lover's sweet whisper. He tilted his head slightly, his silken silver hair intertwining with her inky locks, cascading down until it reached the ground, and further extending over the river's surface, appearing like an exquisite silver flower blooming in the distance. After a moment of silence, Yaoyao remained quiet. Dan, however, found himself unable to contain his feelings. The fragrance emanating from the petite female intensified, stirring a deep yearning within him. His once clear, silver eyes began to take on a tinge of crimson, as a hint of desire brewed within. His delicate tongue flicked over his nearly cracked lips, seeking relief from the unbearable longing. His gaze, now thick with obsession, was tinged with possessiveness, the hue of his eyes darkening with an undercurrent of tumultuous desire. Sharp canines began to emerge slightly, the exquisite delicacy tantalizingly close yet unattainable. Just as he teetered on the brink of surrender, Yaoyao finally spoke, her voice slow, as if weighed with contemplation. "I can let you stay, but you must agree to one condition. Is that acceptable?" He blinked, the crimson in his eyes fading instantly, as if it had never existed. Whatever Yaoyao said was law. Dan responded softly, his usual gentle smile gracing his features. He squinted slightly, resting his delicate chin upon her soft shoulder, nuzzling her once more, compliant as long as it meant he could stay. Patience would yield rewards. "You need to sign a contract with me. Once the contract is fulfilled, I shall not interfere with your affairs." Dan seemed to listen intently, yet his expression bore a hint of skepticism. It was likely he hadn't fully grasped her words, but Yaoyao chose not to dwell on it. As he made no objections, she took it as a silent agreement. Should he regret it later, that would be his burden to bear. With a swift motion, she pricked her fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon his wounded arm, merging their essences to complete the beast-taming contract. A fleeting red symbol appeared, vanishing into Dan's being, leaving no trace behind. Is this all it takes? Is it truly this simple? Dan, confined for so long and rarely encountering anything beyond sustenance, found himself curiously intrigued by the unfamiliar. He turned his wrist, pressing his fingertip against the wound that had absorbed Yaoyao's blood. Lowering his gaze in silence, he pondered, now that Yaoyao's blood coursed through him, did it imply that his flesh would become as delectable as hers? A yearning to taste her surged within him. Chapter 92. An act of forceful acquisition. Yaoyao observed him lost in thought, his gaze fixated on his injured wrist, as if he could decipher its secrets. Unable to resist, she followed his stare, pondering his intentions. "What are you thinking, Yaoyao? Are you contemplating how to devour me, or where to begin?" Noticing the peculiar glint in his eyes, Dan chuckled softly, his long, curled lashes fluttering with a hint of mischievous delight. He swam gracefully around the river, adapting to the freshwater environment, his complexion regaining a hint of color. "Yaoyao, wait a moment while I wash my tail." With Yaoyao's curious gaze upon him, he nonchalantly swam to the river's center, cupping his hands to collect clear water and drenching his azure tail. Then, he rested his head upon the soft white of his arms, appearing to relax. After a brief respite, he turned slightly, his silver hair tousled against his exquisitely beautiful face, revealing his stunning silver eyes as he gazed at Yaoyao with fascination. It seemed he had an unquenchable desire to observe her. "Yaoyao, I feel a little unwell," he murmured, his demeanor betraying a mix of anxiety and vulnerability. With furrowed brows and a quiver in his voice, he exclaimed, "Yaoyao, I think I lack strength. Did you just realize that?" The frail beauty's expression shifted from indifference to shock, her silver eyes widening as she bit her lip, paling slightly. The contract he had previously dismissed was now manifesting its effects within him. Unbeknownst to Dan, Yaoyao possessed the innate ability to tame beasts. Upon successfully forming a contract, she would seize their powers and mental faculties, compelling them to submit to her will. Dan concentrated, delicately grasping his somewhat weakened hand. After a moment of uncertainty, he recognized that his strength had been significantly diminished following the contract's completion. His once boundless power, now forcibly restrained, rendered him incapable of exerting his full potential. The flood force was being subdued, and the rain seemed to lessen, falling gently and persistently. In contrast, Yaoyao's mental prowess surged dramatically, amplifying her capabilities. After entering into a pact with him, she could draw energy from DNN without limit, until his energy was entirely depleted, leading to his demise, thus exemplifying the meaning of coercive plunder. In Chapter 93, what gender do you wish to become? Her mental prowess increased several folds, and the radius of her scouting domain expanded directly to 50 meters. With a mere thought, strands of spring water emerged from her fingertips, cascading down in delicate clusters. DNN's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, "Oi, this is the beginning of a fantastical tale." She also seized DNN's flood power, which, although transferred to her, could only serve as a modest water pump. At this juncture, It became clear why Yaoyao insisted on forming a contract with him, enticing him with promises of unrestrained freedom post-agreement. Yet, it seemed he had been entirely deceived into her grasp, rendering any possibility of escape futile. Yaoyao had truly ensnared him in a most unfortunate manner. Strangely enough, he felt no anger. Perhaps it was due to Yaoyao's irresistible charm that he had lost all sense of irritation. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that after the pact, he had become a docile pet, subject to her whims, a rather intriguing new role indeed. At least, until he grew weary of the game. He would cherish and nurture her, waiting for her to mature a little further. Yaoyao's mental strength was still somewhat lacking, at least in relation to him. She wished to use this contract to completely dominate him, though it posed a certain degree of challenge. DNN, how long until you mature? Less than half a year, he replied with a smile, his mood brightening quickly as he playfully flicked his beautiful tail, sending splashes of water into the air. Yaoyao hesitated, seemingly grappling with the question, wondering if it encroached upon his privacy. Have you considered what gender you might wish to become? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, tinged with awkwardness. His stunning silver eyes widened slightly, pupils dilating in surprise at her inquiry. Yaoyao silently turned her face away, pondering why she had suddenly posed such a personal question. Just as she attempted to change the subject, he spoke softly. What does Yaoyao desire? I shall transform into whatever she likes. Really? Yaoyao stoned slightly. DNN nodded, obedient as ever. As long as Yaoyao was pleased. He had no preference for gender. Mermen could only choose their gender upon reaching maturity, and while males could transform freely, females required a rare fruit called transformation fruit, which was exceedingly difficult to find and exhausting to obtain. DNN, typically lazy, had previously thought it sufficient to simply become a male. However, now it seemed Yaoyao preferred him to become female. Females were delicate and endearing, evoking sympathy. This would also serve to bridge the gap between them, reducing her wariness to a minimum, allowing him to consume her when she was most defenseless. In Chapter 94, DNN would likely soon be forgotten. After receiving DNN's promise, Yaoyao felt reassured in keeping him close. As fellow females, she need not worry about emotional debts. As long as he refrained from harming others, they could remain good friends. Yaoyao felt confident, knowing the pact imposed absolute limitations on DNN. He could not harm her, lest he suffer the same repercussions. To consume her was to consume himself. The black merman silk draped elegantly around DNN, flowing down his graceful neck and shoulders, contrasting starkly with his pristine, beautiful silver hair, exuding an artistic allure reminiscent of ink wash painting. The luxurious silk floated in the crystal-clear waters, cascading down to the grassy banks, swaying gently in the light rain and breeze. Driven by curiosity, Yaoyao gently grasped a section of the silk from the shore, holding it in one hand while fondly caressing it with the other. It felt smooth and cool to the touch, not a bit damp. The garment given to her by UN seemed to be made of merman silk, but DNN's was evidently more exquisite and lightweight. Do you like it? How much do you desire? DNN asked, observing her keen interest. He silently tugged more of the silk towards her, allowing her to indulge in her curiosity. Witnessing her appreciation for the silk he had crafted brought him an inexplicable joy. Merman silk was among the most precious items in the beast realm, reserved for mermen and royal beasts, and weaving it was a laborious and time-consuming process. Yaoyao merely sought to satisfy her curiosity and had no intention of claiming it for herself. DNN noticed her feigned indifference, her gaze occasionally drifting toward his silk, revealing her reluctance to part with it. The little female insisted she did not want it, yet her body betrayed her honesty. DNN smiled sweetly, choosing not to confront her. As they prepared to part ways, Yaoyao instructed him, if you wish to stay here, you must reside in this river until you reach maturity. I will bring you food regularly, and you may learn to hunt. But do not wander off or disturb the lives of other beast folk, nor should you use your powers recklessly. Do you understand? And what about Yaoyao? Was she not accompanied DNN? He listened silently as she rambled on, yet not a single word penetrated his mind. He raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, staring at her with a sense of grievance. His gaze was hauntingly beautiful, his silver eyes glistening with moisture, his azure fins drooping sadly. Will Yaoyao come back? Will she leave DNN here, never to return? He lowered his head, murmuring softly, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Will Yaoyao be like those others, leaving DNN all alone, never to glance back? Lost in thoughts of sadness, DNN suddenly smiled, though tinged with bitterness. DNN will likely be forgotten soon. His whisper was just audible enough to reach her ears. Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Despite the fact that this fish was a ruthless predator, the sight of his woeful expression tugged at the softest corners of her heart, leaving her feeling utterly distressed. I will visit often, she promised, stepping closer, wanting to ruffle his head like a small black cat. Yet, given his size, it felt somewhat inappropriate. Instead, she settled for gently stroking his unusual azure fins. Merman fins were smooth and cool, imbued with moisture. The edges were firm, resembling thin jade, while the inner side was soft and tender, providing a comforting sensation. In Chapter 95, Why Does Sister Smell Like Fish? DNN seemed to relish her touch, narrowing his eyes in a cat-like manner, exuding a sense of laziness and pleasure. However, once Yaoyao departed, his previously innocent silver eyes darkened abruptly, a strange smile curving his lips, revealing a startlingly swift change in demeanor. Yaoyao, he murmured softly, time and again, like a celestial melody, never tiring of the sound. The merman's eyes, tinged with desire, glistened with a sticky obsession, fixated unwaveringly on the silhouette of the little female until she receded into the distance, her figure shrinking until it vanished, leaving only a black. Yenin gazed into the far horizon, a subtle smile curving his lips, seemingly lost in contemplation of something unknown. As an unfathomable and eerie aura seeped from the depths of his crimson gaze, mingling with a chilling ferocity. The darkness and sickness within his heart, previously well concealed, could no longer be hidden once she departed. He gently licked his lips, the delicate tip of his tongue brushing against his slightly cracked lips, tinged with a hint of glistening water, leaving a blood-red mark like plum blossoms, seductive and extravagant. Yaoyao, there's no escape. Yan had willingly presented himself. Yet a reward was required. After the diminishment of Yin An's flood power, the rain had significantly reduced. However, the persistent drizzle, though light, still harbored hidden dangers that could not be underestimated. Although Yin was the bearer of the flood power, he had yet to reach maturity and lacked the ability to control this formidable and terrifying force, resulting in an awkward situation where he could only summon rain at will, yet could not retract it. After all, in her current understanding, Yuan was the mightiest beast man she had ever encountered, and she could only place all her hopes upon him. Yaoyao temporarily found solace in her lethargy. Just as she was about to open the door, a damp handprint marked the wooden surface. The beast skin draped over Yaoyao was half-soaked. Meow. A soft voice resonated from behind the door, brimming with uncontainable joy. At last, after what felt like an eternity, someone had arrived. The little black cat, with tear-filled eyes, leapt down from the windowsill upon catching sight of her and hurriedly grabbed a clean cloth, darting to wait behind the door, ready to present it to her as soon as she entered. Yaoyao took the dry cloth and carefully wiped away the water from her body before daring to step onto the pristine beast skin carpet within. She had just intended to change into a fresh outfit when the little black cat, seemingly enchanted, began to sniff around her legs the moment she crossed the threshold, circling incessantly. What was happening? Yaoyao picked it up and brought it close to her face. The little black cat, with its eyes closed, resumed its persistent examination of her face. Meow. Sister, why do you smell like fish? It suddenly opened its eyes. The little black cat emitted a series of soft, low growls to express its displeasure. However, to human ears, it sounded utterly endearing and harmless. Chapter 96. You actually have another fish. Yaoyao stroked the agitated little cat, surprised by its keen sense of smell. Cats adore fish. Ah, she had almost forgotten. Yaoyao instinctively touched her index finger, where a black-blue merman pattern had appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a smaller version of Yin An's insignia, encircled by a neat black-blue ring. Whenever someone formed a contract with Yaoyao, their original pattern would be imprinted on her body, and in turn, their body would bear a unique design of hers. Both the little black cat and Yin shared this bond. Meow. The previously soft call suddenly sharpened, breaking her reverie. Yaoyao was momentarily startled and reached to pet its head, but this time the cat unusually evaded her hand, fixating its gaze on her finger. Or more precisely, on her index finger. Oh no, she had forgotten something. Yaoyao quickly tucked her hand behind her back, but it was too late. The little black cat's crisp voice, laced with shock and reproach, echoed with muffled sobs that conveyed a sense of betrayal. It relentlessly clawed and scratched at her hand, attempting to uncover her hidden secret. Yet it was soon revealed. When it once again recognized the additional merman pattern on Yaoyao's finger, the cat froze, its paw hovering in midair. Not pausing for a moment, a soft paw rested on her index finger, motionless. The cat tilted its fluffy little head back, its golden eyes wide open, unblinking, pupils abruptly narrowing to pinpricks. Meow. It whimpered, on the verge of tears, its golden eyes glistening with moisture. Sister Yaoyao, how could you form a contract with another fish behind my back? A strange little fish at that. I am your companion beast, and you cannot have any others. The little black cat was utterly heartbroken, feeling abandoned once more. Yaoyao. She realized she had forgotten something. She had previously promised the little black cat that it would be her only companion for life, and now she felt as though she had been slapped in the face. Yaoyao approached it, embracing the cat and gently coaxing it. This task is temporary, and once I depart from this world, the contract will automatically dissolve. You, my little black cat, are still my main companion. How could any of those other fish compare to my darling? After years of experience in comforting, she was quite adept at it. Meow, really? The cat's eyes widened slightly, though tears still streamed uncontrollably down its cheeks. After a prolonged period of soothing, the little black cat finally sniffled and managed to suppress its tears. It reluctantly accepted that if Sister Yaoyao dared to contract with another beast, it would genuinely be angry. It would no longer acknowledge her. Humph. The little black cat leapt from her embrace, feeling a bit hungry and seeking something to eat. After taking a couple of steps, it suddenly halted, seemingly remembering something more important than jealousy. Since Sister Yaoyao had already formed a contract with another beast, did that mean it no longer had to share its spiritual strength with her? Could it perhaps transform back into its human form and converse normally? The little black cat suppressed its rising excitement, focusing intently as it began to release its spiritual energy. Its clothes were too damp. Yaoyao had just changed into a fresh outfit and had yet to emerge from the changing area. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice, reminiscent of a youthful boy, reached her ears like a gentle stream flowing through the woods, cool and soft. Sister Yaoyao, Chapter 97. Does he love me more? The familiar yet strange voice called out. A little boy around 8 or 9 years old with black hair and golden eyes suddenly dashed in front of her, leaping into her arms with great fervor. Yaoyao stumbled back a step, barely managing to stabilize herself as she caught him. You startle me. The little boy quickly covered his head, having received a playful tap on the forehead. He tilted his little face up, beaming at her. Sister Yaoyao, I was just too happy. It wasn't intentional. The little boy was slightly shorter than her, and as he nestled into her embrace, he reached up with one small hand, tugging at her sleeve, shaking it gently, unwilling to let go. Ningzhou can finally transform back into a person and speak. Aren't you happy, Sister Yaoyao? His sweet inquiry bore a hint of childlike charm, yet only Yaoyao could discern the underlying threat. Ningzhou had never liked being a cat, and now that he could finally revert to human form, he would likely never become a cat again, which meant her days of petting cats might become a distant fantasy. She liked it, yet, in truth, she preferred his feline form. The cat-eared little boy smiled, his tail curling with satisfaction at her response. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his soft, furry head against her, nuzzling affectionately. He raised a gentle purring sound to express his joy. Now that he had transformed into a human, he would no longer be compelled to guard the house. Wherever his sister Yaoyao went, he would follow, thereby perfectly eliminating the intrusion of those various little third parties. The young boy gazed up at Yaoyao, his eyes brimming with anticipation, hesitating to speak. His cat-like eyes were clear and round, with pupils dilated wide and vertically oval, radiating an innocent charm, while golden hues swirled and settled within, casting a splendid halo of brilliance. The boy sported a neat and soft head of jet black hair, fresh and clean, with slightly curled ends that appeared fluffy yet smooth. Two soft tufts of hair drooped adorably within his locks, exuding a sweet charm, yet his appearance bore a cool and aloof demeanor, creating an irresistibly captivating contrast. His golden cat-like eyes were strikingly beautiful. When he unconsciously narrowed his gaze, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly, revealing a touch of lazy allure, accentuating his long, curled lashes that fluttered like butterfly wings, casting a delicate shadow upon his nose as he blinked softly. His cat ears were pointed and stood perkily, trembling slightly in the breeze, exuding a sense of softness and agility. "Sister, I'm hungry. I want to eat dried fish," he said in a soft voice. His exquisite and charming little face, with those round, cat-like eyes, fixed on her unblinkingly. Yaoyao found herself entranced, her heart melting. Oh my! She could hardly resist such an adorable demeanor from a young boy. Years ago, Guai Guai had used this very tactic to ensnare her. Guai Guai was not pleased with this accusation. "Humph, you have your own preferences for young boys. Don't blame others. Your eyes are practically glowing with envy. Control your drool, you tasteless creature. Is this cat more appealing than me? When it comes to cuteness, I am undoubtedly the most adorable one here." Damn it. She had blocked him again. Guai Guai gritted his teeth in frustration within the confines of the space. "Don't get lost, okay?" Yaoyao hasn't closed the door yet and poked his head out through the gap, raising his chin slightly. "Sister, I'm a cat. Have you ever seen a cat that gets lost?" Yaoyao nodded in reassurance and allowed him to go. The little black cat had been cooped up inside for so long, afraid to let him out due to potential dangers. Now, a bit of fresh air would do him good. Once the door closed, Yaoyao's expression shifted instantly, the previous softness and cuteness fading away completely. His narrowed cat eyes now holding a hint of coldness. He lazily licked his sharp, icy claws, displaying an elegant demeanor. His golden cat-like eyes appeared as if forged from ice, emanating a frosty chill. He was curious to see what kind of third party this fish was. Understanding oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in any battle. Yaoyao resolved to sneak a glance. Otherwise, if he were to lose the favor, he would have no time to weep. A small shadow flitted beneath the tree and vanished in an instant. The agile little black cat followed the unpleasant scent of fish. Swiftly arriving at his destination, he gracefully leaped into the thick foliage, finding a sturdy branch to recline upon. With a lazy posture resting on one paw, he lay upon the branch, his tail dangling and swaying gently in the breeze, blending seamlessly with the dark vines, making him nearly undetectable. His golden cat-like eyes gazed with a chilling intensity at the river below, unblinking, resembling a sculpture. Beneath the dark shade of the tree, two fiery golden lights glimmered, resembling two flickering golden candle flames, startling to behold. It was not until the little black cat caught sight of a fish shadow that his other paw instinctively tightened, scratching the trunk with shallow marks. Is this the fellow? Only his silhouette was visible, but the strikingly beautiful merman with flowing silver hair turned slightly, his hair cascading over the water's surface like a graceful wave. His exquisitely beautiful profile was captivating, and his silver-white eyes pierced through the distance, locking onto him with a gentle smile, as if he had seen him at first glance. Startled, the little black cat trembled, nearly toppling from the tree. Had he been discovered? How could that be? Their stealth was unparalleled, a small black mass, hiding in the shade with closed eyes. Who could possibly see them? Unless this individual possessed extraordinary mental acuity, capable of sensing his exact location at a glance. The little black cat steadied his nerves, refusing to be outdone. He hesitated, instinctively licking his lips. When he finally saw the fish clearly, he was even more astonished. The fish was far more alluring than he had imagined. Oh my. Could it be that Yaoyao's sister had formed a contract with him solely based on his appearance? Hadn't she always favored him, this charming little one? Moreover, after all these years of being obedient and endearing, shouldn't he have been the one to win her affection? Was it possible that she had changed her tastes? No longer fond of sweet and adorable young boys? Had she begun to like this ambiguous creature? Wasn't she supposed to be the most devoted? She couldn't be so fickle. He felt his status severely challenged. This fish could not be allowed to remain. It must be eradicated swiftly. The little black cat leapt down quietly, transforming into human form, and silently crept to the riverbank, positioning himself diagonally behind the fish. With a mental command, his sharp, glistening claws surged forth, rushing towards the unsuspecting merman who was peacefully resting. At that moment, within the wooden cabin, Yaoyao finished her tasks and made her way around the space to check on the growth of the long zhuqiao. The long zhuqiao was thriving, expected to be ready for use in less than 5 days. Yaoyao was quite pleased, now awaiting the harvest. Recently, the continuous rain had caused many beastmen in the tribe, even some strong males, to catch colds. Although their recovery abilities were commendable, young ones and females were relatively frail. The medical technology in the beast realm was underdeveloped, with numerous basic pharmacological principles being flawed. The medicinal formula previously used by the Sanglin tribe could not completely eradicate fevers and colds. After Yaoyao left, she spent her idle time reading through the medical books on the second level and fortuitously discovered an excellent formula to eradicate fevers and colds. However, the rare medicinal materials required were numerous, including the nearly extinct Longzhu Chow. Other precious herbs could be gathered with the help of some beastmen, but the Longzhu Chow was a rare find, and she could only wait until her batch in the space fully matured before she could use it for practical application. This batch of Longzhu Chow was derived from the previously mentioned all-purpose living cells, possessing impeccable medicinal properties. Now, she awaited the maturation of the herbs, needing to verify the formula for any flaws before proceeding with multiple revisions to develop a perfect remedy suited to the current ailments. Leaving the field, Yaoyao visited the small cabin in the space, opening the door to look inside. "Oh, Guai Guai, where are you?" She glanced around but could not find a trace of him, feeling puzzled. "If you don't come out, I'll leave." The spacious area echoed with a faint, buzzing sound from an unknown corner. A voice filled with indignation and sorrow replied, "You must be off having fun with your little black cat. And you don't care about me at all. You are so unkind to me, and how dare you block my speech? Wu, don't you think about it? Who has tirelessly accompanied you through hundreds of realms, helping you complete tasks and overcome challenges. You don't appreciate any of it. Indeed, love can fade away, right?" The child, in a state of foolishness, began to ramble again, yet there remained a need to comfort. In a dim corner, a dazzling flash of gold darted forth, accompanied by an exuberant voice filled with uncontainable joy. "Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? You must keep your promise. Whoever lies becomes a little puppy. Indeed, our love is as steadfast as rock, more precious than gold. It shall never wane. Sister Yaoyao, I love you too. This was indeed your true intention, was it not?" After being wronged, Yaoyao exited the space with a complex mood. She rested her chin on the wooden table, gazing out at the gentle drizzle, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Yet, as time passed, there was no word from him. Could something have gone awry? At that moment, the one on Yaoyao's mind, Yuan, was entangled in the Nada La Grande River. His mood had grown icy and weary. His narrowed purple eyes were cold and sharp, casting a disdainful glance at the defeated merman, a smile curving his lips, yet it was laced with chilling danger. The battle raged on, each strike deeper than the last. His purple eyes, laden with the weight of impending dusk, flickered ominously with a hint of red fury. Yuan's garments hung loosely, revealing dark purple serpentine patterns that slithered from his heart upwards, claiming his territory, extending to his neck and jaw, as if a spell of lifeblood coiled within him, tirelessly siphoning his energy. In his half-beast form, his royal beast power surged to its zenith. 2 silver-purple dragon horns sprouted from his brow, while a nearly 10-meter-long purple serpent tail crashed through the ice, sending splintered shards flying. The ice shards pierced the merman, igniting further explosions. The anguished cries of the merman echoed in his ears, each sound a piercing lament, a struggle against unbearable pain. Yu Hong, with his beautiful lips now stained with blood, lay half-collapsed upon the ice, coughing up crimson, his form already battered beyond recognition. He gently wiped the blood from his lips, managing a smile, seemingly at ease. He had not anticipated the priest from Tung Shi Wang City to be so formidable. Had he known, he would not have intervened for that ungrateful child. Now, his life was at stake. Tung Shi Wang City was not a place that mere mermen could provoke. Yuan's voice was low and chilling. The merman's orifices began to bleed, yet he continued to struggle for life. Gathering the last remnants of his water-blue beast source power, he attempted to breach Yuan's pale, purple royal beast barrier. But with a thunderous crash, he was repelled once more. The merman tumbled to the ground, blood spilling forth, his body too weak to support itself. Covered in blood and revealing ghastly white bones beneath, a terrifying sight, pitifully far removed from his initially elegant form. Yuan approached with his ice sword, piercing it directly into the merman's chest, crimson blood erupting forth. The merman's blood was cold, splattering across Yuan's garments. His brow furrowed slightly. His purple robe was already disheveled, stained with splotches of blood. His own, the merman's, and more so, the mermans lacked the innate powerful healing abilities that Yuan possessed. Perhaps the outcome of this battle had already been determined from the start. Yuan was not one to take lives lightly, primarily a master of sacrificial power. He seldom wielded true combat strength. Yet once his bloodlust was stirred, the battle must conclude with fervent sacrifice. The merman clung to his last breath, devoid of the strength to resist. From beginning to end, Yuan's expression remained chillingly indifferent. He summoned his formidable royal beast power once more, conjuring a massive ice sword that plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a fierce gale, cleaving through the glacier and shattering the merman's final defenses, taking with it his life. The ice sword descended, bearing the force of a tempest, crashing down with a deafening roar, obliterating the frozen expanse. The waves surged, as if a long-sealed beast had been unleashed, sweeping away the merman's bloodied corpse into the depths. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Yuan stood silently upon the shore, tall and elegant, his demeanor devoid of emotion as he absorbed the scene before him. The dark purple serpent patterns on his skin faded, revealing his naturally pale, delicate skin, while his unique silver-purple dragon horns disappeared. He remained still for a moment before departing. The royal merman was unlikely to survive. Even if he did, he would forever be cast down from his status, afflicted with cold ailments for life. Meanwhile, the true flood disaster power had likely reached the mainland, hindered by the merman's deliberate delays. He instinctively felt that the flood disaster power would pose a threat to Yaoyao. He needed to hurry and eradicate it. Alas, he did not anticipate arriving too late. A voice tinged with regret and a hint of mischief echoed. A gust of wind swept past, and black-red wings gracefully descended to the ground. The man, draped in a black-red cloak with golden embroidery, appeared strikingly handsome and regal. He took a few steps forward, aimlessly circling the area, resting his hands behind his head as he stretched and yawned. The slightly lowered brim of his hat concealed his haughty demeanor, yet his nonchalant tone suggested his mood was not too dismal. It seemed that Yuan's powers had not significantly progressed since 2 years ago. He still had not obtained the strength of the ice beasts. He surveyed the shattered glaciers, taking in the desolation. A slight smirk graced his lips, crimson as blood. In that case, he would not hold back. The mightiest power is destined to belong to me alone. No one can seize even a fragment. His tone, arrogant and unrestrained, echoed through the beast realm, where none dared defy his supremacy. The strongest tongue Shi king, Fu Ji, possessed the only mutated ancient tongue Shi bloodline in the beast realm, granting him the audacity to be exceedingly proud. With a casual wave, he conjured a fireball that erupted, igniting a conflagration upon the shattered ice, swiftly melting the towering snow. Was he perhaps in danger? Just moments after her concern arose, her expression suddenly changed as a jolt of pain coursed through her index finger, spreading rapidly. Her delicate brows furrowed, and upon closer inspection, she discovered 2 patterns on her finger glowing and intertwining, seemingly intent on consuming one another. One was a black merman, and the other a small black cat. Yaoyao's heart raced as she sprang to her feet, alarmed. Could it be that those 2 troublesome beings had encountered some misfortune? Only moments ago, the little black cat had expressed a desire to venture out for a stroll, and she had thought it merely for diversion. But upon reflection, perhaps the situation was far more complicated. With a resounding crash, Yaoyao burst through the door. In the eyes of the little black cat, the merman was a succulent fish, undoubtedly delicious. In the eyes of Yan'an, the little black cat was an exquisite land creature, certainly a rare delicacy. Gazing upon one another, both felt the urge to salivate. The merman, naturally adept at seduction, with his enchanting beauty and melodious voice, lured the entranced prey closer, step by step, into their meticulously crafted trap, ready to devour them whole. As the little black cat stealthily advanced, an ambush was imminent. Yan'an had long since perceived his presence, yet he remained unperturbed, feigning a tranquil slumber, patiently awaiting his prey to unwittingly step into his carefully laid trap. The most astute predator adeptly conceals its true nature behind an innocuous facade, lying in wait to bewilder its quarry and secure its own survival. The sudden sound of a sharp, slicing rush pierced the air as lethal claws lunged toward the creature's throat. However, the target's reflexes were equally swift, evading the attack with an agile leap, creating a narrow escape. In a startling instant, the claws grazed its flesh, drawing forth a crimson line, an alarming speed indeed. Geo gasped in shock, swiftly transforming into a feline form, her petite and agile body darting 10 meters away to take refuge beneath the shade of a tree. Meow! The little black cat crouched low, furiously swishing her tail, fiercely gnawing at the tree roots, her gaze fixed intently on the now stirring merman. She could hardly believe that he had awakened so abruptly. It was a close call. She could have met her demise at the hands of a fish. For a cat, this was truly embarrassing. Why flee? The fish tail gently splashed against the riverbank, sending up frothy sprays of white foam. Yanan, having missed his mark, lowered his brow, a sense of unease settling over him. His exquisite silver eyes, reminiscent of shimmering spring waters, casually glanced at the astonished kitten from afar. This was a land-dwelling breed he had never encountered before, and the flesh of the young was undoubtedly tender and delectable. Unconsciously, he licked his crimson lips, overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger. Alas, he had yet to reach maturity and could not assume human form. Otherwise, that earlier attack would have rendered the young one incapable of evasion, and she would have been destined to fill his belly. After his miss, upon noticing the golden mark on the young one's body, his silver eyes widened in surprise, instinctively narrowing as he slowly extended a hand, pale and soft, brushing against his own chest. There lay a remarkably similar, if not identical, golden mark emblazoned upon him. This exclusive contract mark revealed an unexpected truth. Yaoyao had other contractees besides him, and astonishingly, one from the same tribe. He was not her sole contractee after all. How to express this feeling? It was a profound discontent, an unsettling frustration. Yanan, existing in this era, remained unaware of the term jealousy, yet he sensed a heavy, dull ache accumulating within his heart, rendering him utterly uncomfortable, a faint, suffocating pain lingering. His silver-white irises flickered with a hint of crimson, a fervent desire to unleash his pent-up, destructive urges. The merman murmured softly, employing the most tender tones as if calling out to the other's name. His gaze languid and inviting, beckoning one to play. He began to sing, his voice akin to celestial melodies. No prey could resist the merman's allure, and gradually, the little black cat took hesitant steps toward the river. Her initially wide-eyed, golden gaze dulled and dissolved, moving like a marionette, each limb responding to the haunting melody. As the last glimmer of her eyes faded, her entire form submerged into the water. Apologies, Yaoyao. Yanan was truly famished, discontented, and needed to satiate his melancholy through consumption. Once he devoured this cat, he would be Yaoyao's sole companion, and that thought brought him joy. Chapter 103. Surely, she holds greater significance than I. Delicate fingers gently grasped the soft, black mass. One hand tightened around the little black cat's neck, while the other caressed her delicate jawline. Silvery hair cascading down her snowy shoulders, damp strands glistening with water. His gaze was cool and contemplative, as he pondered whether to pluck every strand of fur from a cat, or perhaps he could allow her to transform into a human. The flesh would then surely increase. Caught in a moment of indecision, Yanan was suddenly overwhelmed by his hunger, neglecting all other thoughts as he reached toward his mouth. Yet, a startled exclamation echoed from his ear fins, jolting him into alertness as he gazed at the approaching figure. Instinctively, a wave of anxiety surged through him, causing him to retreat a few strokes, his blue ear fins quivering in alarm. Folding back in a submissive arc, soft whispers filled the air. Yao, yao, yao. With a splashing sound, the dark mass plummeted back into the water, and his pale, slender hands swiftly concealed themselves behind him. From afar, the young female appeared frantic. Yanan, show mercy. That black mass cannot be consumed. Yaoyao dashed forward, her breath uneven, cheeks flushed with urgency, coming to a sudden halt at the riverbank, nearly toppling into the water. Yaoyao, be careful. Running so fast, you must watch your safety. Yanan quickly reached out to steady her, cradling her gently, his tone a mix of concern and mild reproach. He swam a few strokes with his tail, placing her safely on the riverbank before retreating silently into the depths. Unaware of his subtle movements, Yaoyao was fixated on the river, searching intently. Where is the little black one? I just saw you trying to eat it. Juyo? The name rolled off her tongue with an endearing familiarity. Yanan feigned ignorance, tilting his head slightly, his silvery hair cascading like a waterfall. His silver eyes downcast in innocent bewilderment. Cannot eat? Yaoyao widened her eyes in disbelief, anger mixing with amusement. Of course, you cannot eat it. What would be acceptable for consumption? Do not attempt to divert the subject. Where has that little black cat gone? Having been seen through, Yanan fell silent. casting a fleeting glance toward the riverbed. Yaoyao gasped. You tossed it in the water? Yanin remained silent, his compliant demeanor betraying a rebellious spirit. Yaoyao was infuriated, leaning over the bank, frantically searching the waters with her hands, urging him, Yanin, stop sulking. Quickly retrieve it. It cannot swim and will surely drown. Retrieve it? Why should I? Let it drown. The urgency in her voice escalated, and Yanin felt a flicker of impatience. A tinge of irritation swelling within him, making it hard to breathe. Why was she so concerned for another beast? Why was she angry with him for the sake of another creature? Was that beast's position truly superior to his own? If so, he had no intention of rescuing it. Letting it perish would be for the best. Perhaps then, he could finally experience the flavor of a land-dwelling youngling. As the young female dove fearlessly into the depths of the river, her weight sinking her deeper, bubbles surfaced on the water. Yanin was paralyzed with fear, his mind blank. In that instant, he leaped toward the riverbed, swiftly swimming after her. Chapter 104. The merman pearl. He had not anticipated that Yaoyao would truly leap into the water for that cat. Was she so terrified of its demise? What a bond forged in adversity. Yet, he had no intention of appreciating it. Yanin could hardly comprehend the sudden surge of panic that overcame him. Almost simultaneously, that overwhelming fear propelled him to the riverbed, swimming rapidly downward. Fearing that she might act recklessly again, the merman tightened his grip, his slender, cool fingers slowly constricting, leaving faint red marks upon the girl's arms. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth, his silver eyes shimmering with an unnameable red glow. A hint of aggression suppressed the vague irritation within him. Again, he lowered his gaze, focusing on the unconscious girl, yet he continued to sway his tail, drifting alongside her, seemingly with no intention of ascending to the surface. He watched her suffering intensify with a sense of calm, as if she were drowning in her own despair. The initial tension in his heart gradually dissipating, replaced by a cruel pleasure. Is it painful? This is punishment, Yaoyao. Why did you not obey just now? He extended his hand, his cool fingertips resting on her furrowed brow, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his exquisite crimson lips, as if to gently erase the anguish etched upon her face. Yaoyao, you are indeed foolish. He would die for himself, but not live for another. In this treacherous and indifferent world, there is nothing worth sacrificing one's life for. The most important thing should always be oneself. This was merely a small warning. Should Yaoyao seek to end her life for another again, then Yanin would have no choice but to grant her wish as usual. The merman reached out, tenderly caressing the pale, soft lips of the girl in his embrace, which were now flushed and alluring. He appeared quite satisfied. The merman's beautiful, red lips parted slightly, blood-red in hue. Following this, a faint blue light began to emanate, growing more brilliant, and then a water-blue pearl emerged from his mouth. Yanin held Yaoyao close, slightly leaning in, his exquisitely white neck bent down, their proximity increasing, their breaths intertwining, enveloped by seductive allure. Silver hair mingled with dark tresses in the water, rising and falling gracefully, while the magnificent black merman silk fluttered beneath, creating ripples that embraced them tightly. Yanin closed his eyes, his silver lashes trembling slightly, revealing a hint of tension. Yaoyao, this is the first time Yanin has saved someone. You owe me. He murmured softly. The merman, holding the pearl in his mouth, kissed her directly. Their lips pressed together tightly, with not a sliver of space between them, as the pearl transferred into Yaoyao's body. Suddenly, she coughed and awoke, turning her gaze in confusion, only to realize she was underwater. Moreover, she could breathe freely beneath the surface. The pearl was a sacred object of the merman clan, allowing ordinary beastmen to swim freely like mermen, eliminating the fear of drowning. Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, and before she could gather her thoughts, she saw Yanin. Yet, his face appeared terrifyingly pale, his lips drained of color. He seemed like a fish devoid of vitality, swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Chapter 105. My Yaoyao is truly clever. Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise. Yanin, your complexion is dreadful. Does Yaoyao's panicked tone indicate concern for Yanin? Still maintaining their intimate position, he deliberately leaned in closer, his delicate white neck brushing against her ear, the water's gentle caress sending shivers down her spine. He looked down at her, a faint smile on his lips, yet his gaze was cold and devoid of warmth. If Yaoyao truly cared for Yanin, Why did she jump in just now? Did she not know that once bound by contract, if Yaoyao perished, Yen would surely follow her into death? He could not help but admire how clever Yaoyao was. The pallor of his lips formed a slight smile, yet it held no warmth. Soon, a silver head broke the surface, hair disheveled and entwined with strands of waterweed. The merman swam slowly towards the shore, stopping just a meter away. His beautifully sculpted eyes held a hint of allure, yet his pale and weary visage cast an air of vulnerability, struggling to maintain his consciousness. His tone was deliberately rebellious. The teasing glint in his silver eyes intensified, provoking anger as he spoke lightly, increasingly harshly. If one were to drown, he would gladly relish the taste of the catling Yaoyao had nurtured for so long, wondering if it would be as delectable as Yaoyao herself. His slender fingers toyed with the drenched black cat, shaking it before her increasingly furious gaze. His silver eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, still not of age. Without the pearl, he would lose the most basic source of sustenance, rendering his body weak and frail, relying upon abundant food to replenish his energy. Yaoyao retorted angrily, "Jiao is not your food. I will find you something else to eat." "Yaoyao, you still cannot bear to part with it, can you?" Her anger turned to laughter. This was not a matter of reluctance, was it? Jiao was her companion beast. How could she allow him to be treated as food? Yet, the merman seemed resolute in his beliefs, persistently pressing the matter, as if throwing a tantrum. Finally, after a brief moment, the merman lost interest. Some matters no longer required further contention. He placed the sodden black cat before her, witnessing her anxious embrace of it, her exquisite face adorned with panic. Though it was not directed at him, his gaze darkened, the smile at his lips vanished completely. Yaoyao, Yen also felt discomfort. Why did she not come and check on him? Indeed, he must not be important enough. What was he even hoping for? Throughout his life, no one had ever shown him a shred of warmth. Merely not being despised was already a great fortune. How could he dare to wish for someone else's affection? His hand, weak, clenched slightly. His sharp, slender fingertips easily pierced his cold, delicate skin, drawing forth droplets of blood that mingled with the boundless river, swiftly disappearing from view. He flicked his azure tail, intending to submerge once more, but hesitated momentarily at the water's surface. It still heard no plea from behind. He pressed a hand to his aching heart, the pain gradually numbing. With a cold smile, he completely submerged, vanishing from sight. Chapter 106. Consider a lesson. Yen dove deep into the water, never to surface again. It seemed he had truly become angry. Indeed, he had every right to be. Yen's deduction was correct. She had calculated that he would save her. Once the contract was successfully established, she would be the master and he the servant. If the master died, so too would the servant, and the master would imprint the master principle within the servant's heart, causing uncontrollable impulses to protect. This was an unequal contract. Thus, Yaoyao had never formed a contract with anyone before. If Yen were not the uncontrollable water flood beast, she would never have put him in such a precarious situation. However, once she departed from this world, the contract would automatically dissolve. Yaoyao sighed, her troubled heart easing slightly, yet still feeling a whirlwind of confusion. Yen must be hungry. He should find food for himself. Should she bring him something to eat? On her way, Yaoyao found herself in a small dilemma. She cradled the soaked black cat, moving slowly and heavily, knowing that despite the lengthy time in the water, the physical constitution of spirit beast was robust and should only result in a temporary fainting. There was no need for excessive worry. She paused, her heart suddenly sinking. It seemed she had overlooked something. Suddenly, she recalled that while underwater, she had been able to breathe easily. Moreover, after so long submerged, she had certainly surpassed the limits of an ordinary person's endurance. Even the physically stronger Jiao had lost consciousness, yet she had emerged unscathed. Guai, did Yen do anything else while she was beneath the surface? The space fell silent for a moment, followed by the sound of Guai's vague chewing and a resounding noise. I am uncertain. I am on the verge of entering the King S rank, engaged in the promotion match, and for precautionary measures, I have just severed all video communication with the outside world. I truly do not know what is transpiring. What of that little merman? Is he not charming? Have you perhaps fallen for him? Never mind. Seeking him is futile. This one is even more troublesome. Yaoyao cut off the communication and returned to the stone house. She assisted the little black cat in expelling the murky water, and after several retches, the little black cat finally regained full consciousness. Yet, It remained listless, sprawled upon the animal hide, its tail drooping, shivering from the cold, appearing utterly dejected and wan. Sister Yaoyao, that merman wanted to eat me. He bewildered me, and I helplessly watched myself run towards his mouth, my body entirely out of my control. Though it was the cat that had inadvertently presented itself, the little black cat, emboldened by its earlier mischief, sought to elicit sympathy from its sister while simultaneously inciting a sense of animosity towards that fish. However, this time, its sister did not show favoritism. Yaoyao gazed at it coldly. Meow. The little cat, startled by the intense scrutiny, instinctively shrank its head beneath its paws, curling its body into a little black ball, appearing pitifully wretched. Huh. Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle, extending her delicate white hand to gently extricate its head from beneath its paws, scratching its soft chin. Although the merman was indeed at fault. Who prompted you to deliberately seek trouble by running towards him? Have you learned your lesson now? If you dare to wander off and seek trouble again, I shall not be able to assist you. The little black cat nestled within her hand, nuzzling against her affectionately, acknowledging its error. This time, it had indeed been frightened. Generally sheltered under its sister's protection, it had been spoiled and lived without restraint. Perhaps this harrowing incident was its first profound lesson in the perilous world of beasts. Chapter 107. I've already warned you not to provoke me just moments ago. Dan had been incessantly murmuring about hunger. This was his first experience living in the freshwater rivers of the continent, having willingly forsaken the oceanic life more suited to his survival. Yet he resolutely swam into the inland rivers to pursue her. His obsession with her was undeniably significant. Should she feel a twinge of gratitude? However, the drawbacks of such a drastic change in living conditions were quite apparent. Would he manage to hunt in the freshwater river? Would the food there be suitable for him? Yaoyao felt a pang of guilt. She had scavenged some food, uncertain if he would eat it. Yet bringing it along seemed prudent. Nyonyo had also assisted, preparing light dishes such as egg custard and salted fish and shrimp, which should be more in line with the merman's palate. Upon stepping outside, she had barely ventured far when an unwelcome guest appeared before her. Was it Sualuo Sang? How did he know she was here? Ah, little female. Indeed, Miduo was correct. You are truly residing in the mountains. The moment Sualuo Sang spotted her, his eyes gleamed, and he took a couple of strides forward, eagerly offering to carry the food she held. Yaoyao, however, clutched her food tightly and stepped back. What brings you here? Did Miduo send you? Noticing the irritation and disdain etched on the little female's face, Sualuo Sang's demeanor soured. What does it matter who said what? I came because I wish to. Do you think you have any say in this? I find you quite attractive. Become my mate. And I assure you shall bear healthy offspring by next year. Seemingly having conjured certain thoughts, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Compare to see Luo and Milai. Sualuo Sang was evidently more brazen and straightforward, yet Yaoyao found him utterly distasteful. His gaze roamed over her, lingering excessively on her chest and hips, unabashedly leering, which was utterly repugnant. Yaoyao's expression darkened as she bent down to place her stone bowl on the ground. The little female rose, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon him. If you do not leave, I shall not hold back. Sualuo Sano laughed artiri, as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing. Not hold back? What do you mean? Are you looking for someone? He paid no heed to the implicit threat in her words. After all, he was now a fifth-tier beast man. Would he truly fear a feeble little female? The little female appeared delicate and soft, lacking any semblance of aggression. Did he fear her? That would be laughable. In a swift motion, he seized Yaoyao's hand, his strength overwhelming. He intended to pull her into his embrace, declaring, "There is no one else here but us two in these mountains. The shaman has long departed." She screamed, attempting to free herself, but the little female did not grant him that opportunity. With a sudden twist, Yaoyao wrenched his hand downward, causing Sualuo Sang to cry out in pain, his eyes rolling back as his fingers curled in agony, his voice a fragmented wail. A shocking sight unfolded. The nearly 1.9 meter tall, muscular male was effortlessly overturned by the little female, rendered utterly powerless. She stepped on his face, applying pressure. I have warned you not to provoke me. Are you deaf? Chapter 108. Why must you persist? The little female, seemingly delicate and gentle, delivered a kick of astonishing force. Sualuo Sang's face bore the marks of her foot, blood seeping from the imprint. He gritted his teeth, both pained and enraged, his eyes filled with a wild, frenzied glare. He did not even contemplate how Yaoyao had suddenly gained such strength. Instead, he was consumed by anger and humiliation. Just as he was about to utter some insults, her foot came crashing down once more, producing a faint cracking sound that threatened to disfigure his jaw. His cries of pain diminished. "Oh, let me go. Let you go. That could be arranged." Her smile was sweet but instilled fear in Luo sang. Terrified, he nodded rapidly, his eyes wide, resembling a frightened chick pecking at grains, too scared to utter a sound. He was shocked and dumbfounded. This little female possessed such immense power. And he was a fifth-tier beastman. Could he truly not withstand even one of her kicks? The moment he was released, without a second thought, Luo sang transformed into a black wolf and bolted, vanishing in an instant. Unanticipatedly, after augmenting his strength by 5 points, the explosive power of her physical form proved astonishing. Yaoyao flexed her wrist, bent down to pick up the bowl from the ground, and expressionlessly wiped off the dirt. As she walked, she pondered deeply. If she were to augment her strength with mental fortitude, her combat prowess would likely rival that of an average 5th-tier beastman. She would not fear even a 6th-tier beastman. Carrying the bowl filled with food, she approached the riverbank. The riverside was eerily tranquil, the water clean and clear, devoid of any unpleasant scent of blood. It seemed Dan and had not hunted after her departure. She stood at the shore, gently calling out. No response. She called again, but still silence reigned. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she was there to apologize. Suppressing her growing irritation, her voice softened further. "Danon, if you do not come out, I shall eat all of this myself, you know?" Yaoyao lifted the bowl, inhaling the delightful aroma. "If you do not come out, I truly will devour it all alone." The tranquil surface of the river began to bubble, small ripples forming as if something was stirring beneath. Yaoyao, sensing the potential for a delightful encounter, swiftly ascended the pole. "I have prepared a plethora of delectable dishes for you. Do try them, and let me know if they please your palate. If you enjoy them, I shall gladly prepare more," she urged. The shimmering surface of the river rippled as a head adorned with silvery hair emerged, nearly 2 meters long. Entwined with strands of algae-green water plants, surrounded by a veil of damp mist, blooming like flowers in the water. Half of his face submerged. Only his exquisitely beautiful silver eyes were revealed, blinking gently as they focused on the silhouette of the petite female on the shore. Suppressing the flicker of surprise that surged within him, his silver lashes, adorned with hazy droplets, trembled slightly, appearing profoundly melancholic. Why has Yaoyao come? Did she not despise Tannen? He pondered. If she truly loathed him, what compelled her presence? Chapter 109. If you enjoy it, then indulge. The soft tone could not conceal the sorrow that lingered. He flicked his azure fishtail, tense and rigid. His celestial voice held a hint of indifference. If Yaoyao's visit was merely to appease Tan and as her beast companion, such pretense was unnecessary. Tannen did not require this facade. It would be best for Yaoyao to depart. There was little need to dwell on matters of disfavor. Tan-An's silver head quietly submerged further into the water, concealing even those breathtaking silver eyes, masking the redness at their corners, revealing only a glimmer of white as his lush, silky hair swayed in the currents. Blanketing a vast expanse of water, Yaoyao bit her lip lightly. Despite the merman's harsh demeanor, she sensed that if she truly attempted to leave, his tone would betray a sense of grievance, almost as if he might cry. Yaoyao contemplated for a moment. Tannen. The gentle call carried a softness, prompting the silver head to emerge a few centimeters. Motionless, he seemed to await her next words. "I wanted to apologize. This matter is indeed partly my fault, and I cannot place all the blame on you. I was overly impulsive and hasty, which may have resulted in my less than favorable attitude. In truth, I am not angry with you." His silver eyes cautiously peered out, gazing directly at her, their light flickering with a touch of shimmering watercolor. "Really?" The merman's voice resembled that of a young child, soft and low, tinged with a hint of petulance. His pure, crystalline eyes, unmarred by the dust of the world, struck deeply at the softest part of one's heart, evoking an instinctive desire to cherish and protect him, unwilling to let him feel sorrow. Perhaps this was the unique allure of the merman race. Yaoyao nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with maternal affection as she looked at him. Yet, she had little experience in the art of apology, and as she spoke, a warmth crept to her cheeks, rendering her slightly embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she swiftly changed the subject. presenting a stone bowl brimming with food. You must be hungry, right? I just prepared this. It's still warm. Although it might have cooled a bit, the flavor should be delightful. Would you care to try? Observing her flustered demeanor, Tannen inexplicably felt his mood brighten. In truth, he was not truly saddened. Mermen, being cold-blooded and emotionless by nature, would not be disheartened by such trivial matters. He gracefully swam closer to her, yet refrained from taking the stone bowl. Raising his gaze, he opened his mouth, executing these gestures with remarkable familiarity, then fixated his silver eyes on her, unwavering. Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, initially failing to grasp the underlying message of his body language. It took a few seconds for her to realize he was akin to a youngling seeking nourishment from its mother. This peculiar sensation struck her. As her hand trembled while holding the spoon, she maintained a facade of calm, expressionless as she scooped a spoonful of egg custard toward his mouth. Tannen obediently took it, swallowing it down with her hand guiding him. "Is it delicious?" she inquired. Tannen eagerly requested more, enjoying the dish she had crafted with her own hands, finding it exquisite, yet somehow still unable to surpass Yaoyao herself. Unbeknownst to her, beneath his harmless exterior, darker thoughts simmered within. Witnessing his enjoyment, she felt her efforts were not in vain, and a smile graced her lips. "If you like it, then eat more. If you're still hungry, I can prepare more for you." Chapter 110. Tannen was still hungry. Tannen nodded obediently, the earlier sadness dissipating considerably. His rosy lips subtly curled into a smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Yaoyao's wrist, only to be unexpectedly stung by a faint red mark left upon her delicate skin. Gently, he grasped her wrist, his cool fingers caressing the mark, attempting to erase the glaring redness, inadvertently causing it to become even more pronounced. Yaoyao winced, struggling free from his grasp. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." "Oh, you should eat first. Don't worry about anything else." "A minor injury?" The mark clearly indicated it was inflicted by the strong hand of an adult male. Tannen appeared momentarily dazed, yet his silver eyes darkened with a surge of intensity. He blinked, burying the threatening aura beneath the surface, swiftly adopting his usual innocent demeanor. Leaning closer to Yaoyao, his exquisitely white neck bowed slightly as he approached her marked wrist, his nose brushing against it, eliciting a ticklish sensation. He discreetly noted the lingering scent of male dominance, vowing to remember that repulsive trace. Yaoyao regarded him in astonishment, yet he distanced himself, perfectly concealing his emotions. Smiling tenderly as he remarked, "Yaoyao must take care of herself. As a female, you must not allow yourself to be harmed like this." He reached out, this time readily accepting the stone bowl, mimicking her actions with the spoon in his right hand. However, he was quite clumsy. Tannen was unfamiliar with utensils, hence his earlier request for her to feed him. Yaoyao observed him awkwardly gripping the wooden spoon, clumsily poking at the egg custard, which resulted in a few delicate blooms being pierced without him managing to take a single bite. Unable to watch any longer, she stepped forward. "Let me feed you instead." Tannen quickly shook his head, frowning as he moved further away, clutching his bowl protectively as if guarding his food. "No, Yaoyao's hand is injured. Tannen is now a big fish and can eat by himself. Then shall I teach you how to use the spoon?" Tannen tilted his head, considering this proposal. He then handed the bowl and spoon back to her. However, Tannen's talent was lacking. What seemed simple to others proved an arduous task for him. Yaoyao could not help but suspect he had previously consumed raw meat with his bare hands, a notion that seemed incongruous with his enchanting appearance. Shaking off these thoughts, she ultimately resumed feeding him after a few minutes of impasse. Tannen finished the entire bowl of egg custard, licking his alluringly rosy lips, inching closer, fixating on her. "Yaoyao, Tannen is still hungry." His ethereal voice whispered sweetly in her ear, evoking sensations of tenderness and warmth, akin to 1,000 blossoms unfurling. His azure fins drooped slightly, gracefully fluttering a couple of times. Those silver eyes glistened with shimmering droplets, long, delicate lashes quivering as he nibbled on his own fingers, looking helpless and pitiable, as if she often neglected and mistreated him. Chapter 111. Yana believes that Yaoyao has abandoned him. The delicate egg custards and salted fish and shrimp prepared by Yaoyao were scarcely sufficient to satisfy his hunger. After the feeding, he remained pitifully hungry, his yearning for more intensifying with each bite. "Stay here patiently while I find you something to eat," Yaoyao said. But as she moved, she was gently halted by two fingers as cool as jade. "Yana is no longer hungry. Yaoyao, please do not go." It is too dangerous. Though he was indeed starving, Yin stubbornly refused to let her leave. How he wished he were of age, able to transform into his full human form and accompany her. Do not worry. I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Yaoyao shrugged nonchalantly. After all, I have lived on land longer than you have. I can manage ordinary hunting. Ever since she had augmented her speed and strength by 5 points, she felt as if she were soaring. Her physical prowess was now comparable to that of any fifth-tier male beastman, making typical hunting a mere trifle for her. Very well. After a moment of internal conflict, Yin reluctantly released her hand. His cool touch lingered, yearning for the warmth that had just departed. He lifted his gaze, his lips parting slightly. Though his tone was gentle, an undercurrent of darkness flickered in his eyes. He contemplated using the power of catastrophe to inundate this land, swimming through the waters to find her again. For an entire incense stick's duration, Yin remained in place, his gaze fixed on the spot where Yaoyao had vanished, his body growing increasingly stiff. Eventually, he flicked his tail, sending splashes of water into the air. Beneath his calm exterior, a tempest of restlessness brewed within him. The speed of his tail's movement increased, sending waves crashing higher and louder. His fingers clenched tighter, the sharp tips piercing his palm, causing his delicate skin to bleed. Yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the spot where a figure had disappeared. Had Yaoyao truly abandoned him? Was she deceiving him? In just a few fleeting minutes, the wait stretched to feel as though it spanned half a century. His heart, devoid of security, throbbed violently, a dull ache growing more intense. He pressed his hand against his chest, his breaths growing heavier. His own father had cast him into the abyss of the sea, bloodied and surrounded by fierce, terrifying sharks eager to devour him. Yet he waited interminably until the moment of his near demise. It was in that instant he comprehended the depth of his abandonment. He was the disaster known as the Black Shark who had caused the death of his mother beast, unworthy of anyone's compassion. Yaoyao, he murmured softly, his silver eyes tinged with a sickly, chilling darkness. His slender, pale fingers coalesced a surge of chaotic energy, distorting the surrounding air with an impending tempest. In the final moment of his impatience, the figure that had stirred his heart appeared at last. Yaoyao. The dark energy swiftly dissipated as Yan's eyes widened in joy, and with a flick of his tail, he surged forward, splashing water around him. His exquisite eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his heavenly voice tinged with emotion, tears still glistening in his silver gaze. Yin thought she had forsaken him. Chapter 112. My roasting skills are acceptable. Yaoyao was both amused and bewildered. She had only stepped away for a few minutes. Surely it hadn't been half an hour yet. How could he think she would abandon him? His pitiful, tearful expression was so unlike the fierce, morbid creature she had come to know. How could I possibly abandon you? If I truly wanted to, would I go through such trouble to find you something to eat? That would be self-inflicted hardship. Her voice, though light-hearted, carried a hint of exasperation. Yin gently wiped his reddened eyes, clearing away the shimmering tears, and nodded with some reluctance. He believed in Yaoyao. She was different from others. Having made a promise, she would not forsake him. However, if she dared to betray that promise, he quickly suppressed the dark thoughts swirling within him, his slender fingers curling slightly before returning to their usual calm demeanor. A faint smile graced his lips, a delicate curve too beautiful to ignore. He flicked his tail lightly. Yaoyao approached, and Yin raised his gaze to meet hers, his enchanting eyes focused solely on her. He momentarily glanced at the large black object she was dragging alongside her. Upon closer inspection, he realized she effortlessly towed a wild boar weighing nearly 100 pounds. Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. He blinked slowly, incredulous. The petite and seemingly delicate Yaoyao possessed such extraordinary strength, nonchalantly dragging the hefty creature with steady footsteps, exuding an effortless grace. With a thud, she dropped the wild boar onto the ground. Without pausing, Yaoyao retrieved some bright red stones from her animal hide clothing, cleaned them, wrapped them in leaves, and laid them down. Next, she began gathering dry twigs to start a fire. Yin swam closer, observing the wild boar with a mixture of shock and fear. This was the first time he had encountered such an unusual creature. He silently backed away, internally critiquing its appearance as rather grotesque. How could a terrestrial creature be so unappealing? He found it difficult to imagine eating something so repulsive. Yet his horrified expression struck Yaoyao differently. Yin, do not be afraid. This is a type of wild boar. Although it can be fierce, it is already dead and will not attack you. Yin stared at her, momentarily dazed. Yaoyao felt a tinge of guilt. Wild boar meat isn't particularly tasty, but I couldn't venture too far. Fortunately, I found this one nearby. It should suffice to feed you. And it was relatively easy to catch. We can roast it together. Trust my roasting skills. They should be decent enough, right? It should be palatable. Especially for someone like you who has never tasted cooked food. Chapter 113. After all, abandonment is inevitable while the fire had yet to catch. Yaoyao found herself troubled by the size of the wild boar. It was cumbersome to handle, and she lacked sharp stone blades, making it time-consuming to prepare. After some contemplation, she rummaged through her animal hide skirt and, to her delight, uncovered a pale purple scale. She tested it against the wild boar, noting its thinness and sharpness. With a gentle swipe, it effortlessly opened the thick hide, proving to be an excellent tool. The sight of her industriously preparing the meal was truly beautiful, her silhouette elegantly framed as she squatted down, one hand gripping the boar's ear, while the other wielded the unfamiliar male beastman's scale to slice through the meat. What? An unfamiliar male beastman's scale? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Yan'an's fishtail tensed, thrashing violently in the water, sending splashes everywhere as an inexplicable rage surged within him. How could Yaoyao possess scales from another male? This was absolutely intolerable. Yaoyao, may I inquire whose scales you're holding? He inhaled deeply, his gaze fraught with anxiety, his voice tinged with a suppressed, almost inaudible confusion. Is it this? Yaoyao looked at the nervously fidgeting Dan in perplexed. This was a gift from the tribe's esteemed shaman. Is there a problem? The shaman? Dan Ann's eyes flickered, suddenly recalling something, his brows knitting together in a cold expression. Is it a purple serpent? Oh, have you seen it? I have to some extent. However, that serpent did not notice him. At that time, he had traveled to the mainland with Yu Hong, but they were obstructed midway by a fearsome royal beast, a serpent that he could not contend with. To assist him, Yu Hong had stepped forward, diverting the attention of the royal serpent and hindering its advance. Reflecting on it now, perhaps it was not mere coincidence. That royal serpent might have been targeting him, and it audaciously dared to bestow its scales upon Yaoyao. As far as Dan knew, in the beast world, males would not casually gift their cherished possessions to females unless they harbored intentions of bonding with them. Dan Ann's expression darkened instantly, his teeth gritting silently. His stunning silver eyes, once pure, were now replaced with a tempestuous fury and an overwhelming desire for destruction. A chilling crimson light, painting his features with a hint of madness. He took several deep breaths, yet the turmoil within him only intensified, nearly consuming every emotion he had, stirring the madness that lay dormant within him for years. In that moment, he suddenly recognized certain truths that he could not resist. He possessed an overwhelming possessiveness towards Yaoyao, an inexplicable feeling deeply etched in his heart, gradually eroding the remnants of his sanity. He could not bear the thought of disappearing before her, nor could he tolerate her interacting with any other beings. He wished for her to be untouched by the desires of any male, no, not even by females. Any living creature posed a potential threat to him, a risk of being replaced. Otherwise, she too might vanish silently one day, just like his father did in his childhood, abandoning him without a trace, devoid of any attachment. Rather than allowing her to leave at some point, it would be better to confine her early on, forcibly seizing the right to keep her from abandoning him. After all, from the moment of his birth, he had faced abandonment repeatedly, each instance a dull ache that tore at his heart. What is wrong with Danon? Why does his complexion suddenly appear so pale? Is he starving? A pair of delicate, soft hands gently pinched his cheek, a tender gesture that evoked a sense of longing. Dan Ann's heart, which had just hardened, unexpectedly softened again. Unable to resist, he nuzzled against her slightly, his voice frail as a whisper. Yaoyao, you won't leave Danon, will you? Yaoyao blinked, of course not. Really? His voice trembled slightly, endearing in its vulnerability, as he repeatedly sought reassurance. Yaoyao smiled. Why would I deceive you? With your beauty, it would be a loss to abandon you. After all, I cannot consume you now, and besides, the Jiaran are so lovely. It is a pleasure merely to behold you. But Yaoyao must not lie, for Danon dislikes deceitful individuals. Otherwise, he might become angry and impose a punishment. What would the punishment be? Anything disobedient is best kept within the stomach for safety. Why is your hand bleeding? Yaoyao grasped his hand, revealing several alarming cuts inflicted by his own nails. Danon quickly withdrew his hand, concealing it behind his back. It's nothing. I just hurt myself accidentally. Yaoyao need not worry. It will heal soon. Danon smiled, revealing two small, white, sharp teeth. She unexpectedly detected a hint of sunshine in this otherwise morose and pathological fish, which brought her some comfort. Danon was prone to extreme emotions. Moments ago, his expression had been clouded, but now he wore a compliant smile. He glanced at Yaoyao, holding the pale, purple scales, as if to casually remind her. Oh, Yaoyao, please put that scale away. It must be an important item for someone else, and it would not be suitable to use it. Let me handle it. Just tell me the steps. My nails are quite sharp, and I can easily pierce the skin of these prey. He is right here. How could he allow another male to help? Not even a single scale from another male is permissible. Very well, I will leave it to you. Yaoyao did not insist further. She carefully stored the scales, recognizing that using the shaman scales for preparing ingredients was indeed inappropriate. If there were no other tools available, she would never resort to this. Let us start by gutting it from the abdomen and removing the internal organs. And do not forget the blood clots. We will clean it thoroughly with river water. Yaoyao outlined the general process, and Dan listened attentively, learning step by step how to prepare the ingredients under her guidance. Once the wild boar was cleaned, Danon also washed his bloodied hands. After Yaoyao built a fire, she climbed a tree to pluck a large broad leaf for wrapping the meat. The fatty portions were minimal, while the lean, blood-red meat was cut into many thin slices, arranged beautifully on the vibrant green leaves, showcasing the natural beauty of the ingredients. With the assistance of the system's knowledge base, she could effortlessly discern the flavors and uses of these ingredients, grinding them into puree. The more watery ones could be made into jam, while the drier ones could be used as seasoning powder. Above the fire, the aroma of sizzling meat began to waft through the air as Yaoyao turned the pieces, sprinkling them with various seasonings. Having exerted considerable energy in the hunt, she was already quite hungry, her eyes gleaming at the scent of the meat. Perhaps it was not just her imagination. It seemed she was consuming more than ever. Even Danon, who had eaten raw meat for over a decade, could not help but twitch his nose, inching closer and instinctively resting his hand on her arm. The delicate, cool skin of the Jiaoran brushed against her, pleading for food once more. Chapter 115. The Fragrance of Yaoyao's Barbecue. Two pairs of hungry, glinting eyes waited with anticipation. Finally, it was ready. Dozens of thin slices of meat skewered on sharpened sticks, a feast indeed. Each skewer was dripping with savory oil, fragrant yet not greasy, and according to personal taste, slathered with various sweet and sour jams, finished with a sprinkle of salt powder. Simple yet delicious. Yaoyao, utterly famished, could no longer resist and took her first bite. It was slightly hot. She quickly took a juicy fruit to soothe her scorched tongue. Danon observed her, his gaze softening with barely concealed amusement. One hand rested on the shore, the other propped up his elegant chin, his nearly 2-meter-long silver hair cascading down his snow-white neck, undulating in the clear water's waves, the ends seemingly entwined with a misty vapor. His long, beautiful fingers idly twirled his silken hair, creating loops before releasing it again. With nothing to occupy himself, he played with his hair, watching Yaoyao with unwavering focus, as if waiting for something with anticipation. Then, Yaoyao picked up another skewer of barbecue. Having learned from her previous experience, she blew on it several times before daring to test its temperature. She had just taken her first bite, yet before she could chew and swallow, she was already lost in the moment. YNN approached with a gentle voice, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. YNN is hungry and needs to be fed. His delicate tail fin flicked in the river, seemingly displeased that she was preoccupied with her own meal while neglecting him. Yaoyao instinctively thought to say, "You can get it yourself." Yet, she realized that this was a child starved of affection, and she ought to provide him with ample maternal love. After all, if one day he truly succumbed to madness, disregarding any contractual constraints, he might very well devour her whole. Cough. Just as Yaoyao was about to grab another skewer of grilled meat, blowing on it to cool it down for him, she found his gaze fixed on the piece she had taken a bite of. His beautiful eyes conveyed a silent message. "I want to eat that piece. The one you've bitten into is more delicious." Reluctantly, acquiescing to his desires, placing it delicately on his tender, rosy lips glistening with a hint of oil. YNN blinked softly, his long silver lashes trembling, as if he silently smiled. He leaned forward, wrapping his arms around her. The temperature of the merman was quite low, a cool touch like jade. Ynn nestled his head against her hand, the graceful curve of his snow-white neck arching slightly, and then he gently took the piece of grilled meat into his mouth. It was uncertain whether he chewed, but he consumed it swiftly. No sooner had he finished than he asked for a second piece. He clung tightly to her arm, as if a young cub seeking affection. Yaoyao continued to feed him, most of the meat slices finding their way into his belly. Once he was satiated, she could finally nibble on the leftovers herself. Yaoyao, doesn't the grilled meat smell delightful? It's so delicious because you made it. Ynn pouted, his mood evidently brightened, flicking his tail fin with a sense of righteousness, asserting that only Yaoyao's grilled meat was fragrant, and she must always make it for him, never for anyone else. Yaoyao did not refuse. Perhaps by feeding him some cooked meat, he would grow accustomed to its flavor and no longer harbor any ulterior motives toward her. In Chapter 116, So Spicy, Yaoyao found some shriveled scallion-like items, crushed them, and sprinkled them over the meat slices, enhancing the enticing aroma with a sprinkle of green. She also indulged in several skewers of meat, feeling quite satisfied. With only 5 or 6 half-grilled pieces remaining, an idea struck her. In Ynn's astonished gaze, she gracefully rose and took a lengthy stroll into the forest. After the system confirmed that it was non-toxic, she cautiously took a small bite of a red chili, finding its taste similar to that of the usual peppers. After crushing it, it transformed into a red sauce, which she spread over the grilled meat. Taking a bite, she found it moderately spicy with a hint of sweetness. Delicious. Ynn's gaze was glued to her, watching her relish the meal. A certain neglected fish could no longer restrain itself and approached. Yaoyao, I want to eat too. Yaoyao calmly offered it to him, saying, here you go, but don't regret it. Ynn initially looked bewildered for a few seconds, unsure of what to make of it, until he swallowed a piece of meat coated in the red sauce. The spiciness exploded in his mouth, leaving him utterly stunned. What was this strange sensation? So uncomfortable. His face, nearly translucent, flushed rapidly, spreading a rosy hue throughout his entire being. He resembled a bright red fish. Cough, cough. He grimaced, furrowing his long brows, trying to expel the peculiar discomfort from his mouth, but it seemed stuck in his throat, creating an unbearable sensation. Tears welled in his silver eyes. Not feigned, but genuine physiological tears. For Yaoyao, the spice level of the red chili was merely moderate, a pleasurable experience. However, for the merman, who had never tasted such spice and whose taste buds were particularly sensitive, it was akin to a biochemical weapon. Initially, Yaoyao merely intended to tease him. Yet, she hadn't anticipated why Ynn's reaction would be so extreme. She felt a wave of panic and quickly fetched some soothing fruits and refreshing spring water for him to drink, which finally alleviated some of the fiery sensation in his mouth. The blush on Ynn's face took a while to fade. However, the shimmering tears in his eyes lingered, creating a heart-wrenching sight. Ynn seemed genuinely affected by the chili, remaining listless for quite some time, his tail drooping and his azure fins appearing pitifully limp. He lay weakly by the riverbank, gasping for breath. Inen, I'm sorry. Should I go find you some medicine? Yaoyao gently cradled his delicate, waning face, but he shook his head feebly, revealing a hint of pallor. It's all right. Yaoyao. I feel somewhat better now, and the land's healers cannot help me. He lightly grasped her slender wrist, caressing it gently. Can you stay a little longer and keep me company, please? His trembling lashes and enchanting, narrow eyes held a lingering blush, his soft tone a constant reminder of her earlier foolishness. It was a heart-wrenching sight that evoked a deep sense of tenderness. His plea, seemingly humble, made it impossible for her to turn him away. He was too fragile, like a young cub, evoking an instinctive desire to protect him. In Chapter 117, ultimately unstoppable, Ynn held the fruits, taking small bites, obedient yet somewhat reserved. Time passed deliberately slowly. However, it was ultimately inevitable. The remnants of daylight fell upon them. Ynn finally finished the soothing fruit, hurriedly swallowing the last bite, his lashes trembling slightly. Thank you. Yaoyao, I'm feeling much better now. Oh, Yaoyao immediately leaned forward, touching the exquisite face of a merman. Let me check your temperature. The abnormal redness has indeed subsided. His delicate, pale skin had returned to its cool, jade-like state. Refreshing to the touch. She couldn't help but caress it a bit longer, only to be met with a gentle nudge in return, ticklish. Inenestendit tel fin fliegt playfully, showing no aversion to her affection. Yaoyao rambled on endlessly, yet he only registered the first sentence. Upon hearing her intention to leave, his expression darkened abruptly. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the violent impulses surging within him, along with the overwhelming desire to imprison her. He repeatedly chanted in his mind, attempting to hypnotize himself. Nevertheless, his slender, sharp fingertips betrayed him, inching closer to her delicate palm, making the faint veins tremble slightly. Moments later, he found himself unable to release her. All right then, Yaoyao, take care on your way. His heart was tumultuous, dark and twisted thoughts swirling chaotically. Yet he concealed it well, revealing not a trace. At least from Yaoyao's perspective, Ynn merely appeared slightly dejected. He maintained an ordinary expression while gazing at her for a moment, quickly lowering his head, deliberately avoiding her gaze. His azure fins drooping as if a young cub throwing a tantrum. With a flick of his tail, he swam several meters away, intentionally turning his back on her. From afar, a voice echoed, somewhat muffled, as if shrouded in a mist. Yaoyao, make sure to come early tomorrow. Don't keep Ynn waiting too long. He decided not to sleep tonight, waiting for dawn to arrive. Yaoyao felt a twinge of unease as she prepared to leave, reaching out once more to touch his smooth, exquisite forehead. Are you sure you're all right? Ynn hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. In truth, he had already recovered. The peculiar discomfort in his mouth had long since dissipated. However, he yearned for her company just a little longer. A selfish and sensitive desire for possession quietly stirred within him, prompting him to feign a state of exhaustion throughout the day, hoping to elicit a sliver of her affection. People are naturally drawn to the vulnerable and pitiable, are they not? Nevertheless, despite his careful pretense, he could not retain her. He watched her figure recede into the distance until it transformed into a hazy speck, ultimately vanishing from sight. Ynn lay despondently by the riverbank, listlessly flicking his slightly stiff tail. Seconds stretched into eternity, each moment dragging painfully, igniting his restlessness. It had been nearly half an hour since Yaoyao had left him. The urgency was unbearable. At this very moment, Ynn found himself overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to wreak havoc. Fortunately, he was merely an untransformed juvenile fish, no matter how fervently his destructive impulses surged. His actual capacity for destruction was limited to splashing about in the water. After all, the contract remained in place, and Ynn would refrain from recklessly employing his flooding power. Yet the agitation within him urgently sought a means of release. A deep crimson simmered in his gaze, the glimmer of his pupils betraying a menacing intensity. He clenched his fins tightly, striving to calm his tumultuous spirit. With a flick of his tail, he plunged back into the riverbed. The cool water caressed his skin, soothing the dryness of his pale, cracked surface. The sensation was invigorating, alleviating some of his restlessness. The river's surface lay tranquil, yet beneath it, turbulent currents intertwined, ceaselessly surging, stirring up clumps of algae and silt. The exquisite silhouette of the merman danced gracefully through the water, defying gravity and the flow, moving with an effortless elegance. The sheer, dark-hued fabric of the Yaoyao clung to his delicate, white shoulders, billowing softly in the water. It appeared boundless, blurring the lines of reality. The Yaoyao flowed freely, akin to a mesmerizing dancer, revealing a breathtaking performance to the world. This commotion startled several fish, sending sand and stones swirling. How peculiar! Where had it been discarded? The merman glided along the river, gently biting his cool fingertips, his anxious gaze betraying his unease. He raised one hand amidst the lush, green aquatic plants, delicately searching for something seemingly lost. After an extended search, he finally unearthed a piece of unfinished pure, white Yaoyao from the weeds. His silver eyes sparkled with sudden brightness, the gloom lifting from his brow, revealing a crescent of joy. He cradled the fabric tenderly, his gaze brimming with childlike delight. His emotions were pure, devoid of any impurities. Yaoyao had once expressed her fondness for Yaoyao, and he would weave countless pieces for her. As long as she desired, he would give everything unconditionally. Yet this piece, the first he had painstakingly crafted, had been abandoned in a fit of anger after a quarrel with Yaoyao. In his frustration, he had merely cast it aside, forgetting where it had landed, which made the search quite arduous. Thankfully, he had found again. Ynn, cradling the Yaoyao, swam to a rocky outcrop on the riverbed. bending his tail slightly as he settled down. His silver hair and dark jiao sha cascaded down, undulating like serpents along the river floor. He resumed weaving the jiao sha. Mermen possess the innate ability to extract plant fibers from the water, transforming them into delicate, glowing threads that entwine around their slender fingers. With their unparalleled skill in weaving, countless strands gradually coalesce into fabric. Each inch of jiao sha demands countless efforts from the merman. Thus, jiao sha is exceedingly rare and precious. As he continued weaving, the agitation in Yann's heart inexplicably began to dissipate. He wondered if Yaoyao would be delighted upon seeing the jiao sha he had crafted for her. The thought of her smiling at him, radiating joy and beauty, filled him with warmth. As the night deepened, the endless expanse of darkness was adorned with twinkling stars. A crescent moon, both blue and red, hung above the pitch-black sky, enveloped in a mist that only enhanced its beauty. The faint chirping of insects arose and fell, providing a serene backdrop that brought comfort to the heart. Yet, there are always those who wish to shatter this tranquility. In the shadowy woods, flickering green lights betrayed a sinister greed, entwined with dark desires, hinting at their malicious intentions. The night concealed several black wolves, agile and stealthy. As they moved silently through the forest, making their way toward the stone dwelling atop the mountain. Suo Luo sang, "Is the exceptionally beautiful female you mentioned truly residing here? Would I deceive you?" The leader of the black wolves, Suo Luo sang, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sharp green light. He then let out a sinister chuckle. "This female, you will see for yourselves, is 100 times more beautiful than the finest in our tribe. Consider this an eye-opener for you wandering beasts. While she may be beautiful, her fierceness is undeniable." Suo Luo sang, having suffered a significant setback at her hands, had now allied himself with powerful rogues, using the allure of sharing a female as bait for abduction. For the rogue beasts, notorious for their abhorrent conduct, this proposition was undeniably tempting. The 5 powerful wolves had no reason to refuse. Together, they were more than capable of subduing a mere female. Suo Luosing's scheme was indeed insidious, fueled by a relentless ambition to possess Yaoyao. After all, this was the first time he had encountered a female so enchanting, one who had captured his heart. He would resort to any means, no matter how despicable, to ensure she was not lost to him. Suo Luosing sharpened his claws, continuing to entice. "If we combine our efforts to seize her, we can sneak her out of the tribe and hide her away in a secret place. She will belong to us, and she will bear us strong offspring. The first cub will be mine. The rest can be divided as you wish." The remaining wolves growled excitedly, their imaginations running wild with visions of the female beneath them, stirring their primal instincts. The pack traversed the river, bubbles rising to the surface. Their depraved conversation reached the ears of a certain fish lurking below. Yann's expression darkened severely, his eyes glinting with a chilling, ominous storm. How dare those land-dwelling males covet his Yaoyao? She was exclusively his, and these grotesque land creatures were merely deluding themselves. Yann carefully placed the jiao sha beneath a rock. With a forceful flick of his tail, he surged upwards, breaking the surface of the water. The shimmering moonlight reflected off his scales, revealing the figures of the wolves in his beautiful, merman eyes. A dangerous smile curved his lips, a perfect arc that radiated cold menace. He could almost smell the repulsive scent of the male that threatened Yaoyao. A resounding crash echoed as Su Lu's Ing was dragged into the water, sending waves soaring several meters high, silencing even the most ferocious of cries. The once orderly pack of wolves was thrown into chaos in an instant. Su Lu's Ing had vanished, pulled into the depths. What had just transpired? A momentary disappearance, and he was taken beneath the surface. How could it be that Su Lu's Ing, a formidable 5th-tier beastman within the tribe, could be so effortlessly submerged? The strength and explosive power of the assailant must be astonishing. For stray wolf beasts anxiously circled the riverbank, their tails thrashing in distress. Yet they could only stare helplessly at the calm water, utterly at a loss for how to rescue him. One particularly timid gray wolf trembled and took a few steps back, as if ready to flee, its voice quaking uncontrollably. Could it be that a ferocious beast lurked beneath the surface? Something we cannot contend with. Let's retreat quickly, without Su Lu's Ing to lead them. What would become of the little female? As wandering wolves, they harbored no genuine feelings for Su Lu's Ing. They had united solely for one purpose, to seize the female. However, without Su Lu's Ing to guide them, their mission would be in vain. They could not allow that to happen. They must rescue him. Observing their stubbornness, the gray wolf shook its head, casting a disdainful glance at the foolish pack, and decided to make its escape. Desire for a female? One must possess life to pursue mating. The remaining 3 wolf beasts were undeterred. Their longing for the female had driven them to madness. They could not let this opportunity slip away. Grasping a long vine, they tied their hind limbs together to avoid getting separated, then held their breath and plunged into the water in search of Su Lu Esing. In that fleeting moment beneath the surface, they seemingly caught sight of an exquisite female. Her silver-white hair flowed gracefully in the water, brushing softly against their cheeks. She smiled gently at them, her enchanting silver eyes sparkling like spring waves, captivating their very souls. The 3 wolf beasts were entranced. Just a single gaze exchanged with her, and their spirits were ensnared. A voice as melodious as the sweetest of harmonies blossomed in their ears, and her cool breath stirred an uncontrollable tumult of emotions within them. How beautiful! Let me mate with you. Their eyes gradually lost focus, becoming vacant and dazed, as if transformed into marionettes entirely under her spell, mindlessly obeying her every command, their limbs propelling them closer to her. Unbeknownst to them, they succumbed to the seductive allure, drowning in their own folly. It was effortless. No force was needed. Moreover, she had no desire to touch these filthy, unattractive terrestrial males, lest her beautiful hands be sullied. With a gentle flick of her tail, the reverse current swept the 4 drowned wolf beasts to the riverbed, where they would serve as nourishment for the underwater flora for many years to come. Though the flesh of beastmen was delectable, she had no inclination to consume them. The stench of these land males was unbearable, and their coarse meat, covered in hair, was repulsive and unappetizing. They could not even be compared to Yaoyao, who was far more delectable. The disappearance of Su Lu Esing could not be concealed from the vigilant YSHU that patrolled the tribe each night. Although the surrounding area was off-limits to beastmen from other tribes, fortuitously, 2 patrolling eagle bees soaring at 1,000 meters high, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, spotted the stray wolf beasts stealthily infiltrating the tribe with Su Lu Esing's assistance. 1 eagle beast flew to report to the tribe leader, while the other silently trailed Su Lu Esing and his pack to the riverbank. Initially, the eagle beast was wary of Su Lu Esing's intentions in leading the strays into the tribe and whether they posed a threat. Upon reaching the river, it witnessed a shadow abruptly emerge from the water, followed by Su Lu Esing being unexpectedly dragged beneath the surface, with the 3 stray wolf beasts leaping in after him. After that, the 4 beasts never resurfaced. The eagle beast was startled. Could there be a ferocious creature lurking in the river? It emitted a sharp cry, soaring with its 2-meter wingspan, hastening toward the tribe leader's stone abode. Ordinary land beastmen could not remain submerged for long without risking drowning. It seemed Su Lu Esing would not survive. Yet, as a member of the tribe, his fate would need to be confirmed by them. The following morning, Yaoyao awoke early, having slept well the night before. After stretching and donning her attire, she entered the kitchen. Meow. A soft call echoed as the little black cat leaped from its cozy nest of animal pelts on the table, displaying a nimble grace. The little black cat rubbed against her legs, clearly indicating its desire for food. Although Yangtze could transform into human form, it was unstable and often reverted to its feline state, finding the constant change cumbersome. Thus, it remained in its black cat form. After frying 2 small fish, she fed the diminutive feline until it was satisfied, then took a few bites herself. However, she soon found herself growing hungrier. How curious. Why had her appetite been increasing lately? It was nearly on par with the male beastmen here. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she decided to hunt twice. As the pot at home could not accommodate much, it was more convenient to roast the game by the river with YNN, allowing them both to feast together. Before she even reached the riverbank, her progress was interrupted by urgent and chaotic voices. Heavens, could there truly be a ferocious beast in the river? May the beast god protect us. Our SNGLN tribe has lived in peace for nearly a century. How could we be embroiled in such troubles? Do not worry. We have been fishing for so long without any sign of the beast. Perhaps it is merely a fierce fish. Let's not overthink it. Can the males not be so cowardly? The commotion echoed with the sounds of splashing and frantic chatter. Yaoyao concealed herself, peering toward the river. She observed groups of male beastmen, armed with vines and various stone tools, repeatedly attempting to retrieve something from the water. From their words, it seemed that Su Lu Esing had drowned here last night, and they were trying to fish out that lecherous male beastman. But how did Su Luesing end up here, coincidentally drowning in this river? Yaoyao sensed that this matter was intricately connected to YNN. Before she could contemplate further, a sudden shout rang out. We found him. Su Luesing has been retrieved, along with those wolf beasts. However, they're all dead. Su Luesing's corpse bore only a single noticeable laceration. Aside from that, there were no other injuries. Preliminary assessments indicated he had drowned. However, that wound did not appear to be inflicted by ordinary fish. The situation was rife with suspicion. The male beastmen, relentless in their efforts, continued to scour the depths, hoping to uncover more clues. Yet, aside from various submerged stones and an assortment of unknown animal remains, nothing reliable emerged from their exhaustive search. After a morning of fruitless labor, they departed. Once the area was clear, Yaoyao dared to approach the riverbank from her concealed position, dipping her hand into the water. YNN, are you still here? On the tranquil surface of the water, bubbles began to emerge slowly, gurgling softly. A silver-white head quietly surfaced, soon followed by a pair of enchanting, otherworldly silver eyes, seemingly veiled in a delicate mist of vulnerability. The fragile, shallow gaze glanced around nervously and warily, confirming the absence of outsiders. With a gentle splash, Yan's upper body broke through the water surface, flicking his delicate tail before daring to swim closer to her. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, the exquisite, innocent visage tinged with the twilight's gloom. Yaoyao. It seemed those beastmen were after Yan'an. He approached her, and Yaoyao could clearly see his trepidation and fear. The merman's long, curled lashes trembled slightly, his voice quivering with suppressed sobs. They are so frightening. So many people want to capture me. Yin is so scared. The little merman looked genuinely terrified, as if he were about to burst into tears. Having never faced such a situation throughout his life, it was understandable that even she had been startled moments ago. Let alone, Yin and Yaoyao's heart softened suddenly, utterly melting. The insufferable maternal instinct surged once more. It's all right, Yin, do not be afraid. I am here and will always be with you. Those people are not here to capture you. They are merely. She gently embraced him, her tender, warm fingers caressing his soft hair, striving to offer him a semblance of warmth akin to that of a wounded stray cat or dog. Yin nestled into her embrace, nuzzling gently against her softness. From her unseen perspective, the merman's eyes narrowed in delight, the fear dissipating to reveal an unmasked greed and infatuation. Yaoyao was so soft, so warm, a sensation he had not felt in the cold depths of the ocean for over a decade, making him crave it endlessly, unwilling to let it go. He yearned to keep her by his side, forever refusing to release her. The little female's words echoed above him, neither heavy nor light. Yet they struck his heart like stones falling into water, stirring ripples of emotion. His heart quivered abruptly. Yaoyao's tone was neither cold nor warm. It did not sound like praise. He dared not raise his gaze, clutching the hem of her garment tightly, his cool fingers tightening abruptly. Yaoyao, do you think it was my doing? He spoke slowly, each word laden with anxiety and trepidation, the tremor in his voice palpable. Had he done something wrong? He had to admit that fear gripped him suddenly. He feared that Yaoyao would blame him, despise him, or even loathe him. Would she scold him for being cold-hearted and bloodthirsty? Would she, like the other mermen, accuse him of being a remorseless killer? I have failed. I promised to bring Sluo and Yuan, yet I have let them down again. Chapter 123, I have become despised. An's heart was taut with tension, his slender, cool fingers leaving behind faint traces of blood. In the agonizingly long seconds of waiting, his dwindling hope was gradually exhausted, and a stifling darkness lurked just beneath the surface. Why was Yaoyao silent? Was she indeed angry with him? But why should she blame him? He acted for her sake. Shouldn't those loathsome males be dealt with directly? Yaoyao, are you blaming Yinan? The question hung in the air, seemingly both an inquiry and a heartbreaking certainty. The merman's slender, beautiful fingers naturally wrapped around her waist, his upper body leaning against the girl, adopting a submissive posture that proclaimed his allegiance. He leaned in closely, his cool breath brushing against her ear, laden with a hint of moisture, soft and gentle. He gazed at the delicate, fair column of her neck, his cool fingers moving to lightly touch it, and then again. He caressed softly. The merman's gaze darkened further. He fixated on her tender neck without blinking. He suddenly realized how fragile the female truly was, utterly defenseless. Her slender, delicate flesh brazenly exposed to the eyes of any predator, shimmering with an enticing glow. lacking even a layer of hardened scales. So vulnerable, it seemed that if he merely pinched her, she would cease to breathe forever, never to harbor feelings of disdain towards him. From her unseen angle, the merman's exquisite silver eyes became veiled in a hazy, enigmatic mist, the clarity fading. The darkened gaze, tainted with crimson desire, gradually eroding the remnants of his reason. Yaoyao contemplated, Yin should not kill indiscriminately. Such brutality is something I cannot condone. Indeed, I become despised. Yin remained composed, his fingertips resting on her delicate neck. His mind was in a daze, his gaze dimming. Yin understood he would strive to improve. Would Yaoyao still harbor disdain for him? He could bear the disdain of all, but he could not bear, nor would he allow, Yaoyao to despise him. If she truly came to loathe him, he would unhesitatingly devour her, forever stripping her of the power to abandon him. Disdain? No, that cannot be. Yaoyao was slightly bewildered. She shifted her tone, attempting to push him away from her clingy embrace, gently lifting his despondent, exquisite face to meet her gaze. In a serious yet tender voice, she reassured him that what he did was not entirely wrong, although it was somewhat excessive. I do not harbor any hatred. Yin stared at her, bewildered. The girl's words, as gentle as a soft breeze, swept through his desolate heart. In his still, lifeless heart, ripples of emotion began to form, swirling softly, stirring a sense of inexplicable affection. Yaoyao pondered for a moment and continued, why did those wolves, and that Sualuo, come here at night? Even with my toes, I can deduce the reason. If it weren't for Yin, I would be the one in trouble. Wouldn't I? She chuckled, playfully tousling his soft, silver hair, a blend of exasperation and amusement in her expression. What is wrong? You look like you want to cry. Did I say something wrong? You're acting like a little child, ready to burst into tears at any moment. Yaoyao carefully considered her words. In truth, Yin's actions were not entirely excessive. Those vile beastmen deserved, What did I say yesterday? I don't remember. I don't understand the concept of slapping faces. Chapter 124. Yin is a female. Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. Just as she was about to comfort the little one, her lips were suddenly sealed. The intensifying sensation of suffocation spread gradually from her chest. She vaguely sensed the merman's cool, soft lips, restlessly taking in all her futile reassurances, transforming from a weak, helpless little creature into a dominating presence that overwhelmed her. Compared to pale words, he preferred the tangible embrace of flesh, which offered a depth of satisfaction he could not resist. The merman's slender, cool fingers wove through her seaweed-like, lustrous hair, gently clasping it, a gesture laden with significance. He had long been aware that Yaoyao was different. She was not like the others who despised him, nor like any other beastmen. Why had he doubted her? In her presence, he need not be plagued by uncertainty or tension. She was unique, the most tender and exceptional. The only one capable of igniting a blinding beacon of light amid his struggles with despair, dissipating his bloodthirsty rage. She would grasp his hand and guide him away from the decaying abyss. The moment did not last long. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it was fleeting yet impactful. And yet, Yaoyao felt as though her head would explode. Yin, what are you doing? What do you intend to do? The little female was flustered. Her cheeks flushed. The delicate and alluring figure exuded a hint of embarrassment and fury. Yin gazed at her for a moment, lingering as he licked his lips, his tongue tinged with a faint red hue, an enticing allure. He bore no shame as he asked, "Are you angry, Yaoyao?" The misty water in the mermaid's eyes had yet to dissipate, and her slightly curved crimson lips hinted at a trace of pleasure. The entire fish appeared innocent and endearing, evoking a desire to protect, yet simultaneously inciting a frustration that made one want to stomp their feet in anger. By the shore, Yin swam a distance away, resting on a rock, one hand delicately supporting his chin as he flicked his slender tail. He teasingly remarked, "Yaoyao, are you embarrassed and angry?" Observing her fury as she searched for a knife to gut the fish, Yin contemplated before casually continuing, "But I promised you I would transform into a female. Surely, you wouldn't mind my kiss, would you?" At last, the girl ceased her frantic search for the knife. She gazed at the self-satisfied fish, her dark eyes blinking slowly. After a moment's consideration, she realized the rationale behind it. After all, Yin was destined to be a female, just like her. What was there to be concerned about? Two females expressing affection towards each other with a kiss seemed hardly an issue. Was she being too sensitive? Nonetheless, she resolutely declared, "But even so, you must not touch me casually in the future." Yin was momentarily taken aback. Was kissing Yaoyao as cheek truly forbidden? No. The refusal was remarkably decisive. He flicked his tail again, though this time it carried a hint of loneliness and disappointment. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. The term female unexpectedly proved advantageous. Opportunities for intimacy must always be pursued with diligence. Yaoyao, I have a gift for you, Yin announced. Yaoyao retorted, what gift? It's not yet complete. You will find out in a few days, he replied. The next day, the tribe's warriors returned to the river in search of salvage. Yet they encountered nothing. They were forced to abandon their efforts. Each day, the chieftain repeated prayers for the beast god as protection, consumed by thoughts of the return of the great shaman. After all, the bizarre creature within the river had instilled terror among the beasts, and if left unchecked, it could lead to calamity. In the deep of night, the dew was heavy. Beneath the moonlight, the clear pond shimmered. A violet shadow descended, traversing the mountains and forests, causing the dew to freeze into frost and snow in its wake. Chapter 125, You will not have the opportunity to see him again. Yuan proceeded directly to the mountaintop. His purple eyes, heavy with foreboding, sensed that something ominous was brewing, perhaps already beyond his control, a scenario utterly unacceptable. The aura of the water flood beast intensified, permeating the entire forest. Originally, he aimed to ascertain Yaoyao's safety, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. He turned back. Under the silvery moonlight, the tall and elegant figure of the man in the purple robe stood out, his beauty unmatched, with long, cascading black hair reaching his waist, albeit slightly disheveled. The usually composed and dignified king beast now bore traces of anxiety within his cool, moonlit demeanor. Yuan approached the lakeside, pausing as his cold purple gaze narrowed. He stared at the water's surface for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing. The moonlit ripples sparkled with scales, reflecting the crescent moon. It should have been a scene of exquisite beauty, yet it was marred by the presence of an unwelcome predator. He raised his hand, and the mirror-like surface of the water shattered instantly. The silver-haired mermaid, unable to evade, was forcefully dragged from the river to the dry shore by a powerful surge of icy energy. Without the moisture of the river, the untransformed mermaid possessed no means of defense or escape. Yuan stepped forward, his voice chilling, akin to the clarity of moonlight, yet possessing the coolness of a winter mountain peak. This is not a place for you. He lifted his right hand, a powerful vortex of cool energy coalescing in his palm, gradually solidifying into ice. Just as 2 days prior, countless icicles swirled around him, glinting with cold light, suspended in the air, poised to strike. By trespassing into the king's domain, you must understand the consequences you will face. His voice was calm, yet laced with danger, each word delivered with a slow deliberation. The depth of his purple gaze held the weight of impending doom. The icy blade abruptly transformed into a sword, its sharp edge descending towards the mermaid. A similar scene unfolded once more, the same merfolk lineage. Beneath the crescent moon, Yuan was bathed in the cool moonlight, exuding an aura of silent strength and cold severity, the bloodstains on his purple robe more striking than ever. The mermaid lay half sprawled on the ground, unable to swim or flee without the river's water. His once breathtaking appearance was now marred by distress. His tail curled slightly, and his long, silvery hair, over 2 meters in length, lay tangled in the mud, speckled with dirt, covering his face. It was a beauty nearly shattered. Yin tilted his head, meeting the cold-blooded, dangerous serpent beast's gaze, slowly curling his pale lips into a weak smile. Did you kill him? The Serpent King was stained with familiar blood, dried and faded. Yet Yin recognized it at a glance as Yu Hong's blood, the only merman father who had never harbored hatred towards him since his birth. Although he never showered Yin with warmth, he always endeavored to protect him. Is he dead? A scoff escaped Yin. Initially, he had felt a twinge of annoyance towards Yu Hong, yet upon learning of his demise, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable melancholy and reminiscence. Was this his inherent flaw? How peculiar. The mermaid chuckled softly, his voice low and melodic. His sharp, cold fingers curled slightly, etching lines in the mud as if painting upon his very soul. You will not have the opportunity to see him again. As the clock struck midnight, a sense of dread washed over. Yuan had emerged. How far could Silo be? Chapter 126. Silo, what should we do now? The king beast's murderous intent was as chilling as the moonlight, laid bare without concealment. Yuan, the high priest of the royal city, was the most merciless overseer of the world's anomalies, endowed with the pure and untainted power of a priest by the beast god, tasked with annihilating all forces that transcended this world. It was a duty he could not evade. A mocking laugh escaped him, tinged with a hint of madness. The mermaid, struggling in the mud, suddenly stirred, slowly propping himself up, his beautiful, clear eyes locking onto the wrathful Serpent King. The fear and cowardice faded from his gaze, replaced by a sharpness akin to a blade, the dark depths of his eyes reflecting a nonchalant, lazy defiance, brewing a storm of chaotic bloodlust. The king beast truly is formidable, but do you think killing Yin will be that easy? The mermaid's slender fingers twitched, releasing a wave of abyssal, chilling black energy. The dark energy expanded explosively, crashing forth like a tangible force, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests to their core. The world trembled. Shadows deepened. To Yuan's surprise, the king's skin, as tough as scales, was corroded by this black energy. He glanced at his bleeding arm with an emotionless expression, feeling the injury rapidly heal. Ethereal purple light enveloped him, shielding his body from the black energy's grasp. In contrast, the mermaid's exquisite lips bled with dark crimson, trickling down his beautifully sculpted jaw. A heartbreaking sight. He clutched his chest in agony, his face contorted in pain, an image of shattered beauty. The punishment of Yin and S contract wreaked havoc within him. After forming a pact with Yaoyao, he had forcibly utilized the flood power, exceeding the contract's limitations. The punitive consequences intensified with each exertion of energy, mercilessly tormenting his bones and marrow until death. With a thunderous crash, the barrier of black energy was shattered by Yuan's formidable power. The explosive black fragments, akin to shattered butterfly wings, floated delicately in the air, wavering weakly before ultimately dissolving into a hazy black mist, vanishing entirely between heaven and earth. The exquisite visage of the merfolk grew increasingly pale and haggard as he coughed, covering his lips with a trembling hand, revealing a heart-stirring deep crimson. His chest heaved, breaths becoming heavier. At this moment, his power was utterly insufficient to contend with the king beast, let alone overcome the constraints of the contract. Yuan had intended to swiftly terminate the life of the waterflood beast, but at the final moment of his concentrated thrust, he abruptly restrained himself. The ominous thunderclouds obscured the sun as rolling thunder rumbled from the dense, dark fog, crackling towards the silent, ethereal earth, striking like brilliant pillars of light. Bolts of lightning pierced the heavens, while serpentine arcs of golden-purple electricity thrummed densely within the dark clouds, surging through the skies. The torrential rain, driven by fierce winds, poured down from an altitude of countless thousands of feet. The slumbering beast awakened, its ferocious momentum threatening to obliterate any frail creatures daring to obstruct its path. Thousands of miles away, a coalition of tribes marched forward through the rain. Yaoyao, what shall we do now? The great tiger has been unleashed, and indeed, I'm still a devoted mother. Chapter 127. The reckless feathered beast the tribes had arrived over a month ahead of time to prepare for potential floods. But despite their precautions, the inevitable disaster had finally arrived. The great rift stretched for miles, towering hundreds of meters into the clouds, its steep cliffs perilous. Between the sheer rocks, a mysterious force from the heavens had cleaved the land apart, creating a terrifying chasm resembling a colossal stone axe, with jagged edges and scattered debris. Beneath the rift lay heaps of bones, for countless beasts had perished here throughout history, including those from the Sanglin tribe. Below the Maya-Li Great Rift, torrents of floodwaters surged, mixing with swirling sands to create terrifying waves, while beneath the yellow waters lurked countless piranhas, eyeing the food precariously situated above the cliffs. The wind stirred up clouds of sand and debris, forming fierce dust storms that relentlessly eroded the ground. A beastman lost his footing and was instantly engulfed by the waves of yellow sand. The river teemed with black piranhas, rushing forth to devour the fallen beastman, as his blood was swiftly swept away by the raging currents. The beastmen were filled with dread, cold sweat trickling down their backs. It was utterly terrifying. Gather your belongings and follow me closely. Maintain utmost vigilance, and beware of falling rocks from the slopes. Watch your step. Yaoyao, leading the way, commanded with authority. His tall, handsome figure remained steadfast against the battering storm, exuding an aura of maturity that inspired confidence among the other beastmen, despite his youthful age of merely 2 years. Yaoyao gradually emerged as the focal point of the group, guiding his tribe ahead of others, nearing the Maya-Li Great Rift, when suddenly an external tribe could no longer contain themselves. Under the ravages of the flood, many tribes had suffered significant losses. prompting stronger tribes to indiscriminately seize resources from weaker tribes, such as the numerous feathered clans. Above Yaoyao and his kin, cries echoed. A flock of fierce, bloodthirsty feathered beasts circled overhead, having pursued them for quite some time. The sudden storm had dealt a heavy blow to these aerial predators, resulting in their goods being lost. In stark contrast, Yaoyao's tribe managed to preserve a substantial portion of their resources, making them a tantalizing target for the envious feathered clans. With a swift dive, a black eagle descended, intent on snatching the goods from their backs. The beastmen traversed the narrow rift, with no room for escape, and the greedy feathered creatures seized the opportunity to launch their assault. Just as the black eagle aimed for its prize, a robust orange tiger leapt forth, roaring fiercely as it tore into the eagle's throat, casting it into the turbulent waters below and bellowing defiantly at the sky. The tiger's roar echoed, warning the oblivious feathered beasts. Chapter 128, Glory and Death. The eagle swarm, observing from above, became agitated, with many of them momentarily subdued by the sight of the formidable orange tiger. This tiger, nearly 7 to 8 meters in length, boasted powerful muscles akin to rock, and its striking fur and robust limbs exuded an undeniable regal presence. Its fierce hide resembled a thick, impenetrable stone armor, radiating an overwhelming aura of strength. The 6 beastly markings on its neck glimmered a deep crimson, marking it as a level 6 mutated stone tiger. Who would have imagined such a talent could exist within an ordinary tribe? The eagle swarm experienced a fleeting moment of panic, but soon regained composure. Though the 6-tiered mutated beast was formidable, they too possessed several 6-tiered members and were not easily intimidated. Furthermore, this tiger appeared to have recently ascended to its rank, displaying an unstable prowess. The black eagles had learned their lesson. They banded together, diving down in a frenzy to attack this core, powerful tiger. The stone tiger roared in displeasure at the eagle's audacity. With cold, white fangs, it swiftly crushed 2 eagles and flung them aside. It charged forward, determined to protect the beastmen laden with supplies. A solitary tiger confronted dozens of black eagles, its imposing presence undeterred, as its thunderous roar seemed to shatter the very air. 2 black eagles discerned the tiger's intention to stall for time and swiftly dove, aiming to bypass it and attack the supply-laden beastmen behind. Yet the level 6 stone tiger stood resolute, an unyielding stone wall, determined to eliminate any that dared approach, ensuring they advanced not an inch. As the beastmen were on the verge of crossing the Yaoyao Great Rift, allowing them passage would make it exceedingly difficult for the eagles to seize their supplies. The eagle swarm, driven by desperation, launched a reckless assault, dozens of them diving towards Yaoyao. Despite Yaoyao's formidable strength, he could not withstand the combined onslaught of so many eagles. With a short, urgent roar, he plummeted over the cliff. A male beastman, a close companion of Yaoyao, cried out in alarm, "Yaoyao has fallen off the cliff." He sacrificed himself to buy us time against the eagles. Tears welled in the eyes of the brown-haired beastman as he prepared to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by an elder. "Do not go." The elder's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with sorrow as his deep voice echoed through the ranks. "Anyone who falls into that river shall not survive. You cannot save him. You would only sacrifice yourselves." Chapter 129. Is he dead? At the base of the cliff, turbulent waves crashed, sending sprays of water into the air. A faint sound emerged from below, mingled with suppressed cries of anguish. Yaoyao had not fallen directly. Instead, he had managed to grasp a protruding rock midway down his descent. The ancient stone sturdy enough to support his weight. His animal skin attire lay in tatters, shredded by the sharp edges of the rock. The filthy, viscous rainwater seeped into his wound, eliciting a sharp gasp. It felt as if the most corrosive sulfuric acid had penetrated his flesh, causing his muscles to spasm violently, accompanied by low growls of agony. The sinewy arms bore veins that bulged slightly. With a crackling sound, several stones tumbled down. Yaoyao tilted his face upward, dodging the falling debris, while simultaneously surveying the cliff summit and analyzing potential escape routes in the vicinity. Regrettably, this was an absolute dead end. The only means of salvation lay in scaling the rocks. However, the surroundings were barren, devoid of any additional stones or branches to leverage. In any exertion he made risked shattering the solitary stone he clutched for dear life. Towering waves, as if capable of shattering rock, crashed against the cliff face. The surging torrents, combined with the tempest, battered against him. Yaoyao clenched his teeth, his amber eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. His body swayed precariously, the long tail akin to that of a tiger flickering in the wind. At such a perilous moment, no one from the tribe would come to his aid, nor did he harbor any illusions of rescue. His only hope lay in daring to save himself. He released one hand and violently tore apart the red cord hanging from his elongated neck, which was tied with a bead the size of a thumb. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. A faint blue glow enveloped his heart, seemingly nourishing a hidden corner of his spirit. Gentle and warm, this was a gift from Yaoyao, one he had initially been reluctant to use, wishing to secretly preserve it until the day he would take it with him to the grave. Thus, Sluo remained suspended halfway down the cliff, drenched in wind and rain, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a few sharp cracks resonated from below, followed by a figure plummeting from the air into the river below. With a tremendous splash, the orc had no time to cry out before being completely submerged. In the tumultuous waters, a frenzy of black piranhas surged forth. Having long awaited this moment, as the orc fell into the water, they swarmed from all directions, eager to feast upon the fallen creature. The water pearl allowed the orc to breathe normally underwater, yet could not shield him from the ferocious predators. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of piranhas converged upon him, enveloping him in an impenetrable, dark cocoon, suffocating any chance of escape. Countless sharp fangs gnawed at him, tearing and devouring. Crimson blood seeping out only to be swept away by the raging waves, only to be replaced by more. Sluo's consciousness grew heavier, the excruciating sensations of biting pain gradually fading into oblivion. He seemed on the verge of losing consciousness from blood loss. In his blurred vision, countless piranhas tirelessly tore at him. Had he succumbed to death? Chapter 130. The arrival of the water flood beast. Another one appeared. Could this be mere coincidence? Not far from Sanglin tribe, on a steep cliff, a red serpent coiled lazily upon a rough, resilient trunk, yawning and exuding an air of indolence. Its dark red wings fluttered twice, and despite the downpour, they remained completely dry. At this moment, the distant small tribe was engulfed in a tempest. The sudden, violent hurricane roamed the land, accompanied by torrential rain, seemingly wreaking havoc, leaving one to wonder if Yuan could withstand it. He observed leisurely. As if watching a rare and splendid performance, his interest piqued. The unheralded emergence of the waterflood beast not only startled him, but sent ripples of energy, felt even in distant kingdoms. In the southeast, a land of plenty along the coast, at the very heart of the kingdom stood a resplendent castle. Constructed from hard marble, it spanned thousands of square meters, featuring a three-tiered structure that tapered like a pyramid, adorned with round towers and wide, intricately carved window frames, bustling with countless beast servants attending to their noble master. The young master had fallen ill again today, refusing to take his medicine. What should be done? The servants coming and going wore expressions of anxiety and concern, whispering among themselves, cautious not to speak too loudly. In the dazzling daylight, a myriad of gemstones and crystals embedded in the marble walls sparkled with vibrant patterns under the sunlight's embrace, revealing exquisite designs that showcased the remarkable craftsmanship. Each stone in the castle radiated a majestic and dignified aura. Strikingly incongruous with such opulence, the castle's towering, pearly white walls were entwined with various dark green vines, thick and lush, forming a complex web that nearly obscured the white walls, with many vines even creeping through the windows. The vines slithered like venomous serpents, greedily expanding their territory, exuding an eerie, shadowy presence. A sudden crack echoed as a bowl and medicine were knocked to the ground. A young boy with deep green, curly hair wore a sullen expression, his right sleeve hanging emptily. If you don't obediently take your medicine, your arm will never grow back. Do you wish to live as a cripple forever? Before him stood an elegant fox beastman, his melodious voice tinged with mild irritation. The fox beastman appeared youthful, with exquisitely refined features, radiating a graceful charm. At this moment, his elongated, slightly upturned eyebrows were lowered, his voice cool and deep, emanating an allure tinged with an air of danger. Clad in a splendid inner garment, he draped a fiery red fur cloak around him, his striking triangular ears and bushy, vibrant red tail captivatingly beautiful. He returned with a bowl of medicinal soup, offering it to the young boy. Drink your medicine. You surely do not wish to upset her, do you? He spoke her name with a softness that revealed the beauty she embodied. The boy, seemingly deaf to his words, sat immobile upon a stone chair, resembling a porcelain doll, devoid of any motion. The delicate features of the young boy bore no trace of expression, his face pale and lifeless, akin to a withered flower. Chapter 131. A foreboding sense after a prolonged silence. A moment of fervor erupted following a long period of suppression. The deep green-haired boy suddenly lifted his gaze. Yet the silvery hue of his eyes would never reflect the colors of this world. His gaze was devoid of light, unable to perceive anything around him. His voice, cool and neutral, laced with repressed resentment. You have always deceived me. What if I truly deceived you? What then? The fox beast man replied, expressionless, his tone nonchalant. You must remember, regardless of the circumstances, you must live well. Live well? Ha! The boy covered his face with a semblance of a smile, his voice bearing an eerie,
sandpaper-like quality. To merely exist as a mere appendage to others, forever out of limelight, unable to walk in the light. This is living?
Sacrificing my own life to save those who are uselessly selfish? Is this the reason for my existence? If that is all, I would rather turn to dust and remain silent forever. You must have sensed the energy fluctuations from the water flood beast. The fox beast man appeared oblivious to the boy's emotional turmoil, continuing his monologue without any hint of emotional engagement or concern for whether the boy was listening. Water nurtures wood. He is the one who can heal you and rapidly enhance your strength. I will assist you in bringing him here. Do you understand what remains to be done? Yet again, the young boy with deep green curls reverted to the exquisite, expressionless visage of a delicate doll, his gaze cast downward, fixating on the ethereal air. His pale, slender fingertips entwined, quietly piercing the palm of his hand. His dark green, sickly lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. He neither affirmed nor opposed. It was simply so. And once more, silence enveloped him. Very well, I shall assume your acquiescence. The fox beast man lifted the medicine bowl, scooping a bitter spoonful, gently blowing on the concoction before offering it to the young boy's parched, tense lips, urging him to open his mouth and obediently drink. The scene shifted once more to the Sanglin tribe. Late at night, a sudden tempest of rain and wind startled all the beastmen into a panic, their dark, heavy eyes wide with fear. Unable to sleep, they hurriedly led their females and young ones to a safe, sturdy cave. They gazed anxiously at the mountains above, where the river, once vibrant, lay silent after the death of Suo-Sang. Their lips trembled. Indeed, there were monstrous beasts lurking in that river. May the beast god protect us. We do not wish to perish. The soft weeping of the young and females echoed, mingling with the mournful cries of the forest. Yaoyao was also awakened by the tumult of the night. Gazing out at the catastrophic scene, she recognized the grand scale of it as the work of Dan, and yet, bound by their contract, such a significant surge of energy would only hasten his demise. Yaoyao locked her little black cat inside, reinforcing the nest of her 2 rabbits. Draped in a rain cloak, she ventured into the thick darkness of the night, hastening toward the river where Dan resided. An unsettling anxiety gnawed at her heart. The mark of the merman on her finger pulsed with dark energy. The ominous aura spread far and wide, its impact incredulous. He deliberately attracted the attention of other beast kings, presenting himself as the perfect prize, inciting a fierce competition among them. This, for him, was undoubtedly another form of a cruel dead end. Even Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His typically serene and impassive eyes flickered with unusual emotions. If Dan were to be slain, would he not cause some minor trouble for the master? The wretched merman coughed up a few drops of dark red blood, staining his cracked, pale lips, resembling blooming lotuses dampened by desiccation, their blood-red allure bewitching the heart. Dan's death would not be in vain. As soon as the words left his lips, the merman smiled with satisfaction, a sense of malicious delight akin to a toxic poppy, beautifully deceptive, ensnaring all who beheld his beguiling visage, rendering them unable to escape. Yuan's gaze turned icy, a dangerous smile playing upon his lips. Since you are so intent on courting death, I should hasten to fulfill your wish, should I not? His mesmerizing violet eyes, usually as tranquil as a moonlit pond, suddenly narrowed into terrifying slits, akin to a vengeful serpent awakened from slumber, eager to strike at its adversary. In truth, it was not merely a matter of seeking minor troubles. Dan's reckless gambit, a perilous dance with death, would inevitably lead both of them into a dead end. He could not escape death, yet he intended absolute revenge. After his demise, the powerful flood disaster power embedded within his source crystal would assuredly fall into Yuan's hands. Regardless of whether Yuan desired it or not, other beast kings would undoubtedly seek to plunder it. All of this hinged upon the condition that Dan would die at Yuan's hands. Otherwise, the series of sinister retaliations he had orchestrated would amount to naught, ultimately rebounding upon him. He had embraced a fatalistic mindset. Yet, reality has a cruel sense of humor. Dan had closed his eyes, awaiting death, when suddenly, the contract emblem upon his chest began to glow, a reaction that would only occur when Yaoyao approached. She has come, Yaoyao? Danan's eyes flew open, disbelief washing over him as he clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Instinctively, he yearned to flee, not wanting her to witness his disheveled state, which was far from beautiful, ugly and pitiable, tarnishing the image he wished to maintain in her heart. Amidst the torrential downpour, Yaoyao spotted two familiar figures, Yuan and Danan, but the situation seemed dire. Was Yuan intent on killing Danan? What on earth? The plot was advancing too swiftly. The mingling of rain and snow pelted her face, reddening her previously delicate skin. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that. Her heart raced with alarm, an ominous premonition reaching its zenith, the bond of their contract causing her chest to ache. She sprinted towards them, cupping her hands to her mouth, shouting in an attempt to divert the impending danger. Yuan, stop. Dana must not be harmed. Why is no one paying attention to her? In a critical moment, she gritted her teeth, accelerating like an arrow released from a bow, and dashed in front of the astonished Danan, throwing herself protectively over him. Before her lay a multitude of ice shards, frozen and deadly. The frigid breath of the blizzard filled her nostrils. The countless icy spikes loomed perilously close to her fragile, clear eyes, mere millimeters away, each sharp point vividly etched in her vision, growing ever larger. The scent of death was palpable. How painful would it be to be pierced by thousands of these ice needles? Yaoyao instinctively shut her eyes, clenching her jaw, her expression taut. The sound of countless ice shards colliding echoed, shattering with tremendous force, unleashing a violent gust that swept across the land. Her hair whipped about wildly. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Not a single shard struck her skin. Instead, a cool, delicate sensation enveloped her face. An exquisite gentleness that seemed to carry a hint of power, healing her prior wounds in an instant. This gentle touch, however, bore an air of urgency, a profound shock. Yaoyao had long since closed her eyes in fear, only to feel a familiar, cool hand suddenly grasp her delicate waist, pulling her into a strong embrace. He shielded her from the onslaught of ice and snow. His presence was imbued with the refreshing scent of cool snow, utterly familiar. How did you come here? Yuan's cool, tense voice resonated above her, laced with suppressed panic. Yaoyao tightened her grip on his clothing, her eyes snapping open, meeting his gaze. Indeed, it was Yuan. Yet his expression seemed far from favorable. The usually aloof and noble visage of the high priest collided with her gaze, but the emotions reflected therein were chillingly unfamiliar, cold, ruthless, and devoid of warmth, shrouded in the storm's gloom. His once elegant lips appeared pale, his high nose emphasizing the thin line of his tightly pressed mouth, his jawline tensed. She wondered if she were imagining things. A faint groan seemed to escape his chest, a subtle trace of blood lingering in the air. High priest, are you all right? Yaoyao nestled against his chest, her delicate hands encircling his long, graceful neck. A sense of worry unfurled within her heart. She reached down, tentatively probing, only to find her palm drenched in warm, sticky blood. His back was soaked, a large patch stained crimson. High priest, you shielded me from those ice shards. Yaoyao raised her head in disbelief, her fingertips trembling slightly. She strained to peek out, only to find that Yuan had adopted a completely defensive posture, enveloping her within his protective embrace, ensuring that those devastatingly cold forces would not harm her in the slightest. He succeeded, achieving perfection, yet he was left battered and bruised. First, tell me how you unexpectedly arrived here. His expression remained unchanged, utterly dismissive. You say, do not let me harm this merman? What is your relationship with him? Those gaping wounds seemed trivial to him, while she felt they could easily be fatal. To her, the pain was unbearable, yet Yuan appeared oblivious. He loosened his grip slightly, raising a finger to tilt her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his furious gaze. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming panic surged within him. He feared that should she collapse before him, it would be he who had inadvertently brought about her demise. She was so reckless, perhaps entirely unaware of the peril she had willingly faced by stepping in the way of the attack. Those shards of blizzard ice, infused with his kingly beast power, could lay her to eternal rest with just a single fragment. In an instant, His domain of defense as a kingly beast lay shattered. Yaoyao, how did you come here? The pitiful and tender merman also lifted his gaze, his watery eyes blinking, his melodious voice murmuring softly. Still shielding Dan, and he added, Yaoyao is truly wonderful, but why? This is not worth it. No one else's life can outweigh one's own. This had been Dan's guiding principle since childhood. As long as he needed, the lives of others could serve as stepping stones, yet he would never squander his own life for the benefit of others. Yaoyao's recent actions baffled him. Was it a moment of folly or genuine emotion? Regardless, for a brief instant, he was profoundly shaken. Could it be that someone would genuinely sacrifice themselves for another? Moreover, the one being protected was the cold-hearted Dan, and known as an embodiment of disaster, devoid of compassion, and unfamiliar with the concepts of conscience or genuine feelings. Others could lay bare their souls for him, yet the moment he grew bored, he would unhesitatingly cast them aside. Dan's twisted and pathological worldview cracked slightly, yet he endeavored to reconstruct it. In that moment, the previously taut atmosphere of battle seemed to dissipate entirely, and the storm's fury calmed. The focus of both the serpent and the fish shifted entirely to her. Two pairs of exquisitely beautiful eyes locked onto her. As if the moment she spoke, they would abandon each other without a second thought. Yaoyao leaped from Yuan's embrace, yet his cool, delicate fingers still firmly held onto her, an unyielding grip that prevented her from carelessly plunging back into the life-threatening situation of moments before. He was still haunted by the remnants of fear. Dan's gaze darkened momentarily as he observed their connected fingertips. It was painfully intimate. How could anyone possibly have a closer bond than that which he shared with Yaoyao? Such a notion was intolerable to him, igniting a fervent desire to shatter their connection entirely. Merely contemplating it set his blood aflame. The merman tightened his grip in frustration. Suddenly, Dan's lips curled into a subtle, charming smile. Did Yaoyao come to see Danan? Though Yaoyao has always been kind and caring, what if, in the depths of night, she were to inadvertently come to harm? That would surely cause Dan great sorrow. Please do not do this again, all right? Though Danan found himself in a precarious situation, he could not resist the allure of the merman's beauty, no matter how battered he appeared. As long as his enchanting visage remained unscathed, complemented by his delicate neck and the mottled wounds upon his back, it resembled a painting on snow, with crimson plum blossoms falling. This only enhanced the merman's almost tragic allure, accentuating his pitiable nature, which stirred deep feelings of compassion within others. His azure fins drooped dejectedly, and as tears glistened in his eyes, a single crystalline droplet rolled down, seemingly landing directly upon the heart. Yaoyao immediately yearned to release Yuan's hand to check on Dan's evidently graver injuries. Yet, his grip tightened further, immobilizing her. The voice of the Lord of the Sorcerers sent chills down her spine. You have yet to inform me where this merman came from and what your relationship entails. Was he deliberately kept here by you? The last question lingered momentarily, but his tone remained as cold and unfeeling as ever, leaving Yaoyao oblivious to any irregularity. She had barely opened her mouth to speak when Dan interjected, his words escaping like arrows. Yaoyao specifically allowed me to reside here. Yaoyao is truly kind to Danan, caring for him and bringing food each day. She is exceptionally generous. The merman's exquisite face flushed with sweetness, a timid pink spreading from his cheeks to his graceful neck. His fingertips felt warm, tinged with red. Yet, as he spoke, his radiant eyes suddenly dimmed, the small curve of his lips drooping as he softly wept. His silvery lashes were already dampened, each word trembling as they fell from his lips, the shadow of his half-moon profile concealing heartbreak beneath a veil of tears. Dan wished to remain here forever. He had never intended to harm Yaoyao, merely desiring to be by her side. Yet, he questioned why this serpent beast suddenly sought to attack him. The way he pronounced the word brother was laden with weight. Did he not like Danan? I'm sorry, but if Yaoyao wishes it, Danan can leave at any time without causing you anger. Leave? Yaoyao would never allow him to depart. The contract binding him was an unbreakable tether. Moreover, with his eyes glistening with tears, he had long since discerned that Yaoyao was a soft-hearted female, one who would never force him to go. Yuan's expression remained icy as a faint. Inexplicable smile graced his lips. He once again drew Yaoyao into his embrace, revealing a rare hint of fierce dominance. Leaning closer, his cool breath brushed against her tender, slender neck, sending a shiver through her. His lips parted, on the verge of uttering something. Yet, he soon straightened. maintaining silence for a few moments. With an impassive expression, he reached to pinch her dazed face. Yaoyao jolted, instinctively raising her hands to block him, only to find herself easily captured by his larger hands, rendering her utterly immobile. Yuan's expression shifted, tinged with an inexplicable bitterness. So Yaoyao deliberately nurtures this merman? She is fond of him, treats him well, bringing him food each day. Before I left, I also prepared meals for her daily. How come I never received a semblance of gratitude in return? Was it because the merman was more beautiful, more appealing to females? Even now, the serpent beast was not particularly well received by females. It seemed that despite his years of arduous training to ascend to the kingly level, he could not escape such dynamics. His heart grew heavier, enveloped in a chilling gloom. Especially after hearing the merman's complaints, an unmistakable irritation surged from deep within him, as if he were intentionally bullying the weak. Moreover, that term brother made him feel utterly repulsed. For the first time, Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to lash out, driven solely by his anger, wishing to strike down this creature. Whether it was out of disgust or some other savage emotion he could not quite comprehend, a dark impulse stirred within him. He tensed, the alluring violet serpent tail poised to reveal itself, striving to ignore the irritating presence of the merfolk. Drawing closer, he whispered in her delicately shaped ear, his voice deep and melodious. Do you know what he is? How dare he keep such a creature? Chapter 136. Yuan leaned in, his voice exceedingly clear yet faint, seemingly admonishing her ignorance, while subtly criticizing her choice to adopt a merfolk. Yin lifted her gaze, casually twirling her slender fingers while narrowing her eyes at them. Her irises were dense, glimmering with a red hue. How dare this wretched serpentine beast embrace Yaoyao? How could it dare to come so close? Its lips nearly brushed against her ear. Was it intent on taking a bite? Such a thing could not be permitted. Yaoyao was merely a morsel to him. How could anyone else dare to encroach upon her? The merfolk lay on the ground, her silvery hair cascading over her enchanting face, casting a delicate, tremulous shadow that concealed the lurking darkness within her eyes. The blue fins on her ears stood erect, straining forward as if attempting to eavesdrop on their whispered conversation. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy swept through, disturbing the tranquility of the mountains. Boom! A lavender energy barrier materialized, as solid as a mountain, abruptly placing itself between him and the two of them. Yin could not hear a single useful sound. On the other side, I know that Yin and his Shui Hong Yishou. Yaoyao remained ensnared in his grasp. Lord Siwu was tall and extraordinarily strong. His tight hold exuded an overwhelming dominance. She could not break free and had to retreat to advance, extending her delicate hand, clinging to his powerful arm like a young cub. She had to reassess the limits of a male beastman's strength. What did Yuan consume to possess such power? It was effortless for him, as if capturing her were akin to catching a chick. Do you know his identity? Yuan paused, seemingly taken aback that she had already discerned the truth. This was not mere ignorance. It was akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. Lord Siwu lowered his gaze. His eyes were chillingly cold, enough to instill fear to the bone. With just a fleeting glance, Yaoyao felt as though she was subjected to a grave inquiry from his soul, and she quickly averted her gaze, pretending to fuss with his sleeve, tidying the somewhat disheveled fabric. Dried blood, a pale crimson, was imprinted upon the alluring violet. In truth, I have always known, but you must have noticed that Yin and is currently unable to exhibit his true power, and I am not seeking death, all right? Yaoyao's small fist clenched, revealing only her index finger, which she waved before him. Her hand was petite, yet her fingers were exquisitely long and slender, with a delicate softness. The playful little female extended her fair finger, which bore a hint of pink. Yuan discreetly fixed his gaze on her for a moment, and only after a few seconds did he direct his cool eyes towards the focal point of her message. Upon her finger were two contract marks. One depicted a charming little black cat, while the other illustrated a black merfolk. This was something he had never encountered before. The secrets she concealed were more profound than he had imagined. Each detail eluded his understanding, yet he willingly surrendered to her mystery, eager to uncover a clue. Yaoyao was equally troubled. She was unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling beneath his frigid facade, merely contemplating whether to disclose her secrets entirely to Yuan. For Yin An's future, she had no choice but to blend truth and deception. She briefly mentioned the origin of the contract, and Yuan showed no inclination to inquire further. Once the contract was established, As long as the Shui Hong Isho remained close enough, he would be unable to unleash his powers? Yaoyao nodded. Could anyone freely establish a contract? For instance, me? Chapter 137 Pain. He was indeed a royal beast, and if even he could be forcibly contracted, such power would not merely be miraculous, it would be terrifying. A power that defied the laws of nature, comparable to that of a monstrous beast. However, each time she formed a contract with another beast man, her mental energy surged, allowing her to gain the unique abilities of each contracted beast man, thus increasing her strength. If his power were shared with her lord Siwu, Yaoyao tilted her head, breaking the silence of his contemplation. Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes as cold as the autumn waters beneath a moonlit night, and nodded slightly. If that is the case, you must remember that your power is exceedingly mysterious and filled with uncertainties. It must not be revealed to outsiders. Do you understand? His maternal-like admonition was persistent. Yuan seemed to harbor no curiosity about the myriad of enigmas surrounding her, absorbing her secrets with an acceptance that astonished Yaoyao. Perhaps it was precisely this quality that allowed her to unhesitatingly share her secrets. Though Yuan's demeanor was somewhat aloof, he always provided a reassuring presence. He reached out, and as Yaoyao's eyes widened, she instinctively tried to evade, only to see him gently tucking away the two stray strands of hair that had fallen across her face, neatly behind her ear. His meticulous touch was flawless. He gathered her inky tresses, and a few rebellious strands curled around his pale, jade-like fingers clinging to him, creating a stark contrast of colors reminiscent of ink and water. Yaoyao was caught off guard, feeling a flutter of warmth. Though she knew Yuan's intentions were not romantic, perhaps it was merely his obsessive cleanliness and a compulsion to tidy her disheveled hair. Fighting against her rising feelings, Yaoyao hopped down from his embrace, and this time, he did not stop her, releasing her gently. As she circled around him, her gaze fell upon his back, where the blood had already dried. She could not suppress a surge of anxiety. The injury was far more severe than she had anticipated, piercing through his entire back. It was a shocking sight. How could he engage in such a silent struggle with her while enduring such a grievous wound? His willpower was astonishing. Yaoyao furrowed her brow, unable to hide her concern. Otherwise, I fear your wound may become infected and pose significant danger. Yuan's gaze flickered. Was she truly worried about him? That thought, which had nearly escaped his lips, about his formidable self-healing ability that would restore him in a mere moment, was swallowed back. When he finally spoke, it was a reluctant, "All right, I will listen to you." A fleeting, indulgent smile flitted across his face. In truth, these alarming wounds were trivial in his eyes. In the perilous journey of ascending to royal beasthood, he had endured far worse injuries, suffering thousands of times more pain over decades. He would never furrow his brow over such trivial matters. All suffering must be swallowed down alone. Any display of weakness would only embolden one's enemies. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing her anxious expression imbued even these minor injuries with a fleeting sensation of pain. Yaoyao. Yaoyao looked up at him. Lord Siwu's voice was cold and deep, laced with a hint of bewilderment, resonating in her ears like the sound of a zither in the woods, or the gentle plucking of jade strings. Pain. Chapter 138 Deeply Concealed. Yaoyao's heart raced anew. My goodness, having known Lord Siwu for so long, with his icy demeanor, it was unimaginable for her to ever hear him utter a word of pain, let alone a hint of vulnerability. To think that today, Yuan truly cried out in pain. It must have been excruciating. Furthermore, Yuan had been grievously wounded while protecting her, shattering his defensive royal beast domain, significantly diminishing his power, requiring a lengthy period of training to recuperate. The more Yaoyao pondered, the more tortured she felt, her body frozen in place, her pale fingers twisting and turning into stress. Compassion, guilt, an array of unforeseen complex emotions surged within her, rendering her heart exceedingly heavy. Yuan Shun narrowed his violet eyes, silently contemplating her for several moments before a subtle, indulgent smile graced his lips. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. The pale purple barrier dissipated, revealing a sky as clear as water. Yi Yaoyao stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the disheveled and collapsed Danon from the ground. Yaoyao? Danon, still dazed, felt his body lighten abruptly, and in the next instant, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of the delicate and charming girl. The sound of splashing water echoed as he was lifted. The merfolk's lips and skin had cracked significantly under the harsh sun, revealing patches of pale flesh. Should he continue to be exposed like this, he would inevitably become a delectable dried fish. Danon, submerged in the water, pondered his fate for quite a while until small bubbles began to surface on the river surface. Emerging from the depths, Danon, now revitalized by the water, felt his spirits noticeably lift. I want to do this again. He flicked his slender tail fin, joyously swimming back and forth, the exhilaration lingering in his heart, an enduring elation. He danced atop the water, capturing light and shadow, and spun around Yaoyao in a frenzy. The sun, slightly inebriated, refracted colors in a dazzling display. The exquisite, water-kissed skin of the merfolk, once more vibrant and alluring, shimmered with a dreamlike brilliance. Droplets cascaded down his beautiful form, tracing the nearly perfect contours of his physique before vanishing into the crystalline waters. The luxurious black silk of his fish tail rippled gently in the current, swaying with the breeze. Yuan Shun permitted Danon to temporarily reside here, but under stringent conditions. Should the merfolk cause any disturbances or fail to control his flooding powers, which could wreak havoc on the surrounding area, Yuan Shun would not hesitate to eliminate Danon. Yaoyao gently tousled his soft, silvery hair, earnestly advising him to behave, or else he would have to leave. Under the icy, terrifying gaze of a certain serpent, Danon feigned ignorance, lying on the shore and tugging at the girl's fragrant sleeve, nuzzling his soft palm against it. With eyes glimmering like crescent moons and a smile that was both beautiful and obedient, Danon promised to follow her instructions and would never cause any trouble. Yuan Shun chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the harmonious duo, his irritation towards the fish growing with each passing moment. His deep violet gaze was reminiscent of countless icicles melting, and a hint of a smile played on his lips. You had better maintain this fade of obedience, concealing it deeply, lest I inadvertently uncover any flaws. Otherwise, it remains uncertain when or where you might vanish from this realm. Chapter 139. She faltered. The fish's tail momentarily stiffened before resuming its gentle sway. Huh, are you threatening me? I could endure humiliation and submit, and in no more than half a year, when I mature into adulthood, will this insufferable serpent dare to be so arrogant? Danon quickly found solace, his tail fins soon relaxing as he splashed water with increasing fervor. However, upon hearing the serpent's next words, the fish stiffened once more. Yaoyao, aren't you supposed to be helping the Sanglan tribe with their sick? From now on, I shall take care of this fish, so you need not rush daily to feed him. Danon gasped in shock, his silver eyes widening. He clutched Yaoyao's sleeve tightly, his long lashes trembling in fright, tears welling in his eyes. No, Yaoyao, I only want you to stay with me, not anyone else. Please, not anyone else. The little mermaid was terrified and on the verge of tears, prompting Yaoyao to gently pat his head. In truth, Yuan Shun's suggestion was quite reasonable. With the torrential rain abated and the clouds beginning to clear, she should assist the ailing cubs and females of the tribe, and had little time to attend to Danon. Nevertheless, she would still oversee his needs, with Yuan Shun stepping in to help during her busier moments. Inside the expansive stone dwelling, Yaoyao entered, holding a bowl of freshly concocted viscous medicine, her feet clad in clean wooden shoes. Instantly, the fragrant aroma that once filled the stone house was overpowered by the pungent scent of bitter medicine, choking and unbearable. Moreover, the concoction was an unsightly shade of yellowish green and exceedingly sticky. Yaoyao grimaced at the sight, knowing that Yuan Shun, who pursued perfection to the utmost, would likely discard it immediately. In an instant, she gasped, her steps faltering as she hesitated to enter the room. Yaoyao, a gentle call echoed from within, ethereal and chilling. Rousing her wandering thoughts, steadying the bowl of medicine, she hurried inside. There, Lord Siwu reclined on an intricately carved wooden bed, turned slightly towards her, his silky black hair cascading over his snow-white, delicate neck, a few strands curling against his skin. The moon-white robe hung loosely, slightly askew, revealing glimpses of his pale skin and exquisitely shaped collarbones, shining with an almost blinding radiance. Surrounded by an aura of restrained allure, there seemed to be a hint of temptation that was both subtle and disquieting. Yaoyao's heart raced anew. Lord Siwu, the medicine is here. Should I apply it now? Could she confess her regret at personally attending to this task? Did Yuan Shun truly require her to be so exposed? A flicker of bashfulness lingered within her, remnants of her youthful modesty resurfacing unexpectedly. However, To retreat now seemed morally questionable. Yaoyao suppressed the tumultuous thoughts that threatened to overwhelm her and steeled herself to proceed. Noticing her prolonged silence, Yuan Shun turned his body, casting a calm gaze in her direction, as though he saw through her embarrassment. Then, with remarkable understanding, he began to undress himself. Chapter 140. I will take care of you. Yaoyao nearly dropped the bowl, her hand trembling. She silently recited a prayer for compassion, again and again, to steady her nerves. In truth, Yuan Shun was rather conservative, at the very least, in this wild world of rampant nudity. His demeanor was starkly out of place. He was merely having his wounds treated. Why was she overthinking it? Yaoyao averted her gaze, her expression taut, as she took her seat behind him and retrieved a specially prepared clean cloth from a small wooden box on the table. Her hands were scrupulously washed as well. With her fair fingers, she grasped the front half of the cloth, dampening it with the medicinal solution and wringing out the excess moisture. She then began to apply it carefully to the bloody gash that ran the length of his back, section by section. The multitude of wounds on his back made it impossible for scabs to form, and the irritating medicine should have caused immense pain. Yet, Yuan Shun remained expressionless, not uttering a word. After several changes of the cloth, now stained crimson, the medicinal concoction was nearly depleted, yet his wounds remained untreated. Goodness, Yaoyao thought, feeling pain on his behalf, while Yuan Shun appeared unfazed, not even emitting a soft groan. Wartsiwu, does it hurt? If it does, you can show it. You need not endure in silence. Yuan Shun regarded her for a moment, confirming that her concern was genuine and her anxiety palpable. After a brief hesitation, amidst her hopeful gaze, he let out a soft, faint sound, a melodic and raspy tone that hinted at concealed discomfort. Yaoyao finally exhaled in relief. It does hurt, that is good. If it hurts, it at least means your muscles and nerves are intact, as long as it's just a surface injury that is manageable. At the same time, a soothing aura of pale lavender coursed along his spine, swiftly enveloping him, as the ghastly wounds began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. Those ordinary potions could not remedy the frigid poison inflicted upon him by his own hand. Only his innate ability to self-heal could salvage him. In truth, these minor injuries would have healed completely within mere minutes for him. Yet, an inexplicable sentiment lingered within him. He could not articulate why he had chosen to maintain these wounds until now. Perhaps it was her tender care that instilled within him a sense of greedy nostalgia, a longing for the sensation of being cared for, a feeling he had all but forgotten, or perhaps he had never truly experienced it at all. A significant void had emerged in his memory at some point during his existence, a chasm that had remained unfilled for many years. A sudden sound of the door, creaking, broke the silence. Yaoyao entered, having changed her shoes and brought in new medicine. She noticed the grievous state of his injuries, which were so tragic that, even though they had healed somewhat in the shadows, they remained distressingly visible to her. His back, pale and beautiful, showcased graceful, powerful muscles that were neither exaggerated nor lacking, a figure of perfection marred only by the multitude of grotesque wounds that sullied his porcelain skin. This was indirectly her doing. A pang of guilt gripped Yaoyao as hard as her fingers tightened, resolutely determining in her mind, Sir Wu, I shall care for you until you are fully healed. Chapter 141. Do you dislike it? Yuan paused momentarily, his thoughts drifting into unfamiliar territory. Will you truly care for me indefinitely? He mused, suddenly feeling the weight of his injuries more acutely. Having finished tending to his wounds, he donned a moon-white shirt and, without warning, casually inquired, Yaoyao, have you been wearing the amethyst necklace I gave you every day? His cold, detached gaze suddenly pierced through to her, his elongated brows concealing a glimmer of sharpness. The petite female froze for a moment, dressed in a relaxed, elegant robe that accentuated his narrow waist and broad shoulders. The fabric draped loosely around him, revealing the exquisite contours of his collarbone. In that instant, as she was lost in thought, Sir Wu had gracefully approached her side. The chilling, fragrant air surrounding him enveloped her senses, lingering in the air. He scrutinized her from head to toe, ensuring she had not adorned the necklace he had gifted her. Clearly displeased, his voice turned frosty, his fingers pausing on his pristine sleeve for what felt like an eternity. Why have you not worn it consistently? Do you dislike it? Yaoyao stood frozen, blinking her clear, dark eyes. Moreover, the charm of that necklace was undeniable. As an ordinary female, flaunting a sparkling amethyst necklace would be akin to a foolish heir displaying a Swiss diamond watch, inviting unwarranted attention. She reluctantly set down the medicine bowl and instinctively defended herself. I don't dislike it. It's truly beautiful. Then why have you not worn it consistently? He interjected, breaking his usual composure. Under his intense, disapproving gaze, she braved a turning away, awkwardly rummaging through a drawer for a moment. I truly like it, but, Sir Wu, I no longer need this talisman, and it's too precious. I should return it to you. She presented it back to him with utmost respect. Yuan remained silent, his enchanting purple eyes dimming, a faint shadow concealing the turmoil within. His fingers lingered at his side, refusing to accept the necklace. After a prolonged silence, he began to absent-mindedly toy with the beautiful amethyst, pressing its facets gently, the atmosphere thick with an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the crisp sound of stone against stone. Determined to escape, she turned, only to find him suddenly close. In her wide, astonished gaze, he raised his right hand, his cool, slender fingers encircling her delicate neck with a gentle touch. In the next moment, the coolness of the gemstone returned to her neck as he reattached it for her. A sudden breath of coolness brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. His voice, smooth and enchanting, resonated softly. If you like it, you must wear it obediently. Otherwise, I shall be displeased, especially when meeting that merman. It must be worn. Chapter 142. The art of nurturing around her delicate neck, a gentle lavender shimmered beautifully. Yuan's demeanor had become decidedly firm. Any further refusal would seem overly dramatic. As dusk fell, the golden light waned. Yuan prepared a savory beef stew accompanied by a refreshing drink made from red berries, alongside a generous serving of soft, pearly rice. One need not question how Yuan procured such luxuries that seemed out of place in the beast realm. His surprises had long since ceased to astonish Yaoyao. The meal was delightful and comforting. With a satisfied burp, she noted Yuan's lack of appetite. He merely lounged beside her, resting his chin delicately in his hand. His gaze distant, a few strands of dark hair cascading over the table. Yuan's cold eyes, aloof and regal, seemed to isolate him from the mundane world. Yet he observed her with unwavering attention as she relished her meal. A slight smile graced his lips, a hint of delight illuminating his features. Yaoyao's appetite had recently surged inexplicably. She found herself inexplicably famished, devouring the food on the table with fervor, gaping at the now empty plates. Devoid of even a drop of broth, she was taken aback. Am I evolving into a glutton? She thought, nearly fainting. Yuan feigned ignorance, entirely unperturbed by her distress. As she appeared far too frail, especially in a realm that valued fullness as beauty. Her petite frame drew the affections of many males, Yuan included, who desired to see her thrive. Thus, he continued to prepare a generous platter of saltwater shrimp, meticulously peeled, deveined, and ready for her consumption. With a slight smile, he asked, Yaoyao, are you still hungry? She let out another burp, yet felt a chill run down her spine, shaking her head vehemently. No, I cannot eat anymore. I will surely gain weight. In truth, she was already gaining. Under Yuan's careful nurturing, her previously delicate chin had begun to take on a subtly rounded shape. Yaoyao's appetite had grown tremendously, and Yuan was entirely to blame. The nourishing soups he prepared often contained extra ingredients. After their meal, as they engaged in light conversation, Yaoyao expressed her concerns, fidgeting with her sleeves. Sir Wu, have I gained a lot of weight recently? No, you're still quite petite. But I have been eating so much. Am I unwell? Yuan's expression remained impassive, his tone earnest. Not at all. You are simply growing. He then coaxed her, affirming that she must have noticed her recent growth. Really? She exclaimed, standing by the door and measuring her height against it. Upon closer comparison, she seemed to have indeed grown a few centimeters. As for maturing, was it the kind of growth she imagined? She lowered her head, gazing at herself seriously for a moment. Indeed, it seemed she had grown somewhat. Yaoyao took a finely crafted stone knife, tested its sharpness, and, satisfied, tucked it into her left waist. It was time to deliver food to Yan'an. Before she departed, Yuan handed her a witch's tool, explaining that her current spiritual power was insufficient to fully control it. This weapon, when kept on him, would completely suppress his flooding power until he reached adulthood. She was reminded to exercise caution on the slippery descent, assuring her that it was of little consequence if that fish went hungry. Yuan gently pinched the face of the somewhat chubby child, commenting on its softness, clearly pleased with the results of his nurturing. Chapter 143. Unable to hunt by the riverbank. The wind blew gently. The days had been growing darker with increasing swiftness, hinting at the impending rainy season. Yan's powers surged within him, the formidable flooding power accumulating in his frail body, filling every limb and bone with oppressive force, distorting his already unhealthy dark emotions. It felt as if a single spark could ignite a catastrophic eruption. He longed for the waters to engulf this continent, turning it into his own frenzied paradise. A place for just him and Yaoyao, entwined in a lifetime of passion. Yet, within his once clear, silver eyes, a tempest of destructive darkness now brewed. The blood-red flicker revealing an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. After a struggle with his malevolent desires, he found himself surrounded by desolation. Another tedious moment without Yaoyao's company. She had left him for a full 4 hours, or was it a bit longer? Had he been forgotten? He clenched his pale fingertips, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air. The merman gritted his teeth, his heart racing with a wild urge to destroy everything around him. No, he couldn't succumb. He had promised Yaoyao. He needed to behave and refrain from recklessly using his flooding power, lest she abandon him. The thought of being forsaken by Yaoyao was unbearable. It would drive him mad. Gradually, the tumultuous waves within him calmed, almost as if they had fallen into a deep slumber. In the distance, he caught a whiff of the familiar, youthful scent of a female, drawing him closer to her. Yaoyao. He opened his silver eyes wide, the darkness dissipating, replaced by an irreplaceable joy. With a flick of his delicate tail, he darted to the riverbank, waving to her from afar, calling out her name with deep longing. A voice laden with the pain of yearning. This pitiable, forsaken appearance was utterly exaggerated. Yaoyao found it amusing, yet felt compelled to offer comfort. She had caught a large ram and laid it on the shore. Then, she squatted by the water to wash her hands, diligently scrubbing away the dried blood from her fingers. Yan swam around her, and without waiting for her to finish, he naturally took her soft hand. Refusing to let go, he affectionately nudged her a couple of times, his voice tinged with a hint of despondency. Yaoyao, you finally come back. I thought you had forgotten about me. I was worried that you would no longer like me because of that snake beast. Yan felt stifled and pained, pulling her delicate hand to his chest, where his heart raced rapidly. He could feel her warm body against his, their closeness leaving no space between them. Suddenly, the long empty void in his heart was filled, and the pain of abandonment from his childhood began to dissipate. Could he really hunt? Was Yaoyao implying that she would no longer watch over him? This was unacceptable. No, Yan could not hunt at all. Mermen were not suited for survival on land. Would Yaoyao truly abandon him? Yaoyao harbored doubts, questioning how he had survived in the perilous depths of the ocean for so many years. Yan nodded vigorously, his ear fins fluttering. Chapter 144. May I play with it for a while? Yan was utterly sincere. Yaoyao temporarily placed her trust in him. After preparing the lamb, she carefully cut the meat into small pieces, gathered fragrant twigs, built a fire, and began roasting it while occasionally sprinkling spices to mask the gamey flavor. Yaoyao's culinary skills were not exceptional. After tasting it, she found it edible, though slightly gamey. She wondered if Yan would enjoy it. The reason she had hunted a sheep beast was due to the warming properties of lamb, which could dispel cold and invigorate the blood, particularly beneficial for the chilly, blood circulation-deprived merman. Yaoyao, Yan wants to eat? As soon as the meat was ready, Yan hurriedly approached, tugging at her delicate hand, shaking it eagerly. His lips parted slightly, gazing at her with a pleading expression, desperate for a taste. Yaoyao's heart melted. She carefully blew on the meat to cool it before bringing it to his mouth. Ow! Yan swallowed it whole. Yaoyao felt a mix of anxiety and hope. Can you eat it? Delicious. Very delicious. Seeing his satisfied expression, she was puzzled and took another bite, still tasting the gamey flavor. In their space, a voice chimed in. Little fool, these mermen lack complex taste buds. Their taste receptors are quite simple, distinguishing only between extreme flavors. To them, raw and cooked meat taste the same. How could they discern if something is tasty or not? Yaoyao was taken aback. How could this be? Yan praised her cooking daily, claiming it was delicious, relishing every bite. Yet, it turned out he could not truly recognize the flavors of food. Still, he pretended to enjoy her cooking. It dawned on her that the food they consumed, although identical, was not perceived the same way. They were two species separated by a vast chasm. Suddenly, she became curious about what food tasted like to Yan and what colors his world held. She wished for him to experience the flavors she cherished. Feeling a swirl of complex emotions, she heard Yan playing with her hair, then quietly letting go. He leaned closer, concerned. Yaoyao, what happened earlier? You seemed lost in thought. Nothing much, she shook her head. It's just that the lamb wasn't cooked very well. Next time, I'll bring you something tastier, okay? Yan'an nodded happily, his tail flicking with excitement. What does Yan'an like to eat? Everything you make is delicious. I love it all. After they were full, the two rested for a while. Yaoyao lay on the soft, fluffy grass, while Yan'an floated beside her, propping himself up on her. His body felt light, and she felt no burden from his presence. He began to explore the unique features of her body, soon fixating on the purple crystal necklace adorning her neck, his gaze deepening. He reached out to play with it, immediately discerning its purpose and the protection it offered. Feigning innocence, he asked sweetly, "This necklace is so beautiful. Did the snake beast brother give it to you, Yaoyao? I really like it. Can I borrow it for a bit?" Chapter 145. The lucky will know, this cannot be given away so easily. If she truly offered it, Yuan would surely come after her. But so beautiful. Yan'an sighed in disappointment, his blue ear fins drooping slightly. Just a little touch. Please? No. Yaoyao captured his persistent little paw with her camera. Immediately, she recalled something and retrieved another exquisite necklace from her animal skin pouch, offering it to him. However, if Danan desired it, this necklace was indeed meant for him, and it was quite beautiful. Danan joyfully accepted it, instantly perceiving the function of this mystical artifact. Yet his stunningly beautiful face darkened in an instant. This was truly prepared specifically for him. How delightful to imagine. Yet how could he ever fulfill the wishes of that detestable snake beast? Thank you, Yaoyao. This necklace is truly lovely, and Danan adores it. He licked his crimson lips, his delicate pink tongue brushing lightly over them, savoring the three characters that weighed heavily on his heart, leaving a blood-red, lustrous sheen, adding a touch of alluring charm. His silver eyes slightly lowered, concealing the boundless madness and sinister intensity that lurked beneath. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes appeared as clear and bright as the deep ocean. He seemed genuinely overjoyed, his gaze pure and untainted. Danan adorned himself with the necklace, placing it around his graceful, pale neck as he swept his long, silvery hair aside from a nape, his delicate fingers caressing the necklace inch by inch. In sheer delight, he twirled around Yaoyao, his fishtail restless, stirring countless shadows among the trees. Yaoyao, do I look beautiful wearing this? The merfolk, a revered and enigmatic race in the deep sea, may be cold-blooded and ruthless, yet their pursuit of beauty transcends gender. A sentiment woven through the bloodline of their kind since ancient times. Through nature's rigorous selection, generations of beauties have survived. The current merfolk predominantly possess extraordinarily alluring features inherited through their lineage, which greatly aids them in their seductive hunts. When seeking a mate, they invariably choose the most beautiful opposite sex they have encountered. Danan is no exception. He cherishes beauty as life itself, yearning to present his most beautiful self before the one he holds dear. Yaoyao sincerely admired. So beautiful. Ding. The Shui Hong Isho ability's darkening value has successfully been reduced to 20. Reward: 10 Tianji numbers, a random lucky draw once. Please keep up the good work, host. After Yaoyao departed, she ventured into her space. In that cultivated field, over 20 Long Zhu Chao had sprouted, and above them was inscribed, Long Zhu Chao, endangered medicinal herb. Growth period, 0 days, 14 hours until maturity. She circled the field, pushed open the door, and entered the small house. Guai was always waiting inside, beside a large system screen that projected a web page now transformed into a lucky wheel. Silly child, you have accumulated 3 chances for a lucky draw. Shall we confirm and begin the lottery now? Naturally. The girl raised her hand, her fair fingertips pressing against the screen. Confirm. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 3 rare medicinal items. Jing Tung is sexual reproduction, single plant, and lactic acid bacteria, 1 unit colony. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you next time. Chapter 146. Yogurt. As the system's notification concluded, Yaoyao found herself holding 2 items, a vibrant Jing Tung in a petri dish containing a unit of lactic acid bacteria. To her surprise, she had drawn lactic acid bacteria. This lucky will connected to the outside world, encompassing all things. One could draw anything from stones to aircraft carriers, limited only by one's imagination. However, the rarity of items would correspondingly lower the odds of obtaining them. Yaoyao's luck was quite favorable, aside from the 3rd draw. The first 2 items were of decent quality, particularly the lactic acid bacteria. Lactic acid bacteria are a type of probiotic, a collective of bacteria that can produce large quantities of lactic acid from fermentable carbohydrates, commonly used in the production of yogurt in human life. Yogurt, delicious and nutritious, also aids in digestion. To be honest, Yaoyao was quite tempted. She planted the Jing tongue in the cultivated land of her space, adjusting the growth parameters to optimal conditions. The 20-plus long Zhu Chao occupied only a small portion of the soil, leaving ample space for various other plants. The preciousness of long Zhu Chao was classified as endangered, while Jing tongue was deemed rare. Although Jing tongue was ranked lower than long Zhu Chao, it remained a valuable herb, capable of dispelling toxins and purifying blood, a rare remedy in a perilous world teeming with venomous snakes and insects. Within the space, there existed a spiritual spring to nourish the growth of these plants. However, in a secluded corner of the cultivated land, far from the spiritual spring, the water supply for these plants was evidently inadequate. Yaoyao crouched down, extending her fair fingertips. In an instant, clear, sweet spring water gushed forth from her fingertips, cascading over the parched soil, rejuvenating the land. As the once wilted and lifeless plants absorbed the dew, they quickly stretched their limbs, brimming with vitality. They swayed before Yaoyao as if they were eager to perform a dance for her, almost as if they had come to life. Simultaneously, the time until maturity for these plants rapidly diminished. The water she produced could shorten their growth time, a remarkable boon indeed. However, she relished it. After nearly an hour, she meticulously watered all the remaining crops. Jing tongue would mature in 7 days, while all long Zhu Chao had already ripened. Once the crops matured, they could not remain in the soil, or else they would wither and spoil. With the surplus of over 20 long Zhu Chao, most were stored in the storage room of her space. With nearly 10 cubic meters of storage space, anything placed inside could be preserved indefinitely, free from decay. Upon exiting the space, the torrential downpour that had persisted for nearly a week had finally ceased. However, the weather remained overcast, not due to Danan's powers, but because the true rainy season was approaching. After the rainy season, the freezing cold would set in. During these challenging periods, the beastmen would largely cease their hunting activities, remaining indoors to feast on the provisions stored in their cellars. Yuan helped her capture a live female milk sheep, claiming it was for making yogurt. Although he was unaware of what yogurt entailed, he unconditionally supported her every interest. Chapter 147. For the tribe's young ones, Yaoyao squeezed nearly a kilogram of sheep's milk into a stone container, eager to experience the different flavors of yogurt made from sheep's milk compared to cow's milk. In truth, once the ingredients are prepared, making yogurt is not difficult. The process is quite simple, and she had made it numerous times when bored, achieving a delightful texture. The most important aspect of making yogurt is to maintain the cleanliness of the container. A single careless contamination with bacteria would render it entirely useless, necessitating a complete restart. Yaoyao spent the entire morning preparing 2 yogurt containers, ensuring that all spoons and utensils were sterilized at high temperatures for absolute cleanliness. She thoroughly sterilized the sheep's milk with high heat and allowed it to cool before heating it again with approximately 90-degree hot water to around 40 degrees, a temperature conducive to the growth and reproduction of lactic acid bacteria. Then, she poured a small amount of sheep's milk to mix with the lactic acid bacteria. After blending, she added the remaining sheep's milk and sugar, stirring it thoroughly to ensure no sugar crystals remained. Finally, the mixture was placed into a yogurt container and sealed for 6 hours or perhaps a little longer, until the goat milk had transformed into a smooth, elastic, creamy yogurt, with a small amount of whey separating and no bubbles present. Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she could hardly wait to take a taste. The flavor was pleasantly tangy and sweet, devoid of any overpowering spiciness or fishy notes. Moreover, the yogurt was firm and exquisitely textured, a testament to her success in crafting it. She had initially worried that the conditions of the beast world might hinder her efforts, but to her surprise, the outcome was even more delectable than before. The high-quality bacterial strains provided by the system certainly did not disappoint. In the yogurt stone jar, she scooped out another generous spoonful and placed it in a stone bowl. Then, she dashed over and set the bowl in front of Yuan. "My lord Siwu, this is for you. Do try it and see if it's to your liking." Yaoyao, having finally succeeded in creating a delightful dish, could not help but share her joy. Yuan took a small taste, nodded with a faint smile, and remarked on its delightful flavor. He was not stingy with his praise, as she was someone he genuinely liked, although he found the taste somewhat peculiar. Given that most serpent beasts were oviparous and did not have a habit of consuming milk products, he appreciated the effort nonetheless. After finishing his portion, Yuan showed no intention of eating further. Instead, he conjured a large block of ice, crushed it, and kindly used the cold ice to preserve the remaining yogurt, preventing spoilage in the sweltering heat. Yaoyao noticed Yuan's lack of interest and felt a tinge of disappointment. She rested her head on the table, letting out a small sigh. Yuan, sensing her unusually low spirits, leaned down and gently pinched her delicate, pale face. It's truly delicious, and I enjoy it immensely. The cubs of the tribe will surely love it too. You can share it with them. His voice was soothing and tender, a rare display of gentleness. At last, Yaoyao perked up again, revitalized by his words. She eagerly scooped out several bowls to take to the ailing cubs in need of nourishment. As the feeding time for the sick cubs approached, she selected a bowl of yogurt to offer to Dan, and naturally, he devoured it eagerly, his tail flicking in delight. Although everything he was fed seemed to have a similar taste, he found Yaoyao's food, no matter how chaotic, exceptionally delicious. Being a merman and also oviparous, this dairy product was a rarity for him, and he held a great enthusiasm for unique delicacies. In the afternoon, thick clouds loomed overhead, casting a somber atmosphere. Yaoyao descended the mountain with several bowls of yogurt and long zhu chow. As she made her way down, she encountered an increasing number of tribe members, all of whom gazed at her with an almost bewildered admiration. One individual, unable to tear his gaze away, tripped over a stone and fell hard to the ground. Some male beastmen were rendered speechless, their chests heaving as if they were suffocating. The intensity of their stares sent shivers down her spine. Yaoyao instinctively touched her fair face, questioning what could possibly be amiss. She hadn't applied any makeup. After all, everything seemed perfectly fine. Oh dear! She nearly forgot that her foundation was running low. She had once always presented herself with a darker complexion. In fact, she had stopped using foundation several days prior, having remained on the mountain during the incessant rain without encountering any other beastmen, save for Eli. The only other individual who knew her true appearance, Suo Luo Sang, had long since passed away. Subsequently, rumors had circulated within the tribe about a ferocious beast lurking in the river, causing the beastmen to avoid the area altogether. As a result, she had not had the opportunity to meet any other beastmen, and over time, she almost forgot about her appearance. The gasps of astonishment grew louder as more males gathered around her. In the distance, many male beastmen, enticed by the alluring scent of a female, shifted into their beast forms and rushed toward her, surrounding her and sniffing the air as if to determine her state of arousal. It was utterly inappropriate. Yaoyao struggled to maintain her composure, suppressing the overwhelming urge to kick out at them. Ignoring the throng behind her, she hastened toward the infirmary where the sick cubs resided, an area off-limits to outsiders. The male beastmen trailed closely behind her, their voices filled with a mix of awe and ambition. This little female is too beautiful. Is she new here? Which tribe does she belong to? I've never seen her before. Some of the beastmen were filled with ambition. She is more beautiful than any female in our tribe. I wonder if she has a mate. If I could win her affection and become her male, it would be the greatest joy. One particularly artistic male began to lavishly praise her beauty. Oh, her skin is as crystalline as the purest winter snow, captivating to the point of making one reluctant to blink. She resembles the beautiful goddess depicted in our tribe's totem, exuding an unparalleled allure. Encountering her must surely be a blessing from the beast god. Yaoyao covered her ears, choosing to remain oblivious. Upon reaching the infirmary, she found that the male beastmen persisted in following her, but the tribe had regulations prohibiting their entry. Yet, it was clear from their expressions that they intended to wait outside for her return. With a firm bang, the wooden door was securely closed and locked from within. Through the crack, she could still hear their hushed discussions, the sudden appearance of such a stunning female igniting excitement among the tribe's single males. Although the female is stunning, she seems to have come down from the mountain where Lord Si Wu resides. Could she be the female brought by Lord Si Wu? As soon as this idea was voiced, the previously enthusiastic male beastmen turned pale, trembling in fear. The atmosphere, once charged with excitement, abruptly chilled as they were struck with trepidation. They dared not breathe, their faces drained of color. The female of Lord Si Wu. It is said that Lord Si Wu is a cold-blooded and ruthless serpent beast king. He is a being not to be trifled with. And those frigid serpent beasts are notoriously jealous, fiercely possessive of their mates. Any male who dares to challenge them often meets a grim fate. Despite their frenzied desire for a female, they understood that life was far more valuable. Even as they yearned for her, they recognized the danger of competing for Lord Si Wu's female. The realization struck them with a chilling clarity, and they began to retreat, their faces pale and shaken. Yaoyao braced herself against the door, feeling the fragmented light spill through the cracks. She observed the males outside, their expressions suddenly shifting to one of alarm, their limbs stiffening as they exchanged fearful whispers before fleeing in haste. Although she was unsure of what had transpired, she found herself disinclined to investigate further. It was rather fortuitous, as it meant she would not be disturbed. With a soft click, the door opened, allowing fresh air to flow in. The little cubs were making soft, whimpering sounds. Of the original 6 cubs, 2 had been sent away after recovering, but now 4 more had arrived, leaving her with a surplus. Thus, the yogurt she had brought would scarcely suffice. Each cub could only be allotted 2 or 3 spoonfuls, which was hardly enough. As anticipated, the cubs, being viviparous mammals, demonstrated a much greater acceptance of a yogurt than Yuan or Danon. The adorable little cubs relished the yogurt, their tender tongues eagerly lapping up every drop, refusing to waste a single morsel. The young cubs devoured their food in one go, eagerly clinging to Yaoyao, yearning for a second helping. They relished their meal, each one extending their delicate pink paws, subtly revealing their claws. As they nuzzled her calves and wagged their tails in playful affection, one particularly audacious cub attempted to leap onto her, aiming to snatch the bowl from her hands, only to be swiftly caught by its soft, furry ears, causing it to weep tears of pain as it flailed its paws in a desperate struggle. Soon, the milk was completely consumed. Yaoyao then gathered long zhu chow and other essential herbs to prepare a nourishing broth for the young cubs, a task that kept her occupied until dusk. Within the tribe, a remarkably beautiful female appeared, causing even greater excitement than when Yaoyao first arrived. A female of such exquisite beauty was a rarity in the beastly world. Could there be a more sensational event than this? However, there are always a few reckless souls in every tribe. Moreover, rumors, though tantalizing, are not guaranteed to be true. If she were not the chosen female of the great shaman, would they not be squandering a divine opportunity? Many males in the tribe began to stir with restless anticipation. In a stone hut, Miduo's complexion turned pale as her fingertips dug deeply into her palm, yet she continued to suppress her emotions. Throughout the afternoon, the foolish males were spreading wild rumors, causing the entire tribe to become aware, even reaching her ears. Had the great shaman acquired a female? An exceptionally beautiful one at that? 1,000 times more beautiful than her, Miduo? How could that be? In her entire life, she had never encountered a female more beautiful than herself. Even in the prosperous cities, her beauty was renowned, attracting numerous male beastmen. The great shaman could only belong to her. Only she deserved to possess the handsome and noble king beast. A new beautiful female? How dare she compete with me? I shall make her regret it. With her facade of sweetness swept away, her grip tightened, her tone dripping with sarcasm and malice. Outside, he stood frozen, holding freshly picked fruits originally intended for his sister, but unexpectedly overheard her, usually so gentle, spewing venomous curses within. Miduo, so tender and lovely. How could she utter such cruel words? Milai hesitated in disbelief at the door, his long fingers cracking against the wall, a surge of anger rising within him. Should he push open the door? The beautiful little female Miduo cursed was none other than Yaoyao, whose astonishing beauty had been depicted in the wildest rumors that swept through the tribe, likening her to a goddess. Without a doubt, he recognized her as the true form of Yaoyao. Miduo's desire to harm Yaoyao was unacceptable, even though she was his sister. The bonds of blood in the beastly world were not as profound, and he could not turn a blind eye or shield her wrongdoing. Should he intervene? Yet, the status of females in the beastly world far exceeded that of males. He lacked the authority, and if Miduo was truly determined to harm Yaoyao, he would be powerless to stop her. Aduo, are you there? I've gathered some fresh berries to bring to you. Milai took a deep breath, his fingers turning pale from clenching, forcing a casual smile as he pushed the door open. The next day, Milai rushed to the mountain at dawn, intending to warn Yaoyao of the situation, but unexpectedly encountered the mysterious and aloof great shaman. From a distance, he caught sight of the tall, handsome figure, standing out as if transcending the earthly realm, exuding an ethereal beauty that was both chilling and regal. His presence was reminiscent of a clear moonlight, distant and cold, akin to the snow-capped peaks in winter. With every gesture, he emanated an overwhelming aura befitting a king beast, imposing an immense pressure that made one feel as though they stood atop a snowy summit, chilled to the bone. In an instant, Mi Lai froze, unable to move, as king beasts naturally exert a mental dominance over them, compelling them to bow in submission. As he approached, Mi Lai lowered his head in utmost respect, bowing deeply. "Great shaman, it is an honor to encounter you here," he stammered, cold sweat trickling down his back. The great shaman glanced at him with indifference, his voice icy yet calm. "Beastmen are not permitted to enter here." It was a mere reminder, yet considering he was the temporary overseer of the tribe's beastmen, he remained relatively courteous. "I am here to find Yaoyao. I have something to discuss with her." Mi Lai's expression changed drastically as soon as he spoke. The atmosphere around the great shaman seemed to chill several degrees, rendering Mi Lai breathless, and he found himself half kneeling on the ground, sinking into the soil. Stunned, he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, forcing himself to lift his gaze. His eyes met the great shaman's piercing purple ones, glistening with a cold, ominous light that sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he felt the urge to flee, but it was as if a massive, impenetrable stone weighed upon him, and he felt as though he were being watched by a lurking, deadly serpent, his blood turning to ice, unable to move. Finally, the great shaman spoke. "Rise. This is the penalty for trespassing." His demeanor remained regal and aloof, the earlier terrifying pressure now seeming like a fleeting illusion. He looked down, his pale fingers toying with a tender flower bud, its soft pink hue delicate and inviting. "What is it? I can convey your message." The cubs of the beastly world, still lacking the ability to hunt, were quite the burden for families already teetering on the brink of survival. Thus, their means of filling their bellies often involved scavenging through the remnants of bones and scraps discarded by adult beastmen. And it was not uncommon to witness several cubs fighting fiercely over the meager, putrid scraps of rotting flesh. These cubs were exceedingly frail, their resistance to hardship significantly diminished, likely due to their meager food sources. Yaoyao frequently prepared nourishing meat broths, initially intended solely for the ailing cubs. But as more little gluttons caught wind of the enticing aroma, she decided to brew a large pot, distributing a bowl of broth to each cub that approached. However, the supply could not meet the demand. Overwhelmed with the influx of cubs, Yaoyao established a few rules. Each cub would receive one portion of broth daily, and if they desired more, they would need to assist her in caring for the sick cubs and gathering herbs. Even the young ones had to earn their meals through labor, and the cubs were more than eager to comply, finally feeling like they weren't just burdens to their parents. They were capable of procuring food for themselves. Meanwhile, Yaoyao exchanged the surplus herbs within the tribe for various daily necessities and even beast crystals. These crystals served not only as a universal currency, but also contained immense primal power, which could be utilized for cultivation and advancement. Inside the hut, Yaoyao was engrossed in medical texts, so absorbed that she didn't notice when the great shaman approached. The sun hung low, casting a heavy heat that was almost stifling. Being considerate, the great shaman brought her a glass of chilled fruit juice and placed it before her. Noticing her lack of response, he couldn't resist leaning down to gently tousle her soft hair, his voice gentle. "Yaoyao, it's enough to merely glance at these books. Do not treat it as laborious work, and do not tire yourself." She nodded eagerly, her attention unwavering as she continued reading intently. The great shaman's beautiful purple eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. He walked a few steps behind her, one hand resting on the edge of the table as he leaned down, letting a few strands of his cascading ink-black hair fall onto her delicate neck. Causing a slight tickle, he nonchalantly extended his fair, slender fingers to gently cover her eyes, imparting a cool touch akin to jade. Yaoyao's vision was abruptly enveloped in darkness. At the same time, the Lord of the Scribes unexpectedly and rather unreasonably snatched the book from her hands. What on earth? Must one now contend with time restrictions even when studying? This was utterly disheartening for a young girl's thirst for knowledge. Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, intent on expressing her frustration, yet to certain male observers, it appeared adorably petulant. How could she be so endearing? Yuan Xing was momentarily taken aback, a hint of amusement gracing his features. He could even feel the soft, curled lashes of the young female brushing against his palm, a sensation that stirred ripples within his heart. With a somewhat deep gaze, he spoke, "Finish your juice before you may read. Furthermore, do not descend the mountain to tend to those younglings for the time being. Not allowed to care for the younglings? Why?" Yaoyao, now displeased, pulled his hand away and turned to glare at him. If she was not to read, then why could she not go down a look after those pitiful young ones? "Perhaps there may be danger," he replied, his voice cool yet laced with a gentle, coaxing undertone. "Yaoyao, I do not wish for you to find yourself ensnared in any potential peril. Even if those people seem like mere ants to me, I cannot forever watch over you and shield you." He leaned closer to her ear, seemingly sighing, "I fear for your safety. Do you understand?" Yuan recalled the words of that male, who seemed to have mentioned something about Emmy. The specifics eluded him. The inconsequential beasts appeared as mere wisps of smoke in his eyes, leaving no trace. The creature had mentioned that someone intended to harm Yaoyao, but hesitated to disclose who that might be. It was indeed vexing. Otherwise, he would have discreetly eliminated the threat, never allowing an unknown danger to linger and provide them an opportunity. "Please obey me. Do not venture out recently, all right?" Yuan sighed softly, each word infused with the tenderness he possessed in his entire beastly existence. "No, I can protect myself," Yaoyao asserted firmly, her voice resolute. With her current strength, she had no fear of six-tier beasts, and, as far as she knew, only the tribe leader was a six-tier elder beast. She retained a modicum of leverage within the tribe. Why should she fear? Yaoyao continued, "Moreover, Lord of the Scribes, you are here too, in your domain. Would there be beasts acting recklessly and defying the law?" Yuan was momentarily stunned, his fingers pausing. The young female had dared to question him? Her rebellious nature was abundantly clear. She was unwilling to submit quietly. The emotions shimmering in her clear black eyes were resolutely defiant. She was disobedient, and he should be angry, shun tihi. Yet, inexplicably, he could not muster any ire. Perhaps she was right. It was he who was overly anxious, tightly wound. The mighty king beast had become cautious and pitiful in the face of her presence. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Yuan could not help but exhale a sigh, this time accompanied by a distinct smile. He gently pinched her plump, tender face. "In that case, go ahead." Yaoyao, who had been preparing a plethora of counterarguments, was momentarily speechless. "If you wish to go, then go. I have no right to stop you. But remember, do not overexert yourself, all right? Otherwise, I shall confine you within the house." For now, Yuan decided not to impede her. She was right. Under his jurisdiction, she should feel fearless. Why should she still harbor any fear? As long as he was present, he would not allow anyone to harm her, not even a fraction. If there were truly malicious intent, he would simply eliminate it without hesitation. His mesmerizing purple eyes concealed the turbulent emotions beneath, replaced by a gentle smile, akin to the melting of fresh snow. Yuan returned to his compartment. "Is it truly this remarkable?" Yaoyao mused, curiously toying with the necklace, observing it from all angles. This purple crystal appeared no different from the ordinary, save for a slight enhancement in its allure. She expressed profound skepticism, her small form radiating disbelief. However, appreciating the exquisite beauty of the purple stone, she happily accepted it, for at the very least, it served as a splendid adornment. 2 days passed. Yaoyao remained busy in the infirmary at the base of the mountain, having not encountered any sudden events. Perhaps Yuan had been overly cautious? Or were there merely baseless rumors circulating? Meow. A little black cat wandering outside suddenly discovered something intriguing and pounced into the grass. With a thud, its paws grasped a plump object that seemed edible. After being forcibly expelled from the stone house for the first time, Jojo had lost all hope of living there. Aside from regularly soliciting food from her elder sister, her day was primarily spent traversing the beastly forests. The variety of species in this realm was indeed abundant, and the food was plentiful. Jojo had begun to lean towards hunting like an ordinary beast. This time, she had remarkably caught a sleeping little red snake. Meow. Finally, she could indulge in snake soup. After all, they were all detestable cold-blooded serpents. She would relish the opportunity to vent her hatred for the snake beast that had driven her out. Chapter 153. Rescued Yuan often ventured out, the purpose of which remained unknown. Meow. The little cat affectionately rubbed against his legs, circling around him, its mouth carrying the lifeless little red snake, its cries muffled. Yaoyao, initially filled with joy, became alarmed upon seeing what it was carrying. She leapt back 3 meters, distancing herself as if evading a ferocious tiger. Her delicate face fell, her brows furrowing deeply, clearly in disbelief, her fingertips trembling slightly. Gio, do not bring anything home. This snake is so vividly colored. Its venom must be potent. Meow. The little cat tilted its head, appearing puzzled, but it is already dead. Yaoyao face-palmed, her lips curling into a sorrowful arc. Look closely again. Are you certain it's not merely asleep? The little black cat huffed, confidently asserting that it had not moved for most of the day. Thus it must be dead. At that moment, as the word dead left her lips, the little red snake, which the cat had been holding, suddenly twisted slightly, moving ever so subtly. Thud! The little red snake was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. The little black cat, startled, had not even had the chance to retract its jaw before it darted away, teary-eyed, seeking refuge atop Yaoyao's head, curling into a pitch-black ball, trembling as it nestled there. Meow. It was alive. This snake's vibrant coloration was too enchanting. Its venom must be quite lethal. To make snake soup from it? That would require a life. Cautiously, she took 2 steps forward and poked it with a twig. No response. She poked again, the twig snagging a small portion of its scarlet body. The sleeping little red snake seemed to sense something, instinctively coiling around the twig and starting to ascend, driven by its serpentine instincts. Climb. Though it appeared slow, it was indeed rapid. In mere blinks, the red snake was mere centimeters away from wrapping itself around her arm. Yaoyao was startled, hurriedly flinging both the snake and the twig onto the ground. With that toss, it seemed to have awakened the sleeping little red snake. With a hiss, the red serpent leisurely opened its translucent eyelids, arching its body halfway, and lazily surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the strangers within. Its vibrant crimson tongue flickered repeatedly. Under the terrified gazes of Yaoyao and Gio, the small red snake arrogantly surveyed its surroundings, its dominant posture as it swayed its tail exuding a sense of indifference. Where in the world is this? I merely took a nap. How did I end up in this wretched place? Fuji was exceedingly lethargic, particularly after a meal, requiring a full day's rest to digest its food. It was quite selective in its diet, feasting only on the energy-rich giant beasts. Yesterday, in this remote and impoverished village, it searched for a considerable time and only found a low-level giant beast, which it swallowed whole before falling into a deep slumber to digest. Its sleep was usually profound, as it had no natural enemies to fear, and thus did not worry about being discovered while resting. This was the first time it had awoken to such a strange environment. Chapter 154. A Thief Originally. It had been lying in wait for the whereabouts of Yuan, having remained concealed for several days. Prophecies foretold that a cub of the ice beast, imbued with the power of ice, was about to be born. In order to maintain a sufficient level of secrecy, it had deliberately transformed into its juvenile form. However, it seemed it had overslept. Upon awakening, it could no longer sense Yuan's aura. No, wait. Yuan's presence still lingered. The blood-red tongue was acutely attuned to the various scent factors in the air, and it could still detect Yuan's residual essence permeating this unfamiliar room. This is not good. It seems Yuan has fortuitously stumbled upon something. Meanwhile, a few meters away, 2 individuals maintained a cautious distance from the seemingly perilous red serpent. A small black cat nestled atop her delicate head, murmuring softly with its head buried. Sister Yaoyao, are we unable to have snake soup? Silly little black cat. Still thinking about snake soup? Upon hearing the words snake soup, the small red serpent momentarily stiffened, then turned its gaze, casting an inscrutable glance at the 2. Thankfully, in its serpentine form, its expression of disdain remained hidden. To consider it for snake soup? Foolish creatures. Are they seeking death? Yaoyao placed the trembling black cat onto the table. She remained composed, her pale fingertips discreetly concealed behind her back, softly clutching several fire source stones in her palm. Serpents fear fire. She was torn between the decision to use fire to drive the serpent away. However, seeing that the serpent showed no intent to attack, she hesitated, realizing that rash actions could provoke the red serpent's wrath. Thus, she remained in a standoff with the serpent. After a brief standoff, the red serpent, seemingly uninterested, slowly glided back out of the door. It has left? Yaoyao released the small black cat, which employed its keen little nose to thoroughly sniff around. confirming the absence of the red serpent's scent and presence before she finally felt at ease to put down the firestones. However, perhaps due to psychological reasons, she still lit a large bonfire before sleeping, using it to burn some dried grass to ward off snakes. Deep into the night, the dusk was heavy, the dark sky devoid of stars, and oppressive clouds obscured the crescent moons. The night felt particularly bleak. Even the usual cacophony of insects had quieted, creating an eerie stillness. Yaoyao found it difficult to sleep soundly. Throughout the night, she tossed and turned, repeatedly awakened by unsettling nightmares. Upon inspection, her soft pillow was already dampened. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, lips cracked, and she sipped some water to soothe her throat. For some reason, she felt an impending sense of doom. Unable to control herself, she stealthily climbed out of her bedding, wrapped only in a thin layer of beast hide as the chilling wind blew. Her delicate little feet turned slightly red from the cold. She cautiously extended her spiritual energy, gradually expanding her mental reach until she sensed a strange and powerful mental force crashing against her own. Indeed, her ominous premonition proved to be eerily accurate. Yaoyao narrowed her cold gaze, and following the unfamiliar mental fluctuations, she stepped quietly toward Yuan's stone abode. Through the semi-transparent insect wing paper, a faint glow illuminated the interior. There, she saw a tall and striking figure, lazily wandering about the stone house, with dark hair and red clothing. The unfamiliar man was rummaging through Yuan's possessions, engaging in some sordid act of theft. His audacity was remarkable. He seemed dissatisfied with the treasures, occasionally emitting disdainful scoffs. A thief unlike any she had ever witnessed. Chapter 155. Can you stop crying? Yuan's belongings were precious, each serving a specific purpose. Would she be forced to suffer the consequences? As Yaoyao decried the audacity of a thief in this simple and honest beastly world, she concealed her presence and remained motionless. She intended to gauge the strength of this thief. With her current abilities, she could contend with a 6th-tier beastman. Yet, this particular beastman's aura was exceedingly strange and arrogant, exuding a distinctly dangerous presence. He evidently did not belong to this tribe, and she could not discern his realm. She focused intently on the interior, only to suddenly feel a weight on her shoulder. "Is it beautiful, little one?" She heard a voice drawl. She clung to the window, half-heartedly responding, "Yes, it's beautiful. Should keep it down. We don't want to be discovered." The serpent languidly emitted a sound of inquiry. Fuji's red eyes narrowed. A long, elegant hand lazily resting on the little female's shoulder, lightly tapping twice while casting a sidelong glance at her, confirming she was not merely foolish. The man sighed softly, leaning unconsciously closer to her ear, his voice low and enticing. "Have you had enough of looking, little one?" Yaoyao's movements froze. Her fingers hesitating slightly. Something felt amiss. Oddly, was he conversing with her? Before she could process this, a sharp pain pierced her ear as it was forcefully tugged, sending her stumbling into a warm, powerful embrace. "Foolish female, take a good look at me. I am here. How could you not recognize my striking beauty? What is wrong with your eyesight?" A surge of overwhelming strength, imbued with layers of unforgiving rage, gripped her delicate chin, forcing her gaze upward. The grip was merciless, showing no tenderness. Her jaw instantly turned bruised, sending sharp pain coursing through her, causing her eyes to well with involuntary tears, blurring her vision. She whimpered softly, covering her face with her hands, feeling the moisture from her fingertips. It seemed the pain was so intense she could not help but cry. Fuji was startled, a fleeting look of incredulity crossing his strikingly handsome face, his red eyes widening as he murmured, "Why are you crying? I have not harmed you." After all, she was the foolish female who had earlier contemplated turning him into snake soup. He had generously overlooked it. Oh, for heaven's sake! Yaoyao mentally cursed him repeatedly. Why was she crying uncontrollably? Did this man have no awareness? This was absurd. Her jaw felt as if it were about to shatter. No joke, it truly hurt. And it felt like her bones might crack. Was this person a brute? Her sobs grew louder, tinged with the onset of tears, like a dam bursting uncontrollably. "Can you please stop crying?" Oh dear, the once arrogant and domineering Fuji was flustered for the first time. If this were a male, he would have simply swatted him away, but alas, this was a cherished female. His long, fair fingers brushed against his cascading ink-black hair, which he swept back slightly, revealing his strikingly handsome and wickedly charming features. His brow furrowed in displeasure, and a hint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. With a sharp click of his tongue, he expressed his frustration. Damn it, this is truly vexing. Who decrees that males cannot harm females? Chapter 156. Do you think you could just walk away? Yaoyao wept softly for a brief moment, resembling a delicate pear blossom heavy with rain, although she appeared quite sentimental and fragile. The sheer terror of being violently gripped by this brute would make anyone understand that not fainting on the spot was indeed her greatest display of resilience. After a few harsh sobs, she managed to regain her composure, fortunate that her current physical strength was adequate. After a while, the pain subsided. She wiped her moist eyes, which were still tinged with red and glimmering with tears. A palpable sense of grievance and resentment radiated from her entire being. She lifted her gaze, glaring fiercely at the male beast-man clad in red robes before her. Her eyes remained moist, shrouded in a misty haze, and her long lashes, dampened, appeared even more pronounced. There was an undeniable beauty in her sorrow, yet beneath her delicate exterior simmered a deep-seated fury directed squarely at this violent thief. Although the male's character was undoubtedly despicable, one could not deny his captivating appearance. Draped in a mesmerizing crimson robe, which hung loosely yet exuded an air of nonchalance. His flowing black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze. Amongst the inky strands, a striking crimson gem dangled by his ear, catching the light with a sinister gleam. Leaning casually against the ornately carved window, he epitomized elegance and charm. At that moment, caught in a tedious standoff with the small female, Fuji's finely shaped brows knitted in slight irritation, his alluring eyes glimmering with a hint of annoyance. His gemstone-like crimson pupils seemed to harbor a tempest of vexation. Beneath his noble nose, his soft lips curled disdainfully, a blood-red hue tinged with a touch of wicked allure. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuding an air of arrogance. This striking visage, however, conveyed an unmistakable aura of provocation and contempt, suggesting a desire to be challenged. His threatening tone was laced with a hint of hesitation. Foolish female, if you continue to whimper, I shall gouge out your eyes. Are you frightened? Noticing her silence and the sorrowful redness in her eyes, he assumed she was frightened, which seemed to amuse him. He leaned back, casually observing her sobs, a smirk playing at the corners of his crimson lips. Are you scared now? If you dare to utter another cry, I will toss you to the monstrous beasts of the dark forest for a feast. He lifted his chin with an air of superiority, reveling in his own arrogance. Yaoyao rolet herius inyardli. This male was indeed a waste of such good looks. Not only was he a violent brute, but he also bore the hallmarks of an immature fool. Very well, she had etched his despicable visage into her memory, and it would haunt her for life. She could report this to Yuan. With her objective achieved, she no longer wished to linger, intending to leave as if she had never encountered him, parting ways amicably. However, unexpectedly, he seized her with a force that threatened to crush her delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace and tilting her chin with his long fingers. Strangely, this time his grip was significantly gentler. His enchanting face leaned closer to her neck, inhaling deeply, his warm breath cascading over her. Little one, do you think you can just walk away after peeking at me? The crimson gem dangling by his ear, cold as jade, pressed against her sensitive neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Chapter 157. What expression should he wear? The corners of his eyes naturally slanted upward, and when narrowed, they resembled delicate hooks, exuding a hint of alluring mischief tinged with a faint blush. Luscious and mesmerizing, Yaoyao maintained a stoic demeanor, declaring, I did not peek at you. You were the one stealing from Yuan's territory. I merely wished to see who the thief was. Stealing? Fuji scoffed coldly, clearly dismissive. When this realm does not belong to me, do I truly need to steal? The term thief is quite peculiar. I never imagined it would be applied to me. However, your constant mention of Yuan suggests a certain familiarity. I just recalled that a female would not be permitted to dwell near his stone abode. He seemed to ponder something, his red eyes darkening, the corners of his lips curling maliciously. He held her firmly in his embrace, preventing her from struggling, while his other hand shamelessly reached for her animal skin collar, his porcelain-white fingers carelessly peeling it away. A flash of dazzling cream, and the purple crystal necklace Yuan had given her glimmered with a chilling light, casting shadows that danced. Yaoyao was taken aback. What manner of person is this? A thief, a fool, and a rogue? Her heart was filled with frustration as she bit down fiercely on his smoothly contoured arm. But she could not even leave a mark. He merely raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly commenting, "Be careful. If you bite too hard, you might ruin your teeth." He seemed to mutter to himself, "No wonder Yuan gave you his blood source stone. I was puzzled about that." He leaned down, inhaling the scent from her delicate neck. Deep in thought. But wait, why is there no trace of his scent on you? Have you not reached maturity? Have you not made it? Moments later, as if confirming a fact, amusement flickered across his features. "Ah, so you are still immature. No wonder he hasn't touched you." Unaware of Yaoyao's inner turmoil, he tightened his grip around her arms, leaning in closer, his warm breath sending tingles through her, more intimate than before. He scrutinized her from head to toe as if rediscovering her. "Little one, you are quite impressive. Upon closer inspection, you are rather lovely. But it is a pity to have crossed paths with me. I have a penchant for seizing what belongs to others, especially when it comes to females I desire. Your presence intrigues me greatly." His words were ambiguous, laced with a soft chuckle. Yaoyao stared at this pervert in bewilderment. He then leaned down, deliberately approaching her tender, pale earlobe, and swiftly bit down. His sharp teeth broke through her delicate skin, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Yaoyao wanted to scream and struggle, but suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over her, leaving her feeling lightheaded. Although she was somewhat aware, her body succumbed to his embrace, melting against him like a fragile flower. Her arms wrapped around his elegant neck, his inky hair entwining around her arms. She attempted to brace herself, but in an instant, she collapsed back into his hold. "Give up the struggle, little one. It is futile. The venom I have released is but a trace, yet renders you powerless." He lazily licked the blood from his teeth, a hint of provocative indolence in his demeanor. "Tell me, what expression do you think Yuan would wear if I were to snatch away the female he desires right before his eyes? That would surely be quite delightful." Chapter 158. The Pain of Losing a Beloved? With that, he bit down again on her delicate neck, leaving two bright red marks, unmistakably intentional. Yaoyao shivered slightly, feeling the pain. Internally, she cursed repeatedly. Is this person insane? Does he really enjoy stealing from others? What a peculiar taste. She closed her eyes in anger, her chest rising and falling in distress. She was fatigued, weary, and no longer wished to speak. She could only resent her ill fortune, questioning why she had encountered such a peculiar and eccentric being in this seemingly simple and honest beast world. Ah, though she truly yearned to witness his eternally icy expression, it would undoubtedly be amusing. However, at present, he still held some utility for her, and provoking him directly would not be a wise choice. He shifted his tone, gazing down at her with an amused glint, only to find her feigning sleep. How audacious to pretend to slumber before him. He found her disobedience amusing. Lowering his neck slightly, he couldn't resist giving her a playful nip, a trivial punishment that nonetheless jolted her awake. Tears welled in Yaoyao's eyes from the pain, shimmering like dew around her eyelids. Was he doing this on purpose? Did he truly not realize how forceful his bite was? After such a nip, half of her neck felt numb. Fuji regarded her distress with indifference, or perhaps with utter disregard. He smiled gently, his slender fingers brushing through her dark hair, winding it around his fingers twice. Releasing it, he wounded again, like a mischievous child endlessly entertained. "Little one, shall we strike a deal? If you assist me in accomplishing my task, I will release you and cure your snake venom." "Yes?" His tone was light and persuasive, a melodious temptation laced with an undeniable underlying danger. "In 5 days, if the venom remains untreated, you will have no choice but to meet the beast god. Such a lovely face, still unclaimed, a pure little female. To be honest, I find it rather difficult to part with you. What sort of deal? What do you desire?" She sought to stall him, hoping to uncover his true intentions for being here, perhaps to gain some leverage for negotiation. Her pale fingertips, the last remnants of her strength, grazed the amethyst necklace, gently caressing it. A wisp of purple light quietly flickered. 100 miles away, atop the frigid glacier, there lay a vast natural mountain range sculpted from ice and snow, soaring several hundred meters high, stretching endlessly. Here, there was no soil, no vegetation. Not even the winter-hiding mosquitoes could be found. Only ice and snow, an omnipresent blanket of frost. The ice, frozen for hundreds, even thousands of years, never melted. With only a few crystalline plants standing tall, transparent and flawless, exuding a milky sheen. This place, devoid of any signs of life, had somehow become home to generations of ice beasts, astonishing all beastmen. The icy expanse should have been the purest sanctuary in the world, yet at this moment, as he traversed this secluded land, the purity of the snow was sullied by layers of filth. Countless beastmen's footprints marred the pristine surface, carrying foreign dirt that defiled this once spotless realm. Further in the distance lay the broken carcasses of ice beasts, piled into hills of white bones. Pale pink blood trickled from these hills, spreading across the glacier. The ice beasts had been exterminated, yet one had escaped. The power of ice source had not vanished. Though faint, it lingered nearby. This was the closest Yuan had ever been to it, and if he could obtain this power of ice source, his strength would advance significantly. Even for one who had always been aloof, this was an immense temptation. At that moment, his heart suddenly seized in pain, and he pressed his hand to his chest, unable to alleviate the sharp, stinging agony. It felt as though he had lost something dear. Yaoyao. She was in danger. Chapter 159. The ice beast cub, the swirling snow, danced across his divinely handsome yet cold visage as he clutched his heart in agony, his eyes reflecting his torment. He stood alone amidst the glacial crevices, his movements stiff. His tall and elegant silhouette exuded a sense of chilling solitude. The powerful force he had long pursued was within reach, something he had waited 2 years for. The allure was overwhelming. That power beckoned him closer, waves of fervor crashing within him. If only he had a bit more time, he could seize the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of beast kind. But there was no time left. His heart felt gnawed upon, the pain nearly unbearable, each moment of tearing sensation bringing him closer to the brink of death, evoking a fear that the one he held dear might slip away from him. Yaoyao was in peril, her life hanging by a thread. He had to go to her rescue. Damn it. He would ensure that the beast who harmed her would be utterly destroyed, no matter who it was. Yuan closed his eyes briefly, expelling his weariness and anger, his long, restrained lashes dusted with white, trembling gently. Hidden beneath his sleeves, his long fingers clenched tightly. With a sudden opening of his eyes, the depths of his gaze darkened like an abyss. A swift flash of chilling rage coursing through him as he could not suppress his rising panic. Wait for me obediently. Do not leave, all right? The words flowed from the alpha beast's lips, gentle yet tinged with fear, a tremor betraying his composure. On the solid, icy ground, a purple shadow darted away. In the end, Yuan relinquished the power of ice source, which could drive any powerful alpha beast to madness. Perhaps this missed opportunity would last an eternity. In this lifetime, he might forever lose the chance to ascend. In a moment, the ultimate power of the alpha beast erupted, shattering mountains and fissures. The violet energy wave obliterated the entire glacier. This tainted glacier was no longer a sanctuary, nor did it warrant existence. If he could not obtain the power of ice source, he would not let it fall into anyone else's hands, preferring to destroy it himself. The Snake Clan and the Alpha Beasts had always been cold-blooded and selfish, indifferent to other lives. Boom! An avalanche roared. The glacier turned against itself. Countless ice blocks tumbled down. A massive cloud of white dust seemed to blot out the sun in an instant. Waves of chilling air surged forth as the glacier crumbled. Amidst the broken rivers and ruins, an ice beast cub struggled to escape through the falling ice blocks. But a chunk of ice came crashing down, breaking its back, while another shattered its limbs. Its cries grew weaker, breaths shallow. The cub was already battered and bruised, blood seeping through its wounds, staining its once pure white fur. It lowered its head, licking the blood-soaked fur, droplets of tears beginning to gather in its clear, round eyes, swirling in its orbs. With a soft patter, a tear fell to the ground, moistening the depths of its icy blue gaze, helpless, fragile. It buried its head deep into its forelimbs, concealing its weakness and sobs. It could not die. Its father and all its kin had perished to protect its escape. It could not betray their hopes. Gathering its remaining strength once more, it moved its unsteady limbs, continuing to crawl through the snow, yearning to find a place to survive. Gradually, time passed unknowingly. From a high vantage point, one could see the ice beast cub trailing a long, faint red line of blood through the vast expanse of snow, encircling half a mile of the shattered glacier. The blood flowed more freely, seeping into the ice and snow beneath. Its cries grew fainter, finally nearing silence. The last surviving ice beast cub took its final breath. just as a faint blue glow erupted from within its body. Chapter 160. The flawless alpha beast with a flutter of black and red wings. A tempest arose, stirring up clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous figure vanished. A winged beastman? Perhaps a member of the feathered clan? Yet, the fierce and ruthless aura did not quite align with that idea. Yaoyao leaned against the wall, her body curling into a ball. Having been afflicted by a trace of snake venom, she was already weak and immobile. After some time, she succumbed to slumber in the corner. As dawn breaks, a delicate hue of pale, fish-belly white rolls beneath the clouds, revealing a faint, cool radiance. The icy breath of winter drifts in. Yu-in hurriedly takes a few steps forward, gently cradling the slumbering female in his embrace. His movements tender, yet his fingertips tremble uncontrollably. Concern for her floods his mind. His emotions surge like turbulent waves. Never before has he felt such a tumultuous ebb and flow. One moment, he yearns for vengeance against all that exists, but upon witnessing her serene slumber, his heart finds a tranquil stillness. A profound relaxation envelopes him. Now, he has the time to survey her form. The petite female lies in deep slumber, her face serene, yet vivid blue bruises mar her delicate features. Her thin nightgown appears disheveled, torn as if someone had violently yanked at it, revealing crimson marks across her fair, tender skin. Yu-in is momentarily stunned as a long-buried, murderous intent surges forth once more. How dare anyone harm her? How foolish they are to invite death upon themselves. He vows that the orc responsible for her injury shall pay a grievous price with their life. His violet eyes, cold as tempered ice, briefly close before opening again, as the violent emotions retreat into the depths of his serene gaze. With one hand securely wrapped around her, as if fearing she might vanish like a fragile butterfly, the esteemed master SW his finely sculpted chin atop her soft locks, affectionately nuzzling her head, while his other hand instinctively smooths the furrowed brow of the sleeping female, seeking to ease her unease. His cool fingertips gently caress her garment. After much internal struggle, he gathers the courage to tug at the collar she clutches even in sleep, revealing a deep, bloodied bite mark on her alabaster neck. His fingers clench tightly. A sharp pain pierces his heart, nearly stealing his breath away. The lingering scent of a familiar male presence from the bite fills him with loathing, yet cannot be ignored. He has pondered endlessly about the identity of the orc who dared to harm Yaoyao, yet he never anticipated it would be him, the sole heir of the Yangtze royal lineage, FJ, who has audaciously followed her here, truly relentless in his pursuit. Yu-in underestimated FJ's insatiable greed for power. With a gentle pinch of her numb cheek, he raises a slender finger to her lips, softly shaking his head. A delicate smile, gracing his own. I am aware, Yaoyao, but those things matter not. They are mere lifeless objects. What truly matters is you, understand? He gazes at her with tenderness, his eyes shimmering like a tranquil spring pool. In her eyes, he is an immensely powerful king beast, devoid of flaws or vulnerabilities. He does not wish to reveal sorrow before her. His fragile pride will not permit it. Yu-in pinches her delicate face, his voice barely above a whisper. Yaoyao, you have been poisoned by a snake, and I have not provided you with the antidote. Es snake poison? Yoyogasps? Estanist. Realizing that the perverse creature was a snake beast. But why did it possess wings? After a brief pause, she instinctively inquires, what herbs are needed? In the beast world, many orcs are inherently toxic, and their venom can only be neutralized by specific herbs or by those of the same bloodline. For instance, numerous venomous snake orcs inherit their toxicity through lineage, and in such cases, the antidote is widely known and not difficult to procure. However, another more complex scenario exists, much like that of FJ and UN. One is a TNGSH, the other a Giosh. Both are unique species, rare and unparalleled. Their snake venom is not only exceedingly potent, but also singular, requiring either their own efforts to cure or the procurement of rare herbs. Only one herb can neutralize the multitude of snake venoms. Yet this herb is exceedingly rare and can easily blend among countless weeds, making it difficult to detect. Although Yu-in occasionally collects herbs, he has never developed a penchant for the specific antidote to snake venom. JNGT, Ing, can neutralize snake venom, but it is exceptionally rare. I have never collected it. Yaoyao's eyes light up. Her heart, which had sunk alongside him, now leaps with joy. Just because Yu-in lacks it, does not mean she does not possess it. In her space, she has cultivated a large mother plant. After several days, it must have sprouted several offshoots. Playfully, he pinches her slightly stiffened face. The snake venom is nearly spreading to her visage. Yaoyao's lips twitch, unable to suppress her stiffness. Yuan holds her gently, their positions somewhat intimate. Her white legs rest upon his arm, her small hands instinctively encircle his long, elegant neck. As he deliberately lowers his neck to make her more comfortable, Yaoyao's face presses against his strong, well-defined chest, feeling somewhat chilly. With ease, she seems to catch a glimpse of his slightly erratic heartbeat. His cold, snowy breath fills her nostrils, mingling with a hint of fragrant greenery, delightfully pleasant. Her tender, pale face flushes slightly. Unconsciously, she pushes away a little, yet he firmly restrains her, his demeanor unusually resolute, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll that might vanish from his sight with a careless move. Manifesting a nearly extinct herb is no small feat. Any ordinary person would be astounded, bombarding her with questions about the herb's origins and how she produced it so instantaneously. But Yuan is different. He never pries. He has silently accepted many secrets she harbors, his composure always so calm and unperturbed. He is momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly regains his gentle demeanor. Yaoyao is truly remarkable. He pinches her tender, pale face once more, as if he finds great amusement in it. Thankfully, the snake venom has numbed her face to some extent. Otherwise, being pinched by a powerfully strong male beast would surely elicit cries of pain from her. Yuan prepares an antidote for her, spoonful by spoonful, feeding her until completion. Indeed, the JNGT she cultivated is remarkably effective. After a brief period, the paralysis throughout her body gradually dissipates. However, the deep bite on her neck now throbs with intensified pain. His strength is considerable, despite the gentleness of his pinching. She wonders if her face might be slightly swollen and sore. From this moment onward, no one is allowed to pinch her face, especially not Yuan. Yet this small grievance can only be kept in her heart, for once Yuan's desire for closeness arises, she cannot refuse. Master SW. A stranger in red clothing came to steal your belongings last night. I happened to be awake and accidentally caught sight of him, which led to the poisoning. Yaoyao tugs at his sleeve, appearing more anxious than he. Master SW, can you check if anything is missing? I saw that thief rummaging around, as if searching for something. Could it be important? Yaoyao frets for quite some time, yet the serpent beside her remains astonishingly calm, not uttering a word. She finds it peculiar. Turning her head, she happens to catch Yuan gazing at her. Their eyes meet, and she falls into the depths of his enchanting gaze. His exquisitely beautiful, shimmering violet eyes flicker slightly, as if ripples of light dance within them. Yuan tightened his embrace, leaning down to nuzzle against her elegantly shaped nose. His slender fingers gently grazed her skin, as a sigh escaped his lips. Yaoyao, have you lost your senses? You find yourself captivated by a malevolent stranger. A formidable orc, and yet you still gaze upon him with such intrigue? He narrowed his violet eyes, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Who imparted such recklessness to you? Yaoyao, such a child you are, devoid of any sense of safety. It vexes me greatly. The objects that had been stolen, no matter how precious, held no value in his heart, while Yaoyao had nearly risked her life for them. Yuan could not deny the intense feelings of anger and bitterness he harbored regarding those worthless items. Regardless of the circumstances, she must learn to cherish herself above all else. She ought not to concern herself with anything else, understand? She must not allow herself to be harmed. The noise from their return stirred the small black cat from its slumber. It rubbed its drowsy eyes with its tiny paws before gracefully leaping from the table. Meow? When did Sister Yaoyao leave? Why wasn't I taken along? The little black cat, with its soft paw pads on the ground, suddenly transformed into a strikingly beautiful young boy with black hair and golden eyes. Gigi rushed over, sniffing around her like a detective. His nose twitched slightly, and suddenly, he jumped back in alarm, exclaiming, Sister Yaoyao, why do you carry the scent of another? It's so potent and dangerous, reminiscent of a male, and oddly familiar. His last words trailed off in a whisper, unheard by Yaoyao. Gigi's lovely cat ears twitched twice before drooping, as a troubling thought crossed his mind. He grimaced, revealing his sharp little teeth, feeling uneasy. Not only Gigi detected the strange male scent on her, but even Dan and The merfolk with a less acute sense of smell could easily perceive it. The scent of a wandering beast? The snake venom that the perverse orc had inflicted upon her had been neutralized, and in 5 days, when he returned, she would not be afraid. Yuan had shown no inclination to leave recently. When she mentioned this matter to him, he remained remarkably calm, his demeanor imbued with an air of tranquility that inexplicably soothed her. She found herself less concerned about the deviant orc. Instead, it seemed as though she had absorbed his distinct essence, a scent that even Yuan could not dispel. Yaoyao, that scent on you is overwhelmingly strong. Dan echoed her concerns, his exquisite face darkening with brewing storms of emotion, as he bit his delicate lips, drawing blood. He murmured repeatedly, expressing his distaste for the scent of the unfamiliar male, his disdain palpable. Who did this? He demanded, his slender fingers clenching tightly. Beneath the heavy shroud of his murderous intent, he struggled to maintain the facade of a dutiful child, yearning to unleash his wrath. Yaoyao shook her head, uncertain herself. She touched the tender bite mark on her pale neck. 2 days had passed, and the wound still bled occasionally, showing no signs of healing. It was indeed peculiar. Would it never heal? Yaoyao's mood darkened further. In truth, she could not detect the scent herself. It seemed unchanged to her. But the orcs were inexplicably sensitive to such aromas. As she descended the mountain towards the infirmary, even the young cubs recoiled at her presence, trembling and refusing her embrace, desperately attempting to escape her hold. Moreover, this snake beast was not the master of sorcery. Its scent was potent and aggressively invasive, unlike that of ordinary orcs. It resembled the wandering snake beasts she had encountered during previous hunts. Malay appeared anxious. Yaoyao, have you ventured outside the tribe recently? Have you encountered any peculiar orcs on the outskirts? Yaoyao shook her head. I have remained within the tribe, tending to the sick cubs, and have not ventured out. Malay was startled, her emotions a tumultuous sea of confusion. Could it be that a wandering beast had infiltrated the tribe unnoticed? If so, the hidden strength of that orc was truly terrifying. Do not worry. I shall report this to Father the Chief, Malay declared, resolutely assuring her. We will capture this rogue beast. Oh, a wandering beast? Yaoyao mused, realizing the implications of the revelation. In recent days, she had encountered Mi Duo, accompanied by a tall, alluring female whom she found somewhat familiar. It seemed she was the much-admired beauty of the tribe who had long harbored affection for Si Luo. Known as Shaman, the 2 women, both renowned for their beauty within the tribe, had previously been at odds, but for reasons unknown had recently grown closer, appearing to enjoy each other's company. Mi Duo and Shaman had also sensed the strange scent emanating from Yaoyao, their expressions contorting into peculiar grimaces. Mi Duo cast a glance at Yaoyao, her eyes flashing with twisted hatred. She had come to realize that Yaoyao was the fabled beauty of the tribe. How cunning! She had deliberately disguised herself to ensnare the affections of the master of sorcery, an act that disgusted Mi Duo. With a mocking smile, she restored her facade of sweetness and gentleness, seemingly innocently exclaiming, "Oh, Yaoyao, why do you carry the scent of a wandering snake beast? It is quite potent, is it not? Enough with your noise." Mi Duo's jealousy was palpable. She envied Yaoyao's beauty, her charm, and the adoration she received, longing to shatter her blissful existence and discredit her. Mi Duo chuckled softly, her words trailing off tantalizingly, leaving much to the imagination. Shaman swayed her hips, clad in scanty leather garments that left little to the imagination. She was unapologetically brazen, as if hiding her own scent would erase the fact that she was also tainted by the abhorrent essence of the snake beast. Shaman harbored no less disdain for Yaoyao than Mi Duo, while Mi Duo's jealousy stemmed from her belief that her status as the tribe's foremost beauty was threatened. Shaman's animosity ran deeper. Rooted in the day Si Luo had brought this unfamiliar female into the tribe. If it were not for Yaoyao, she would likely have already borne Si Luo's offspring. Offspring of a mutated beast were exceedingly rare, a tremendous fortune disrupted by Yaoyao. Shaman proudly lifted her chin, strutting toward Yaoyao, towering over her with a more voluptuous figure. Her expression softened slightly as she approached, flanked by 2 robust lions, her loyal companions, ever vigilant in their protection. Yet, upon seeing Yaoyao, one of the lions revealed a hint of infatuation. Enraged, Shaman raised her hand and struck the lion repeatedly, delivering several blows, followed by a kick. The lion, knowing it had erred, offered no resistance, submissively accepting her wrath, and emerged bruised and battered. Shaman pointed at Yaoyao, berating her with thoughtless words. "You audacious harlot! How dare you entice my male?" Mi Duo fanned the flames of discord, stifling her laughter behind her hand, as Yaoyao regarded the two with a cold stare, her voice calm, yet firm. "Me? Enticing your male?" Yaoyao smiled, her delicate face radiant, and her brows and eyes unexpectedly revealed a hint of allure. Clearly, it was the inadequacy of one's own charm and the inability to manage one's own males that led to such a situation. Why should it concern me? Since those two offered no respect, she would reciprocate in kind. Shaman's expression shifted slightly. "How can my males not love me? They are mine. Who else would they love? Yet you not only dare to slander my charm, but audaciously seduce my males. You wretched creature. Perhaps you have already been mated with by strays." Shaman's insults poured forth like a shrew, inciting distaste, which is why, despite being more aligned with the aesthetic of the beast world, the title of the tribe's most beautiful female has always belonged to the gentle and lovely Mi Duo. The crowd around them grew larger, drawn in by Shaman's furious tirade. Fortunately, the shaman, Sa Luo, managed to push his way through the throng and pulled Yaoyao away. "What is all this noise? The tribe forbids such disturbances. I'm taking this young female with me, for a matter." Chapter 165. Mi Duo cast a deep glance into the distance, her expression darkening. After a gentle smile, she parted ways with Shaman Yaoyao, was taken near Sa Luo's wooden hut. Though she had been caring for sick cubs recently, her interactions with Sa Luo were quite limited, apart from the first time she was brought by Si Luo. "Sa Luo, did you call me for something?" Yaoyao thought it might concern the sick cubs, so she followed him, reporting that more than half of the ill cubs had recovered, and the remaining few should heal within 2 days, though 2 types of herbs were insufficient. Sa Luo smiled at her, an enigmatic aura surrounding him. "Do not worry. I will send some male beastmen to help you search for those herbs. You need not fret over such minor matters." Sa Luo, a man in his 30s, appeared as a mature and charismatic shaman, though his deep immersion in medicine led to a somewhat disheveled appearance that betrayed a certain slovenliness. However, his cheerful demeanor was endearing. She nodded and followed him to a small cultivation area behind the wooden hut, enclosed by wooden fences to prevent playful cubs from trampling the precious plants. The area was rich with rare black soil, flourishing with many valuable herbs, lush and seemingly just watered, with droplets still clinging to the tender green leaves. They halted. Suddenly, Sa Luo turned around abruptly, startling her. She hesitantly called out, "Sa Luo?" Sa Luo fixed his gaze on her, his usually lazy eyes now cold as steel, piercing straight into her heart. Yaoyao's expression changed, and she subtly took 2 steps back, reaching for the bone knife at her waist. "Wait, don't make any moves." Upon seeing the young female's grim demeanor and her readiness to draw her weapon, he was taken aback, realizing he might have frightened her with his seriousness. He hastily patted his face and scratched his head, forcing a sheepish smile, his disheveled hair emphasizing his disarray. "Little female, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Just curious about something, so I brought you here to ask. Please, go ahead." Yaoyao hesitated for a moment before she sheathed her knife. He sighed, stepping a little closer, narrowing his amber eyes as he scrutinized her intently, his voice lowered. "Where did you obtain your dragon pearl grass? If you have more, could you sell me a few stalks? Just one. I would settle for just one." Yaoyao was taken aback. "How do you know?" Sa Luo chuckled, distancing himself slightly, proudly pointing to his mouth. "Of course, I recognized it by tasting. I am from the Antelope clan." In truth, Sa Luo had discovered days earlier that the recovering cubs were healing at an astonishing rate, far beyond his expectations. Thus, he had taken the time to sample the medicinal soup brewed by Yaoyao, and upon tasting it, was astonished to find it not only well composed, but also containing traces of dragon pearl grass. In his youth, he had the fortune to taste this nearly extinct herb, and its unique flavor was forever etched in his memory. Chapter 166. If you are willing. All these years, he had thought dragon pearl grass had vanished, only to unexpectedly experience its flavor once more after many years, and from a young female he had previously regarded as belonging to a poor tribe. He gazed at the delicate and lovely young female before him, her skin as fair as snow, and compared her to the frail, dark female from his memories, feeling the whims of fate at play. How fortunate was Si Luo to have found such a beautiful female seemingly by chance. One with such luck also graced this lifelong bachelor. He resolved to visit the Bailu duo forest soon. Perhaps he would soon find a mate and cubs to warm his hearth. Yaoyao, however, was oblivious to the melancholic expression on Sa Luo's face. Upon hearing there was hope, she absorbed none of the subsequent words from him. She nodded eagerly, a beaming smile on her face. Amused by the seemingly composed and experienced Sa Luo acting like the young cubs begging her for fish soup. Yet she understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Yaoyao feigned difficulty. I happened upon 3 stalks of dragon pearl grass. I've already used one in the soup, leaving me with 2. If you truly need them, I can sell you one. Sa Luo quickly agreed. Excellent. Young female, name your price. Whether they survive or not, it's on me. Perhaps due to his inherent talent. He had always excelled in planting and medicine, dedicating his life to these pursuits, leaving little time for companionship. He had always cherished cultivating rare herbs, especially those nearing extinction, and was willing to invest significantly to nurture them, considering them an immeasurable wealth. I want 10 beast crystals, Yaoyao declared. Sa Luo was taken aback, thinking it might be too much. Just as he was about to awkwardly negotiate a lower price, he noticed the gleam in her eyes and grasped her hand tightly. Yaoyao, you are truly a female, as beautiful within as without. Just 10 beast crystals? Absolutely. No takebacks. I will fetch them for you right away. Yaoyao was stunned. In the beast world, 1 beast crystal equated to nearly a month's expenses for an ordinary family, and 10 was a staggering sum. She had not anticipated Sa Luo to be so affluent. She casually discussed the key points of cultivating dragon pearl grass with him, as he took a large leaf and a charcoal stick to earnestly jot down notes. As they were about to leave, Sa Luo suddenly spoke in a serious tone, tinged with a hint of weariness. Yaoyao, you possess remarkable talent in planting and medicine. If you are willing, you can come to me any time to learn. After nearly 20 years of research, I still have much to teach you. Of course, being a female, if you prefer not to exert yourself, you're free to decline. Chapter 167. Who has died? Sa Luo had prepared himself for Yaoyao to reject his offer. However, to his astonishment, she agreed. He was an aging male beast, barely able to suppress his aging visage as he rejoiced, for he had finally found a worthy successor to pass on nearly 2 decades of his dedication. Yaoyao had a straightforward thought. Although she possessed extensive theoretical knowledge of advanced medical techniques, practical experience was indispensable, and she required the guidance of the seasoned Sa Luo shaman to hone her skills. She aspired to become a shaman. Her arrival in this orc realm was driven by a mission, yet the mythical beasts were scattered across the land, making it impossible for her to remain in this remote, ordinary tribe indefinitely. Eventually, she would venture to the more prosperous Chi-Chung or the desolate polar regions. The future was uncertain. Thus, she needed to acquire a remarkable skill in advance, and the esteemed shaman, revered by all beasts, was her best option. The shaman held an exalted status wherever he went, with opportunities to traverse the continent, welcomed by myriad cities. As she stood at the threshold, a fresh wave of pain coursed through her neck, and she dare not touch it, fearing infection. Tentatively, she peered into the room and inquired, Sa Luo shaman, do you have any herb for treating wounds? Noticing her distress, he swiftly approached her, bending down to brush aside a few stray strands of hair by her neck, scrutinizing the injury for a couple of seconds. How long has it been? He asked. It should be 2 days, she replied. He inhaled sharply, scratching his head in concern. This is rather serious. Yaoyao mentioned that the male orc in red had asked her to help find a stone, the source stone, which contained half of his priestly power, enabling him to observe celestial phenomena and track mythical beasts. He had not anticipated that Fu Ji would not give up. However, he would never find it. Yuan walked into the partition, cradling 2 soft, white rabbits, and stepped inside. He had donned a gold-embroidered white robe today, appearing ethereal and elegant, reminiscent of a celestial being. The robe, slightly loose, contrasted with his usual meticulous demeanor, lending him an air of casual grace, an alluring languor evident in his every movement. His flowing, dark hair framed his bare neck, accentuating his tall, striking figure. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, it seemed Yaoyao had developed an affinity for this style. Inside the partition, the items that had been disarranged 2 nights prior were now neatly organized. The spacious area led deeper, where a heavy, secret door was firmly embedded in the solid stone wall, isolating the interior from the outside. Upon the door, an intricate serpentine mechanism lay concealed. He deftly activated it, his pale fingertips brushing against the stone door, which felt slightly cool to the touch. A few wisps of faint purple, beastly essence flowed through his slender fingers, entering the mechanism. The door creaked open. Upon entering, he was greeted by a room filled with countless crystal stones, several hundred in total, each representing the lifeblood of the San Lin tribe's inhabitants, chronicling their existence. The most striking among them was a beautifully shimmering light blue crystal belonging to Yaoyao. All the crystals sparkled with a vibrant light of life, save for one, which had quietly dimmed. Who was it? Had someone perished during the tribe's exchange? Yuan furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he stepped closer, cradling the dim crystal in his palm, allowing the faint purple power to seep into it. It was that stone tiger male. Yuan's gaze darkened. It was not jealousy he felt, but a sense of regret that Yaoyao's first encounter in this world was not with him, but with another male who paled in comparison. He had forgotten the beast's name, for such ordinary creatures were like clouds or mist in his eyes, minuscule and insignificant, leaving no lasting impression. Yet, it appeared Yaoyao harbored some feelings for him. If she were to discover this, would she be saddened? The usually cold and indifferent eyes of the shaman flickered with emotion, and he wished to shield Yaoyao from sorrow, to prevent tears from staining her enchanting visage, especially tears shed for another male. The thought pained him. He felt an uncontrollable urge to hold her close, to wipe away the tears from her eyes. After some contemplation, he resolved to keep this to himself for now. After all, the exchange team from the tribe would take several days to arrive. He would delay the inevitable for as long as he could, even if it was not a foolproof strategy. The two rabbits, sensing their master's emotional turmoil, jumped from his embrace, landing unsteadily and rolling several times before coming to a halt. The floor of the partition was clean and neatly covered with soft animal hides. The rabbits, plump and unblemished, shook off the dust and quickly stood upright. One, slightly larger and appearing more demure, suddenly transformed into a delicate young boy with snow-white hair and ruby-red eyes, around 7 or 8 years old, carrying a hint of baby fat. His short, fluffy white curls were soft to the touch, and his eyes sparkled like precious gems. He knelt respectfully before Yuan, saying, "Rest assured, my lord priest. The source stone has always been within me. Yuan Lu will not allow it to fall into others' hands." Yuan nodded coolly, seemingly devoid of emotional fluctuations, though a fleeting weariness passed through his gaze, unnoticed by others. Yaoyao looked somewhat despondent, her small face exhibiting a touch of dejection. After all, he was not her mate, and there were certain affectionate gestures that remained unpermitted. Why hasn't Yaoyao come of age and entered her heat? I provided her with so many supplements. What could be troubling her? Yuan mused, leaning down, his cool fingertips brushing against her delicate face, caressing it gently, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. His touch exuded tenderness, akin to the gentle caress of spring winds, melting the ice. Yaoyao blinked, her eyes unwittingly misting as the pain from her wound tugged at her. She sighed softly, mentioning that the bite wound had yet to heal, and the scent clung to her stubbornly, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Fuji's scent was fiercely invasive and clingy. Yuan, having grown up with him, understood that the only remedy was to wait for time to gradually cleanse it away. However, the wound had not healed. Yuan's brows knitted slightly, a hint of irritation surfacing beneath his usually warm demeanor, his gentle eyes now veiled with a thin layer of coldness. He reached out, brushing aside her dark hair, his fingertips resting on the wound upon her pale neck, feeling the coolness beneath. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly, unable to resist pinching her troubled little face. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I can help you heal." His innate healing ability was not merely for show. Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback as he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his long arms around her slender waist, constraining her with an instinctive possessiveness. He lowered his head, his cool, elegant neck descending, and then he gently licked her wound, as he removed her animal hide clothing, revealing a flawless expanse of white skin. The sheer brilliance momentarily dazzled his senses. A cool breeze swept through, causing Yaoyao to instinctively shiver. She attempted to pull her clothing back up, but another long, graceful hand firmly grasped hers, holding it above her head, an unyielding dominance that left no room for resistance. She turned her gaze slightly, her breath hitching. There stood the coldly beautiful shaman, his gentle smile captivating, yet his actions decidedly forceful. One hand gripped her wrists tightly while the other firmly encircled her delicate waist. He immediately bent down, his inky black hair cascading down, with several strands slipping in her loosely tied collar. Yuan rested his head against her delicate neck, cautiously rubbing against it a couple of times, as if filled with hesitation and trepidation, yet unable to resist inching closer to the little female in his embrace. His elegant nose brushed against her tender skin, caressing it lightly, imbued with an insatiable longing. He was lost in the intoxicating scent of her, an irresistible femininity that, though devoid of the scent of heat, could still drive a single male to madness. Yaoyao, he softly called her name, his breath uneven and somewhat heavy. Yuan's long fingers tightened bit by bit around her waist, squeezing her gently, causing a slight ache. His cool voice took on a deeper, more alluring tone, laced with an irresistible, languorous charm that resonated in her ears, his heated breath enveloping her. "Sir Wu, it's so hot." Yaoyao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. His body temperature was as cold as jade, yet in this moment, curled against his strong chest, she felt an overwhelming heat engulfing all her senses, the rising warmth gradually clouding her consciousness. Suddenly, Yaoyao jolted awake, her entire being freezing in place as the coolness of a serpent's tongue flicked across her neck, moistening her wound. Yuan had transformed into his semi-serpent form, the nearly 10-meter-long mesmerizing purple tail swaying on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He buried his head in her neck, delicately licking her wound. Yaoyao dared not move, sensing his sharp fangs grazing her soft skin. A single misstep could lead to another painful bite. Yaoyao. He called her name once more, his voice a cool whisper, the tail end trembling. The slender silhouette cast a shadow that concealed the dangerous crimson desire swirling in the depths of his turbulent gaze. His innate urges as a serpent beast, his uncontrollable desire to dominate and destroy, could no longer be hidden. Yuan gripped her shoulder, lowering his head to bite down, his fangs piercing her skin. The pain spread rapidly. What the? Why was she bitten again? Yaoyao let out a soft whimper, her fingers curling slightly, regretting her decision to let Yuan tend to her wounds. How could she have forgotten such a crucial fact? Yuan was also a serpent beast, naturally bloodthirsty, and unable to resist the allure of blood and the tempting meal presented before him. Moreover, she could not push him away. Yuan pressed her down against him, showing no intention of releasing her. He let out a soft murmur, filled with subtle intensity. "I didn't do anything," she whimpered, her face a picture of grievance and confusion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 170. As good as new, almost all beastmen possess an instinctual desire to consume beings other than themselves, stemming from the brutal nature embedded in their bloodlines. A ferocity that remains dormant within them. Particularly, the male's possessiveness over the female can sometimes reach terrifying levels, leading to instances where a male consumes his mate. Such occurrences are not rare in the beast world. This explains the already unbalanced ratio of males to females in the beast realm. Yet many females still hesitate to seek out more than 5 males. Having too many partners can lead to uneven distribution of time and affection, greatly increasing the likelihood of extreme cases where male beastmen, feeling neglected, may develop a frenzied desire to dominate their female partners. Those males deprived of affection yearn for their partners even more, giving rise to a dangerous obsession that can culminate in shocking acts of violence and consumption of their mates, followed by self-destruction in an attempt to escape the consequences. Yaoyao's heart raced, her palms clammy. Yuan, he wouldn't want to consume her, would he? Although she was not his mate, that would make it easier for him to feel no guilt in doing so. Carefully, she pondered through the pain, attempting to pry his long fingers away from her waist. "Sir Wu, how do you find the taste of my blood?" "Yaoyao, it's quite sweet," Yuan replied, burying his head in her neck, his gentle voice resonating with a husky allure. He tightened his grasp on her delicate hand, intertwining their fingers, rendering her immobile. He relished the sensation of having the little female in his arms under his complete control, her softness overwhelming, so adorable and tender. He wanted to treat her with utmost care, yet there was an urge to dominate her. Was this the inherent flaw of masculinity? It seemed he could not escape it. A smile graced his lips, a hint of delight illuminating his exquisite features, his eyes shimmering with a soft glow as he earnestly repeated, "Yaoyao's taste is even better than I imagined. Sweet like berries." He nibbled at her once more, this time with a gentler touch, evoking an irresistible desire. Unbeknownst to her, A faint blush crept across Yuan's pale, exquisite face, gradually rising from his neck, painting his countenance in a delicate hue, reminiscent of a peach blossom in full bloom, igniting the atmosphere with its warmth. In that moment, Yuan shed the aloofness he typically exuded, revealing an intensity that spoke of earthly passions, intertwined with a hint of languid wildness. The corners of his eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, a captivating allure. His usually cool and restrained purple eyes blossomed with shades of peach, their depths shrouded in a misty allure, exuding a bewitching charm. The act of feeding, Yuan mused, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he felt his throat's atoms apple move enticingly. Thankfully, Yuan was neither greedy nor weak-willed. His resolve was not so fragile. He had merely found it challenging to resist the temptation of her body's fragrance. Moreover, he had left his scent upon her, masking the repugnant aura of Fuji. After taking 2 bites, he reined in his desires, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips as he leisurely released Yaoyao from his embrace. Though he still held her close, reluctant to let go, Yuan honored his previous promise, healing her prior wounds along with the small bite he had just inflicted. Only then did Yaoyao truly breathe a sigh of relief. Not being consumed felt wonderful. Instinctively, she reached up to touch her neck, finding no trace of injury. As fair as ever. Chapter 171. Contemplating serpent life, the wound inflicted by Fuji had remained unhealed due to his beastly power known as burning ashes, symbolizing destruction, whose violent aura eroded the wound, making it difficult to heal. In contrast, Yuan's beastly power was gentle and nurturing, capable of revitalizing all things. Endowed with an innate healing ability, Yuan and Fuji represented 2 extremes of power, truly a relationship of mutual existence and opposition. Yuan imbued Yaoyao with his unique essence, completely obscuring Fuji's presence. On one hand, this was driven by his own shadowy intentions. On the other, it was for Yaoyao's well-being. Fuji's aura was overly domineering, exuding an aggressive essence that could invite disdain, akin to the scent of feral beasts, potentially drawing unwanted attention to Yaoyao. Furthermore, concealing Fuji's presence would make it significantly harder for him to find her, as there were matters between the 2 serpent beasts that he did not wish to involve her in. He feared for her safety. He would feel immense distress and guilt. The usually proud and aloof Lord Beast chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness and apprehension gracing his striking features. He gently cradled the soft bundle in his arms, raising his hand to trace the delicate features of the little female as charming brows and eyes with his long, slender fingers. He caressed her tender lips, lingering on her soft cheeks. When did this all begin? Once a person develops a vulnerability, they begin to lose their strength and become unrecognizable to themselves. He had once looked down upon and mocked those male beastmen who were infatuated with love, struggling to comprehend their willingness to sacrifice everything, even their lives, for their partners. Was it truly worth it? To him, those male beastmen appeared so ordinary and insignificant, akin to mere ants. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, Yuan had always believed that he belonged to a different world than those male beastmen. However, upon encountering the beloved female, he came to understand that no matter how proud and aloof he felt, he was willing to temper his sharpness and coldness in her presence. Even the most formidable glaciers could melt into gentle spring waters. He was just an ordinary male among the multitude, desiring to protect his cherished female, longing to present her with the finest and most beloved treasures, all to elicit a smile from her. As long as he could be by her side for even a fleeting moment, he would give everything he had. He would hold her in the palm of his hand, close to his heart, nurturing and protecting her with utmost devotion, ensuring that she would suffer not a single scratch. Yaoyao, is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Yaoyao shook her head. Yuan gently pinched her soft, fair cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips. If anything happens, make sure to tell me first, all right? And remember to keep the things I gave you close at hand. Don't be careless and lose them. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Bailujuo forest, long vines draped down to the ground, entwined with a languid little red snake that seemed utterly bored, swaying back and forth amidst the tree vines. Has that little creature found the source stone? Hiss, she wouldn't deceive him, would she? Gradually, the little red snake descended from the vines to the ground, the rustling of fallen leaves accompanying its movement. It coiled its slender black-red tail into a circle, inadvertently forming a plump meat pie. Its small black-red wings folded against its back, and the snake's head lazily rested atop the meat pie, remaining completely still, contemplating its serpentine existence. Chapter 172. Yellow beans. He was uncareful in his actions. Would that little creature perish? Fuji felt a sudden tightness in his chest, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Though he was accustomed to behaving recklessly, he never intended to genuinely harm a female. Such protective instincts were etched into a male's very bloodline, almost instinctual. He couldn't ignore it. He needed to take a look. The little red snake raised its head high, and in an instant, its black-red tail whipped around, disappearing into the dim forest, the rustling sounds gradually fading away. Mew? A small black cat padded through the forest, stalking like a fierce tiger, its tail held high, exuding a sense of leisure. It was practicing its hunting skills in the thicket, having just fixed its gaze on a stationary, plump goat, sharpening its claws, preparing to pounce. Suddenly, a familiar slender black-red form flashed across its field of vision, causing it to halt abruptly. The little black cat, startled, puffed up its fur and leaped up a few meters into a tree, hastily covering itself with two large leaves, transforming into a shadow beneath the foliage. Observing its path, it seemed to be heading towards the tribe where its sister resided. The little red snake paused momentarily, leisurely swaying its tail, sensing the black kitten closely following behind. Hiss! This little one truly had no fear of death. Fortunately, it was of little interest as a meal, and it couldn't be bothered with it. The bright red snake flicked its tongue, vibrating to capture the surrounding information. It flicked its tail and continued on its way. On the mountain, beside two stone houses, a medium-sized stone mill stood prominently. The little female was busily tending to a basket of fresh beans next to the stone mill. Yaoyao had discovered some soybean plants while foraging in the forest yesterday, uprooting a few and gathering a full basket of nearly wilted soybeans, intending to grind them into bean water for drinking. After some coaxing, Yuan reluctantly spent half a day crafting a large stone tool for her, allowing her to grind the beans herself. Yuan chuckled softly. Yaoyao, don't tire yourself out. If you need anything, just let me know, all right? He gently wiped the thin sweat from her small face and fashioned her a piece of ice to cool her down. Afterwards, Yuan went to the stone house to prepare her lunch. Left alone in the clearing, Yaoyao soon found herself restless. She flexed her little hands, eager to try, and stepped forward to grasp the wooden handle of the stone mill, beginning to grind the beans with a creaking sound. After a considerable time, a milky white bean water began to flow down into a stone bowl placed below, filling it generously, sprinkling sugar crystals and stirring until fully combined. She awaited the sedimentation of the bean essence at the bottom of the bowl. Holding a small spoon, Yaoyao scraped the surface layer of bean water and brought it to her lips for a taste. It's incredibly smooth. Just a small sip fills my mouth with the fresh flavor of beans, accompanied by a hint of sweetness from the sugar crystals. It's a delightful and nutritious breakfast beverage. Sitting on the stone bench, she sipped the bean water, swinging her little feet joyfully. Completely engrossed in her drink, she failed to notice the little red snake that had stealthily approached, flicking its bright tongue as it wrapped its tail around her small foot without hesitation, then began to slither up her delicate calf in circles. Chapter 173. Mental enchantment. Startled by the cold and slippery sensation, Yaoyao jumped. And before fear could take hold, her right hand instinctively grasped downward, lifting the snake swiftly. With precision, she caught it at the 7-inch mark. The little red snake, suspended in midair, appeared bewildered for a moment, its slender black-red tail almost brushing the ground, seemingly unable to comprehend its predicament, remaining rigid. The wind rustled, causing its tail to sway slightly. Hiss! Those blood-red eyes narrowed, the depths of its gaze darkening. The crimson eyes sparkled like beautiful gemstones, exuding a strange and familiar sense of danger. Yaoyao froze for a moment, a chill running down her spine, her blood turning cold. Her hand trembled, and with a loud thud, she dropped the little red snake onto the ground, seemingly injuring it. It twisted slightly before lying motionless, its tail elegantly arched upwards. Yaoyao took 2 steps back, hesitating to approach, inexplicably intimidated. This snake bore an uncanny resemblance to the venomous serpent she had encountered days prior. The shape and patterns were strikingly similar. Could it be that the red snake from that day had returned? She wasn't Su Xian. What could it possibly be seeking? To repay a debt of gratitude? Moreover, whether it was her imagination or not, the moment she laid eyes on this ordinary little red snake. She instinctively recalled that perverse snake beast, sending shivers down her spine. Yaoyao casually picked up a forked twig from the ground, intending to toss the snake away. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Why should she be afraid? She possessed the spirit enchantment of yandere. Though she had never tested it, she reasoned it might not work on beastmen, but she could certainly experiment on this ordinary little snake. With a flutter of excitement, Yaoyao focused her mind. Practicing the method Yuan had taught her to control her mental energy. She drew her mental consciousness outward, transforming it into a mental shockwave aimed directly at the little snake. With a resounding boom, it was as if a tempest had swept through the area, shaking the surrounding forest and sending leaves swirling. The little red snake froze for a moment, glancing around at the disarray, its tongue flicking stiffly. This female was no ordinary creature. Her level of mental strength, while not the strongest he had ever encountered, was undoubtedly the most remarkable he had seen among females at such a young age. In the beast realm, there are only two methods for females to cultivate mental power. The first involves years of consuming beast crystals, yielding minimal results. The second is to form a contract with a male beastman, sharing their partner's mental strength. The stronger the partner, the greater the mental power acquired. Most females in the beast realm derive their mental strength from this method. Observing her level, it was clear that without decades of cultivation and several high-ranking beastman partners, such prowess was unattainable. Strangely, she had not yet reached adulthood and had no partners at all. Was she a prodigy? She certainly did not appear to be one. Fu Ji's mind whirled in confusion, and just as he was lost in thought, he heard the little female's serious voice. "Little snake, lie down." The small red snake stared at her for a moment, and under the eager gaze of the little female, it froze for 2 seconds before slowly, almost reluctantly, pressing its slender black-red body against the ground. It could be considered as lying down, since no one else was watching. He had no shame and did not mind the humiliation. It could even be seen as a form of compensation for having bitten her. Yaoyao seized the opportunity and raised herself up. The small red snake took a deep breath and, though unwilling, slowly lifted half of its body. Chapter 174. Are you scared? Little darling, would you like to lie on my hand? But I must warn you, do not bite me, or I might turn you into snake soup. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, glimmering with a cold, weary light. However, her appearance was too delicate and charming. Her little lips a tempting shade of red, pouting adorably as she attempted to appear fierce, but anyone could see through her feigned demeanor. Under her barrage of threats and coaxing, the bewildered little red snake obediently flicked its long black-red tail and swiftly coiled around her outstretched delicate hand. The little female's hand was exceptionally exquisite, soft and pale, almost blindingly beautiful, seemingly carrying a hint of milky fragrance, enticingly pleasant. Fu Ji stared momentarily, somewhat entranced. The little red snake flicked its bright red tongue, instinctively starting to gather the fragrant particles in the air, perhaps unaware of its own actions. The little red snake coiled its long black-red tail around Yaoyao's arm, climbing upwards in circles, gradually tightening under the instinct of its serpentine nature, only to loosen its grip at the edge of her discomfort. Then it lazily rested its head against her arm, feeling soft and comfortable, even more so than his grand bed adorned with luxurious bee skins. The transparent film over its serpentine eyes partially closed, revealing a hint of drowsiness. Was it treating her like a sleeping tree? Yaoyao was both amused and exasperated, playfully poking the cool, smooth body of the little red snake. It hissed and evaded her attempts, its tongue flicking around her finger before releasing it, seemingly issuing a warning. Yet there were no signs of anger or intent to harm her. Wow, it really won T-Bite. The mental enchantment has succeeded. This golden finger is quite delightful. Little darling, if you have nowhere to go, why not let me keep you as my beast pet? A certain little cat, which had been watching from a tree, was taken aback. Before she could continue her ruse, a dark object suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into her arms like a cannonball. Yaoyao tightly embraced the small bundle, stepping back 2 paces to steady herself. "Jiujio, where did you appear?" "Meow." Jiujio scratched and nuzzled against her, tears of grievance in its eyes. It raised its little face, meeting her gaze, its tiny paw trembling as it pointed at the little red snake on the ground, displaying signs of fear. The sound of a flicking tongue startled the little black cat, causing its fur to bristle as it shrank further into her embrace. Desperately trying to burrow its paws under her armpit, its fluffy little head disappearing from view. Fuji, perplexed, wondered if he was truly that frightening. He had already transformed into a juvenile form, yet he still terrified this furry little creature. Indeed, he was the mightiest tongue snake king of the East, and his overwhelming aura was inescapable. It was somewhat vexing. The little red snake, inexplicably in high spirits, flicked its tail, and suddenly its eyes narrowed, the crimson pupils sharp as needles. It had forgotten something vital in its haste to approach. All that could be heard was the little creature's excited footsteps rushing forward. Sir Wu. In the next moment, it was seized in a hand, icy fingers gripping with the force to crush, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 175. Is he angry? It was Yuan, radiating a chilling aura as he approached with an imposing presence. Previously, he had been in the kitchen, diligently preparing a meal. Dressed in a handsome white robe, he stood tall and elegant, his head bowed as he held a knife, his cold eyes betraying a hint of joy. His delicate, pale fingers worked skillfully with the ingredients, slicing meat with precision and cleaning various vegetables, including mushrooms, black fungus, and jujubes. The cooking process flowed seamlessly, showcasing his remarkable skill. Since bringing Yaoyao to stay with him, his culinary talents have flourished. The exquisite and handsome Sir Wu smiled gently, finding joy in preparing delightful meals for his beloved Yaoyao, which brought him immense satisfaction. He was willing to cook for her until she grew tired of it. He cherished watching her eat, finding endless delight in the sight of her enjoying the food he had prepared, which brought him a profound sense of happiness, even surpassing the joy of acquiring high-grade beast crystals. Midway through, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation outside Yaoyao's. What had happened? His expression darkened, the previous joy replaced by overwhelming concern, prompting him to rush outside. Yet upon seeing the scene before him, his aura turned icy and oppressive. Fuji had truly become bolder than in his youth. In front of Yaoyao, Yuan's previously warm smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. His deep purple eyes, as if frozen in Arctic ice, glinted with a menacing light. He strode closer, an immense pressure emanating from him, making it difficult to breathe and causing discomfort. Yaoyao's face paled as she took 2 steps back. Yuan grasped the bewildered little red snake tightly in his hand, his cold fingertips seemingly capable of crushing anything, the palpable killing intent pouring forth. His fierce posture suggested he intended to tear the little red snake apart. Sir Wu, this little snake is my newly found beast pet. Please, please, please let go. Yaoyao could not help but feel frightened by the icy aura surrounding him, her voice dwindling as she spoke. She had always known Sir Wu to be gentle and warm, but witnessing his icy demeanor now was terrifying, making her tremble. Found it? Your little beast pet? A smile suddenly graced his lips, a melodious laughter akin to the enchanting sound of a harp, and that gentle, exquisite visage was indeed a feast for the eyes. Yet, each word he uttered, seemingly bitten off from his very teeth, was imbued with an arresting chill. Gritting his teeth, he softly inquired, as if merely curious, Yaoyao, do you know what kind of snake this is? Yaoyao appeared bewildered. Isn't it just a little red snake? If I care for it a bit longer. Who knows, it might just transform into a grand red serpent. Yuan fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes glimmering subtly, his voice, usually low and soothing, now deliberately softened to a customary timbre. Yaoyao, do you truly wish to keep it? Initially inclined to nurture it, she suddenly found herself hesitant. Her desire to survive eclipsed her previous inclination. Yaoyao could sense that Yuan, typically warm and gentle, had transformed in an instant into a figure shrouded in darkness. His demeanor ominously cold, as if he had become a bitter frost enveloping the peaks of a mountain, unleashing a chilling aura that swept through the forest. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he could freeze 1,000 miles. Oh dear, has Yuan become angry? But why? Is it because the little red snake is still a serpent? Yet, how could there be any significant connection between a beast man and a mere creature? It was vexing, her head spinning. The thoughts of a male's mind were indeed difficult to decipher. One moment, it was a whisper of wind, the next a torrential downpour, with dark clouds looming overhead. Yaoyao's small face fell, her lips pressed together in a futile attempt to conceal her despondency. She tugged at his sleeve, then released it, her tone sweet yet timid. Lord Si Wu, I shall not keep this snake any longer. Please do not be angry. The careful choice of her words held an air of fragility, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. It seemed she had startled him. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The icy, terrifying aura dissipating as he beheld her pale, vulnerable visage, which appeared as if it could be swept away by the wind. He realized, with a pang of guilt, that his inadvertent display of dominance had indeed harmed Yaoyao. His heart ached intensely, and he lost all interest in the bothersome red snake. Carelessly casting it aside, the snake transformed into a fleeting crimson shadow, vanishing in an instant. Left amidst the underbrush 100 meters away, the snake spat in annoyance, its heart boiling with rage as it bared its vicious fangs, cursing Yuan 1,000 times over. On this side, Yuan enveloped Yaoyao in his arms, his cool fingertips gliding through her seaweed-like, silky hair, burying her delicate head deep within his embrace, tender as if she were a fragile piece of porcelain. Overwhelmed with remorse, his voice was a low murmur, filled with anxiety that she might be upset. In that moment, this typically aloof and unfeeling beast-man found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at her with a dazed vulnerability, his shimmering violet eyes reflecting a hint of yearning for forgiveness. Yaoyao was taken aback. Was it an illusion? She discerned a hint of a childlike, pitiful innocence within Yuan, a careful demeanor that seemed out of place. The esteemed persona of Lord Si Wu was beginning to crumble. Feigning nonchalance, Yaoyao cleared her throat softly, her tender, floral-like face appearing despondent, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a profound sense of sorrow that seemed to seep into the depths of One's heart. It extinguished his anger completely, leaving his heart softened and aching. I am fine, Lord Si Wu. It is I who have been capricious. I should not have recklessly cared for such wild beasts, as it brings peril and trouble. As long as you are not angry, that is all that matters. In that moment, she sought to exhibit the quintessential demeanor of a repentant child, her aura delicate and endearing. I never anticipated you would follow me here. His cold, indifferent tone faltered slightly, entwined with an undercurrent of chilling danger. However, I warn you, do not lay a finger on that female. What if I do? Do you intend to kill me? The handsome male beast man, clad in red, exuded a youthful arrogance, his speech brimming with haughtiness. He smirked, his crimson eyes glimmering with curiosity as he lazily glanced at the tumultuous allure of the dark purple beneath the trees. I never imagined that the proud Yuan would actually take a liking to those ugly and mundane females. I had always presumed you would remain solitary for life. His tone carried a hint of wistfulness. Fuji, she is different. I cannot abide others tarnishing her beauty.